In the primordial era at the dawn of the universe, countless enigmas abound, with the emergence of the Chao, Yixing Long merely heralding the onset of war orchestrated by dark forces. In this new epoch, revered by posterity as the strongest age, Wukong confronts the Saiyan kin known as Saigan and battles the demonic war god, ultimately bearing the weight of salvation for the future at the brink of annihilation, as the struggle for the Dragon Balls reignites. Chapter 1. The Great Prophecy Technique, the Mightiest Era, Part 1. In a tranquil space where the air seems to float lazily, a gentle breeze caresses the soul, and all around is teeming with vibrant life. Yet within this semblance of peace, one can distinctly sense a subtle, almost imperceptible hint of bloodshed. There are no towering solitary peaks or brilliantly colored seas. This utopian realm resembles a vast prairie, cloaked in azure, with a pristine lake shimmering with a faint green luminescence. Its appearance closely mirrors that of the enigmatic planet, Namek. A massive, aged figure can only recline sideways on a stone chair crafted from peculiar ore, his heavy breaths punctuating a body that cannot move, while his tightly shut eyes occasionally tremble, hinting at the frailty of his remaining time. Upon recognizing this elder, a profound shock courses through the heart, for he bears an uncanny resemblance to the last grand elder of Namek, even sharing the proximity of their impending demise. Before the elders stand several towering figures, nearing 4 meters in height, their familiar green faces and ant-like sensory appendages unmistakably marking them as Namekians. Among them, the one on the left stands an impressive 2 zhang tall, evoking a sense of familiarity. Behind these Namekians, a dense assembly of green-skinned individuals gathers, while flanking them are thousands of unfamiliar faces reminiscent of Earthlings, each clad in their recognizable battle attire. They find themselves at the very center of the lake, surrounded by picturesque mountains and clear waters. Yet in this moment, all were furrowed brows, their anxious expressions laced with a palpable fear of death, with nearly every individual bearing wounds, some grievously losing an arm. Are they still, in the midst of an offensive? After a prolonged silence, the feeble elder finally inquired. Yes, great elder, they're still attempting to forcefully seize the airspace. A similarly aged Namekian stepped forward respectfully to respond, his demeanor suggesting a momentary struggle before resolutely delivering the report. It seems I have not yet completely lost consciousness. The elder, known as the Great Elder, remarked with a hint of jest upon hearing the despair-laden voice, though this action further weakened him. The others fell silent, their furrowed brows betraying their concern. Great Elder, an unexpected voice suddenly resonated, as the air in front of the Great Elder distorted slightly, revealing a figure clad in silver-gray armor. The middle-aged man hovered with a tall, muscular frame, an aura of regal authority emanating from him. Is it King Tianchi? The Great Elder's eyes remained shut, but at the sound of this somewhat familiar voice, his eyelids trembled, and he asked in a faint whisper, Yes, Great Elder, forgive my candor, but will remaining in this airspace truly quell this war? Since they have arrived, we might as well engage in a final showdown. Even in defeat, we shall retain the honor of warriors. Although the tone carried a hint of skepticism towards the Great Elder's cautious approach, the gathered Namekians refrained from interjecting. They understood that this figure, akin to a monarch, was a genuine and formidable hero, and only the Great Elder held a status equal to him, as the benevolent Namekians did not require a king to rule, instead opting for the election of each Great Elder through merit. Thus, the Great Elder serves as the de facto king. The Great Elder did not hasten to reply. With his time short, he lacked the strength for repeated responses. After careful deliberation, he slowly articulated, I understand these concerns. However, King Tianchi, this war cannot be concluded so simply. Perhaps it will evolve into a conflict reminiscent of the battles of yore. At the mention of past battles, the imposing and handsome King Tianchi's expression momentarily shifted, as if memories from the depths of his soul awakened, instilling a primal fear that caused his pupils to constrict. Silence enveloped the surroundings once more. Even the distant signs of fervor ignited by King Tianchi's passionate declaration had cooled entirely, for as members of a great race, they were well aware of the horror that the previous battles had wrought. Those allowed into the airspace by the Great Elder undoubtedly possessed considerable renown in the universe and were privy to its secrets. Thus we must wait. Await that moment when we can counterattack and swiftly end the war. Otherwise, the ensuing battles will only worsen and potentially affect the entire universe. But if that is the case, we will lose a significant amount of strength before the battle even begins. Maintaining this airspace demands an immense expenditure of energy. King Tianchi voiced his concerns, noting that much of the energy sustaining the airspace had already been depleted by enemy bombardments. Currently, their ability to maintain balance depended on the continuous flow of energy from their side into the airspace's formation. Nevertheless, entering the airspace bore advantages, as their casualties had ceased since entering, affording many injured individuals the opportunity to recuperate their strength. Has there been no movement from the Holy Domain? After a moment of silence, the aging elder seemed to grasp the pros and cons of the situation, yet he still posed a question, one that could potentially alter the entire course of battle and was, in fact, his only lingering hope. Upon hearing the elder mention the name Holy Domain once again, even the esteemed Wang Tianchi could not help but furrow his brow slightly. As a powerful and amicable race, he, as a king, understood the significance of this term. A world forged from slaughter and bloodshed serves as the burial ground for generations of Namekian souls, a resting place for the spirits of exceptional ancestors, which is precisely why they refer to it as the Holy Domain. Yet, the fundamental truth behind it remains unknown to all, even this elder, who is privy to many secrets. Each elder before him had passed down a legend during their succession. Regardless of the cost, the Holy Domain must not be destroyed. If the time comes when the Holy Domain faces annihilation, then God will return once more. This is merely a legend akin to a prophecy. All tangible evidence that once substantiated this truth has long since faded with the passage of history. Indeed, esteemed elder, the Holy Domain has been completely sealed since Kadaz entered. There's been no sign of disturbance within. A tall and imposing Namekian stepped forward, bowing deeply before raising his youthful and handsome countenance, revealing that he was indeed in the prime of his youth. None present were angered by his abruptness. Rather, there was a profound respect in their hearts. This sentiment was shared even by the high-ranking Namekian leaders and the formidable Wang Tianchi, who did not dare to regard this young prodigy lightly. Not only was he the grandson of the current elder, but what commanded the respect of all was his extraordinary abilities. In this grand era of brilliance, he stood second only to the elder himself. In the annals of Namekian history, his talents would undoubtedly rank among the top 3 ever recorded. Thanks to this formidable gift, he had been recognized as the next elder at an exceptionally young age. This young man, upon closer inspection, would reveal himself to be the elder of Namek 400 years hence, the sole surviving true Namekian, aside from Bika, from that ancient era. Chapter 1. The Great Prophecy, the Pinnacle of an Era, Part 2. The mere mention of Kadaz spoken by him sent a shockwave through the minds of those present, as they were acutely aware that Kadaz was a figure of unimaginable prowess, surpassing even the extraordinarily gifted youth before them. He was a near-omnipotent warrior from Namek, endowed with a combat talent that evoked envy throughout the cosmos, even though his extraordinary abilities nearly equaled those of the young man. To ascend to the position of Grand Elder, one must possess an exceptionally high aptitude for the Dragon Force, a long-standing unwritten rule among the Namekian lineage. Kadaz's disqualification stemmed from his inability to sense this vital power. The youth, a confidant of Kadaz, shared a similar transcendent talent, a source of pride for the Namekian race. In this era, brimming with exceptional individuals, they had held steadfast belief in the resurgence of their lineage's glory. However, they could never have anticipated that this epoch would prove to be extraordinary, with the specter of war looming once more. Upon hearing his grandson's response, the Grand Elder, though his eyes remained closed, sensed a hint of peril in the young man's anxious tone. He understood that the sacred domain had deteriorated further, and his mind involuntarily recalled the distant legends of the sacred domain, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. A sudden thought struck him. The aged Grand Elder, after a moment of struggle, reluctantly summoned his extraordinary abilities. His formidable consciousness did not project outward, but instead extended within his mind, distorting and piercing through time, as if striving to glimpse the realm of the future. In an instant, a flash of white light materialized within his consciousness. The blinding brilliance inflicted an indescribable pain upon his vast awareness, and although he resisted valiantly, the overwhelming light forced him back, rendering him even weaker. In that moment, the already frail elder dimmed further, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, and his breath quickened. The great prophecy could not unveil the future. What could this possibly mean? Was destiny intent on annihilating his kin? The truth of the sacred domain's legends had become irrelevant. The future was indeed an elusive horizon, the Grand Elder mused, as his body trembled subtly in its decline. Witnessing the Grand Elder's sudden deterioration, the hearts of those gathered tightened with concern, and the youth, too, appeared to share in the profound sorrow. Words failed them, for they all understood the cause of this unsettling transformation. Meanwhile, King Tianchi closed his eyes quietly, inhaling deeply, filled with genuine respect for the Grand Elder's sacrifices. Adjusting his rapid breathing, the Grand Elder's tightly shut eyes flickered. After taking a deep breath, he declared, "I understand now. Asfa, you shall descend to stabilize the energy of our realm and buy us time until Kata's emerges." After a brief pause, his tone became markedly steadier. Yet his words bore an additional implication. Just as the others were about to voice their confusion, the Grand Elder interrupted them, continuing with his true intent. "All Namekians, heed my command. From this moment forth, Asfa shall be the Grand Elder of Namek. I hope you will all assist him in this endeavor." The Elder's prophecy, delivered without anger yet imbued with authority, subtly conveyed the pride of a sovereign. At that moment, his once steady predictions faltered, and he spoke his innermost thoughts with urgency. Instantly, the battles throughout the expanse of air fell silent, as all present realized that this revered figure was soon to depart from this world. The ongoing war, with its relentless ferocity, cast a chilling sense of despair upon them. The Grand Elder's tone grew increasingly frantic, his labored breaths heavy with gravity, his weary eyes struggling to remain open, the frequency of their trembling accelerating. After a few labored inhalations, a semblance of calm returned. It was palpable to all that the aura of death surrounding the Grand Elder had suddenly intensified. "The battles henceforth shall be yours to command, King Tianchi. I am weary now. I entrust everything to you, our beloved and valiant warriors." Understanding the unspoken implications of the Grand Elder's words, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. As his rapid, labored speech gradually slowed and ultimately ceased, a tremor coursed through many hearts. They comprehended that this exalted figure, the Grand Elder, had quietly passed away. Time seemed to suspend in that instant. Even the wind stilled, the clouds ceased their drifting, and heartbeats fell silent. "Alas, Grand Elder," the youth named Asfa wept uncontrollably, stepping forward with a bowed head, his body trembling with sobs. He could not voice his farewell to his grandfather, despite the deep reverence he held for this extraordinary man, for he must now assume the mantle of the Grand Elder. After all, he was acutely aware that the war was far from over. As the Grand Elder's words faded into silence, a beam of white light burst forth from the heavens, and 7 colossal crystalline orbs descended before him, transforming into ordinary gigantic stone spheres upon the flicker of golden light. This spectacle stirred the thoughts of all present. The simultaneous demise of the dragon god Balunja underscored the gravity of the moment, intensifying their pain and rendering them breathless. There was no time to linger. The power of the dragon god was the primary force within this realm, a truth known to all. After the morning, the assembly gazed at the newly appointed Grand Elder in confusion, unable to utter words of urgency. "Grant me the divine power, great god Balunja. I am willing to serve as the vessel of the dragon goddess strength," Asfa implored, masking his sorrow beneath the mantle of his forebear. He wiped the tears from his cheeks, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Meanwhile, the 7 colossal stone spheres beneath began to radiate a resplendent golden light, transforming into luminous dragon balls as they levitated. With a powerful flash of golden light, a beam wide enough to span a yard surged skyward, erupting from the 7 suspended dragon balls, creating an immense protective barrier. In that moment, the once tumultuous expanse of air settled into tranquility, as the rejuvenated power of the dragon god coalesced, generating a dense energy capable of momentarily withstanding the formidable onslaught from outside. At long last, the king of Tianchi opened his eyes. Although the pain of loss lingered within his gaze, his commanding presence still exuded the essence of a true leader. Aware that time was fleeting, he proclaimed with a resonant voice a stirring declaration. "Heeding the words of our departed elder, let us, the valiant warriors, unite in battle to defend our world with unwavering courage. As we await the moment the sacred realm opens, we shall achieve ultimate victory." Upon hearing this impassioned rallying cry, combined with the elder's sorrowful departure, a fierce battle spirit ignited within all present. The suppressed fighting spirit surged forth anew, solidifying an unyielding resolve to fight to the death. The air resonated with a chorus of fervent vows, shaking the very heavens and earth. In the next moment, all warriors vanished from sight, propelled by a singular belief as they returned to the battlefield. Only Asfa, the guardian of the void, remained, along with the memory of the recently departed elder. Asfa gazed intently at his grandfather, summoning every ounce of strength to stifle the tears that threatened to fall. He turned his gaze towards the distant horizon, yearning to sense any tremor from that direction. Yet, all remained still. The sacred realm showed no signs of change, while the external conflict began to unfold its final act. Far beyond the realm of Namek, in a galaxy akin to a black hole, a figure cloaked in dark garments floated in the void of space. Fixated on the location of Namek, as if perceiving the battlefield from billions of light years away. Has it finally come to an end? It seems the moment of reckoning has arrived. I wonder which side will prevail. The mysterious figure mused aloud, laughing maniacally at the absurdity of it all. Relay my orders to the Demon King. I shall enter a period of deep slumber, and none shall disturb me. Otherwise, death awaits, the enigmatic figure asserted. Calming his tumultuous heart, and with formidable mental fortitude, he inscribed these words before silently stepping into the realm of the black hole. As he crossed the threshold, the black hole mysteriously sealed itself, vanishing without a trace, as though it had never existed. In the instant the black hole disappeared, a tremor in space heralded the emergence of a shadowy figure, who uttered a command before vanishing once more. Chapter 1. The Great Prophecy, the Era of Supremacy, Part 3. Who would have thought it was you who betrayed me? I misjudged you profoundly. The anguished cry echoed in the high skies above Namek. The explosive sound carried a powerful aura, igniting a fierce counterattack amidst the chaos of death. Under the weight of this immense pressure, many foes were struck by terrifying waves of energy, causing them to choke on their blood. Yet, blinded by rage, they continued to mercilessly fix their gaze upon the once proud king of Tianxi. A solitary figure, imbued with an air of defiance, swayed precariously in the lofty heights, sustained only by a fragment of vigor. His form was drenched in blood, presenting a nightmarish visage that instilled fear. The remnants of his armor lay scattered, while his once silver hair was now a crimson cascade, infused with the stench of countless lives lost. Yet, he was acutely aware that at least half of this blood was his own. The weary Tianxi king lifted his fatigued head, unsteadily gazing at the throng of humanity in the distance, which numbered in the hundreds of thousands. He had suffered a total defeat. The elite warriors under his command, numbering in the millions, had all perished. This calamity signified the near-total loss of his clan's strength, reducing them from a superlative race to a mere second-rate one. The cause of this devastation was none other than former comrades who, in the final battle, had betrayed him, turning into hunters of death behind his back. The blood-stained, middle-aged man laughed maniacally, his once handsome visage now twisted into a grotesque sneer as he glared at a familiar figure 100 paces away. In the face of his adversary's mocking smile, he finally comprehended why this foe had chosen to reveal himself only in a climactic battle. The enemy's subordinates had not been elite warriors at all, and their mortality rate was strikingly low. The traitors had long since forsaken the cosmos. This singular realization echoed within him. His body was beginning to succumb to exhaustion, despite trembling and the inevitability of his fate. The Tianxi king refused to close his eyes in surrender. He struggled, yearning to witness a miracle in the twilight of his existence. A surge of blood surged up his throat, overwhelming him with excruciating injuries, and he violently expelled a torrent of scalding crimson, clutching his left side where blood flowed profusely. His breaths grew increasingly frantic, yet he managed a cruel smile, betrayed and grievously wounded by his own. "Submit and be slain, Tianxi king," a commanding voice resonated, its simplicity laden with an invisible weight that struck heavily upon the hearts of all present. In an instant, a robust, middle-aged figure materialized a distance away from the Tianxi king. Having reached this juncture, you must understand the futility of resistance. I offer you a promise. If you acquiesce to punishment, I shall spare your clan. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to annihilate countless billions. The middle-aged man smiled. But to the Tianxi king, this expression was one of hypocrisy and arrogance. The latter offered no reply, merely shaking his head, gathering the last vestiges of his strength. Observing the defiance in his stance, the middle-aged man chuckled with disdain, coldly declaring, "Then your clan has no reason to continue existing." "Perhaps you are correct," the Tianxi king retorted, "but I can assure you that the Tianxi clan shall never become betrayers of the cosmos. Even if we are annihilated, we shall never bow our heads, nor accept the pity of demons such as yourselves." The Tianxi king summoned more power, his speech regaining fluidity. Yet he sensed his consciousness beginning to fade. Death was drawing near. Disregarding the mocking laughter of his adversary, he had already discerned the truth of the situation. He recognized that from the moment he was ambushed, he possessed the strength to escape this conflict single-handedly. Yet, He would not yield to such temptation, nor would he ever consider it. He awaited the emergence of the final miracle. For if he did not, the entire universe would face annihilation. If you wish for my demise, then let us journey together, and let the price be the lives of thousands, he declared. King Tianchi clenched his fist tightly, his body trembling as a fierce azure light emanated from him, igniting his very essence to unleash the most formidable strike. With deliberate enunciation, he proclaimed, "To the Yellow Springs we shall go." Witnessing such a near-manic display, the middle-aged man felt his pupils constrict, instinctively retreating from the imminent peril. In a fleeting moment, he distanced himself 2,000 meters away. A cataclysmic explosion erupted around King Tianchi. An indescribable force surged forth, engulfing everything in a tempest of power and flame. Despite the adversary's swift reaction, those within 100 yards of King Tianchi were instantly stripped of life. As the terrifying blast continued to expand, the middle-aged man seethed with rage, his hand slicing through the air, emitting a soft blue glow. With a decisive motion, he conjured a colossal energy barrier at the explosion's epicenter, ruthlessly sealing off a kilometer of space to contain the unleashed force. How infuriating! Who would have thought that mere ants could torment an elephant? He fumed, compelled to impose limits in order to shield his subordinates. Yet, in the face of the enemy's desperate retaliation, he had suffered the loss of over 30,000 troops. Worth it indeed. The rest is in your hands now, King Tianchi murmured, voicing his final hope in his last moments, for he had yet to witness the miracle he longed for, his heart burdened with profound sorrow. Thus, the once mighty King Tianchi met his tragic end. Curse that antiquated fool! A voice of wrath emerged as a figure burst forth from the sealed space, disheveled and cursing the enemy's monstrous strike. It was none other than the despised traitor, bearing a striking resemblance to a certain individual, draped in a regal hue of purple intertwined with milky white. His once pristine tail lay severed, and his body bore countless wounds, bloodied and battered. Adding to his dismay, the deceased were predominantly of his own kin, a grim reality that fueled his fury as he glared at the middle-aged man, who remained utterly indifferent. The disdainful gaze of the middle-aged man only deepened the traitor's ire, yet he knew he must exercise restraint. He understood that he could never match the prowess of this foe, even after the alliance with the Tianchi tribe and the Namekians. The fruits of victory were but a meager 20% and at a harrowing cost. Dismissing these thoughts, the traitor's gaze settled upon the void below, his cold eyes radiating malice. At long last, the annihilation of entire clans has transpired. The Tianchi clan and the Namekians are destined to be erased from the cosmos. Along with those accursed Saiyans, the universe shall soon be our dominion, and I, the king, and the rightful sovereign of this realm, the traitor mused inwardly. In a bid to curry favor with the middle-aged man, this traitor took it upon himself to ingratiate, transforming into a radiant arc, his figure appearing mere paces away in the expanse. A swirling mass of violet-black energy coalesced, intent on obliterating the already weakened defenses. However, just as the traitor's scheme appeared poised for success, a chilling proclamation echoed from Namek, sending a shiver through the hearts of all present, abruptly shifting their elation to a dread reminiscent of hell. "You shall perish," the frigid voice resounded in the ears of all, a tyrannical force suddenly manifesting. No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than the air itself tore apart, revealing a colossal fiery hand that lunged ferociously toward the traitor, who paled in terror. In a flash, the hand struck true. With a deafening roar, the explosive force eclipsed the traitor's final cries. An overwhelming detonation obliterating the entire expanse and vanquishing the traitor from existence, along with tens of thousands of enemies nearby, who were instantaneously reduced to ash. At the moment the hand emerged, the middle-aged man felt his heart race. He had sensed the impending peril and had already fled to a safe distance of 10,000 meters as the hand breached the void. This not only was the middle-aged man shaken, but all surviving foes were equally rattled by the harrowing spectacle that shattered their tranquility, engulfing them in an abyss of terror. Suddenly, a cerulean lightning bolt streaked across the sky, racing from the surface of Namek to the heights above, unleashing a savage, unrestrained power that surged in all directions. The azure figure continued to emanate an overwhelming force, the white radiance gradually morphing into golden brilliance, ultimately transforming into an inky blackness. The middle-aged man, now perceiving the enigmatic figure before him, was rendered speechless by an indescribable shock, his body trembling involuntarily, for he sensed an overwhelming power emanating from the being, far surpassing his own, coupled with an intense aura of lethal intent. Impossible. This cannot be. How could your power have surged to such an extent? The middle-aged man nearly roared, his voice laced with madness. He understood all too well that this individual, hailed as the most exceptional Namekian in history, had ascended to the ranks of the mighty in less than a decade. Even a prodigy, he had once been eclipsed by the Tianxi king, making it inconceivable that he could now be a match for the traitor. Yet, facing the current reality, the adversary's ferocious strength could effortlessly extinguish his life. You all shall perish, Kades uttered in apparent anguish. Slowly extending his right hand, he unleashed a colossal energy blast toward the distant starry expanse, propelling it at speeds that surpassed that of light, targeting the mysterious void above. In an instant, a severe spatial distortion enveloped the starry sky, utterly shattered following an explosive expansion. The colossal blast obliterated regions thousands of miles away, unleashing a cacophony of sorrowful cries. In that fleeting moment, the formidable Kadats, reminiscent of a Namekian, decimated those hidden in the depths of the demon realm, annihilating tens of thousands of its powerful beings with astounding might. Meanwhile, as the starry expanse warped, a middle-aged man sensed the disquietude there, finally grasping the meaning behind the proverb of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the lurking threat from the demon realm attempting to intervene in this battle. However, Kadats, in profound agony, opened his eyes shrouded in dark energy, emitting a relentless aura of despair. His dimmed gaze reflected a weary soul, yet he persevered against his crumbling body with unyielding will, unwilling to accept the impending annihilation of the universe post-battle. No one noticed his distress, perhaps due to the terror his formidable power instilled, rendering those present oblivious to his turmoil. Chapter 1. The Great Prophecy, the Era of Supremacy, Part 4, as Kadats swiftly eliminated the traitors. Thousands of light years away on Namek, a figure cloaked in white light surged through the cosmos. This figure was Asfa. At this moment, tears streamed down his face as he recalled the recent conversation with Kadats. In the timeless realm of self-sacrifice, the sanctum emitted a mysterious wave, possibly influenced by the immense force of the self-detonation. Kadats within the sanctum felt this disruption, compelling him to reveal himself prematurely, shattering the sanctum's barriers with unparalleled strength to appear beside Asfa. Sensing the overwhelming energy fluctuations, Asfa turned abruptly, only to behold his friend Kadats standing before him, his garments tattered and his body marred by hundreds of gaping wounds. Yet before Asfa could utter a word, Kadats spoke first. Asfa, I have come to know everything. The sanctum has indeed reached its moment of doom. The prophecy is about to unfold, and all is true. The final era has commenced. These simple words left Asfa in utter shock, struggling to accept the magnitude of this revelation, while Kadats offered a rueful smile. When he learned of this secret within the sanctum, he too had been momentarily stunned. Is it really true? Everything my grandfather spoke of? After a brief moment of clarity, Asfa sought to ascertain the truth. It was then revealed that prior to Kadats' entrance into the sanctum for his inheritance, the elder had foreseen the impending crisis of the Great War and thus made an exception to share the legends of the sanctum with Asfa and Kadats ahead of time. However, what followed was Kadats' boisterous laughter. Ha ha! It was all an illusion, Asfa. We have all been deceived by the underworld, by the divine realm. The entire universe has been toyed with by the demon realm. Ha ha! Asfa, bewildered, began to sense the underlying truth, his pupils narrowing in realization. No wonder the divine and underworld realms were oblivious to this war. It was they who had sealed off our entire star system, ensnaring the divine and underworld with a facade of deception. Behind them, the realm of darkness also participated in the blockade, as this galaxy was shrouded in forbidden arts that allowed the dark realm to seamlessly transition into an alternate universe. No matter how one searched, they would only find themselves ensnared in a world prior to the blockade, where time was distorted by the forces of darkness. Kadats looked at Asfa, who was paralyzed with fear, his own heart feeling hollow and powerless. Without waiting for Asfa to regain his senses, Kadats suppressed the terrifying energy that threatened to erupt, yet coughed up a mouthful of dark purple blood, his body trembling and faltering, which jolted Asfa back to reality. There was no time to waste. Due to my hasty emergence, I had been rebuffed by the powers of the sanctuary and had little time left to live. Kadats stood precariously, adjusting his body. Thank you. Asfa, has Bick been sent to Earth? Kadats managed to force a smile through his pain when mentioning his son. Yes, in the grand prophecy, Bick's arrival on Earth is essential to the course of history. He has already departed before the true war breaks out. So, it seems Bick has escaped this galaxy. A faint glimmer of hope shone in Kardat's otherwise dim eyes. Sensing the energy shift of the betrayer, Kardat's understood that time was slipping away. He turned to Asfa and spoke calmly. Asfa, shortly I will remain behind to confront this war, and I will tear apart this sealed space to send you away. Additionally, I will use the utmost energy in my final strike to seal that entrance. At the moment it is breached, you must use the power of the dragon to completely seal it, isolating the universe from it. This is the future foretold in the prophecy. Kardat proclaimed loudly, breaking Asfa's indecision. Before continuing softly, your dragon power can rival that of the Grand Elder. Sealing that place will not be a challenge for you. Furthermore, Asfa, after you escape this space, you must employ the telekinetic force from the other abilities to make everyone in the divine realm, the underworld, and the universe, except for the Tianchi clan, forget this war. The divine realm and the underworld must also forget all remaining powerful beings, including yourself. Upon hearing these words, Asfa was profoundly shaken. His trembling lips sought to inquire further, but upon meeting Kardat's gaze, he found unwavering affirmation in his friend's eyes. After a deep breath, he nodded solemnly. Slaughter once again stained the heavens, dismembered limbs falling like raindrops as blood rained down under the oppressive energy. A massive purple-black claw mark descended, and in an instant, a gathering of thousands transformed into a hellish scene of blood as all perished in explosive demise. A roar echoed through the heavens and earth. Let us perish together. This shall be your finest outcome. Kardat's thunderous voice reverberated in the hearts of all as they beheld Kardat, who resembled a demon god, their beliefs shattered by his overwhelming power of destruction. Kardat showed no mercy towards those despicable invaders and traitors. Just moments ago, he single-handedly annihilated the majority of his foes, severely wounding a middle-aged man in the process, though he himself suffered some injuries as well. The backlash from the power within him was almost unbearable. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in horror. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented fear of death, frantically fleeing, yet still clearly hearing Kardat's death-like call. Simultaneously, a devastating force enveloped this star domain, and the tremendous sound of explosions obliterated all cries for help. However, beneath the starry sky, this cataclysmic noise could not be conveyed. Only the remnants of a terrifying energy storm swept forth, reducing the sealed space to dust. Concurrently, a colossal surge of energy broke through the spatial blockade, racing at superluminal speeds to obliterate a gateway trillions of light years away, plunging that area into chaos. Meanwhile, on a distant planet, Asfa could no longer sense the earth-shattering battle from afar. With the information of the gate's destruction, he seized the opportunity that had arrived. He opened his mouth in anguish, a trembling voice escaping as he uttered an incantation. In that fleeting moment, an infinite white light radiated from Asfa, enveloping the entire universe, including both the divine realm and the underworld. Before the Saiyan Asfa could forget portions of his memory, he finally smiled, tears of sorrow streaming down his cheeks. Thus began the prophecy, heralding the arrival of a new era. Chapter 2. The Legendary Super Saiyan, Part 1. The past is no more. Yet the wheel of history continues to turn, endlessly weaving the fabric of fate, intertwined with the concept of destiny. In the pursuit of the title of the strongest, generations of formidable warriors emerged. Through the unfolding of history, the universe continued to evolve, and the quest for Dragon Balls had proliferated into a cosmic conflict. Throughout the annals of time, the rules inevitably transformed in accordance with shifting circumstances. In the aftermath of past wars, the higher powers decreed that the might of the dragon could only be wielded by those pure of heart, namely, the Namekians. Yet, fate played a cruel joke. After the Namekians suffered a cataclysm, a reborn genius among them manifested the dragon's power once again on Earth. All of this, seemingly an abrupt and helpless shift towards the future, appeared to be a predetermined past. Perhaps, from its very roots, it resembled the prophecies of yore, as history had already been etched in the past, rendering all struggles mere futile endeavors beneath the weight of destiny. The relentless battles gradually led the world to acknowledge a truth. There exists a race within the universe, fervently warlike and exceedingly brutal, endowed with a terrifying potential that instills fear in any other civilization. Thus, they earn the title of the strongest warrior race, the Saiyans. The universe is boundless, and concurrently, there are those who have confirmed the existence of different dimensional universes beyond it. Beneath the endless void, countless worlds parallel to their own universe exist. The saga of Dragon Ball has not reached its conclusion. Rather, it remains entrenched in an enduring cycle of conflict. After one battle, another inevitably arises, with malevolence begetting further malevolence in an unending succession. The root cause of the cosmic crises has yet to be eradicated, and figures who gaze upon the universe, including all its dimensional realms, have at last unveiled their sinister intentions under this latest upheaval of the heavens. A grand war for universal domination is on the verge of commencing. Once, Bulma remarked that the universe would never find peace as long as Goku existed. The disappearance of the Dragon Balls and Goku himself would herald the most favorable resolution, bringing an end to all crises. Yet such notions are naive. Goku's history cannot encapsulate the entirety of the universe's narrative. Over billions of years, the Saiyans have emerged as the most formidable race, with the legendary Super Saiyan revered as an unrivaled sovereign. However, this ancient legend was momentarily cast into doubt during the era of Frieza, when the Saiyans faced near annihilation. And the existence of the Super Saiyan seemed nothing more than a fleeting myth, evoking a sense of melancholy. Nevertheless, the ancient prophecy has manifested once more, as Carrot among the Saiyans transcends his limits, awakening into the fabled Super Saiyan. On his relentless path of empowerment, he has vanquished Frieza, battled Cell, triumphed over Bu, slain Baby, obliterated Super 17, and eradicated the evil dragons. Ascending to Super Saiyan 4, he has earned universal recognition as the paramount warrior. Now, with the Dragon God having taken Goku from the sight of all, there was hope that such a sacrifice would usher in an era of tranquility, halting the conflicts of malevolent forces. Yet, this was merely a misguided wish. Unseen hands are seizing this opportunity, and with the loss of Goku, the guardian of justice, evil spreads like a tempest, engulfing all in its wake. They systematically pursue their ambitions for supremacy, as darkness once again surges through the cosmos. As foretold, a new era has dawned, marking the commencement of turbulent upheavals within the universe. The signal for battle has finally been sounded, and under the weight of destiny, the power of bare hands is rendered inconsequential. In the midst of Goku's fierce clash with Baby, at the very center of the universe, a sealed chamber reveals a silvery vista, showcasing the density and resilience of these superalloys. However, what invokes terror is the visible pockmarks on the walls and floor, indicative of melting caused by intense heat. The confined space is not silent. The sound of labored breathing disrupts the tranquility, revealing the exhaustion of an unseen individual. Suddenly, a powerful fist strikes the ground with tremendous force, unleashing a wave of pressure that reverberates throughout the alloy chamber. The fist, imbued with a sense of defiance, embeds itself several centimeters into the ground, creating a corresponding indentation around it. Cough, cough, cough. A figure swayed within the gravity chamber, their power causing the space to tremble once more with the fluctuations of their voice, the vibrations echoing as they awaited a moment of stillness. Long, jet-black hair, drenched in sweat, clung to the back of their neck, with some strands adhering closely to the muscular nape. Gazing upon the silhouette, one could discern that this was a young man. The perspiration had rendered his fitted battle attire tightly adhered to his physique, accentuating his robust muscles, while heavy breaths escaped his lips in a soft rhythm. Pausing momentarily, the young man fixated on his clenched fist embedded in the floor, tightening his grip as a flicker of frustration flashed in his gaze. Slowly, he extended his fist, muttering to himself, despite the training's increasing intensity. Why do I still lack that feeling? That sensation of surpassing my physical limits? His eyes reflected a daze, a confusion intertwined with distress. As silence enveloped him, everything fell into tranquility. Yet in this moment of calm, a somewhat urgent voice broke through from outside the gravity chamber. Report, young master. The king requests your immediate presence in the detective room. Please respond to the directive. Upon hearing this, the young man, who had intended to continue his training, was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing. He understood well that his father had never interrupted his training before, making this summons particularly unusual. Something interesting? He pondered, a smile gracing his features. Understood, I will arrive shortly. He lifted his head, turned, and strolled out slowly. He knew that the servants delivering the message were oblivious to the underlying secrets. Thus he chose not to delve deeper into the peculiarity. After all, he was certain that once he found his father, everything would become clear. As he turned, his piercing eyes occasionally revealed profound depths, while the pale blue of his irises bore hints of sorrow. His face, akin to a jade mask, had been shaped by fleeting years into a visage of maturity. His handsome features could not conceal his extraordinary aura, and after a brief nod, he proceeded to the right. Walking along the corridor, the path ahead seemed endless. Surrounded by dense superalloy, the brightness of the lights here was somewhat overwhelming. The young man ambled down the passage, half closing his eyes, seemingly lost in thought or perhaps attuned to the sounds of hurried footsteps, those of individuals rushing past. The hurried footfalls echoed, thud, 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 as people scurried back and forth. Yet all respectfully acknowledged the esteemed prince before them. He opened his eyes, casting a fleeting glance at their hasty forms, his curiosity deepening. Is something amiss? The young man mused inwardly, pondering the peculiar changes of these past days. The path beneath him continued to shift, yet he found himself unable to decipher the enigma at hand, his heart brimming with curiosity. After all, just moments ago, he had witnessed some unexpected figures, individuals who typically would not make an appearance. He paused in his tracks, his retinue coming to a halt behind him, their expressions tinged with a hint of anxiety. They had begun to surmise the gravity of the situation. They were acutely aware that those servants who knew too many secrets often vanished without a trace, a fate they could neither avert nor alter. The young man was equally perplexed, his brow furrowed with melancholy as he pressed the button on the right. The door swung open, and he stepped inside, eager to comprehend the matter at hand. He pointedly inquired, "Father, what is happening? What is the cause of this?" Yet silence enveloped his question. The vast monitoring room bustling with figures, many workers frantically sorting through documents, engrossed in their tasks. The young man narrowed his eyes, his gaze instinctively drawn to a familiar figure seated centrally in the control room. A person sat diagonally opposite him, fixated on the colossal screen ahead, exuding an aura of authority. His aloof demeanor was telling of his royal status. He remained silent, resting his chin on his right hand. The young man felt a surge of shock at his father's demeanor and, too, fell into silence, instinctively recognizing that something monumental was about to unfold. Following his father's gaze, he turned to the screen to grasp the unfolding events. As his attention shifted, a blinding golden light assaulted his vision, compelling him to focus. For he knew all too well that the transmitted image depicted a fierce battle. The screen displayed a colossal golden ape engaged in a ferocious struggle with a mysterious figure. Both combatants moving faster than light itself, their confrontation resulting in thousands of clashes within mere instants, seemingly evenly matched in their combat. The enigmatic individual bore a top adorned with fine red fur, long black hair, crimson eye sockets, and golden irises, a sinister smile playing upon his lips. Clearly reveling in the chaos of battle. Had the Dragon Ball warriors been privy to such a scene, they would have been utterly astonished, a chilling dread creeping over them. For this spectacle was none other than Goku, transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, clashing with the giant ape form of Baby. An indescribable sensation surged within the young man as he recognized Goku's figure, and he was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at his father, only to find him wearing a subtle smile. Driven by the instinct of battle, the young man understood something significant was at play, glancing at the combatants' power levels. And he was astounded to discover an unfathomable figure, 1,000,000 trillion. What could this possibly mean? His pupils dilated in disbelief, his brow furrowing in concern. Could it truly be that their battle power had reached such staggering heights? He could hardly fathom the reality before him. Yet in that moment, his focus remained steadfastly on Goku. The middle-aged man, exuding an air of regality, did not respond immediately. In the ensuing silence, one could faintly hear him inhale before he gradually spoke. Indeed, this is true. That colossal ape is an evolutionary mutation of the Saiyan race. And the other is none other than the legendary Super Saiyan, the mightiest warrior in lore. Turning slightly to address his son, he wore a smile that mirrored the youthful vigor of the young man before him, their features strikingly similar, imbued with a certain nobility. However, the middle-aged man, having endured the trials of life, bore a depth in his gaze that occasionally reflected weariness. Yet, this only served to remind onlookers that he was merely a slumbering tiger, for the aura of a sovereign compelled all to submit to his formidable presence. The mention of a legendary Super Saiyan struck the young man like a thunderclap, reverberating through his very being. His mind seemed to momentarily falter upon hearing a name so powerful it could instill fear just by its utterance. This brief lapse in focus also stirred the depths of his subconscious, conjuring an indelible legend, one that bordered on the realm of myth. For all true combatants in the cosmos have not forgotten this eternal tale, especially those of great power, for it serves as a heavy judgment upon them. A burden hard to bear. The Saiyans are universally recognized as the mightiest warrior race, with a legendary Super Saiyan emerging from time to time. Venerated by all as the ultimate fighter, the closest embodiment of divinity. Impossible. Could this truly be the most powerful being from legend? How can this be? How are they still present in this world? Father, did not the record state that all their kin were annihilated by the self-proclaimed Demon King, Frieza? The young man gazed at his father with a look of perplexity, aware of the historical context that fueled his query. Indeed, the Super Saiyan has always been regarded as an unparalleled force, a reality that influences the entire universe. Yet for reasons unknown, it seemed that in earlier times, the Saiyans had waned, their awe-inspiring reputation diminished compared to the glory of yesteryears. Decades prior, Frieza, fearing the emergence of the Saiyan legend during his reign, ruthlessly exterminated them to avert future threats. However, this narrative is not entirely accurate. Frieza did not succeed in his endeavor. The middle-aged man responded to his son's inquiry with unwavering conviction, his tone slightly more emphatic as he realized the weight of the situation. Before his son could pose further questions, he continued, "Not only have they survived, but the remaining Saiyans are formidable warriors, and among them is the legendary king." His gaze lingered upon Goku, observing the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, revealing a fleeting, unusual emotion that quickly dissipated. After a moment of reflection, he remarked, "I believe it will ultimately be that Super Saiyan who prevails." "Father, how shall we address this matter now?" the young man inquired, his expression tinged with curiosity. I suspect that by the time we have received this intelligence, the demon realm has also become aware of it," the middle-aged man replied with a knowing smile. "Concerning the legendary Super Saiyans, they indeed hold greater concern than we do. As the demon realm prepares to take action, we cannot simply stand idly by while their dark claws extend." The middle-aged man smiled more broadly, contemplating in silence before continuing. "Thus, I wish for you to journey to Earth and extend an invitation for them to gather here for a grand assembly as the millennia-long deadline approaches." He hesitated, concealing further secrets behind his words. "Understood. I shall obey," the young man replied without hesitation. Just as he intended to turn away, a voice halted him. "Wait a moment. Yes, also invite that individual named Obu." After all, the middle-aged man paused again, seemingly sensitive about Obu, and addressed the young man. "Yes, I shall heed your command," the young man affirmed without question, departing to reconnaissance room, though curious about the importance of Obu in this matter. As preparations progressed with the passage of time, everything was set in readiness. A colossal spacecraft hovered over a vacant expanse, and upon receiving orders, the door gradually sealed shut. As the hatch closed, a commanding voice resonated throughout the spacecraft's base. "Commence immediate departure. The destination is Earth within the solar system of the Milky Way." The countdown began. 19, 18, 17. 16. The command for takeoff was finally issued. At that moment, the spacecraft emitted an orange-red glow, and with a whoosh, it vanished into the cosmos, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, a robust figure stood aside, silently observing the recent events. Through the window, he absorbed everything and mused, the journey to Earth is about to commence. Saiyans, we shall reunite once more." He then turned to those kneeling in anticipation of orders and declared, "Your reconnaissance team should also set forth," inviting other races across the universe to the gathering. The middle-aged man emphatically gestured with his right hand, asserting his extraordinary status. "Understood." More than 10 individuals, kneeling, responded in unison, their voices resonant and powerful. "How infuriating! What on earth is happening?" A gruff voice roared within the underworld, causing the entire hall of Yama to tremble. The sudden outburst startled the souls reporting in, while the minions of Yama bowed their heads in trepidation, not daring to meet the furious gaze of their lord. In the span of half a year, the number of deceased had soared to multiples of the usual count, leaving him overwhelmed and fatigued. "This is excruciating. That old fool has deceived me," Yama muttered, his beard twitching, dark circles under his eyes, and weariness evident in his gaze. At this moment, he recalled a figure, the one who had laughed heartily, provoking Yama's disdain. That individual, adorned with a blue hat inscribed with the character for Yama, stirred an impulse within him to tear him apart. For he was the previous Yama, who had tricked him into assuming this burden. Honestly, ever since the evil dragon's emergence, the world above seems even more chaotic. Where has that rascal's son Ryukong gone with the dragon? Yama mused, absent-mindedly grasping the pen in his hand. Lord Yama, Lord Yama. A series of delicate, almost mosquito-like, sounds disrupted Yama's peaceful slumber. The trembling little ghost, gripped by fear, lowered its voice even further. Yama snapped back to attention, directing a piercing gaze toward the quaking specter, his inner dissatisfaction palpable. The little ghost, terrified, felt its blue visage turn green as an unsettling chill enveloped its heart. Yet it reported with trepidation, back to Lord Yama. Just now, yet another batch of souls has arrived. It seems there are, perhaps millions. The little ghost quaked in fear, only to earn an even more chilling roar from Yama. What in the world is going on outside? A thunderous exclamation reverberated throughout the realm of the dead. Chapter 2. The Legendary Super Saiyan, Part 3. Just as in the world, where unity gives way to division and division to unity, change is an ever-present cycle. Even in times of peace, the specter of crisis lurks. Once it erupts, tumultuous times ensue, and amidst the chaos, some will rise with overwhelming power to reclaim everything, bringing turbulence once more closer to peace. The history of the universe unfolds in such an ever-changing manner. On Earth, today was a splendid day, the sun shining brightly, and the tranquility of life filled everyone with a sense of fortune. In this era of peace, people began to understand the meaning of rainbows appearing after storms. With Goku having vanquished the evil dragon, and after several months of relentless restoration, the damage inflicted upon Earth had been largely repaired. Yet, the emotional scars remained unhealed, though everyone endeavored to erase the pain from their hearts. Seizing the festive spirit of the day, the Dragon Ball warriors gathered in Bulma's garden to celebrate with a grand feast. As the saying goes, sometimes joy can mask sorrow, and time will aid in the fading of unpleasant memories. Beneath the shimmering lights, the atmosphere within the house brimmed with merriment. The dazzling scene of revelry was indeed overwhelming, with Master Roshi and Mr. Satan dominating the microphone, singing their hearts out, drawing laughter from the crowd. However, amidst the lively festivities, one figure with a green face sat apart, frowning deeply, wearied with worry, lost in thought. There is no need for such sorrow, Tianjin, someone said. Today is a day for us to enjoy ourselves. After all, there are some matters beyond our control, and we bear responsibilities, do we not? Gohan, noticing Tianjin's despondent demeanor, approached to offer comfort, sensing the weight of his concerns. Gohan seemed to understand the unspoken truth. Goku would vanish with the dragon. Huh? Gohan? Tianjin looked up abruptly, only to find Gohan smiling warmly. After a moment of surprise, he lowered his gaze again, brows furrowed, murmuring softly, "Even so, I still feel guilty for everyone. My creation of the 7 Dragon Balls led to the emergence of the evil dragon. This incident has caused everyone's suffering, and Uncle Goku." Tianjin clenched his fists in frustration. Gohan observed Tianjin's actions, his widened pupils gradually softening as he slowly approached him. Although he kept his head down, the astute Tan Di could still sense the approaching presence of Gohan, which only intensified his inner turmoil. In truth, it was not entirely his fault. The misuse of the Dragon Balls was the root cause of this predicament. "Deity, this is not your error. The genuine issue lies within us." Goten, quick to recognize the situation, responded before Gohan could. Upon hearing Goten's words, the frown on Tan Di's forehead gradually eased. Yet he could not escape the internal conflict that plagued him, realizing that the source of all troubles resided within himself. Nevertheless, he thought, let us find joy today. Surely, if Father were aware, it would bring him happiness. Gohan placed a reassuring hand on Tian Di's shoulder and closed his eyes, smiling. Erupts, Tian Di hesitated. But as his gaze met the relieved smiles of Gohan and Goten, his spirit was momentarily lifted, and his brow began to unfurl. Honestly, these two vocalists are truly dreadful. It's quite unbearable, Bulma exclaimed, covering her ears while laughing and scolding. Haha, indeed. By the way, Bulma, have you been shopping lately? Marin chuckled, licking her ice cream. Oh, of course. Haha, and you? Did you go with Aunt 18 again? Bulma replied proudly, convinced that women were born for the sole purpose of shopping. Returning the question to Marin. Yes, we often travel together. Marin smiled, her expression cheerful. Really? I envy you both, Bulma said, her smile tinged with longing and resignation. You could join your family as well, Marin suggested. Sighing, Bulma lamented, alas, I have no one to accompany me. Father trains tirelessly every day, while mother and brother manage the company. As for Grandpa and Grandma, I have no idea where they wander off to. I usually stay home alone. Marin listened to Bulma's complaints with a sympathetic smile. Hey Trunks, have you seen your father? Bulma inquired, scanning the room as she entered. Oh, looking for Dad? P.S. Probably still training in the gravity chamber, Trunks replied, his usual composure giving way to the allure of food as he concentrated on his meal alongside Goten. The two, reminiscent of their childhood, playfully competed over who could eat more. Really? Vegeta is quite diligent, Krillin remarked with a laugh, his chopsticks moving swiftly as his eyes fixated on the delectable dishes, snatching food with the speed of a hawk pouncing on its prey, beating Goku to the feast. This provoked a disdainful glare from Goku, who silently fumed at Krillin's repeated antics. Unperturbed by Goku's irritation, Krillin chewed merrily and offered an awkward grin. He remains his usual self, Number 18 commented thoughtfully as she savored her meal, casting a glance at the self-satisfied Krillin, subtly suggesting he refrain from teasing Goku, which left Krillin sheepishly chuckling. Indeed, how could they not consider my age? I distinctly remember watching you grow from a mere child, and I long to playfully tap your shiny head as I once did. The great turtle, filled with pride, basked in the support of number 18, and his demeanor shifted to one of arrogance. Haha, precisely indeed, Bulma chuckled, and beside her, Chi-Chi offered a gentle smile. The atmosphere lightened as laughter filled the air, while Trunks, caught off guard, noticed Xiao Fong standing at the entrance, gazing at the sky. The little robot, Goku, accompanied her, seemingly aware of something profound. Trunks straightened up, hesitated for a moment, and then made his way towards the door. Chapter 2, The Legendary Super Saiyan 4. With her gaze lifted to the azure heavens, adorned with drifting clouds, Xiao Fong found herself lost in contemplation. In her eyes, the clouds mirrored the joyous adventures she and Goku had shared over the past year among the stars, a tapestry woven with both sweet and bitter memories. It seemed as though she could perceive Goku's silhouette through the clouds, stirring her heart and prompting an involuntary utterance. At that moment, a voice from behind pulled Xiao Fong back to reality. What troubles you, Xiao Fong? Are you still reminiscing about Uncle Goku? Trunks observed her dazed expression and couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Trunks, do you think Grandpa will return? Xiao Fong nodded, her sorrowful gaze fixed upon him. Absolutely, I believe Uncle Goku will come back. As long as we diligently protect the Earth, one day he shall return to us, accompanied by the Dragon Balls. Trunks felt a tremor within him, but after speaking, he lowered his head, fully aware of the unspoken truth. Yes, Xiao Fong, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, smiled and nodded, seemingly satisfied with his reassuring words. Her heart momentarily lightened. Then let us go inside. Everyone is having a splendid time. Trunks guided Xiao Fong to the unfolding festivities, turning to see everyone raising their glasses in joyful celebration. However, something felt amiss. In an instant, the previously jovial expression on Trunks' face transformed into one of alarm. He abruptly turned his head, his eyes widening as his pupils constricted in shock. What is happening? He gasped, staring at the eastern sky, his eyes filled with profound astonishment. Noticing Trunks' sudden change in demeanor, Xiao Fong was taken aback, but soon sensed something amiss in the same direction, her expression reflecting a growing fear. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, formidable forces were descending upon the Earth. The laughter of Gohan, Goten, and OOB came to an abrupt halt, their expressions turning serious as they simultaneously processed a jarring realization. Instinctively rising to their feet and hastily moving towards the exit. There is danger. Xiao Fong is in peril. Not only Gohan and Trunks sensed the impending threat. The little robot, Goku, echoed this sentiment repeatedly, its form quivering as it fixated on the ominous direction. Within the gravity chamber of the mysterious room, a brilliant flash suddenly streaked across, subsequently igniting the highly compressed air, causing intense shockwaves that shook everything around. Fragments of shattered metal lay scattered chaotically upon the ground. The rumbling resonance of the tremors gradually dissipated, and the chamber slowly returned to a semblance of calm, punctuated only by the heavy sound of labored breathing. A familiar silhouette slowly took shape. It was the enhanced warrior, Vegeta. Curse you, Kakarot. Where have you vanished to? How could you disappear? He seethed. All this time, I have regarded you as my benchmark for surpassing. Yet after the battle with the evil dragon, you have inexplicably gone missing. This is unacceptable. You are the one Vegeta, must surpass. You cannot just vanish. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming energy, its intensity causing him to question its source. Who could it be? In that very moment, as he caught his breath to regain his strength, Vegeta felt the shift in the atmosphere outside. His expression darkened, and in an instant he darted out, followed by everyone else, all gazing in the same direction with rapt attention. Soon, Those inside the room were astonished and emerged to see the grave expressions on the faces of Vegeta, Gohan, and others. Those who could sense energy quickly realized the gravity of the situation. The newcomers who had suddenly appeared on Earth were not to be trifled with. "We must investigate," Vegeta declared, acutely aware of the oppressive energy that loomed, breaking the silence with a weighty tone. Nods of agreement were exchanged among the group, shrouded in silence. "Xiao Fang, you stay here to keep everyone informed and ensure their safety," Gohan commanded, his expression serious as he recognized the potential danger. It was the first time Xiao Fang had seen such a stern demeanor from her father, understanding that a fierce battle might be on the horizon. Just as Gohan and the others prepared to depart, a hurried voice from Tian Di called out, "Gohan, catch." He tossed several small objects. Gohan, upon receiving them, recognized what they were and smiled, nodding in gratitude towards Tian Di. Without further ado, aware of the urgency, Vegeta and his companions understood the necessity for swift action, and they soared towards the east at remarkable speed, pondering the nature of the formidable energies they sensed. Could they be adversaries? Yet, the intensity of this energy was indeed staggering. As they sped through the air, Goten's complexion paled slightly, hesitatingly asking, "Is this really the case? The terrifying energy is evidently growing stronger as we approach." Vegeta nodded. "Perhaps. Which is why we must remain vigilant," he mused, contemplating the extent of their opponent's power and their own chances of victory. "Understood," Gohan and the others responded, grasping the precariousness of their situation. Meanwhile, aboard a spacecraft nearing the celestial expanse of Earth, numerous figures moved about, while a massive computer screen flickered with data, displaying the Earth's outline alongside maps of its major cities. One figure sat comfortably in a chair, their pale blue eyes fixated on the reconnaissance images of Earth, a subtle smile perpetually gracing their face. The figure that emerged was none other than the enigmatic youth, exuding an aura of tranquility at that moment. "Report to the young master. We are about to land on Earth. The reconnaissance device has detected 5 formidable forces swiftly approaching our spacecraft. According to the computer's calculations, they are heading towards our landing point." The young man did not immediately respond to this revelation. Rather, a deeper smile graced his features. "Oh, will they take action against us? Should we test them with the laser cannon?" Another inquired. "No, I believe they are merely our esteemed guests. How delightful to have them come to greet us so soon," the young man replied with a smile. "Are they truly Saiyans?" Laughter echoed in response, and then the door to the reconnaissance room swung open, revealing another mysterious figure. "Young master, I humbly request to engage them in combat. I am eager to ascertain the strength of the legendary Saiyans. It has been far too long since I experienced such exhilarating battle. Please allow me to fight next." The mysterious individual knelt, excitement evident in his eyes. "Very well, but remember, do not let hostilities disrupt the harmony," came the hearty laughter in response, and the figure vanished. Inwardly delighted. At that moment, he yearned to witness the so-called strongest Saiyan. After all, legends only represent the past, while the present signifies the dawn of the future. Do you not share any interest?" The young man's gaze lingered on a shadow by the door, revealing another young man of striking appearance, even more handsome than the prince before him. Yet, this figure remained unmoved by anything, his proud demeanor intact as he kept his eyes closed, arms crossed in front of him, utterly unperturbed. Upon hearing the commotion, the aloof youth opened his eyes, and an intense pressure enveloped the surroundings, emanating energy waves that rivaled those of the leading young man. The latter chuckled wryly before slowly continuing, "No," and closed his eyes once more, seemingly unwilling to speak further. "Ah, you remain unchanged," the young man said with a rueful smile, fully aware of the temperament of the enigmatic individual before him, choosing not to disturb him further. After all, he understood that this reticent figure possessed power that was as profound as his own. In this world, possessing strength equates to wielding the right to survive and the dignity to command submission. Yet, he also recognized that the earlier subordinate's intervention would suffice to showcase a spectacular display of combat, rendering the participation of the other unnecessary. "So this is Earth? Ha ha. The environment is quite pleasant, though the gravity seems rather low," he mused. In an instant, the air shimmered, and a familiar yet foreign figure appeared on the ground. Unrestrained and wild, he shed his black attire, revealing a robust blue physique, his eyes glowing with a mysterious green light. He rolled his neck, producing a sound of cracking bones, a slight smirk playing on his lips, before his figure vanished once more in a flash of blue light. "Indeed, they have landed," Trunks announced, furrowing his brow, acutely aware of the dwindling time. Damn it, we must hurry, OOB replied, eager to accelerate and catch up. Wait a moment, Gohan suddenly exclaimed, his expression shifting as he sensed an overwhelming energy approaching rapidly. With his keen instincts, he discerned the subtle changes in the aura and quickly alerted his companions. This time, everyone understood the urgency. The formidable presence was indeed racing towards them. In an instant, they all halted, choosing to wait and conserve their strength. Oof. It seems the newcomer harbors ill intentions, Vegeta remarked, his voice low and foreboding. After a brief pause, he added, Here they come. Just as Vegeta finished speaking, a streak of blue lightning surged forth, cutting through the sky with a fierce intensity, suddenly manifesting before them. The enigmatic figure hovered above, casting a condescending gaze upon the group, exuding an air of superiority as if to suggest their strength surpassed that of the assembled warriors. Indeed, they are extraterrestrial, Trunks noted, his demeanor growing grave as he scrutinized the peculiar being. Ah, it is indeed you, the mysterious figure proclaimed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Korek. I have arrived on this small blue planet, Earth, merely to engage in battle and refine my skills. Despite his gentlemanly attire, his arrogance was palpable as he surveyed the group, a brash smirk appearing on his face. Now, who among you esteemed Saiyans shall be the first to step forward? What? You know we are Saiyans? Vegeta and Gohan exchanged astonished glances, their shock tinged with confusion. Oh, but that hardly seems to be a secret. In fact, the entire universe is now aware that the legendary Super Saiyan has indeed emerged. I have come today to challenge this so-called strongest Saiyan, Korek declared confidently, clenching his fists, which instantly radiated energy, sparking with arcs of electricity. In that moment, ominous dark clouds began to gather in the sky, stirring the surrounding energy. Goten, perturbed by Korek's haughty demeanor, retorted angrily, So, it seems you wish to fight us? At that moment, Goten too began to amass his power, a faint golden glow emanating from him. Korek, suspended in the air, did not rush to respond. Instead, he continued to exude negative energy, disdainfully glancing down at them with a chilling smile that dripped with contempt. In that moment, a shared thought crossed everyone's mind. A realization of the palpable negativity Korek was conjuring, a clear act of provocation. Thus, they all steeled themselves for battle. The grand conflict was about to commence. Chapter 3. The Crisis from Antiquity, Part 1. The tales of Saiyan battles had already spread throughout the universe, and Goku's accomplishments rekindled faith in the veracity of ancient legends. Every victory he achieved could very well become a story for future generations. The sovereign Saiyans were poised to re-emerge in this new era. Yet, how many truly understood the Saiyans' authentic identity? The sudden appearance of this enigmatic figure spoke volumes, hinting at hidden truths that lay beneath the surface. Much like the enigma of how the Saiyans became universally recognized as the strongest, this question, it seems, should have been answered by history long ago. Yet, when exactly did it occur? What is the origin of the legendary invincibility? Over the course of many years, Dragon Ball has existed in this world. With a history that predates the modern era, it could be argued that it is perhaps a mythological tale from ancient legends, for the battles remain intertwined with the quest for the Dragon Balls. After all, in their pursuit of the title of the strongest, they declare themselves the sovereigns of the Dragon Balls, the omnipotent deities of the universe. The appearance of the mysterious figure heralds the gradual unveiling of the unknown truths behind this event. Now, Gohan and the others are faced with the imminent confrontation with this enigmatic entity. This battle has reached a point of no return. Where have Xiaofang and Gohan gone? Why the sudden rush? Bulma inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Chi-Chi, equally perplexed, turned to Xiaofang and asked, Has something unusual happened? Ah, yes, indeed, Xiaofang stammered, her nerves fraying as she realized the situation could no longer be concealed. Just as she pondered how to articulate her thoughts, Bra, who had been standing nearby, sensed the gravity of the matter and approached to assist Xiaofang. With a cheerful smile, Bra explained, Dad and my brother felt several powerful unknown energies from afar and wanted to investigate. However, it seems they bear no ill intent. They might be friends. They'll be back shortly. Her reassuring demeanor eased the tension in the room. Xiaofang looked at Bra, grateful for her support, and affirmed, Yes, that's exactly it. Oh, is that all? Then there is no cause for alarm. Let us proceed, said Satan, oblivious to any danger, his previously somber expression brightening as he confidently grasped the microphone and exclaimed. Bulma and Chi-Chi remained somewhat skeptical of Xiaofang and Bra's reassurances. Yet their anxious hearts began to settle. Only Master Roshi, Bu, Krillin, Android 18, and Tien Shinhan remained vigilant, for their ability to sense energies made them acutely aware of the underlying reality. In the desolate expanse of yellow earth, several figures floated above, locked in silent confrontation, the atmosphere thick with an air of destruction. A whisper of wind stirred their hair, heightening the pressure of the stillness before the impending clash. The sudden emergence of the mysterious figure brought forth a declaration of challenge, undeterred by the title of the Saiyan King. What audacity drives such a challenge? Is it mere arrogance? No, that is not the case. I simply wish to witness your Saiyan prowess, he declared boldly. So how shall it be? You may approach one by one, or all at once. With a flourish, he manipulated the lightning crackling between his hands, his tone brimming with arrogance. As he spoke, he slowly spread his arms, and in that instant, the negative energy in the air surged anew, dark clouds rapidly coalescing above, expanding to cover 100-mile radius, obscuring the sun and stirring fierce winds. This power far surpassed that of General Rildo, showing no signs of abating. How dare they underestimate us? The equally haughty Goten could not endure such provocation. Gathering all his strength, he instantaneously unleashed a chilling aura imbued with a fierce murderous intent. As his words fell, Goten transformed into a radiant streak of light, having ascended to the form of a Super Saiyan as he traced a brilliant arc of golden light through the air, racing towards his opponent 100 feet away. His right hand, positioned behind him, had already begun to coalesce into the embryonic form of an energy sphere. Oh! This aroused the interest of Crick, who, observing his furious adversary, raised an eyebrow, a playful smile revealing his confidence. This display alerted both Vegeta and Gohan, who instinctively heightened their own powers in preparation for the ensuing battle. Brace yourself, Goten thought, perceiving the mockery in Crick's expression. The flames of anger within him surged once more, prompting him to hurl the energy sphere he had newly devised, marking its debut in combat. Crick, still smiling, moved with the grace of the wind, leaving behind countless afterimages in the sky. Just as Goten's energy sphere reached the point where Crick had been hovering, a thunderous crack echoed through the air. A bolt of blue lightning had already been unleashed from the ominous clouds, poised to strike the diminutive energy sphere. The manipulation of thunderous power? This unexpected turn left those present in shock, as it was the first time Vegeta and the others had witnessed someone wielding negative energy with such ease. Yet, after a moment of astonishment, Goten's expression shifted to one of delight. Almost at the moment the blue lightning struck the energy sphere, it underwent a transformation, spinning rapidly to expand into a golden ring. As the lightning passed through, the ring fractured and contracted back into an energy sphere, hurtling towards the enemy with undiminished speed. Witnessing the spectacle, everyone, including Crick, was taken aback. However, the latter maintained his composure. He halted his movement, pointed at the descending blue lightning, and with a flick of his finger, the lightning, as if animated, altered its trajectory to pursue the energy sphere. Faced with this new development, Goten's expression darkened. Since this technique was recently created, he could only control its rotational transformation once. He had hoped to catch his opponent off guard, but upon realizing that Crick could summon the lightning, he understood that this surprise attack would not succeed. In that instant, Goten quickened his pace, seeking to engage in close combat. As anticipated by all, the lightning swiftly caught up with the energy sphere, effortlessly extinguishing its potency, as if devouring it. Meanwhile, Crick's expression grew more derisive. But before he could fully revel in his triumph, a thunderous explosion erupted. He watched as the colossal blue lightning, mere dozens of feet away, cracked and then collapsed, revealing a beam of golden light piercing through. Damn it! Observing this unexpected twist, Crick finally acknowledged the situation, yet he remained calm. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed several small blue lightning strikes at a speed that seemed to surpass light itself, aiming to eliminate Goten before he could close the distance. However, Goten did not dare to underestimate the situation. While he had just launched a fierce attack against the thunder of heaven, he had already grasped the formidable power of the negative energy that formed it. Armed with his current speed advantage, he deftly evaded his opponent's interference and steadily closed the distance. Chapter 3. The Ancient Crisis, Part 2. 30 zhong, 20 zhong, 10 zhong, 5 zhong. Goten's heart soared with excitement. Yet as he neared his opponent, he noticed a sinister smile creeping upon his adversary's face. In that moment, Ablu, Trunks, Vegeta, and Gohan felt a chill run through them, realizing they had fallen into a trap. Little brat, you are overly arrogant. The familiar yet foreign voice of Rake echoed in Goten's ears. Before he could discern his opponent's movements, he caught a blurred glimpse of a heavy fist striking toward his abdomen with lightning speed. For a fleeting moment, his mind paused, but instinctively, Goten crossed his arms just in time to block the overwhelming counterattack. Nevertheless, he was sent hurtling through the air like a projectile. Boom! The impact was tremendous as he collided with the ground, an explosive force compressing the earth beneath him, creating deep fissures that spread out like a spider's web across the terrain, the tremors lingering long after. Inside the spacecraft. Report, young master. Lord Rake and his companions have engaged in battle. Shall we analyze the combat data? Surface scanning indicates their battle power is at 1 trillion, and they are not yet exerting their full strength. That tremor was indeed quite intense. It seems Rake has become intrigued, not realizing the gravity of the situation. No need to delve deeper. After all, they will soon be our esteemed guests, and there is no necessity to pry into their backgrounds. The young man waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to withdraw, a relaxed smile still gracing his features. He recalled his earlier words, his gaze resting on the unmoving figure nearby. Upon noticing the slight twitch of the figure's brow, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Are you truly unaffected? I believe that person should be quite captivating for you, given your similarities. The young man mused to himself, disregarding the cold, indifferent stranger. After successfully landing a blow, Rake did not halt his advance. His figure vanished in an instant, the sound of rushing wind piercing the air. Just as he was about to strike again, a surge of azure energy accurately struck him, forcing Rake to shield his eyes and pause his assault until he could locate the assailant. Upon discovering that it was the same young boy, Trunks, he wore an even more arrogant expression, erupting into laughter, rage twisting into amusement. Goten, what is wrong? Trunks had swiftly approached Goten, observing his friend emerge from the rubble. Clearly defeated. Sensing their bond, Trunks understood that Goten had sustained significant internal injuries. Disregarding his tattered clothing, Goten maintained his Super Saiyan form, wiping away the blood that now trickled from the corner of his mouth. Although he heard the concerned voice of his friend, his expression remained grave as he replied, "This is troublesome. This guy is formidable." "Yes, I know." Trunks turned around, and alongside Goten, the two faced each other, their gazes locked in a moment of intensity. At that instant, Trunks unleashed a formidable surge of energy, elevating his power to a remarkable level, and transformed into a Super Saiyan, radiating a brilliant golden light. "Oomph. What a pair of arrogant youngsters," remarked Rake, sensing the opponent's ability to instantaneously augment their strength. His brow furrowed, for he knew all too well that he could not gauge their power fluctuations merely by instinct. However, given Goten's explosive transformation moments earlier, even the dullest mind would recognize that they were capable of instantaneously amplifying their strength through transformation, exhibiting a particularly fierce intensity. Rake softly uttered a phrase, and in an instant, a chain reaction erupted above Trunks and Goten. Influenced by the ominous clouds above, intense blue lightning crackled and erupted, cascading down in a web-like formation. Goten and Trunks shouted in unison, instinctively responding to each other's presence. They unleashed a torrent of white spectral forms, a whimsical attack created by Goten, which required minimal energy, yet yielded tremendous destructive power. In a flash, hundreds of these spectral entities surged upwards, and upon contact with the lightning domain, they caused a violent explosion. The concentrated attack created a gaping hole, spanning over 10 meters, in the colossal lightning net, and seizing the opportunity, Goten and Trunks swiftly escaped. Rake's heart trembled as he noticed two golden lights soaring from the devastated lightning net. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he heard Trunks' mischievous voice nearby. "Uncle, I'm still here." In that moment, Rake realized the impending danger, yet he was unable to evade it. A powerful energy blast struck him with precision, and a resounding explosion reverberated through the heavens and earth. The ominous clouds above finally ceased their expansion, now encroaching upon a radius of 300 miles. Observing the scene, OOB, Vegeta, and Gohan exchanged knowing smiles as they understood the underlying strategy due to their acute perception of energy. Moments before, when a lightning net was breached, it was merely Goten and a fleeting clone created through his four-body fist technique that had dashed forth, deliberately diverting Rake's attention. Meanwhile, Trunks, who had been lurking beneath the lightning net, launched a surprise and powerful energy attack. Clearly, the plan had succeeded flawlessly. However, everyone present understood that their side could not claim ultimate victory, for they were well aware that such an offensive alone would not defeat this cosmic adversary. Indeed, at the moment of the explosion, a blue flash enveloped the center of the blast. As Rake swiftly activated a protective shield to prevent being caught off guard by his opponent's counterattack, the intense flames gradually receded beneath the blue light, revealing the silhouette of his adversary. "Well done. Quite the calculation," Rake commented, not in anger, but rather with a tone of satisfaction, as he surveyed the damage inflicted upon himself from the blast. As Lake spoke, a radiant blue light enveloped him, a stark contrast to his earlier disheveled state. He had no intention of suffering another setback. Within a fleeting moment, the blue glow enveloped his form, astonishing those present as the wounds he had sustained miraculously healed. Even more terrifying was the revelation that his strength seemed to remain undiminished. Chapter 3. The Ancient Crisis, Part 3. Both Goten and Trunks fell into silence, particularly the latter, who, upon realizing that Lake could withstand his powerful strike and emerge seemingly unscathed, grasped the vast disparity in their strengths. It appeared that they would need to summon their true abilities. However, Trunks pondered aloud. Was this what they termed the Super Saiyan state? It was rather disappointing. Lake, emboldened once more, wore a scornful expression that ignited the fury and fighting spirit of everyone present. The passionate youth, Goten and Trunks, could hardly tolerate such derision. Despite their limited understanding of the Saiyan's former glory, they found it unbearable to be so belittled, as to accept such disdain would equate to admitting cowardice. Sensing Lake's surge in power, Trunks and Goten, fueled by anger, unleashed their full strength. In that moment, the very heavens seemed to shift. Fierce winds ravaged the earth and the skies, as if attempting to obliterate the ominous clouds above. However, they exercised restraint, ensuring their powers did not disrupt the ground beneath them to avoid inciting unnecessary panic among the Earth's inhabitants, who were still reeling from the events involving the evil dragon. Likewise, Lake had no intention of causing chaos, but was solely focused on amplifying his own might. Once they fully unleashed their power, Goten and Trunks vanished from sight, swiftly advancing towards Lake, hoping to disrupt his ascent in strength before he could harness even greater energies. Foolish mortals, Lake scoffed at their audacious ambush, a cold smile gracing his lips as he clenched his fist. In response, a colossal blue fist emerged from the dark clouds above, crackling with surrounding lightning, a testament to Lake's extraordinary control over thunder. This enormous fist, a symbol of his formidable prowess, hurtled downwards towards the diminutive forms of Goten and Trunks. With an acute sense of impending danger, both Goten and Trunks raced in opposite directions, only to discover that their escape routes had been ensnared by a myriad of swirling lightning, leaving them no choice but to confront Lake's terrifying assault head-on. "Damn it!" they shouted in unison, their auras blazing fiercely as they summoned immense power, erecting an impenetrable shield to withstand the oncoming strike. With a thunderous impact, the colossal blue fist shattered, yet both warriors were violently propelled backwards, feeling their internal organs sustain damage. Blood erupted from their mouths, their garments torn to shreds, and their bodies bore gruesome wounds that were a stark sight to behold. However, despite such injuries, Goten and Trunks are still able to endure, relying on the Saiyans' extraordinary physique. With each battle, their strength continues to escalate. Even in their current state of injury, they can recover swiftly due to their exceptional vitality. Yet, this confrontation is far from over. As Trunks and Goten land, they overhear a chilling remark, their brows furrowed as they brace for a second counterattack for Black. Two streaks of blue lightning surge toward them, propelling them into the air, forcing another bout of blood from their mouths, exacerbating their wounds. Having suffered once, Goten and Trunks refuse to be caught off guard again. During the next onslaught, they swiftly adjust their positions, vanishing from sight just as the subsequent bolts of lightning approach. At that moment, hundreds of afterimages dart across the ground, their familiar footsteps embodying the fusion stance they seek. Through this fleeting clash, Goten and Trunks come to realize the vast chasm between their powers. No longer impetuous youths, they sense the presence of two even more formidable entities lurking behind the mysterious figure. In this moment of clarity, they resolve to fuse, aiming to return to the battlefield as the formidable Gotenks. The dormant peak warrior, Gotenks, is on the verge of awakening once more. In this battle, Goten and Trunks truly understand the significance of power. Having endured several fierce confrontations, they have both grown considerably. They also recognize that their current predicament stems from their own lack of effort. Reflecting on the past, they regret that time cannot be reclaimed. During the baby saga, their years of neglect hindered their growth, rendering them incapable of matching the fully realized baby, even if they had fused. However, times have changed. Following the events of Baby, Super 17, and the evil dragons, their power has increased exponentially. In other words, if they successfully fuse now, the new entity, Gotenks, though not a match for the perfect Super 17, possesses the power to annihilate the Great Ape Baby. This represents the strongest remaining combat force among the Dragon Ball warriors, sufficient to defeat the current cosmic adversaries. Chapter 3, The Ancient Crisis, Part 4. Yet, unexpectedly, Black S words shatter their aspirations. Oh, so you wish to fuse? Unfortunately, I will not allow your success. His tone is calm, yet it carries an unsettling chill. Vegeta and Gohan can no longer contain themselves. They now fully comprehend that their side harbors far too many secrets known to their adversary. In an instant, Gohan unleashes a chilling aura of murderous intent. Thunder Prison. As Lake unleashed a new technique, the malevolent energy surged violently throughout the realm. The ominous clouds above continued to swirl into a colossal vortex, while dazzling blue lightning illuminated the sky, captivating all who beheld it. The ground trembled in response, and an innumerable array of lightning bolts erupted from the earth, obliterating the hundreds of afterimages of Goten and Trunks in an instant, their very forms suffering a grievous blow amidst the chaos of their movements. With clarity, Lake discerned the true positions of Goten and Trunks, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Guided by his malevolent intent, a fearsome electric strike slashed through the air, aiming to inflict severe harm upon the duo. At that moment, Goten and Trunks found themselves immobilized, ensnared by the lightning that surged from the ground, powerless to evade the impending assault. Yet, in a moment of desperate resistance, just as Lake believed victory was assured, a golden flash appeared before them. Upon touching the ground, the figure let out a fierce cry. Break? Instantly, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, sweeping through the surroundings like a tempest and extinguishing the surrounding bolts of lightning. Simultaneously, the atmosphere shifted violently, and the earth trembled in fear. In that brief encounter, the electric assault was crushed by the invisible hand of light, the shattered force of the lightning dissipating entirely under the weight of the powerful aura. Lake, feeling the intense pressure, was compelled to ascend to a height of 1,000 meters, observing the scene below with narrowed eyes, a battle-hungry smile playing on his lips. Then, allow me to take charge. Goten, Trunks, retreat. You have performed admirably this time. Here, take this, Senzu beans. Having ascended to Super Saiyan, Gohan's tone had grown considerably colder, an undercurrent of lethal intent evident in his voice as he tossed the Senzu beans into the air. These were the beans that Tien had just bestowed upon him, thrown at the moment of dire need, proving their worth at last. Holding the Senzu beans, Gohan, OOB, and Vegeta chose to observe for the time being. Such an epic battle was a rare occurrence, even though Goten and Trunks, though battered, had yet to reach their limits. However, Gohan had distinctly sensed the overwhelming dominance of their opponent from the previous strike. Had he not intervened promptly, while Goten and Trunks might not have faced death, they would have emerged deeply wounded. This realization ignited a long-simmering fury within Gohan. Oh, is it your turn now? Lake remarked disdainfully as he regarded Gohan, who had turned to face him. Gohan offered no reply. Instead, a smirk slowly formed at the corners of his mouth. Sensing that Goten and Trunks had fully regained their strength, perhaps even experienced a subtle enhancement, Gohan's smile widened. He extended his right index finger skyward and coldly uttered a single word, annihilate. In an instant, an unprecedented aura surged forth, causing Lake's smile to falter, his pupils constricting in sheer disbelief, as he sensed an invisible pressure sweep past him in an instant, directed towards the ominous clouds above. Lake's mind lingered on Gohan's enigmatic smile from moments ago. With a stiffened neck, he gradually turned his gaze upwards, anxiety bubbling within him for the first time. Yet, upon discerning the changes above, his expression shifted dramatically. His pupils constricted sharply, and his blue visage momentarily paled, involuntarily twitching at the corners of his mouth. For he beheld, with startling clarity, a golden energy orb that had mysteriously materialized at the vortex of the sinister clouds. Just as he stood there, dumbfounded, the orb erupted violently, not with flames, but like a golden maw, devouring the surrounding malevolence within a radius of over 300 miles, purging it entirely. Gohan's power was indeed formidable. Meanwhile, in another realm, shrouded in a blanket of white, a colossal figure sat upon an enormous crystalline throne, both the entity and the seat suspended in this enigmatic space. The figure, aged and weathered, bore the marks of time upon his visage, his eyes partially closed, exhaling a heavy breath. Yet, unbeknownst to many, this venerable being possessed an almost limitless vitality, indicating that he was not at the brink of life's end. "What is it, Jeffy? Have you truly sensed it?" A raspy voice suddenly inquired. "Yes, my lord," Jeffy replied, floating in a semi-kneeling position. "I have indeed felt it, and the black crystal has emitted a red light, albeit fleeting. Nevertheless, an event has occurred. Though his form seemed but a fraction of the colossal figure, the power he exuded was enough to shake the very heavens. This space contained only the two of them. Is that so? It seems the time has indeed come. In that case, Jeffy, issue your command to eradicate all enemies from this realm. Additionally, you must continue to reinforce that barrier." The elder spoke slowly, asserting his authority over the formidable new figure. "Jeffy, understood, my lord. Should I inform the other two lords about this situation, considering the impending battle?" Jeffy inquired respectfully, bowing his head. "No, not for now. They will know what to do. We must focus on our own duties. The rest does not concern us." "You may withdraw," the elder replied, his eyes remaining closed, his tone steady and benevolent. "Yes, I shall take my leave," Jeffy responded, standing tall before vanishing in an instant, leaving behind only the visage of his strikingly handsome youth, his delicate silver hair fluttering in the breeze. Who would have thought things would evolve in such a manner? Yet, I remain uncertain of how you will proceed, old man. Will everything unfold as foretold? Does destiny truly exist? The elder mused to himself, finally opening his golden eyes, offering a wry smile as he shook his head. Chapter 4, Fierce Battle, Part 1. A grand conflict was imminent, with the formidable Lake making his entrance. Despite his ignorance, he possessed an uncanny understanding of the Dragon Ball warriors, a fact that unsettled both Gohan and Vegeta, whose battle instincts were finely tuned. The confrontation had escalated to a critical juncture. With a single blow, Lake obliterated the menacing thundercloud. Yet his gaze sparkled with an unsettling intensity as he fixated on Gohan, a formidable adversary he yearned to consume. Vegeta furrowed his brow. The most familiar with Gohan among those present, he was acutely aware of the terrifying power that this peace-loving individual could unleash when pushed beyond reason. However, Vegeta was puzzled. Gohan's strength had not been this formidable just days prior. How had he made such a remarkable leap in power over the past 6 months? "Mr. Gohan has grown significantly stronger," Ub remarked, a smile gracing his face as he sensed Gohan's astonishing energy. Nearby, Trunks and Goten were equally astonished. They had never anticipated that the malevolent cloud would be so easily vanquished by Gohan, leaving them with a sense of helplessness and a simmering frustration awakening within. "I believe your true strength does not solely rely on this thundercloud. Shall we engage in a genuine battle?" Gohan stated, his expression turning serious. As a seasoned fighter, he could discern that Lake's nonchalant demeanor masked a power that far exceeded what he had displayed. "Indeed, you are much stronger than those two youngsters from earlier." "Impressive. It seems the Saiyans truly are a remarkable warrior race," Lake replied, still dismissive, perhaps overconfident in his own might, underestimating the one who had effortlessly vanquished the thundercloud. Unbeknownst to everyone present, a dreadful truth loomed. Inside the spaceship, "Oh, is it already Gohan?" The youth observed the battlefield through the satellite feed, noting that Lake was in for a more challenging fight this time. The solitary figure remained unmoved, seemingly in a deep slumber. The youth understood that the opponent simply chose to remain uninvolved in this battle, perhaps disinterested in him. Yet, the youth did not let Lake's aloofness vex him. Being aware of the individual's past, he, as a member of the same race, refrained from provoking him, despite his royal status. For in this world, strength is the ultimate truth, and Lake's fists were undeniably mightier than his own. A lesson his father had imparted to him. It is best not to provoke him. The youth bore no ill will towards Lake. Instead, he chuckled. "You haven't changed at all," still taciturn. "But honestly, this Gohan should pique your interest." He mused aloud, his voice loud enough for Lake to hear. "Boring." The handsome, enigmatic figure stepped away from the wall, standing tall as he gradually opened his eyes. After uttering those words, he turned and exited the reconnaissance room. "Is that so?" The young man mused, observing the proud silhouette and shaking his head in a wry smile. Gohan continued to emanate an intense aura. The surging golden light crackled in the air, and under the pressure of the powerful airflow, fragments of rock, as large as fists, floated in the air. The ground beneath him had already caved in and deformed, with fissures resembling the aged veins of a sorceress, bizarre and menacing. Gazing at his opponent's haughty demeanor, Gohan's smile deepened, indicating the rising intent to kill within him. Slightly shifting his stance, Gohan drew his hands to the edge of his lower abdomen, proclaiming Kamehameha. As the words left his lips, a brilliant beam of light erupted from his hands, the immense energy surging directly toward his adversary. Lake's brows furrowed. He had not anticipated his opponent's choice of such an archaic method of combat. Despite his disdainful expression, he plunged downward with great speed, muttering, "Boring trick." Having already discerned Gohan's energy attack, Lake swung his hand in midair, utilizing brute force to deflect the incoming energy blast toward the heavens. In a moment of confrontation, his right hand shimmered with blue and white electricity, gathering a far more powerful strike to counter Gohan. "Is that so?" Gohan's voice suddenly thundered in Lake's ear. In the next instant, a figure flashed into view, followed by a powerful fist descending with great force. "Is it not?" The unexpected clarity revealed that Gohan's fist passed through, only to unveil that the earlier figure had been but an afterimage, while the true Gohan now positioned himself parallel to Lake's left side, his left palm erupting with a terrifying blue-white electric strike. However, what transpired next left Lake dumbfounded. He had believed he comprehended everything, imagining his lightning strike penetrating his opponent's form. Yet, he witnessed his own energy attack completely pass through Gohan's figure, devoid of any trace of blood. Realizing the anomaly and sensing an acute sense of peril, the faint rustle of wind alerted Lake to Gohan's true position. Instantly, he raised his right hand above his head just in time to block Gohan's spinning body, which then swept down with the root of his right calf. Before Lake could crash into the ground from the forceful blow, he heard Gohan's taunting remark filled with a smile. "I do not share your sentiment." Even with a timely defense, Lake's hasty precaution could not dissipate the long-prepared strike from Gohan. He felt a tingling sensation in his right arm as he adjusted his body during the rapid barrage. The moment he landed, he unleashed in even greater force, propelling himself upward at an accelerated speed to pursue Gohan. "Fool!" Gohan exclaimed, though he was secretly astonished by Lake's swift combat instincts. Observing his opponent's bold and reckless charge, Gohan resolved to impart a lesson to him. A formidable wave emanated from Gohan's right palm, and after a surge of energy interference, a large azure energy blast surged downward, enveloping the airborne rake. Chapter 4, Fierce Battle, Part 2. However, to Gohan's astonishment, his energy attack failed to impede Rake's advance. Caught off guard, he had no choice but to brace himself with his palm against the opponent's reckless charge, which came barreling in head first. In the instant of collision, Gohan felt a sharp, stinging pain, and simultaneously realized that Rake's entire body seemed to be engulfed in blue flames, inflicting a searing pain upon Gohan's right hand. The nerve endings throbbed with pain, prompting Gohan to unleash a fierce kick. Yet he only struck at Rake's afterimage, as his opponent had already retreated a considerable distance. The two locked eyes. "Impressive. Your strength is indeed formidable," Rake remarked, waving his still numb right arm and regarding his opponent, a satisfied smile breaking across his face for the first time. "You are quite formidable yourself. I didn't expect you could control fire as well," Gohan observed, gazing at his scorched palm, which still flickered with remnants of blue flames and electricity. Under Gohan's intense scrutiny, an invisible aura radiated from him, allowing him to dispel the residual energy from his hand. "Oh, you discover my secret. I am delighted to encounter a person of your caliber. However, I must ask, can you withstand 1/3 of my power?" Rake declared, arms outstretched, his malevolent visage twisted with ferocity as he began to amplify his strength. Without responding, Gohan left behind a solitary, enigmatic smile before vanishing once more. Rake, realizing he had spoken too much, also dissipated his form, and the battle resumed. Thunderous roars reverberated across the landscape, and the residual energy trembled the earth. Dislodging debris from elevated positions, the cacophony relentless. Within mere seconds, the air was rife with energy fluctuations, hundreds of overlapping sounds rendering the atmosphere nearly unbearable. "Ha ha, exhilarating," Rake cackled triumphantly. Upon their next encounter, their knees collided, and as they separated into two arcs, Gohan accelerated, nearly instantaneously reappearing at the opposite position, pursuing Rake. In that moment, Rake remained unperturbed. He had anticipated Gohan's strategy. Suddenly, he unleashed a suppressed aura, forcefully blasting Gohan backward with a powerful gust of wind. Seizing the moment of Gohan's hesitation, he prepared for his second wave of attack. Sensing the intense energy surge, Gohan readied himself, only to discover Rake had already counterattacked, seemingly in sync with his own intentions. Just as Rake's strike approached, Gohan unleashed the energy he had been storing in his left hand, releasing a massive gust that unexpectedly propelled Rake away once more. Rake, taken aback by Gohan's formidable response, quickly turned his head to see his relentless pursuer. With both hands extended, he managed to dissipate the overwhelming gale, muttering thunderstrike. In an instant, the atmosphere above shifted once more, enveloping Lake in a veil of ethereal blue light. After flickering twice, dozens of lightning serpents surged forth, resembling ferocious ancient beasts, their gaping blue maws ready to devour everything in their path. Gohan remained vigilant, yet upon witnessing Lake's swift defensive maneuvers, a sense of trepidation washed over him. As he darted to evade the onslaught of lightning serpents, he suddenly found himself facing a colossal blue electric fist hurtling towards him, mere meters away. With a thunderous crash, Gohan braced himself against the tremendous blow, his form retreating with relentless force, skidding nearly 100 meters before a white beam of light pierced through the immense fist. In that critical moment, Gohan unleashed his energy blast, obliterating the terrifying electric force just in time. Realizing his strength could not harm his adversary, Lake fell into a thoughtful silence, finally acknowledging the formidable opponent before him. In the midst of their battle, both warriors understood that victory could hinge on a single second. However, with their wealth of combat experience, they knew that recklessly attacking without comprehending each other's capabilities could lead to a swift defeat. After a brief, contemplative pause, Lake's voice shattered the silence. "It is a privilege for you to witness my transformation. I despise tedious battles. It seems I must unleash my true power." Lake's words were direct, devoid of any circumlocution. Upon hearing this declaration, Gohan felt little confusion. Through years of combat, he had encountered numerous races capable of transformation, and as a Saiyan himself, he possessed similar abilities. Yet, just as Gohan dismissed the notion, a dangerous intuition surged within his mind, prompting him to regard Lake with newfound seriousness. He observed as Lake's power escalated, the unsettling sensation rooted in the impending transformation of this formidable figure. Blue radiance erupted from Lake, an overwhelming force that reverberated with a density capable of shaking the very earth, altering the skies. In the very space where Gohan had just dispelled the malevolent clouds, a vast storm was once again coalescing, expanding at an alarming rate, now covering nearly 100 miles in mere moments. The sunlight was obscured once more, shrouding the surroundings in a murky haze that weighed heavily upon the heart. A tempestuous whirlwind arose, sweeping debris in every direction, while the sky erupted with thunder, heralding the return of calamity. Sensing this surging power, Gohan steeled himself. As Lake augmented his strength, Gohan, too, began to concentrate his own energy, rapidly escalating his power in a brief span. With an explosive roar, a cacophony of destruction erupted around Lake, where countless blue lightning bolts and flames danced in a high-pressure blaze. With terrifying speed, Lake launched himself forward, a streak of fury as he aimed directly at his opponent. The overwhelming pressure enveloped the surroundings, and Gohan, disregarding whether he had unleashed his full potential, widened his eyes and lifted his gaze, yet he could not capture the trajectory of his opponent. A wave of astonishment washed over him, for he had never imagined that a group capable of exponentially increasing their power through transformation could elevate their speed at this moment even beyond his own. Gohan's figure vanished, the image left on the ground still lingering, when suddenly a bolt of blue lightning arched across the heavens, piercing through and then disappearing once more. Too slow. Chapter 4, Fierce Battle, Part 3. Gohan's silhouette reappeared almost simultaneously at an altitude of 10,000 meters, intent on dispersing the opponent's thunderclouds once again. However, at that moment, a chilling voice echoed in his mind. A swift stride, faster than the speed of lightning, swept towards him. Realizing he was a fraction too late to initiate an attack, Rake hastily accelerated to pursue the fleeing Gohan, his angular knee sweeping out powerfully. The sound of the wind was so intense that it surpassed even the speed of his own aura. Gohan, who had just manifested, was compelled to adopt a defensive stance. Still gathering energy, it was imprudent for him to counterattack with a ki blast under such circumstances. As he spun around, he seized Rake's right leg. Thinking the crisis had been averted, Gohan was suddenly confronted with the unsettling extension of Rake's knee, aiming to pierce through his left arm. In a moment of desperation, Gohan swiftly grasped the protrusion with his right hand, determined to seize the initiative. After firmly grasping Rake's leg, he immediately twisted and attempted to throw him off. How naive! Rake seemed to have anticipated this. As Gohan swung him, Rake's left hand had already gathered a sphere of blue lightning, which accurately detonated before Gohan, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that caused the energy ball to explode violently 100 meters away. In the instant of the explosion, Gohan managed to escape, having deployed a protective shield to mitigate the worst of the damage, though his clothing was tattered from the blast. Something felt amiss in Gohan's subconscious. With keen awareness, just as he was about to confirm his suspicion, a colossal lightning bolt, spanning over 100 square meters, descended from the sky, crashing down upon him. Boom! The ground trembled for miles around, catching Vegeta and the others off guard. The previous assaults had unfolded in mere moments, and by the time they regained their composure, Gohan had already been driven deep into the earth. Strangely, Vegeta noted, the terrifying lightning did not seem intent on destroying the planet. Instead, it vanished without a trace after pushing Gohan down. Vegeta's gaze fixed upon the enemy floating above 1,000 meters high. Through the assessment of their aura, he discerned that this foe's strength was not vastly inferior to his own, leaving Vegeta's heart in a tumult of complexity. As Goten, Trunks, and Ub anxiously gazed upon the terrifying gaping abyss, their hearts raced with trepidation. Due to the ominous thunderclouds that had previously unleashed static electricity upon the earth, they hovered nervously just above the ground, peering down at the explosion site hundreds of meters away. The absence of Gohan's energy signature in that moment filled them with dread. I pondered, your power must not be exhausted. You are Gohan, are you not? Once you possessed extraordinary explosive strength. Where has that formidable might vanished to? Must you once again resort to carnage to capture our attention? Though Krillin's voice was but a whisper, it carried, aided by the surrounding energy, to distances of several kilometers. The revelation that the mysterious figure was aware of the Saiyan secrets no longer surprised those present, including Vegeta, who found himself engulfed in perplexity and a rare sense of unease. It was as if everything lay bare before the eyes of this enigmatic being, a thought that troubled Vegeta deeply. Indeed, this battle excites me, came Gohan's chilling laughter from the depths of the earth, followed by a surge of golden light erupting from the vast chasm, shaking the very ground beneath them. However, allow me to inform you, those who threaten me shall face my unrelenting wrath. After a moment of clarity, Gohan's voice became piercingly cold, devoid of any humanity, sending shivers down Goten's spine. As if influenced by Gohan's energy, the atmosphere grew frigid, and the oppressive winds transformed into massive hurricanes, their fierce gusts tearing apart the gathering thunderclouds. Gohan's figure gradually ascended, a fiery aura flickering with electricity, seemingly summoning the storm, which had been under Krillin's control, now became tumultuous, as if torn between annihilating Gohan and submitting to this formidable adversary. All present felt the shift in Gohan's essence. Though Krillin could not gauge the extent of Gohan's newfound power, the resolute confidence in his eyes spoke volumes, and the chaotic clouds offered him unmistakable hints of his strength. Yet, the arrogant Krillin refused to concede, erupting into laughter akin to a wealthy landowner mocking a mere upstart. In response to this opponent's hubris, Gohan revealed a cryptic smile, a subtle curve that first unsettled Vegeta. For Vegeta had witnessed the terrifying ferocity of Gohan in his explosive moments, and the chilling ruthlessness of his near-merciless approach evoked fear even in this once murderous Saiyan prince, as that smile felt eerily familiar. Moreover, Vegeta sensed Gohan's terrifying, tempestuous energy. Under the scrutiny of that aura, Gohan's power escalated rapidly. Most alarming to Vegeta, however, was the realization that Gohan's strength had, at that moment, surpassed his own. Vegeta chuckled bitterly within, reflecting on the battle against the malevolent dragon, although he remained unable to transform into a Super Saiyan at the 4th level. That encounter had significantly enhanced his power. Even in the face of the giant ape-like baby, he felt capable of a fierce confrontation, perhaps even able to vanquish his former self. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Gohan's resurgence astonishingly surpassed his own strength, as if fate were toying with him. Nonetheless, Vegeta refused to succumb to despair. Among all present, he alone comprehended the terrifying nature of the frenzied Gohan, yet he also recognized that such ferocity would not endure. However, the astute Vegeta noticed the enigmatic golden light emanating from Gohan. Unlike before, this radiant energy no longer dissipated outward. Instead, it surged with a subtle restraint. He had only witnessed such a phenomenon in Goku's Super Saiyan 4 transformation, previously dismissing it as a unique trait of Goku's without delving deeper. But witnessing this subtle alteration in Gohan stirred an unease within him, his thoughts swirling tumultuously like a tempest, contemplating the significance of that mysterious golden glow. Chapter 4. Fierce Battle, Part 4. Ha! Amidst the blusterous laughter, the once boisterous Rake fell silent, for Gohan had suddenly materialized before him. With a mighty hand, he clasped Rake's mouth, then with a forceful toss, propelled him thousands of meters skyward. Was it fear? Gohan's voice echoed in Rake's ears once more. Paralyzed with terror, Rake could hardly perceive Gohan's slightest movement. In that instant, his heart seemed to halt, disbelief narrowing his pupils, rendering his countenance pale and aghast. A formidable fist, imbued with a hint of golden light, struck Rake, who was still ascending from the previous blow, shattering all electric currents before him and sending his azure form hurtling away. While Gohan, swirling in midair, observed the blue blood escaping from Rake's battered body. After the initial assault, Rake had finally acknowledged his adversary. As he soared into the stormy clouds, he shouted, attempting to command the tempest above to strike again. Yet, before his words could escape his lips, a ki blast flickered ominously before him, plunging Rake into unprecedented fear, his blood-red eyes widening in horror. Boom! A deafening roar, exceeding several hundred decibels, erupted at the edge of the atmosphere. The violent golden energy vanished in an instant of destruction, as the roaring flames spread like a consuming spirit, obliterating the malevolent clouds within a 1,000-mile radius. Transformed and renewed, Gohan smiled playfully. However, the coldness in his gaze conveyed an underlying intent to kill. He did not rush into battle, instead, gauging his opponent's capacity to retaliate based on the aura he sensed. He understood that the gift he had just bestowed upon Rake would only plunge him into a state of severe injury. Perhaps there is no longer a necessity for further combat. Gohan, perched in a position of authority, gazes down upon the body of Crick, which is battered and drenched in blue blood, descending from an immense height in a free fall. A more pronounced smile graces his face. The outcome of this battle seems to have been determined. All present reach this conclusion in unison. Yet, the heavens often conspire in unexpected ways. Just as Gohan materializes beside Vegeta and the others, a derisive laugh reverberates through the air, followed by a roar that resonates across the realm. Ha ha, indeed. You have achieved quite a feat, son Gohan. You must compel me to unleash the seal. As if sensing the gravity of the situation, Gohan quickly turns to behold Crick, still plummeting thousands of meters above, his brows furrowed in acute awareness. Meanwhile, Goten and the others, who had presumed victory was assured, are suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming and terrifying aura that erupts forth. In a state of heightened excitement, Crick, despite his grievous injuries, expels torrents of blood. Yet he exhibits no sign of defeat. Instead, an insatiable fighting spirit surges within him. Amidst his maniacal laughter, Crick's right hand rises to his forehead, and under the strain of intense pain, his visage contorts into a grimace as streaks of lightning and fire flicker from the center of his brow. At that very moment, a mysterious luminescence envelopes him, the blue and white flames coalescing into a deep crimson hue as they are seized from his brow. Words imbued with a domineering essence emanate from the void. Paying no heed to the excruciating agony, Crick resolutely yanks at the manifestation of fire and lightning, which burgeons with explosive ferocity, reminiscent of an oppressive door being violently torn asunder. A beam of light, the size of a bowl, bursts forth, infused with scarlet flames and violet lightning, as his aura surges to unprecedented heights, causing a tempest of formidable energy to ravage the heavens and earth. Though the sky remains devoid of smoke and clouds, the overwhelming energy disrupts the sunlight, casting it aside, while the world around him shifts through a spectrum of colors, ultimately settling into a hue of blue-brown. As Crick's power escalates, his laughter crescendos with unbridled arrogance. Astonishingly, his wounds begin to heal at an observable rate, and he halts his descent, now floating midair. Though his appearance remains unchanged, the sheer magnitude of his power suggests he has transcended his former limitations. Gohan, snapping back from his astonishment, finds his own smile growing even broader, perhaps feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction with his opponent's earlier frailty. He is ignited anew by the revelation of Crick's latent strength. The previously dim golden light he emanated flares back to life with fervor. Vegeta, observing from a close distance, notes that Gohan's golden aura is more restrained than before, and he is perplexed to catch a glimpse of a faint golden glimmer flickering in Gohan's eyes. Vegeta, Goten, Trunks, OOB, you should retreat beyond a 10-kilometer radius for the time being. The battle will soon reach its conclusion. Gohan did not glance back. His previously indifferent gaze now burned intensely upon the dramatically transformed Creek. However, his tone bore little reverence as he directly addressed Vegeta by name. Vegeta, well aware of Gohan's shifting temperament, was not particularly perturbed by this alteration in address. He nodded and led the three companions behind him away from the battlefield with swift flight. Creek paid no heed to Vegeta and his companions' rapid departure. Instead, he found delight in the thrill of combat, now focused entirely on Gohan. Although he lacked the ability to discern the power disparity between them through energy sensing, Creek firmly believed that upon breaking his seal, he would possess sufficient strength to dominate the presently feeble Earth. Suddenly, Creek's eyes widened as he gazed into the distance at Gohan. In that fleeting moment, a firestorm of lightning, 3 meters in diameter, appeared out of thin air before Gohan. Thousands of meters away, Gohan exhibited little surprise. His eyes widened as well, and a fearsome tempest erupted, cleaving through the fabric of space, extinguishing Creek's ostentatious attack in an instant. However, what left Gohan momentarily astounded was the fact that Creek's figure materialized a mere yard away from him at the moment the flames split apart. Gohan chuckled and delivered a powerful punch, colliding firmly with Creek's fist. In that instant, a torrent of celestial energy surged forth, causing the very ground beneath them to tremble and fracture, the impact reverberating through the earth, creating an abyss of unfathomable depth. After this exchange, Gohan appeared quite satisfied with the shift in Creek's strength. Both fighters instantaneously vanished from sight, and the tumultuous landscape erupted with countless bolts of lightning and flames, while golden light intermittently clashed with the negative energy, leading to mutual annihilation. The cacophony of shattering air could never keep pace with the velocity of their confrontation. The energy fluctuations rippling from the heavens to the trembling ground below. A brilliant radiance erupted as the shock waves of their energies collided, spreading golden and crimson hues across the expanse, shaking the very mountains and leaving those who witnessed this battle in a state of profound astonishment. Ha ha ha! Indeed, this is the essence of true combat. It stirs my very blood, Creek proclaimed, having retreated several hundred meters before stabilizing himself, wiping the blue blood from his right hand, and exclaiming with exuberance. Meanwhile, Gohan, a kilometer away, regained his composure and smiled at Creek, saying, "Indeed, this kind of battle is exhilarating. You are formidable." Although Gohan had not sustained any internal injuries, he felt a burn from Creek's lightning flames on his left forearm, a tingling pain rendering his left arm less capable of exerting its full strength. "Ah, Saiyan, I eagerly anticipate your upcoming battles. The so-called strongest legend. I hope to etch it in a history by my own hand," Creek said with a sinister grin, his body radiating an even more potent flame after regaining his balance. "Is that so? Legends are not the possession of a single individual. I doubt you possess the capacity to shake its foundation," Gohan replied, still smiling, as he began to gather a more formidable aura. As they gauged each other's strengths, the decisive moment was inevitably approaching. Chapter 5. The Universal Fighting Tournament. Entering a New Era, Part 1. Both parties were acutely aware of the other's power limits, yet they understood that there could only be one victor, with both sides creating an energy field through their immense power. Even Gohan, possessing the ability to sense energy, was unable to discern the disparity between himself and his opponent. After exchanging knowing smiles, Gohan and Kralik charged towards each other, their silhouettes blurring in the wake of their collision, vanishing amidst the thunderous roar. Inside the spaceship, this aura, along with such data, prompted the young man to touch the tip of his nose, speaking half-consciously. Over the past 6 months, he had not traveled directly from headquarters to Earth, but had first visited those formidable fighters. In the northern galaxy, he had reserved Earth for last, understanding that the Saiyan royal lineage was one to be revered and not trifled with. However, this arrangement caused him to miss significant events that transpired on Earth during that half-year, leaving him unaware of his opponent's latest capabilities. The young man chuckled, observing the combat statistics on his computer, astonished by the rapid changes. Had the world outside transformed so swiftly? He seemed to deny it, yet nodded in affirmation. For the information he had gathered over those 6 months had shifted dramatically. While initially shocked by Goku's unimaginable battle power of 1 million trillion, he found it even more astonishing that the individuals he had been monitoring had experienced such exponential growth in less than half a year. The immense surge in their strength was beyond belief. During the Evil Dragon incident, the overwhelming negative energy had obscured their battle data. However, upon witnessing Gohan's combat statistics. The young man gasped, awestruck by the Saiyans' terrifying combat prowess. Combat statistics, 180 million trillion. In the blue-brown expanse of the heavens, a brilliant crimson beam descended at breathtaking speed, cleaving a clear rift in the atmosphere beneath the vast sky. Simultaneously, a blinding golden light shot upwards, nearly matching the velocity of the red beam, piercing the sky. At thousands of meters high, their fists collided once more, unleashing energy that ravaged the surroundings. The explosive force resonating at decibels that shattered the silence, while the pressure alone flattened the earth beneath their feet. Though it appeared to be an evenly matched battle, the extent of their injuries revealed Gohan's distinct advantage. A tingling pain emanated from Krolyk's right fist, dispelling any remnants of his earlier arrogance, leaving him in a state of disarray as he desperately defended against Gohan's terrifying onslaught. He had anticipated that breaking his seal would allow him to conclude this battle with overwhelming dominance. Yet Krolik had not foreseen the significant inaccuracies in the data he had relied upon. Possessing a combat power exceeding 1 million megajoules, he had once believed himself capable of looking down upon all beings, particularly Son Gohan, in his Super Saiyan second form. After all, not long ago, the legendary Super Saiyan's battle metrics had still been beneath his own, while Gohan had already ascended to the fourth stage of Super Saiyan. However, the harshness of reality shattered his lofty ideals. At this moment, Rake found himself in a state of utter disbelief, unable to discern his opponent's current strength. A situation that left his once arrogant self feeling unprecedentedly stifled. Ignoring the blood at the corner of his mouth, Rake, lacking in the ability to gauge energy, could only rely on his external senses to capture his foe's latest movements. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind caught him off guard, compelling him to widen his eyes in astonishment. Gohan's power was continuously amplifying, and his speed was likewise escalating in tandem. Before Rake could even take a defensive stance, Gohan's large hand, akin to a specter of death, reached out and effortlessly seized the sharp protrusion atop Rake's head, yanking him with such force that he was flung thousands of meters away, disoriented. In a panic, Rake attempted to adjust his body, only to witness Gohan, who had been racing towards him for 100 meters away, suddenly become a blur. A flash of golden light struck his abdomen as a powerful uppercut landed with devastating force, propelling him to an altitude exceeding 10,000 meters. During this rapid ascent, Rake felt a bitter taste in his throat and coughed up a significant amount of blood. Having been struck twice, he had already reached the upper atmosphere, where the speed of dozens of kilometers per second made his body acutely aware of the searing heat generated by friction with the atmosphere. This minor discomfort momentarily sharpened his senses, yet he was increasingly consumed by fear of his formidable opponent. Lamenting the misfortune of encountering such a monstrous adversary in his initial battle, and harboring resentment towards the wretched scout, Rake ignited a fierce inferno of power, radiating an intensity rivaling temperatures of 10,000 degrees. Thus, while augmenting his strength, he ceased to concern himself with the minor effects of the overwhelming heat. Unbeknownst to him, he was muttering curses as he pierced through the atmospheric interference, racing through the sky like a streak of lightning, drawing ever closer to his opponent, the perpetually smiling Son Gohan. Gohan, however, did not rush to attack. Instead, he cunningly calculated his next move. Observing Rake's approach, he deftly retreated, accelerating his speed further. Witnessing Gohan's retreat, Rake's fury ignited anew, prompting him to hasten his pace in an attempt to catch up to Gohan's fleeting figure. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he abruptly attempted to halt his advance, only to find Gohan, who had seemingly paused before him, launching a powerful kick that struck his chest as he spun around, sending the unsuspecting Rake soaring into the sky once more. "It ends here," Gohan's cold voice echoed in his ears as he ascended, acutely aware of the warmth radiating from behind him. Still in a daze, Gohan felt the brilliance of light flash from the right hand pressed against his back, delivering a fierce gust that slammed Krillin to the ground. Once the dust settled, the once tranquil earth revealed a massive dent resembling a palm print, with Krillin, battered and bruised, lying at its center. He struggled to crawl, his body deeply wounded, feeling a sense of faintness from the brutal assault. Blood coughed from his mouth, and his gaze began to blur. Chapter 5. The Universe Martial Arts Tournament. Entering a new era, 2. Exhaling a breath of stagnant air, Gohan relaxed his body. Yet a change had overtaken his demeanor, now favoring the thrill of bloodshed. After a brief moment of hesitation, his suspended form dove down again, intent on delivering the final blow. In that instant, a transformation once more occurred. As Gohan concentrated the light in his fist, a white shadow surged past him from behind, moving at a speed beyond his mortal comprehension, snatching the gravely injured Krillin away. Furrowing his brow, Gohan's eyes glinted with murderous intent. No longer concerned with his opponent's identity, he swung his fist, unleashing the most formidable strike of the battle thus far. The overwhelming energy surged forth, rapidly closing in on the elusive white figure. Boredom. The mysterious figure seemed to sense something, halting in midair. As he turned, his right index finger gently touched Gohan's incoming strike, creating a ripple of waves at his fingertip, which then resonated against Gohan's attack, leading to a shocking revelation. The opponent had nullified Gohan's terrifying energy blast without causing an explosion, leaving only wisps of smoke in its wake. Gohan, witnessing the appearance of this enigmatic figure, ceased his pursuit, his gaze fixed upon him, while his clenched fist trembled slightly, stirred by the opponent's formidable strength. In the battle, Son Gohan, the outcome is clear. You have won. The mysterious figure gazed impassively at Gohan, who stood 100 feet away, unfazed by the presence of someone even the mysterious youth feared. At that moment, Krillin found himself grasped by the shoulder by the mysterious figure. Once stability returned, he recognized the face before him, his eyes narrowing in shock. Quickly regaining composure, he chuckled. I didn't expect you to show up, evil Krillin, but you truly lack subtlety. Upon hearing Krillin's words, Gohan fell into deeper silence. Yet his fighting spirit surged even more. The being referred to as Evil Krillin glanced at the Krillin in his grasp, releasing beams of white light from his palm, visibly healing Krillin's injuries with a speed that was almost instantaneous. Without further debate, he loosened his grip, coldly stating, "You need to understand the situation." At this, Krillin ceased to argue. His body, now healed and imbued with some energy, was able to float, hovering just behind Evil Krillin, in a fleeting moment of silence. For beams of light suddenly appeared from afar, as Vegeta and his companions arrived at Gohan's side. Sensing the shift in the battle, they hastened to join him. Upon witnessing the emergence of another enigmatic figure, the expressions of the group darkened, for the striking youth exuded an aura that far surpassed that of both Jace and Goku. Just as both parties found themselves at an impasse, a hearty laughter echoed from the distant horizon. In an instant, a white beam of light manifested before Jace and Goku, intensifying the gravity of the situation as Gohan and the others regarded the appearance of this third individual with heightened concern, the atmosphere turning frigid. However, the mysterious youth appeared unfazed by the cold reception. With a charming smile, he spoke. I apologize for the trouble I've caused. Allow me to extend my sincerest regrets. Amidst the group's confusion, the young man bowed slightly, his devilishly handsome visage softened by a gentlemanly demeanor. He gestured towards the two companions beside him, saying, I am Jennery, and these are Jace and Goku. We hail from distant realms of the universe. The earlier provocation by Goku was merely a dialectic of a qualification round. I hope for your understanding. The term qualification struck Vegeta like a sharp knife, his pallid complexion barely concealing a torrent of rage, though reason quelled his fury, hinting at deeper implications. Gohan, along with Obu and the others, furrowed their brows, sensing the presence of underlying motives in this impending conflict. Observing the subtle shifts in their expressions, Jennery's smile grew broader as he pronounced deliberately, the Universal Fighting Tournament. Upon hearing this proclamation, a tidal wave of emotion surged within each individual, their minds reverberating with the audacious declaration capable of shaking the very foundations of the universe's martial world. The variations in regions and the astonishing powers indicated that fighting tournaments were indeed categorized into different tiers, from national to global competitions. Certainly, planets primarily focused on combat also hosted interstellar tournaments, but could there truly exist a universal fighting tournament? Was this an unfathomable falsehood? Or perhaps an existence forgotten through the annals of cosmic history? While the veracity of the Universal Fighting Tournament remained an enigma. For Vegeta, who had fought for nearly half a century, this notion was alien to him, as he had never heard of such an event in the cosmos. Yet, from the lips of this sudden stranger, they were introduced to the possibility of such a tournament, whether it was real or not hinged solely on their acceptance. Perhaps they already knew the answer. For the battle-hungry Saiyans, fear of conflict was absent from their lexicon. Only the thrill of combat remained. Renowned as the most formidable race in the universe, the Saiyans were also synonymous with the spirit of warfare. Throughout the history of the cosmos, the origins of their strength were shrouded in mystery, but one certainty remained. They thrived and grew stronger through battle. The earlier fierce skirmish had subsided, yet the reverberations of the earlier shock lingered. The Dragon Ball warriors, sensing the rise of more mysterious figures following the awe-inspiring clash, exchanged questioning glances. Has the battle truly come to an end? The once sitting Master Roshi approached with a grave expression, inquiring of Tien, who was not far away. Having mastered the art of sensing energy, Master Roshi truly felt the tremors of the recent fierce battle, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. It seemed that the turmoil had indeed subsided, yet the raw power exhibited earlier revealed a hint of unease on Tien's face. After all, it remained uncertain whether they were indeed malevolent entities from a dangerous Earth. And that earlier effortless counterstrike from the sinister figure had also cast a shadow of seriousness over Tien. Their strength had evidently surpassed what we could detect. Master Roshi shook his head in dismay, reminiscing about the time 50 years ago when he reigned supreme on this very Earth. Indeed, time is relentless, and change is unpredictable. Nearby, Xiao Fong, Bra, Krillin, and Android 18 exhaled a sigh of relief. Although they sensed Gohan's power had significantly increased, the ominous presence of the mysterious second figure weighed heavily on their expressions. Chapter 5. The Universal Martial Arts Tournament. Entering a New Era, Part 3. The Universal Martial Arts Tournament? Gohan, still in his Super Saiyan 2 state, inquired directly, bolstered by his newfound strength and confidence. He held no reservations, fully aware of his role as Earth's host. Indeed, we have come to invite you to participate in the Universal Martial Arts Tournament. Since you are the rulers of this world, you undoubtedly qualify to join this event, as evidenced by your earlier battle with Crack. Are you willing to partake? Gurney regarded Gohan, his smile fading as he answered earnestly. What is the Universal Martial Arts Tournament? Vegeta, upon hearing such an incredible proposition, felt a chill, though the greater chill emanated from the imposing young man before him. How was I never aware of this? Vegeta was no fool, and beneath his haughty demeanor, his penetrating gaze scrutinized the youth. The others echoed their inquiries, simultaneously feeling a sense of foreboding under the young man's aura, with the exception of Gohan, who was preoccupied with a sinister presence that could easily shatter his overwhelming energy. Gurney was unfazed by their astonishment and responded with composure. Of course. The Universal Martial Arts Tournament is a grand event held once every 10 million years. It is a competition to determine the ruler of the universe, featuring all the strongest warriors across the cosmos. A tournament held once every 10 million years? Goten, Trunks, and Ub were taken aback by the enormity of such a time frame. After all, something so distant felt ethereal, making it difficult to discern truth from fiction. Oh, so it is truly a fighting tournament for all the universe's strongest? Vegeta, seemingly composed, struggled to conceal his inner excitement. The prospect of a blood-pumping battle rekindled the fiery Saiyan spirit within him, and his previously anxious heart began to settle. During their brief conversation, Vegeta carefully observed the expressions of his counterparts. He noted Crack, bearing scars all over his body, respectfully positioned behind Gurney, while the aloof and sinister figure remained indifferent, eyes closed in meditation. The polite young man continued to engage in conversation with utmost courtesy. He pondered the answer from the expressions of those before him, surmising that they were not adversaries, for he was indeed formidable, rendering deceit unnecessary. Such a grand tournament. Well, it seemed reasonable. Meanwhile, Gohan and Vegeta were equally dissecting each other's words. After a brief silence, they returned to their usual demeanor, though their sentences occasionally faltered mid-flow. It appeared that Neely grasped the underlying meaning of Gohan's words, smiling as he remarked, "No problem. Your families may accompany you. However, there is one additional condition. The most authoritative king on your planet must also be invited to participate in this tournament." "That is quite all right. We can manage that." Without a moment's hesitation, Goten replied, his naivete making him readily trust the words of others. His candid response, however, took the rest by surprise. As the task at hand was no small feat, the atmosphere grew slightly awkward, yet Goten remained unfazed, smiling with a plan already brewing in his mind. "May I inquire if I can participate?" Obi lowered his head, feeling a tad embarrassed since his name had not been mentioned. "Oh, Mr. Obi is also welcome to join this tournament, for you two are among the strongest on Earth. Indeed, one of the few powerful beings in the universe." Neely recalled his father's counsel regarding this seemingly ordinary yet formidable Earthling with a hint of curiosity. "Is that so? That is splendid," Obu exclaimed, his earlier doubts dissipating in a wave of excitement. After a brief exchange, Everyone was invited to honor the hospitality of Vegeta's household. As several guests landed, a cheerful voice rang out, and a petite figure dashed forward. "Daddy!" The eager little Fong rushed toward Gohan, but halted mid-stride upon noticing the three unfamiliar figures behind him. Although she had traversed the cosmos, she was nonetheless captivated by the peculiar aura of the newcomers. What truly instilled fear in her was their daunting power. "They are all guests." Fong, Gohan, perceiving her alarm, turned to Neely and added a reassuring note. Returning to his usual calm disposition, Gohan smiled gently. The others who emerged subsequently heard Gohan's reassurance, but remained momentarily silent. Neely couldn't help but chuckle at the realization that his unexpected visit had startled everyone. After a round of introductions, the atmosphere finally settled, and Bulma called for refreshments. The battle seemed to have subsided. It was evident that conflict does not simply cease. Throughout the eons of cosmic history, countless beings capable of suppressing all have emerged. Yet, as history attests, nothing is absolute. The spirit of combat remains unquenched. Until the day that battle reaches its conclusion, it shall signify an endless continuum. Constant battles yield continuous growth, and this perpetual enhancement in turn incites further conflict. Everything is interdependent, making it seemingly impossible to discern where it all begins or where it may ultimately conclude. After a lengthy day of play, the robot Killua finally began to feel a twinge of fatigue. The work robots of Bulma's household had long been subjugated by this mischievous little rascal. With its inherent superiority, Killua ascended to the position of leader among the robotic legion, despite its diminutive stature. Killua, possessing thoughts akin to a living being, lamented its role as the perpetual victim before Xiaofang, realizing that enlisting a few underlings to vent its frustrations was the true path to satisfaction. It relished the newfound sense of superiority that came with training others, often breaking into a sinister grin as it pondered. At that moment, having just reprimanded several of its subordinates, it floated contentedly in the air, whimsically drifting about as if still seeking something captivating to engage its attention. "Killua, come here for a moment. I need to discuss something with you." A voice suddenly resonated beside Killua, adding a weighty atmosphere to the otherwise empty corridor. Killua was not startled. From the familiar tone, it discerned that the speaker was someone it recognized. Turning around, it indeed saw Gohan nearby. "Mr. Gohan," Killua responded without hesitation, gradually gliding towards him while its petite arms scratched its head. "Killua, listen closely. I have a favor to ask of you. Please assist me," Gohan said earnestly, though he struggled to suppress a smile at Killua's playful demeanor. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Killua ultimately acquiesced. Chapter 5, The Cosmic Fighting Tournament, Entering a New Era, Part 4. Time passes, and night has fallen. Saiyan formidable. Vegeta ignited a fierce fighting spirit within himself. Proud and aloof, he scorned the frivolities of others, having once again retreated into the gravity chamber to train under even harsher conditions. After witnessing Gohan's performance today, Vegeta subtly sensed that Gohan might have surpassed him, although he was reluctant to admit it, as to date, he could only acknowledge one individual who stood before him. "Daddy, do you truly believe in them?" Trunks ventured into the gravity chamber, observing the weary figure engrossed in training. Vegeta, absorbed in his exertions, had overlooked his son's proximity, and upon hearing Trunks' voice, looked up in mild surprise, albeit with a somewhat cold demeanor. "Yes, Trunks. I suppose my answer should be affirmative. After all, given their status and strength, there is no necessity for them to act otherwise. If there were any conspiracy, their power would undoubtedly be sufficient to vanquish us." "That may be true, but will there really be a cosmic fighting tournament?" Trunks asked anxiously, still youthful and somewhat naive, yet having sensed the unusual atmosphere after numerous fierce battles. "I cannot be certain," Vegeta replied, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes as his expression darkened. No one could fathom the emotions that stirred within Vegeta at this moment. Such a simple statement could evoke the shadows of his tumultuous past. The ignorance of a grand tournament pointed to a deeper issue, one steeped in the near annihilation of his race, rendering him incapable of grasping the history that lay behind him. Yet, as Trunks attempted to continue, Vegeta, who had awakened from his reverie, interrupted him. "No, we merely need to remain vigilant against them. It is our primary duty at present. Now, let's go and receive our guests." With that, Vegeta took a deep breath and strolled out of the gravity chamber. Trunks watched the silhouette of his father recede into the distance. At the edge of the window, Jinyu, holding a glass of red wine, approached Gohan, who was gazing at the moonlight. After savoring a sip, He too lifted his gaze to admire the celestial beauty. The two stood in silence until Jinyu broke it. "Forgive my boldness, Mr. Gohan, but may I inquire as to your father's whereabouts at this moment?" Though Jinyu's voice was soft, it reached Gohan's ears clearly, causing him to startle and turn around, meeting Jinyu's face, which mirrored his own confusion. Jinyu was well aware of Goku's identity, especially recalling the intense battle scene that had left an indelible mark on his memory. Although he knew the opponent had possessed merely a combat power of 1 million. The shock of reaching the 4th stage of Super Saiyan was something Gohan and the others could not comprehend. At this moment, Jinyu felt a twinge of regret. He had journeyed from afar, hoping to witness the true visage of this king. Yet upon arriving, he learned of the emergence of the evil dragon on Earth amidst his welcoming of other cosmic warriors, and after that battle, he could no longer obtain any information about this king, as if he had vanished from the universe. Indeed, the reasons behind his arrival on Earth 6 months after the evil dragon incident brought forth a wave of inexorable malice within Jinyu, as memories of that turbulent time resurfaced. Gohan, glancing at Jinyu's expression, turned away, equally unaware of the answer and oblivious to the fleeting menace in Jinyu's eyes. "I understand. We have been monitoring Earth with our scanners to gather your information, but this is merely due to the tournament. Please forgive us." Jinyu, perceiving Gohan's indifferent response as disdain, offered a self-explanatory remark. "I empathize with your position. However, regarding my father, I genuinely know nothing. The Dragon Balls and Shenron are equally enigmatic," Gohan stated candidly. Recognizing Jinyu's implication, at that moment, he felt no need to conceal the truth about the Dragon Balls from Jinyu. Observing Gohan's gaze, Jinyu accepted this reality, gently swirling the wine in his glass, leaning comfortably against the wall, lost in thought. Gohan, wishing to refrain from further discussion, recalled his earlier conversation with Kibito. As he gazed at the full moon illuminating the night sky, a thought dawned upon him, prompting a knowing smile before he turned and walked away to join others in merriment. At a distance of merely 10 meters, Goku remained aloof, leaning against the wall with an expression of indifference toward the world. This time, however, he made an unprecedented effort to glance at Wu Fan, who was joyfully engaging with others. The once impenetrable barrier against the gazes of others seemed to dissolve in that moment, as he observed Xiao Feng, Ma Lun, and Bala. "Do you still harbor resentment towards me?" Siaka tossed his head back, resuming his stance against the wall, a bitter smile etched upon his proud visage, while memories of a petite figure and her sweet voice echoed in his mind. As hosts, Vegeta and Trunks approached to converse, with Vegeta keenly observing every move of Genelai, yet still unable to discern the depths of this young man's character. Amidst their light-hearted banter, Genelai seemed to recall something, his expression tinged with suspicion as he inquired, "By the way, how do you persuade your king to accept our invitation?" "That depends on Mr. Satan," Trunks replied, having grasped Wu Tian's intentions. And everyone's gaze shifted toward the elder gentleman. "Me?" Satan queried, bewildered, pointing at himself as a bead of sweat trickled down his cheek, leaving him utterly befuddled. Everyone exchanged knowing glances, nodding subtly in Satan's direction. Yet, Satan remained oblivious to their implications, scratching his head in deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Genelai and Lake began to take a more serious view of the seemingly unrefined elder, though they could not fathom the reasons behind it, mistakenly believing that he was not as unsavory as he appeared. "Your Majesty, Mr. Satan requests an audience," announced the guard as he entered the palace, kneeling on the ground to report. The bespectacled raccoon king raised an eyebrow in suspicion, adjusting his crooked glasses. After a moment's reflection, he decided to accept the invitation, responding calmly, "Very well, let him in." "Ha, Mr. Satan, may I inquire about your purpose for visiting?" The benevolent king asked politely, devoid of any airs of superiority. Although he held little fondness for this boastful world champion, the king still regarded the savior figure with respect. For it was this individual who had warned them of the impending doom half a year ago, thus averting a cataclysm. However, he had begun to harbor doubts, suspecting that the true victor of the previous Elra game might not be the illustrious figure before him. "Your esteemed Majesty, I have come to meet you because friends from a distant galaxy wish to invite you to explore the cosmos," Satan stated directly, eschewing any unnecessary circumlocution. Upon understanding the intent, the king's expression darkened, for his identity represented the stability of the earth. Boldly spoken, "Do you intend to abduct the king?" a guard sternly demanded, assuming an imposing demeanor. Unfazed by such bluster, Satan relied on his own prowess, confident in his unmatched abilities in the mundane world. though he mused that he had yet to reach the level of deflecting bullets. No, it was Mr. Satan who foresaw the impending explosion of Earth last time and urged us to evacuate, thereby preventing a great disaster. The king reminisced about the events of the past, the earlier hesitation dissipating. However, Your Majesty, this time it seems rather absurd. Even Mr. Satan should not acquiesce. For the safety of Your Majesty is of paramount importance to the Earth. The guards, in a state of alarm, sought counsel. Mr. Satan, however, was unconcerned, for he had engaged with far more illustrious individuals than this short-sighted fellow, feeling quite superior and deeming it unnecessary to stoop to the level of these guards. No, surely there must be a rationale behind his actions, right, Mr. Satan? The benevolent king once again smiled. Yes, Your Majesty. This invitation is extended to you because a cosmic martial arts tournament will be held in the universe, and, as Earth will have participants, it is mandated that you, as the esteemed ruler of Earth, witness this event. Oh, who from Earth will be participating? Is it you, Mr. Satan? The king, captivated by such a fervent notion, eagerly pressed for details. No, merely a few of my disciples. Mr. Satan modestly concealed the identity of the Saiyans, embellishing his words. Well then, this is indeed an honor for our Earth. I shall accept their invitation. When do we depart? The king expressed his agreement with ease. The day after tomorrow in the morning, at the backyard of Dr. Bulma's residence, Mr. Satan respectfully provided the details, secretly pleased to have fulfilled his obligation. Very well. I shall see you then. The king smiled, shielding his eyes as he observed Mr. Satan's departing figure. As Mr. Satan walked away from the palace, a nearby guard anxiously inquired, Your Majesty, have you truly agreed to this? His gaze remained fixed on Mr. Satan's silhouette. Indeed, after all, he is our great hero. The king's resolute gaze lingered on Mr. Satan, but his mind wandered to another hero, that once youthful champion. Has the agreement been reached, Mr. Satan? Xiaofang eagerly questioned as Mr. Satan entered. What transpired, Mr. Satan? Everyone surrounded him with inquiries, while Vegeta coldly scrutinized him, leaning against the wall. Of course. The title of Mr. Satan is no mere fade. There is nothing in this world that daunts me. Mr. Satan began to boast once more, proclaiming himself the world martial arts champion, asserting that even the king holds him in reverence. At that moment, he felt a sense of elation, reveling in his esteemed identity. How splendid! The crowd erupted in cheers, and any trace of doubt on Vegeta's face vanished along with the answer. Father, have you seen Gula these past few days? Xiaofang scanned the surroundings, but still failed to spot the mischievous robot, furrowing her brow. Ah, Gulu? I haven't seen him either, Gohan replied, a hint of discomfort passing over his features, clearly reluctant to divulge Gulu's whereabouts. Where could he possibly be? Knowing we are to depart today, why is he wandering about? Xiaofang began to complain. Yes, indeed. Well, there's no helping it. We must depart soon, and there is no time to search for Gulu. Gohan gently stroked Xiaofang's hair. Perhaps he has retreated out of fear of danger. Xiaofang reluctantly nodded. As I pondered a nefarious thought, I envisioned how I would deal with you upon my return. You detestable creature. A forlorn figure ascended the spaceship. Is there anyone else who has yet to board the vessel? Jinyu commanded his spaceship, announcing that we would soon depart. Wait, what about me, old turtle? A loud voice called out. There appeared Master Roshi, vigorously waving his left hand while dragging a large suitcase with his right, hastily making his way over. Oh, everyone turned to gaze at this amusing elder. Cough, 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 I finally made it. Master Roshi panted, seemingly relieved to have arrived just in time. Master Roshi, are you also going? Gohan inquired. Of course. The Universe Martial Arts Tournament is a rare opportunity. I certainly wouldn't want to miss it. Master Roshi's sunglasses inexplicably glimmered. Really? Or are you simply eager to gaze upon beautiful women in space? Xiaofang scoffed, making a face and elongating her tone. What? Have you figured me out? Master Roshi blushed, flustered. All right, let's set off, Jinyu commanded. Affirmative, target, base. Initiating the spaceship to vanish faster than light. Gohan and the others finally soared from Earth into the cosmos. In this vast expanse, what adventures awaited them? At the dawn of a new era, everything remained uncertain. All that could be said was that adventures and new battles were finally underway. The sequel to Dragon Ball had officially commenced. Chapter 6. The game begins. Assault on the Saiyans by the Cosmic Warriors. Part 1. Gazing into the boundless universe. Even while traveling at faster-than-light speed, it felt akin to a sluggish tortoise in the vastness of space. Such a scene bore witness to the grandeur of the cosmos. Are the Saiyans truly the absolute rulers? This notion might be perplexing, for there is always someone greater, a mountain beyond the mountains. After organizing their belongings aboard the spaceship, everyone gathered in the spacious command hall, sharing laughter and anticipation for the upcoming cosmic adventure. This feels quite delightful. It seems we truly should explore the outside world, Bulma remarked, leaning against the port, gazing out at the vibrant, colorful nebulae. The beauty of womanhood revealed itself once more in her entranced eyes. Indeed, the outside world must be far more entertaining, Xiaofang chimed in, also leaning at the port, her head resting on the window ledge, though her previously exuberant mood suddenly waned. She had caught a glimpse of young Goku's smile from the outside world, evoking memories of their travels a year prior, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within her. Bulma, sensitive to Xiaofang's sudden melancholy, was aware of Goku's circumstances. Her dreamy gaze softened, and she gently caressed Xiaofang's hair, offering a reassuring smile. Don't forget, Marin expects us to capture many photographs for her, haha. It's only right. They already set off together to explore the country. This time, Uncle Krillin spent nearly half a year applying for the qualifications, caught in a dilemma. Provoked by Blanna's somewhat gleeful remarks, Xiaofang chuckled softly and vigorously nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, poor Marlin. He looked so adorably pitiful. I was quite tempted to pinch her cheek." Blanna, noticing Xiaofang's brightened demeanor, playfully raised her hand and lightly tapped Xiaofang's head, eliciting a playful protest in the form of a tongue stick out. Zeke, for the first time, opened his eyes and, upon hearing the playful banter between Xiaofang and Blanna, felt no disdain. Instead, he focused on their merriment, and the graceful figure in his mind became clearer. He secretly thought, if only I could be like them, and a faint smile graced his lips, though the slight curve went unnoticed. It had been a long time since he had felt the warmth of a smile, and in that moment, he realized he had grown estranged from such feelings. Kirk, having sustained severe injuries, was somewhat healed by Zeke's infusion of energy. Yet this was merely a superficial recovery. Even after days of machine-assisted treatment for his internal wounds, he still required solitude to recuperate fully. After a few days of interaction, Gohan and the others had significantly altered their perception of Gennari. From Gennari's refined demeanor, they sensed a genuine apology for the previous affront, leading to a more harmonious relationship between them. Gennari, may I inquire how long it will take us to reach the competition venue? Gohan, having organized his belongings, arrived at the command hall, only to discover that he was the last to arrive due to the multitude of books he had been preoccupied with. Nevertheless, he addressed Gennari, who was seated at the front, with utmost respect. Oh, Gennari glanced at the newly arrived Gohan, nodded in acknowledgement, and after a moment of contemplation, replied with a smile. It will take approximately 3 months to reach the base. If you find the journey tedious and wish to train, you may use the gravity chamber. Though Gennari spoke to Gohan, his peripheral vision shifted to the imposing figure of Vegeta. A gravity chamber? Gohan expressed his surprise, glancing towards the familiar, towering silhouette. Inwardly amused by Vegeta's tendency for self-torture, though he dared not voice such thoughts. Is there indeed a gravity chamber? Vegeta, who had been lost in thought against the wall, opened his eyes languidly, his tone slightly indifferent. Yes, it can be adjusted to approximately 100,000 times Earth's gravity, Gennari responded, clearly taken aback by Vegeta's demeanor. However, recognizing the proud warrior's spirit, he admired Vegeta's exceptional qualities. A true warrior does not solely rely on extraordinary strength to achieve victory. Greatness also requires a certain ethos, exemplified by Vegeta's solitary and aloof nature. What? Wouldn't that mean bearing a weight of 10,000 tons? Trunks exclaimed, casting a startled glance at his father, internally praying to avoid such a dire fate. After all, within the confines of his own gravity chamber, the maximum load reached a mere 5,000 tons. And only after transforming into Super Saiyan could he bear such an extraordinary weight. Were it not for the coercive insistence of Vegeta's father, Trunks would certainly never have undertaken the arduous training of bearing over 1,000 tons. Indeed, this was an absurd regimen, prompting Goten to express his grievances. Very well, let us train together, Obyu replied with unexpected enthusiasm, perhaps a testament to the years of influence from Goku. Upon hearing the opinion of this rebellious individual, both Goten and Trunks cast him a fierce glare, their murderous intent sending a shiver down Obyu's spine, leaving him perplexed about what had gone awry. Meanwhile, Bra, standing to the side, maintained an air of indifference, softly sighing. Another simpleton has emerged. As Trunks' sister, Bra was acutely aware that her inherently playful elder brother could not endure hardship, despite their remarkable talents. The duo's inability to embrace rigorous training hindered their ascension to greater heights. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that over the years, this golden partnership had indeed improved through their playful antics. That said, Bra herself was not particularly keen on the notion of excessive training, having grown weary of her father's stringent training conditions. MHM, Xiao Fong nodded in agreement, mimicking a chick pecking at grains. Obu, still attuned to Dur's murmurs, lowered his head in embarrassment, a hint of shyness creeping in. How fortuitous. I hope you don't mind if I make use of it for a while, Vegeta remarked, slightly taken aback, yet revealing a trace of satisfaction. May I inquire as to the location of the gravity chamber? His proud demeanor remained largely unchanged, and Vegeta, accustomed to solitude and training, was not adept at communication. He regarded Jenny with an impassive expression, somewhat brusquely inquiring. It is located on the lower level, Jenny replied politely, managing a smile. However, the attendant beside him clearly harbored disdain for Vegeta's haughty nature, betraying his discontent through both expression and demeanor, while Jack remained passive, meditating quietly to one side. Chapter 6. The game commences, Assault on the Saiyans by the Cosmic Warriors, Part 2. Thank you. I shall not be polite, Vegeta said, turning on his heel and waving a hand as he departed from the command chamber. As he walked away, the atmosphere grew a tad more tense. What does power truly signify? The king, seated nearby, held a plate in one hand and a teacup raised halfway to his lips, momentarily neglecting to sip his hot tea, his gaze fixed intently on Vegeta's receding figure. He couldn't help but notice how this silhouette bore a resemblance to one of the enigmatic figures encountered during the Cell games. Could it be them? The king pondered, lifting his teacup to savor the delicate fragrance of the tea, while his peripheral vision remained alert to the surrounding individuals. What an arrogant fellow. Is he truly your disciple? Mr. Satan? The guard standing nearby disapproved of Vegeta's demeanor. To him, even though Vegeta's stature approached 1.80 meters, he appeared as a mere diminutive figure before his own towering frame of over 2 meters. Under the disdainful gaze of the narrow-minded guard, Mr. Satan could not help but feel a surge of anger, internally cursing, if it weren't for your royal guard status. I would show you how to respect those who stand before you. However, in that moment, Satan dared not voice his thoughts. Having spent considerable time with Goku and his companions, he was acutely aware of their peculiar and exaggerated features. It was only after Vegeta departed the command room and the automatic doors closed behind him that Mr. Satan began to boast. That one isn't really my disciple, but his strength is on par with my eldest. He certainly won't heed my words. Be cautious lest you find yourself on the receiving end of a beating without understanding why. Ignoring him, Satan, seated beside the king, pretended to savor a sip of fragrant tea, exuding a gentlemanly demeanor as he spoke. Feeling subtly mocked by Satan's insinuation, the guard was unwilling to concede and was about to continue his argument when he caught the king's scrutinizing gaze, compelling him to swallow his discontent. What insufferable fool, many in attendance thought, casting cold glances at the simple-minded, physically imposing man before them. Vegeta truly has an affinity for training, Neri remarked, ready to apologize for the earlier rudeness on behalf of Vegeta, as Bulma politely interjected with a smile. Oh, it's nothing. Saiyans are inherently passionate about battle. As hosts, we must not neglect our guests, Neri replied with a smile, well aware that the woman before him was Earth's most distinguished scientist and inventor. The previously tense atmosphere lightened momentarily before returning to its original calm. As Vegeta walked through the empty corridor, his brow furrowed in deep thought. To his vigilant mind, the current circumstances could not be hastily labeled as peaceful. The visitors were still of unknown origin and had yet to disclose their identities. Though their demeanor suggested no ill intent, if they were indeed invaders, defeating the Saiyans would pose little challenge for them. But could it truly be so simple? As Vegeta pondered these questions, Goku's image flashed in his mind. What do you think, Kakarot? He mused, only to shake his head gently and chuckle to himself. Am I truly beginning to depend on him? How absurd. This proud Saiyan prince might indeed find that strength is everything. Unbeknownst to him, guided by the anxious subordinate, Vegeta reached the end of the corridor, arriving before a door marked with a sign. Is this the gravity chamber? He wondered, pressing the door switch. With a soft hiss, the door opened, and he stepped inside. The subordinate, who had been anxiously trailing behind Vegeta, finally exhaled in relief. For being in the presence of Vegeta's overwhelming aura was no trivial matter. After wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he returned to his duties. Oh, gazing upon the machinery before her, Vegeta felt a twinge of astonishment at the advanced equipment present in this place. Although she had encountered numerous sophisticated devices back home, None could rival the imposing aura that enveloped this realm, exuding an intangible sense of oppression. This particular apparatus must be the one that controls and alters gravity, she mused, approaching with determination. Very well. Let us commence with a magnitude of 10,000 times, she declared. In the vast expanse beyond a colossal planet, a sudden flash of black light illuminated the darkness, splitting the void to unveil a swirling vortex of shadows. From within a row of figures clad in dark robes emerged a silhouette, shrouded in wisps of black mist. "Oh, what brings you here?" spoke a pair of eerie, white eyes, surveying the reverent subordinates flanking him, a flicker of interest igniting within. Great Lord Shaoro, a black-robed figure stepped forward, bowing with trepidation. "Lord Marrow wishes for your personal return to the demon realm." "Oh, and what has Marrow to say?" The brow of the one known as Shaoro furrowed, revealing a hint of concern regarding his comrade's summons. "According to the Lord's words, it appears that the demon's sovereign has awakened," the messenger stammered, sensing the chilling aura emanating from Shaoro, his voice faltering in fear. "The demon sovereign?" Shaoro's countenance shifted dramatically, unable to conceal the fervor within as he expressed profound reverence for that godlike figure. "Ha ha ha, Marrow, you were indeed correct. 400 years ago, you forcibly awakened me and informed me of the demon sovereign's affairs. I had thought little of it, yet here we are, witnessing it all come to fruition. It seems your companion possesses remarkable merit." Shaoro's consciousness radiated, his words echoing through the ranks of demons present. Their expressions shifted with dread as they braced themselves for punishment. But before they could plead for mercy, the robed figure's hand swept forth, unleashing a dark strike that pierced through the bodies of all present, executing them in an instant. In those final moments, they opened their eyes wide in disbelief. The truth of to accompany a sovereign is akin to dancing with a tiger validating itself, albeit at the cost of their lives. Indeed, those who know the truth must perish, do they not? "Marrow, let us calculate. It has been several million years since I last returned. These self-important past demon lords are truly nothing but worthless shells," Shaoro scoffed, his gaze cold and disdainful as he looked upon these feeble subordinates, expressing deep contempt for their insignificance. The decay of the demon realm had rendered them mere puppets, unworthy of his respect. With the demon's sovereign's awakening, the game was finally set to commence. Shaoro gestured, and a rift tore open in the fabric of the void ahead, stepping through and vanishing from sight. Chapter 6. The game begins. The assault on the Saiyan warriors. A stream of data flickered across the vast computer screen, a luminous signal steadily approaching the center on the radar. "Report, my lord, we have detected Captain Nita's vessel from the Galactic Alliance heading toward us," a subordinate relayed, his voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. "Oh, is that so? It seems they have completed their mission just in time." Journalist spoke softly, devoid of any domineering air, yet his smile bore an enigmatic charm. "Prepare yourselves and open the door to welcome our guests. After all, every visitor is a guest," he commanded, his smile broadening with delight. The servant, having received the directive, retreated slowly to attend to his duties. In another spacecraft, a gruff voice questioned with a hint of disdain, "Such a stubborn personality, yet I find such men utterly detestable. What are your true intentions?" A man, forced to kneel, shouted in anger, his eyes reflecting a mix of regret and fury. Bloodied corpses lay nearby, and his own injuries were severe. At that moment, he realized he had invited a wolf into the fold. "Oh, ha! It is nothing truly. You mentioned that your headquarters want to greet the Saiyans, and the Saiyans are the rulers of the universe, so we merely wish to witness their grandeur," a figure seated centrally remarked, resting his chin upon his hand, casting a disdainful gaze upon the vanquished before him. The one who had previously spoken stood to his left. Spare us your trivialities. Your intentions are surely more sinister than that. You scoundrels, what do you intend to do to the young master?" The warrior-like figure retorted, attempting to rise in agitation. However, this futile endeavor prompted a slight furrow in the brow of the central figure, who, with a mere finger gesture, unleashed a formidable aura that forcefully brought the resistive man back to his knees, the impact resonating dully against the floor. In that instant, the kneeling man turned pale, seething with indignation at such humiliation. His teeth clenched as he glared at the figure before him, as if to devour him whole. "Ah, his mind seems quite sharp," another person remarked mockingly. "Brother, there's no need to bully this weakling. Let us reveal our grand plan to astound these insignificant creatures, lest they remain as frogs at the bottom of a well." "A plan? What is that?" the kneeling man inquired eagerly, his eyes glinting with urgency upon hearing the somewhat effeminate figure before him. Well, it is hardly a secret. We have gleaned from ancient texts some connections between the Saiyans and the Universal Fighting Tournament. As the rulers of the universe, the Saiyans must possess certain secrets. Thus, should we eliminate them first, we, the Listens, shall become the new monarchs, and we would be endowed with such conditions, wouldn't we, esteemed Captain Nita? The middle-aged man seated at the center chuckled, producing a peculiar and tattered scroll that he ignited in flames, reducing the ancient text to ashes. The ashes fell from his grasp, scattering upon the ground. What? You actually harbor such thoughts? You are utterly mad, beyond comprehension. Nita glared furiously at the three before him. The moment the ancient text appeared, it had sent tremors through his heart, but as it was destroyed, he snapped back to reality, roaring in outrage. Without further ado, or I shall not hesitate to dispose of you first, the somewhat frivolous figure on the left declared, his haughty gaze indicating that should the conversation continue, the dawn of tomorrow would remain unseen. Just then, a servant rushed over, reporting, "Leader, the distant spacecraft has signaled for us to rendezvous with them, and the reception door has been opened." "Oh, is that so?" The man paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. What a fortuitous turn of events. Let's proceed at once. Suddenly invigorated, he rose to his feet. "Alas, this is dire, young master," murmured the kneeling figure, recalling the three wicked individuals with trepidation, silently praying for mercy. The cabin doors swung open, revealing the awaiting servant. The middle-aged man leaned against Nita, his companions trailing behind him, casting disdainful glances at the welcoming figures before them. "Greetings, Lord Nita." The servant bowed respectfully. "Cease your antics," Lissa interjected, pressing a finger against Nita's lower back, the chilling aura serving as a constant reminder of the mortal peril that loomed over the one called Nita. That is no concern of yours. Where's the young master? I wish to escort these individuals to meet him." Reluctantly, Nita bowed his head in submission. "He is already in the reception room," the servant replied. "Very well, let us proceed." The four of them advanced, all heading in the same direction. Upon entering the reception room, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing a hint of danger. His gaze swiftly scanned the opulent interior, where several individuals sat regally. At the moment their eyes met, a piercing aura of menace enveloped him. Amused, the middle-aged man smiled, having already learned of the key figures from Nita, and now, recognizing the unfamiliar Gohan, he instinctively identified his Saiyan heritage. Gohan, upon their entrance into the reception room, also sensed a palpable, aggressive energy appraising his surroundings. The underlying ferocity stirring feelings of discontent and aversion within him, prompting a silent standoff. Meanwhile, Goten, OOB, and Trunks keenly grasped this tension, halting their conversation with Neri, their gazes fixed on the formidable figure. All parties are present, which makes things much simpler. "Greetings, I am Alyssa you sought. My name is Kelly. To my left is Sa, and to my right is E." The self-proclaimed Kelly exuded a stronger power, effortlessly dispelling Gohan's oppressive aura without preamble. "What does this mean?" questioned one standing behind Neri, annoyance etched across his features as he glared at the trio ahead. "Nothing more than a simple introduction," Kelly retorted disdainfully. "Do not be insolent, or I shall take your life." The man stepped forward, only to be halted by Neri's outstretched hand. "Do you possess such ability?" Sa provocatively inquired, clearly incensed. Meanwhile, the aloof Zack remained indifferent to the unfolding drama. "Enough, FIM, do not act impulsively. However, I must inquire, Kelly, what do you represent? After all, the guests have arrived. What is your purpose?" Neri again raised his right hand to restrain FIM's aggression. Chapter 6, The Game Begins. The Assault on the Saiyan Warriors, Part 4. "Oh, it's nothing. We merely wish to have an encounter with the Saiyans. Isn't that right, Sai?" Kelly chuckled derisively. "What?" The expressions of Goten, OOB, and Trunks shifted to one of astonishment, while Gohan regarded them with detached indifference. Could it be that you three are also Saiyans?" Kelly observed their reactions, and upon witnessing Gohan's cold demeanor, his heart raced. "What is your objective? Do you wish to confront the Saiyans?" Jinri inquired with a natural demeanor, though the tea in his cup rippled due to the tension in the atmosphere. "No, it's nothing of the sort. I was merely contemplating that if we were to defeat the Saiyans first, we would ascend as the new rulers. Thus, we could swiftly advance to the finals. Wouldn't you agree, Prince Jinri?" "Jinri?" Gohan's expression shifted at Kelly's words, his gaze locking onto him with a barely concealed ire, seeking a satisfactory answer. Goten and the others also glared at Jinri with suppressed anger. The smile faded from Jinri's face as he sensed Gohan's chill, and he reluctantly nodded, explaining, "This isn't exactly a secret. It was originally my father who intended to speak with you personally, as I do not possess extensive knowledge regarding the tournament." Gohan remained non-committal to such a response, and Goten and the others chose not to pursue the matter further, continuing to lock eyes with Kelly and his companions. "Shall we commence the battle now?" Goten and Trunks fixed their gazes on their adversaries, their voices low and resolute. "Indeed, young Master Jinri. This could be considered an elimination round, indicating that this is merely a conflict between us. Therefore, I implore you not to interfere." Kelly grinned maliciously. Jinri recognized that combat was now unavoidable and, with a sigh, replied, "However, you cannot fight here. You must proceed to the gravity chamber. It is composed entirely of super alloy and can withstand powerful attacks." "Very well. It matters not." Both sides agreed, and in an instant, their fighting spirits surged. Coughing and panting, Vegeta lay on the ground, drenched in sweat after an extensive training session, his gaze fixed on the ceiling of the gravity chamber, his mind racing through the events of the past few days. Yet at that moment, his brow furrowed once more as he muttered to himself, "Oh, what a bothersome and tedious affair." Vegeta, sensing the burgeoning fighting spirit between the two opposing sides from a distance of 10 paces, instinctively gauged the situation. His warrior's instinct keenly attuned. He propped himself up, slightly fatigued, and awaited the unfolding drama with interest. At that moment, the door slid open and several figures entered. Jinri led the way, his gaze not meeting Vegeta's, as he turned back to address the 7 behind him, saying, "This is the place." Kelly had expected the chamber to be empty, but as his gaze swept across the room, he felt a jolt of surprise upon encountering Vegeta's piercing glare, which bore down upon him like a storm. He sensed an overwhelming pressure, but he shook his head with a smile, dissipating the oppressive atmosphere, albeit momentarily. As Kelly and the others witnessed the not-so-tall figure of Vegeta, they were suddenly struck by an overwhelming aura that loomed over them like a mountain. Their derisive mockery ceased, and they gazed in trepidation at the formidable presence before them. Vegeta did not speak directly. After Kelly effortlessly dispelled the pressure he exerted, Vegeta furrowed his brow slightly. Yet a hint of satisfaction curved his lips, seemingly impressed by his opponent's strength. "Father," Trunks began to remind Vegeta of the circumstances surrounding their encounter. However, Vegeta waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he had already surmised their intentions. Indeed, he had discerned the identity of the intruders from Gohan's expression, and being a seasoned warrior, he was aware of the unnecessary troubles that could arise. "You're also a Saiyan, are you not? We are from the Listens, and we have come to challenge you," Kelly declared, his aura suddenly surging as he shattered the energy field created by Vegeta. Several blades of wind sliced through the air towards him. Vegeta merely chuckled, regarding their self-aggrandizement with amusement. Despite the provocative display, he maintained an air of calm. Trunks, Goten, and Ub felt the oppressive pressure emanating from their adversaries, and the sudden intensity forced them to momentarily retreat to regain their footing. Gohan sighed at the futile antics of their opponents and gently dissipated the surrounding pressure. Neri and his companion, Jek, remained unimpressed, emitting a subtle energy that was wholly unaffected. In contrast, FIM struggled to withstand the overwhelming force, while the others fared poorly under the assault. This fellow, seeing the disdain in Vegeta's eyes, saw, who once scorned the weak, could not bear such contempt. After unleashing a torrent of insults, he prepared to strike, but a large hand clasped over his mouth, and a pair of cold, indifferent eyes met his. Fear surged within him as an emotionless voice echoed in his ears. "Sleep now." A tremendous explosion reverberated through the gravity chamber. Fortunately, Vegeta had adjusted the gravity to 30,000 times, preventing the initial strike from breaching the spacecraft. Nonetheless, the immense force slammed Saw's head into the ground, creating a depression in the earth, and blood trickled from his nostrils as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Kelly's eyes widened in shock as a dark shadow flitted past him. He sensed something amiss and turned to uncover the truth, only to find Vegeta crouched on the ground, hand poised at Saw's mouth, his gaze cold and merciless. A profound sense of peril flooded Kelly's mind, and disregarding his comrade's fate, he darted away, appearing a dozen meters distant in an instant. Meanwhile, the slower-witted E also recognized the alarming scene, his scalp prickling in fear. Yet, before he could formulate a plan, Vegeta's figure vanished once more. E's face drained of color as he found himself momentarily frozen, his form blurring as he attempted to flee, only to have Vegeta reappear behind him. pressing down on his neck with an overwhelming force. After being flipped 90 degrees, he shared an intimate kiss with the ground, his head crashing down with a force that rivaled that of his dear friend, Sal. The two resounding impacts reverberated through the spaceship, their tremors occurring within the same heartbeat, rendering these two assaults a true slaughter. Goten, Trunks, and Obu were astonished by Vegeta's meteoric rise in power, staring in awe at the formidable display of strength. Gohan, however, astutely sensed the fleeting fluctuations of B's energy, a knowing smile spreading across his face as his furrowed brow relaxed. Neely, lost in thought, silently observed Vegeta's ferocity. While behind him, Jack remained indifferent, exuding an air of aloofness as if detached from the unfolding drama. Once again witnessing the explosive defeat of his companion, Kelly felt a chill of fear creep over him, prompting him to distance himself from his opponent. At last, his own power was unleashed, sending a tempestuous energy swirling throughout the gravity chamber, erupting in a vibrant azure flame. Boredom settled in as Kelly attempted to resist, but as Vegeta's words fell, he amplified both the force and speed of his assault. A devastating elbow strike sank into Kelly's abdomen, the transmitted force radiating through his entire being, shattering all defenses. One decisive blow. The blurred silhouette remained vividly etched in his mind. Though not particularly tall, it loomed large within his consciousness. Impossible, Kelly thought, clutching his abdomen. A mix of saliva and blood staining his lips. Dazed, he dared to raise his gaze to the departing Vegeta, disbelief mingling with profound fear. Without further contemplation, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. Arrogant fool. As Vegeta exited the gravity chamber, he uttered a chilling remark, disregarding the onlookers as he walked away. The trio of Goten, Trunks, and Gohan were still processing the earlier scenes, utterly stunned by Vegeta's words. They had failed to witness the fluidity of Vegeta's movements during the battle. Such an overwhelming victory had been entirely unexpected. After all, they understood that while Kelly's strength was not formidable, it would still require Goten and Trunks to transform into Super Saiyans to truly defeat him. Gohan felt a pang of astonishment, unable to fathom the extent of Vegeta's transformation over the past 6 months. Yet, recalling the tormenting training regimen Vegeta had endured, Gohan found himself both shocked and amused. Neely, with a wry smile, gestured for his subordinates to tidy up the scene, his gaze lingering on the retreating figure. His original smile morphing into a more peculiar expression. Jack finally opened his eyes, watching as Vegeta's figure faded from view, shaking his head, lost in thought. Thus, this farce concluded with a certain ironic satisfaction. Chapter 7, Goku's Return, A New Battle, Part 1. In a world bathed in radiant, multicolored light, a massive crystal throne floated within this expansive space, upon which sat a frail old man, teetering on the brink of death. Though vitality still lingers, the elderly man is acutely aware that, due to a certain event, his life must inevitably wane, leaving him with but a few remaining days. With his eyes half closed, the deeply lined visage of age appears weary. After exhaling a heavy sigh, he murmurs a barely audible phrase. Can prophecies truly come to pass? Ancestor, your enigmas are far too numerous, and which one truly reflects your intent? With a profound sigh, he is seized by a violent coughing fit that causes his frail body to tremble. In this world, he exists alone, and amid the agony, he gradually regains composure, solemnly uttering 3 words, Saiyan. The verdant earth, teeming with life, nurtures all that grows beneath the azure sky, where gentle breezes bestow a sense of tranquil comfort. The sunlight, though not blinding, casts a gentle warmth that soothes the spirit. The melodious babble of a nearby stream fills the air as tiny droplets dance playfully, composing a serene symphony. A soft rustling accompanies the majestic emerald dragon, its colossal form gliding through the air, with horns of a weathered wood hue and eyes occasionally aglow with a crimson light. Its elongated whiskers sway with the breeze, exuding an aura of silent authority. This is the dragon that has been missing for half a year. It appears that the situation is far more intricate than anticipated. Have I erred? The dragon nods, descending into deep contemplation. My memories are but fragmented recollections. I wonder where that individual has vanished to, causing me considerable distress. Has the prophecy truly arrived? It seems I must take action. The awakened dragon seems to curse someone silently, and having made a decision, it begins to verify the accuracy of the prophecy, even at the cost of its own ultimate fate. With newfound resolve, the dragon's eyes flash a crimson light, and a spiraling distortion occurs in the space before it. In the wake of the red glow, a diminutive figure emerges from the shattered realm. That familiar silhouette, that playful and charming visage, that signature gesture, Goku. Goku, summoned by the dragon's call, scratches his spiky head, his youthful face reflecting his rudimentary intellect. His bare torso is adorned with tattered blue garments wrapped around his waist. With one finger, he wipes his nose, seemingly unfazed by his disheveled appearance, and inquires, "Dragon, is there something of great importance? Why the urgency in calling me back?" It turns out that since their arrival in this enigmatic realm, the restless Goku had worn down his persistence, ultimately persuading the dragon to allow him to train in other dimensional universes. Although the realms he encountered lacked formidable adversaries, Goku found joy in challenging the rulers of those worlds in their customary forms. Moreover, he sensed that, due to the influence of the Black Star Dragon Balls, the strength and vitality he had once lost were gradually returning during this 6-month trial. Even though his body still resembled that of a child, Goku was aware that his current power far surpassed that of his former self from half a year ago. The Divine Dragon did not respond directly, yet upon sensing the renewed strength of Goku, he too arrived at a similar conclusion. However, he remained perplexed as to why that individual would act in such a manner, given Goku's identity. Contemplating this, the Divine Dragon ceased his musings, exhaling heavily and gazing silently at the sky. Noticing the dragon's silence, Goku sensed the gravity of the situation. Yet his usual disinclination to delve into complexities led him to inquire, "Divine Dragon, what troubles you? Why do you seem lost in thought while staring at the heavens?" Goku fiddled with his belt, adjusting his tattered blue shirt as he prepared to don it once more. "I have an ominous premonition, Goku. It appears that the universe faces yet another peril," the Divine Dragon replied with a sigh, turning to regard Goku, who had just completed his training. "What are you saying? Is there a new enemy?" Goku questioned, his optimism unshaken. "But we have Gohan, Vegeta, and the others. They will safeguard the universe. Rest assured." With a naive smile, Goku fastened his shirt, intertwining his fingers behind his head, closing his eyes, and swaying leisurely. "This calamity is not so easily resolved. Our adversary's strength far surpasses that of the malevolent dragons," the Divine Dragon stated gravely, his melancholic tone intensifying the already somber atmosphere. "Is that so?" Goku opened his eyes and halted his swaying, skepticism evident in his expression. He cast a sidelong glance, lamenting silently. What a pity it would be not to engage in battle. "Indeed, Goku, I have pondered this for a long time. It is now imperative for you to return to the cosmos. I believe only you possess the ability to avert this catastrophe," the Divine Dragon remarked, gazing thoughtfully at the sky. After all, within the fragmented memories, multiple versions of prophecies lingered. "Really?" Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixed his gaze on the Divine Dragon, seemingly fearful of an abrupt change in the dragon's decision. His eyes gleamed with uncontainable enthusiasm, and upon receiving the dragon's reaffirmation, he jubilantly bounced around. "However, there is another issue. Your body has diminished in size due to the Black Star Dragon Balls, which is quite disadvantageous for you, especially since your strength has also been suppressed. Allow me to restore you to your former state, thus enhancing your chances," the Divine Dragon stated, turning to observe the diminutive Goku surrounding him. "Is that truly possible? This is marvelous." "Thank you, Divine Dragon," Goku exclaimed, joyfully leaping around the dragon once more. The Divine Dragon regarded Goku, still contemplating various matters. As soon as the words left his lips, a red light emanated from the dragon's eyes, illuminating the elated Goku. In that instant, Goku's body began to transform, his muscles rippled, and the sound of cracking bones echoed as he gradually grew larger. After enduring some discomfort, his petite figure finally returned to its former towering stature. The robust Goku now reappearing before us. In restoring Goku's physique, the Divine Dragon also reclaimed Goku's attire, significantly enhancing its resilience. In a moment, Goku's powerful form radiated an intense aura, the energy field's interference leaving even the Divine Dragon astonished. "Ah, this is truly splendid. I have finally reverted to my adult form." As Goku restored his body, his voice transformed alongside it. Observing his physique, he caressed his sturdy chest muscles with satisfaction. He expressed his gratitude to the dragon, saying, "Thank you, dragon. Now let us depart." The dragon, concealing his inner astonishment, recognized the urgency of the moment and refrained from further words. Once more, his eyes emitted a crimson glow, and upon casting it upon Goku, the imposing figure within the red light vanished in an instant, thereby sending Goku on his way, marking the commencement of the prophecy's verification. However, The dragon continued to gaze morosely at the empty sky, lost in contemplation, pondering whether he could avert the impending catastrophe. Yet, he was after all a Saiyan, a legendary Super Saiyan. Chapter 7. The Resurgence of Goku, A New Battle, Part 2. The scene shifts to the Kaioshin realm, a domain of tranquility. Undoubtedly, one of the rare places in the universe where few dwell, inaccessible even to the deities of the mortal realm. The environment here was no less splendid than that of Earth, truly a paradise within the cosmos. Accompanying Goku to the Kaioshin realm, and without a home to return to, the father-son duo of Esgor continued to reside in this divine realm. Having grown familiar with the Kaioshin, they roamed freely, indulging in playful antics, occasionally teasing the old Kaioshin's crystal ball, gazing at the cosmos beyond with laughter. Meanwhile, the old Kaioshin and the Kaioshin sat together upon a large stone, leisurely engaged in fishing, their eyes closed, exuding an aura of serene detachment from the world. Beneath their facade of righteousness lay the ugly truth. They appeared noble but harbored secrets, having made a wager due to their excessive leisure. Whichever side emerged victorious would have the right to select 3 editions from the other's collection of beauty magazines. Such a decline of morals, as the Kaioshin was influenced by the lecherous old Kaioshin. Indeed, as the saying goes, one is known by the company one keeps. Yet, Esgor and his son viewed this as a reflection of the adage, birds of a feather flock together. A gentle breeze stirred, ruffling their hair, while silence enveloped the world, even the gray underworld. A tremor traveled to the old Kaioshin's hand, causing him to reflexively open his eyes at the increasingly vigorous quivering of the fishing line. He suppressed his excitement, awaiting the moment when a fish would truly take the bait. However, just as the fishing line reached its peak tension, a loud shout erupted, startling not only the fish in the water, but also the old Kaioshin, who was taken aback at the prospect of victory slipping away. "What? Is that energy not Goku's?" he exclaimed. "How has he returned?" The Kaioshin, suddenly wide-eyed with astonishment, expressed his bewilderment, tinged with immense excitement. The old Kaioshin, initially poised to erupt in anger, assumed his prodigy was merely unable to handle defeat. Yet, upon hearing the name Goku, his furious expression transformed into one of surprise as he inquired, "Did you say Goku has returned? Was he not supposed to vanish forever with the dragon? Surely you must be mistaken." The elder Kai, seemingly lost in thought, spoke aloud, then murmured with a hint of concern. Could it be that new dangers loom on the horizon? Indeed, the aura sensed was unmistakably Goku's. The Supreme Kai, initially blushing as he attempted to clarify, quickly regained his composure upon observing the contemplative elder Kai, and repeatedly inquired about the matter. Meanwhile, the father and son duo, Gohan and Goten, were taken aback by the elder Kai's profound reaction, staring blankly at him as he pondered with his chin in hand. What could it be? They wondered. After all, it had been a million years since the elder Kai had disregarded their presence, uttering in a deep tone, his once lustrous eyes now clouded with seriousness. He set aside his fishing rod and closed his eyes in deep contemplation. The initially perplexed Supreme Kai began to recollect something from the past, and after a moment of astonishment, he echoed, "Could it be related to that incident? What should we do in such a situation?" The elder Kai raised his gaze toward the lofty blue sky dotted with clouds, as if seeking answers, while the Supreme Kai bowed his head in thought, and Gohan and Goten exchanged helpless glances. On another planet, Goku chuckled to himself. What a predicament! I haven't even inquired of Shinran about Gohan and the others' whereabouts before being transported here. Observing the desolate landscape before him, he sighed. Well, there's no other option but to utilize instant transmission to track their location. Preparing for instant transmission, Goku paused momentarily, only to release his fingers and have his expression shift dramatically as a muffled rumble echoed. His brow relaxed as he self-deprecatingly laughed. It seems I ought to fill my stomach first. After a bit of movement, I've grown hungry. No wonder. The rumble that had startled him was merely his stomach growling. After training for half a day and being summoned by Shinran, he had forgotten his hunger, but now, with his stomach protesting, this simple-minded fellow finally came to his senses. Food is of utmost importance, especially for Saiyans, who are not only fierce warriors but also possess remarkable appetites. Goku, unconcerned, used instant transmission to leap to a planet teeming with life. After indulging in a tempestuous feast, he patted his slightly distended belly and exhaled softly. Chi-Chi says I should only eat until I'm 7/10 full. I suppose this meal will suffice. However, this solitary statement left the entire restaurant in shock. The waiter, positioned behind Goku, stared blankly at the mountain of dishes before him, speechless. What struck them as most peculiar was that this voracious eater claimed that the equivalent of a meal meant for 20 people constituted merely 7/10 of his appetite, and his belly was only slightly protruding. This completely defied the laws of conservation of mass, and the onlookers couldn't help but think so. "All right, my friend, let us settle the bill," Goku said, wiping his mouth with a napkin before retrieving a glass or from his bag. This scene once again astonished everyone present. Many were left in a state of shock, particularly the waiter, who, initially smiling as he extended his hands, found himself utterly overwhelmed upon seeing the orb, leading to his complete breakdown after the initial shock. Suddenly, he bellowed, "What are you doing? Do you wish to dine and dash? You are quite arrogant, young man." The middle-aged waiter, upon observing Wukong's youthful visage, abandoned his gentlemanly demeanor and unleashed a torrent of curses. After all, he was acutely aware that should this fellow truly abscond without payment, his salary for the month would certainly be forfeit, let alone any chance of a bonus. Given the sheer quantity of food Wukong had consumed, Wukong, momentarily taken aback, soon grasped the situation and chuckled awkwardly, patting the back of his head. It turned out that during his travels through other dimensional universes, he had recently visited a planet where glass was exceedingly rare. In that realm, a single glass orb was worth a fortune. Different worlds often possessed distinct currencies, and despite Wukong's naivety, he understood the underlying implications. The patrons of the restaurant whispered and gestured among themselves, yet Wukong paid little heed to the incessant threats of the waiter. Instead, he reached into his satchel and produced another small object, placing it upon the dining table. In an instant, the entire restaurant fell silent, many patrons gasping in astonishment. The waiter, utterly dumbfounded, stared wide-eyed, drooling like a glutton. For what Wukong had revealed was a 10-carat diamond. "Is this sufficient? Well then, I shall take my leave." The waiter was completely at a loss, merely nodding instinctively to Wukong's familiar voice, entirely oblivious to the fact that Wukong's figure had already vanished. The cacophony of the street echoed in his ears, with speeding vehicles crisscrossing the thoroughfare, a testament to the advanced technology of this planet. A familiar silhouette strolled along the street, beneath crescent-shaped eyebrows. A pair of bright eyes surveyed the surroundings. Wukong, patting his noticeably defined abdominal muscles through his clothing, seemed to still savor the lavish feast he had just enjoyed. "Ha, this place is rather splendid, though it pales in comparison to Earth," Wukong remarked, observing his surroundings. Yet, as he mentioned the word Earth, a shadow of melancholy briefly flickered across his usually cheerful demeanor. After all, Wukong vividly recalled the words of the dragon. Only by departing from this mortal realm shall peace arrive. A gentle sadness washed over him as he reminisced about his childhood. Memories of warm, tender moments surfacing in his mind, gradually restoring his spirits. Just then, a raucous voice pierced the air, drawing Wukong's attention. As he turned to investigate the source of the commotion, he discerned a gathering of people ahead, accompanied by an unsettling aura of death that sent a shiver down his spine, causing his crescent-shaped brows to furrow. "Oh, what is this? It appears to be the former king. How pitiful that you have fallen to such depths on the streets." A boisterous man, clad in ostentatious attire, sneered as he kicked an elderly man aside. The onlookers immediately recoiled, fear etched upon their faces as they beheld the scene of the suffering elder. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Another burly man rushed to support the elderly figure, whose bruised visage bore witness to the recent violence. With a fierce glare directed at the rogue, he spat, "You despicable traitor, Jean. How dare you harm His Majesty?" The king? He, merely a wretched soul now, isn't he? The man arrogantly proclaimed. Tilting his head and casting a mischievous glance at the soldiers flanking him, he jested. "How infuriating! I shall end your life," he roared, his fury igniting as he observed the mocking soldiers behind him, swiftly advancing forward. Is that so?" The imposing figure merely shifted his head, effortlessly evading the man's assault, then bent his left leg, driving his knee into the man's abdomen with such force that it sent him hurtling away, rolling several meters before finally coming to a halt, blood spewing from his mouth. Wei, the elder, scrambled to his feet and rushed to support the injured Wei. Wukong, however, did not rush to intervene. Instead, he focused on the soldiers' auras, his keen senses revealing the sinister nature of their presence. Tendrils of dark energy emanated from the crowns of their heads, all curiously pointing in the same direction, towards the magnificent palace situated thousands of meters behind them. In that instant, Wukong's mind recalled the confrontation with a fully realized baby. The dark energy bore a striking resemblance to baby's method of absorbing negative human emotions to enhance his own power. Ah, how well connected you are. However, the king has issued his command, and your lives are no longer necessary. I believe the time has come for me to eliminate you both, he declared, gathering a ball of energy in his hand and directing it towards them. Upon hearing the brash man's words, Wukong's formidable consciousness had already enveloped the vicinity, allowing him to clearly observe the dark tendrils above the man's head suddenly swell to an alarming size. As a glimmer of red light ignited in the man's eyes, a sphere of energy manifested in his hand as if summoned. Wukong furrowed his brow, swiftly advancing to seize the bright red energy sphere, effortlessly nullifying the impending annihilation. The man, witnessing Wukong's immense power, momentarily lost his composure but quickly regained his demeanor, demanding, "Who are you to dare confront me? I am but a man of earth," Wukong replied, casting aside the astonishment of those present as he contemplated the dark energy lingering on his right hand. In the wake of the earlier explosion, he had inadvertently retained a fragment of that dark energy, not realizing its purity surpassed that of the malevolent dragon. An earthling? Humph, insolent brat. You must be tired of living, Jean observed, relieved as his troops encircled Wukong, threateningly bellowing. He then swung towards Wukong's head, yet Wukong made no attempt to evade, instead offering a chilling smirk. Sensing the ruse, the man sprang back and unleashed an energy attack towards Wukong, but with a mere flick of his hand, Wukong redirected the energy, hurtling it back at an accelerated pace. Jean, now in shock, felt the dark tendrils above him swell once more, his strength surging again. In a bizarre twist, his seemingly poisoned, darkened right hand grasped his own energy attack, oddly absorbing it back into his body. Wukong observed all the transformations unfolding before him, and he realized that it was not entirely accurate to describe the opponent's actions as merely reabsorbing energy. Rather, it was the dark essence that consumed power. He watched as the inky tendrils spread across the giant's body, the man seemingly enduring immense agony, his countenance twisted into a grotesque mask of terror. With a swift motion, Wukong leapt into action, his feet barely grazing the ground before he appeared beside the giant. He placed a formidable hand upon the golden crown of the man's head and unleashed a brilliant white light, forcefully dispelling the dark essence. The giant appeared liberated. As Wukong's radiant energy surged into him, his previously tainted form reverted to its original state. However, he could not withstand the tumultuous clash of the two formidable forces within him. After expelling a mouthful of black blood, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The surrounding soldiers watched in horror at the overwhelming power of this mysterious figure. Just as they regained their senses and contemplated fleeing, Wukong had already completed his task, eradicating the dark essence from their heads and rendering them unconscious one by one. This overwhelming display of might left everyone present in stunned silence. They had not witnessed Wukong's movements, yet they marveled at how he had effortlessly triumphed over dozens in mere seconds. Ignoring their astonished gazes, Wukong approached the elderly man referred to as the king, eager to uncover the truth of the matter. As the ruler of this realm was undoubtedly one of the best sources of explanation, the king and his guard regarded the unfamiliar Wukong with caution. Yet they slowly stepped forward, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance. To repay you, is there anything you wish for?" "You shall do me utmost." Wukong, smiling, helped the elderly man to his feet and directly inquired, "I wish to learn the secrets of these individuals." Upon hearing his request, both the king and his guard exchanged apprehensive glances, seemingly torn over whether to respond. They were acutely aware of the terror that lay within, and despite Wukong's evident strength, they were uncertain if he could withstand the threat they faced. "I will assist you in resolving this matter, so please speak the truth," Wukong urged, perceiving their apprehension in their eyes. He sensed a lurking darkness not far from their location, emanating from the resplendent palace. The elderly king, even with Wukong's singular focus, would surely grasp some of the underlying truths. Most troubling to Wukong was that the source of the dark essence seemed to fluctuate between three entities in one. The malevolent energy, although not as fearsome as that of a Super Saiyan, was insidiously potent. Could the cosmic catastrophe spoken of by the dragon refer to this situation? Wukong pondered to himself, for after enduring numerous battles, he no longer faced each conflict with naive simplicity. Chapter 7. Wukong's Reappearance, The New Battle, Part 4. Within the opulent palace, three imposing figures sat regally upon their thrones, their visages strikingly similar, each delineating a countenance of formidable authority. Beneath their furrowed brows lay a pair of piercing eyes, emanating an aura of lethal intent, save for the individual at the center, who bore a dark lightning mark upon his forehead. This middle-aged man was currently conjuring a sphere of lightning in his palm, its myriad tendrils of electricity intertwining in a chaotic dance. Yet, none could fathom that this orb, no larger than a bowl, possessed the power to obliterate the land within 1,000 miles. At this moment, his brow was knitted in concentration, his profound gaze fixated ahead in a trance. "Brother, you too sense it, do you not? Someone has forcefully erased our mark," ventured the figure seated to his left, unable to restrain his curiosity. The man with the lightning mark did not respond, but rather it was the individual to his right who replied, "Indeed, third brother, and you can feel it too, cannot you?" His presence seems oddly familiar. Upon hearing his second brother's words, the third sibling's expression darkened. He was acutely aware that at the moment when Wukong's hands radiated a brilliant light, he had indeed sensed the tremors of that very aura, reminiscent of an informal encounter from over half a year ago. "Regardless of who he is, we must eliminate him upon our meeting," declared the eldest brother at last. His concern lay in the fact that the opponent's presence could vanish entirely after a sudden outburst of energy. From the moment his own dark aura was severed, he had been probing for the adversary's whereabouts, only to find that the individual had seemingly evaporated into thin air, no longer present in this realm. Yet, he was unequivocally certain of one thing: the adversary had not departed. "Are you suggesting that over half a year ago, another star system neighboring yours was suddenly annihilated, and from that destruction, a colossal energy field emerged? The one who usurped your throne hails from that very system?" Wukong echoed the essence of the elder's explanations. What truly startled Wukong was the realization that upon discovering the emergence of a vast energy field in the neighboring star system, he attempted to sense it with his own aura, only to find the void had become distorted and elusive. His spiritual essence could not unveil its secrets. Save for one undeniable fact: there were no signs of life within that expanse. Indeed, such is the situation. Ever since their arrival, they have swiftly commandeered the majority of the military and warriors overnight. Naturally, all who opposed their rule were ruthlessly slain, with over 90% of them eradicated. As for me, because I possess the title of king, he refrains from hastening my demise, the elder remarked. His eyes clouded with the melancholy of a life marred by such tragic circumstances in his twilight years. Precisely. Without his infusion of power, these soldiers would not exhibit such formidable strength. Previously, Jean was resolutely no match for me, yet now, I find myself unable to contend with him, Wei added, acknowledging the enigma of the dark aura. Though he could not fully comprehend it, he had witnessed Jean enveloped in a shroud of black light, from which that darkness surged into an officer's mind, resulting in an unprecedented amplification of the officer's power. The matter is far more complex than merely that dark aura. Wukong paused at this juncture, for such matters were far too bizarre for their comprehension. Only he understood that the current dark energy was indeed nourishing the warriors. Yet he discerned that their vitality was rapidly depleting as strands of dark energy continuously siphoned from their bodies, while the figure behind them inexplicably grew stronger. Upon hearing Wukong's summary, Wei and the elder were momentarily taken aback, but soon found joy in his subsequent revelation. After taking a brief breath, Wukong solemnly declared, "I shall resolve this incident." Following a brief silence, the confrontation finally approached in earnest. "Report. My lord, someone has intruded. Captain Jean has been defeated." It was the former King S faction, aided by an exceptionally powerful, mysterious figure. A soldier rushed in to convey. "Oh, have they finally arrived?" The second brother stirred from his stupor, slightly opening his eyes to gaze at the trembling subordinate, a wave of disgust rising within him. In an instant, a pressure emanated from him, crushing the insignificant minion to death. "Useless," the second brother coldly remarked, turning to glance at his elder brother, only to find his countenance rather grim. The eldest brother also noted the dark expression of his sibling, reckless as he was. The impetuous second brother lacked the depth of thought characteristic of the eldest. Moreover, unbeknownst to them, a crucial secret lingered. They were not three independent entities. Their energy consistently hovered around 5,000. The middle-aged man, marked by a black lightning insignia on his forehead, clenched his fists. He had been aware of the skirmish outside since early on, yet upon locking onto the energy signatures, he realized that the adversary's power remained unnaturally stable at 5,000. a phenomenon that was utterly implausible, considering the soldier strengths were all in the tens of thousands. Crucially, he pondered whether the intruder's origins bore resemblance to his own identity from over half a year ago, as their energies were strikingly similar, yet significantly weaker. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, the middle-aged man finally concluded that the invader was indeed the mysterious figure who had previously forcefully erased his mark. What astonished him was the adversary's ability to wield such power with extraordinary finesse. "Do not panic. No one can triumph over us." The middle-aged man slowly responded to the words of his so-called second and third brothers after a moment of contemplation. Yet in that very instant, a white light surged into the hall, intending to initiate their first clash through a bombardment. "Devour!" the middle-aged man exclaimed, as a wave of black flames erupted from behind him. With a disdainful grunt, the violent dark energy collided with the incoming white energy attack, absorbing the abrupt first strike without triggering an explosion. It appears the situation is indeed as such. The enigmatic dark energy is far from simple. A familiar voice resonated within the hall, and as the figure moved with agility, Wukong's voice echoed throughout the expanse. Suddenly confronted with an assault from Wukong, the second and third fighters stood in stunned silence, grasping the sheer terror of their adversary. Stripped of their earlier arrogance, they now scrutinized their opponent with grave seriousness. Even the middle-aged man, marked by the lightning seal, remained silent, fully aware that while the dark energy consumed the opponent's ki, it simultaneously obliterated much of its own power. In this exchange, the energy expended was less than that absorbed. However, the outcome could only be discerned post-battle. Wukong stood proudly before his foes, acutely aware of the dense, malevolent energy emanating from them, devoid of any need for compassion. Having endured the harrowing encounter with the evil dragon, Wukong had come to comprehend the formidable nature of negative energy. As he observed the multitude of defeated foes prostrate at his feet, the elder and his companion Wei remained trembling with apprehension. Who was this individual, wielding such overwhelming strength, capable of subduing 10,000 soldiers, each with a combat prowess exceeding 50,000? The king reflected on Wukong's previous battle. Indeed, the speed was astonishing, a victory of overwhelming proportions. Wei contemplated Wukong's might. Perhaps, just perhaps, he could indeed assist us. This was truly fortuitous. The elder gazed intently at the distant main hall, his spirit surged with admiration, fervently wishing for Wukong's complete triumph. "Yes, your majesty," Wei replied reflexively, still awestruck by Wukong's power. At that moment, a vortex of energy manifested above the main hall, swirling dark energy sparkling with eerie light, as fierce winds surged, elevating multiple formidable forces, causing the entire capital to tremble. A great battle was imminent. Chapter 8. The Mysterious Dark Energy Beyond Super Saiyan, Part 1. For formidable auras ascended skyward, enveloping the entire capital. The black vortex above intermittently flickered with crimson lightning. Though it did not rain down destruction, the oppressive aura instilled profound trepidation among the fighters. Recognizing the impending horror of the clash, Wei, sensing the chilling intent of battle, swiftly took the king to a location over 10 miles away. Both men gazed intently at the distant battlefield. Although they were far removed, the expanse of the combat zone was vast. Even as Wukong drew the battlefield to the outskirts of Kyoto, where personnel were sparse, the flames of war still impacted the city. Supported by Wei, the king floated several hundred meters above the ground, affording him a clear view of the distant conflict. At the onset of hostilities, Wukong had already utilized his power to disperse the black vortex of negative energy. As he obliterated the vortex charged with the force of lightning, he sensed a powerful suction, as if it sought to devour his own strength. In response, Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden aura clashing against the three dark energies. "They are truly formidable," Wei mused, feeling the intensity of the battle. Being at a distance, he remained oblivious to the true nature of the confrontation within. However, he could barely withstand the turbulent energy waves generated by their fierce clash. Relying solely on the protective shield he had erected, should one return to the surface, the impact of these fluctuations would be considerably diminished. However, it remains uncertain whether the Earth might suddenly manifest a chasm akin to what they had just witnessed. After a fierce exchange, a figure gradually descended upon a colossal stone. As Goku landed, he reflected upon the enigmatic strength of the middle-aged man marked by lightning, his gaze also drifting towards the two other individuals at his side. Having already discerned their peculiar yet similar auras, Goku was not overly astonished upon seeing their faces, so strikingly akin to one another, but rather he found himself lost in deeper contemplation. Ah, you are indeed formidable. Were it not for this, I would truly stand no chance against you. Your power surpasses that of over 6 months ago by a considerable margin, remarked the man marked by lightning, his attention drawn to Goku's golden hair. Upon hearing these words, Goku experienced a shift within, though he masked it outwardly, deducing that this individual could not possibly have encountered him before. Yet the questions in his mind grew ever more pronounced. Greetings, I almost forgot to introduce myself. You may call me Raishin, or the Thunder God, a deity from a neighboring star system. The two beside me are Kaishin and Roshin. The revelation struck Goku with astonishment. His eyes widening before his brow furrowed and his gaze narrowed. After a brief moment of surprise, he attempted to inquire, if you are a deity from another planet, why you seek to conquer this one? The Thunder God did not respond immediately. After a moment of silence, he wore a wry smile and replied, survival of the fittest. Goku's countenance shifted slightly. He had never anticipated such a response. A flicker of resentment stirred within him upon hearing those words. The Thunder God ceased speaking and, in an instant, appeared before Goku, launching a punch aimed at his abdomen. Reacting swiftly, Goku deflected the strike with his hand and retaliated with a punch aimed at the Thunder God's face. However, with a swift motion, the Thunder God vanished, reappearing 100 meters away, conjuring an energy sphere in his hand. Before Goku could neutralize the first attack, he sensed another presence behind him, a force poised to strike. With little regard for the Thunder God's ambush, Goku rolled and spun, delivering a powerful blow that collided with the opponent's fist. Owing to Goku's superior strength, Kaishin was sent reeling, stifling a cough of blood. With a flick of his hand, the Thunder God directed the cerulean energy sphere through the air, tracing an arc that placed it in Goku's path as he pursued Kaishin. Left with no choice, Kaishin halted, extending his right hand to unleash a golden light, obliterating the Thunder God's interception in a brilliant explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Kaishin broke free from the constraints of power, attempting to plunge into the heart of the explosion for a surprise attack. Yet, as he approached the flames, a hand enveloped in golden light emerged. Kaishin's eyes widened, but he could not react swiftly enough. As Goku emerged from the fire, he seized Kaishin's head with one hand, while the other formed a fist of iron, striking with golden brilliance to land a blow upon Kaishin's abdomen. At the moment when Wukong struck Haisha, his left hand had already released its grip on Haisha's head. At this juncture, Wukong, not wishing to resort to lethal force, aimed merely to incapacitate his opponent and thwart the invasion. With a focused intent on the Thunder God, Wukong's eyes flashed coldly. After skillfully evading a barrage of energy blasts, he was taken aback to discover that his adversary was merely a fleeting shadow. The Thunder God had already appeared beside the injured Haisha, and a mysterious black energy surged into Haisha's body, rapidly healing his wounds. Wukong found himself with little time to spare. Suddenly, a powerful pressure descended from above, compelling him to abandon his offensive maneuvers. Transitioning into a defensive stance, Wukong forcefully spread his arms, unleashing a torrent of energy that obliterated the opposing gust. Chapter 8: The Mysterious Black Energy Beyond Super Saiyan, Part 2. Wukong's figure vanished instantly, yet he sensed that the Thunder God had also locked onto him. Seizing the initiative, he appeared before the Rakshasa, seizing the foe's forehead and forcefully slamming him into the ground, stirring up a towering wave of soil. At that very moment, the Thunder God swung his right hand, manifesting a bizarre energy whip hundreds of feet long, striking towards the distant Wukong with a crack that split the air, feeling the fearsome power of the lightning. Wukong remained composed, darting forward and leaving behind 3 or 4 afterimages in midair before closing the distance to the Thunder God. He executed a circular energy slash, causing the latter to hastily counter, only to have Wukong sever the source of the lightning whip. Though slightly astonished, the Thunder God was even more taken aback as Wukong's massive hand came to rest before his eyes. Before he could react, a powerful gust from Wukong sent him hurtling away. The black energy within the Thunder God erupted, akin to a ferocious tiger, consuming the force of Wukong's blow. Nevertheless, he sustained some injury during the clash, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Wukong, however, did not direct his attention towards his opponent. The injured Haisha once again found himself in peril. Just as he caught his breath, Wukong appeared at his side, having dealt damage to both the Rakshasa and the Thunder God. Grasping Haisha's arm, Wukong hurled himself towards the Rakshasa's position. executing a golden energy blast that struck both the recently risen Rakshasa and the bloodied Haisha, delivering yet another devastating blow. The scene left the Thunder God utterly astonished. He never anticipated such an overwhelming display of power from his opponent, and upon meeting Wukong's indifferent gaze, he felt a flicker of fear for the first time. Unbeknownst to the Thunder God, he could not fathom the cause of Wukong's fury. Yet under the crushing pressure of Wukong's imposing aura, he sensed a chilling aura of death. Perhaps Wukong himself was unaware of why he felt a profound desire to eliminate his opponent. Indeed, a shift in his mindset had occurred. In this moment of clarity, Wukong recognized a subtle change in his emotional state. Fierce. Initially, Wukong pondered this dilemma, even when he transformed into the state of Super Saiyan 4. He had never experienced such a bloodthirsty impulse. As the seven-star dragon had once articulated, each time Wukong ascended to Super Saiyan 4, his emotions underwent a notable shift, with previously suppressible feelings becoming increasingly combative in this exalted state. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he had never harbored such a murderous intent as he did now. During his recent travels, he had seldom encountered battles that necessitated transformation, but once he did metamorphose, a primal urge for slaughter would awaken within him. The higher he ascended in transformation, the more his innate ferocity seemed to clash with his original consciousness. Was it the essence of Dragon Balls coursing through his veins? The only obscure answer Wukong could grasp was this notion, albeit one difficult to accept. Leave this planet. Should you repeat such acts, I shall slay you. He suppressed his inner turmoil, gradually retracting the aura emanating from his body. He gazed down upon the defeated and disheveled Thunder God, preparing to deliver the final decree. Struck by a blow to his dignity, the Thunder God ceased to cower in fear. He clenched his teeth, blood seeping from his lips. As the saying goes, a warrior may be slain, but not humiliated. Now, subjected to such indignity, the Thunder God's inherent divine nobility surged forth, and his eyes suddenly glimmered with a sinister light. From the crown of his head, a torrent of dark energy enveloped him, and, simultaneously, an exceptionally terrifying power began to ascend. Sensing the change in this dark energy, Wukong's subconscious was ignited with fury. The murderous intent that had yet to subside was rekindled. In a flash, he darted through the air, intent on delivering a punishing blow to his adversary. However, just as he neared the Thunder God, the latter unleashed a thunderous roar. The dark energy coalesced into a shadowy figure tinged with a ghastly pallor, pointing a finger at Wukong, unleashing a devastating energy blast. Wukong was taken aback. At the moment the figure emerged, an unprecedented sense of danger gripped his heart. He instantaneously amplified his power. Yet as he attempted to withstand the overwhelming energy blast, he was astounded to discover the sheer magnitude of its force, propelling him towards the distant mountains. A tremendous devastation ensued as Wukong was relentlessly forced into the colossal mountains by the energy blast. The destructive force obliterated the landscape, annihilating miles of terrain in an instant. This fierce clash, though seemingly prolonged, transpired in the blink of an eye, just as a cataclysmic explosion loomed. An ear-splitting roar reverberated through the air, a resounding cry of a colossal ape. As the mountains crumbled beneath the onslaught, a golden aura coalesced into the form of a gigantic ape, its crimson eyes seemingly capable of piercing through the distance. With a ferocious snarl, the giant ape seized the energy blast, akin to the size of chopsticks, and with tremendous force, it crushed the attack, purging the sinister black energy with its radiant golden light. Wukong stood in astonishment, his expression one of bewilderment, utterly unaware of the unfolding circumstances. Just moments prior, as he sensed the impending explosion of the key blast, he intended to surge his power and transform once more. However, a formidable force suddenly surged within him, and as his energy escalated, he astonishingly manifested into a golden giant ape. With no understanding of the cause, Wukong chose not to dwell on it. Sensing the thunderous aura of the Thunder God rising exponentially, he realized the necessity of augmenting his own strength. Thus, at the moment when both sides ascended in power, the energies of heaven and earth erupted violently, causing the entire planet to tremble as if it were a sentient being overwhelmed by their might. A tremendous explosion reverberated within a 100-mile radius, and an overwhelming force surged forth, resulting in catastrophic destruction in Wukong's vicinity, where fragmented mountains were obliterated into dust by the cascading waves of energy. Chapter 8. The Mysterious Black Aura Beyond Super Saiyan, Part 3. A familiar golden figure stood proudly upon the earth, Though the opponent remained unseen beyond 100 miles, Wukong, attuned to the shifting energies, discerned the unfolding transformations. Just as he had surmised, the Thunder God and his companions were indeed one, as the black aura enveloped the Thunder God. Both Haisha and Luosha were submerged in the same dark miasma, merging into the Thunder God's essence, while the residual black energy within the bodies of numerous soldiers was absorbed into his aura. With furrowed brows, his light blue eyes narrowed slightly, and his spiky golden hair cascaded down to his waist, while the surging golden ki ignited the air with crackling sounds. Blue and white lightning danced upward from his heels, and a smile curved upon Wukong's face as he entered the third stage of Super Saiyan. For reasons unknown, the impulsive force he sensed was significantly diminished. He had anticipated that ascending to Super Saiyan 3 would render him more ferocious. However, upon completing his transformation, Wukong felt no reservations. His emotions remained unperturbed, and he seemed to embody a unique arrogance typical of his Super Saiyan 3 form. Realizing that his opponent had also reached the final step of transformation, Wukong's smile widened. With a slight lift of his toes off the ground, he sprinkled golden sparks as he vanished from sight, leaving behind two afterimages that simultaneously traversed 100 miles in an instant. Since unleashing the entirety of the black energy, the Thunder God no longer hesitated to embrace his transformation. At this moment, he appeared to possess ample confidence. Although slightly taken aback by Wukong's retransformation, the Thunder God, whose mind was somewhat under the sway of the black energy, initiated an offensive maneuver. With a flick of his hand, dozens of black ki blasts erupted from his fingertips. Though immensely strengthened in his Super Saiyan 3 form, Wukong was acutely aware of the formidable nature of these black ki blasts. He understood that if struck by 2 or 3, even if he would not suffer grave injury, his movements would inevitably slow, a potentially fatal error in their climactic duel. Thus, Wukong did not contemplate a direct confrontation. Instead, he felt a thrill of excitement akin to the fervor of long-lost battles. After all, over the past 6 months, in an effort to suppress his more violent tendencies, Goku has not transformed even once into Super Saiyan 2. Now, being able to engage in a fierce battle while in the Super Saiyan 3 state is an exhilarating experience. With a flurry of energy blasts, Goku's figure dodged with astonishing agility, seemingly creating multiple illusions of himself in midair. As those energy blasts soared away, Goku erupted with golden flames, charging towards his opponent. The God of Thunder, emanating dark energy, intended to unleash another devastating attack on Goku. However, upon realizing Goku's true intentions, he raised his outstretched right hand and unleashed a powerful blast into the void above. Quite impressive, Goku's voice echoed from a height of 100 meters. As a residual image of the God of Thunder finally dissipated, having locked onto Goku's trajectory with his attack. With a sigh, Goku unleashed a long-prepared punch, countering the God of Thunder's strike with remarkable force. Observing that his opponent had chosen to retaliate with sheer physical strength, the God of Thunder furrowed his brow. Nevertheless, his outstretched right hand suddenly erupted with a black vortex, absorbing the energy blast that had been redirected towards him. Following a cold smile, the God of Thunder materialized before the descending Goku, delivering a powerful blow. With a resounding impact, their fists collided, sending golden beams crashing against the black energy below. The shockwave unleashed in that moment was unprecedented, causing the ground beneath to buckle and fissures to extend for miles. The exchanges of their attacks transpired in mere instants, with the golden light and black flames clashing thousands of times in the high skies within the span of 10 breaths. Before the residual waves from each strike could dissipate, another onslaught would follow. The amassed energy of the heavens and earth erupted simultaneously after a brief pause from Goku and the God of Thunder, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that shook the entire planet. Damn it, the God of Thunder muttered under his breath, never having anticipated that even with the full release of his dark energy, he would still struggle against his opponent. In this battle, he found himself at a relative disadvantage. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Goku still had one transformation left, which fueled his resolve to continue the fight. However, he was acutely aware that with prolonged exertion, the dark energy would eventually recoil upon him, leading to his own ruin. Only he understood the true nature of that dark energy. Goku, too, was contemplative, realizing that although he had yet to unleash the full power of his Super Saiyan 3 form since the evil dragon incident, the infusion of Dragon Balls into his being and the restoration of his body by Shenron had granted him immense strength. He alone understood the magnitude of his current power, sufficient to defeat the initial form of the one-star dragon. Nevertheless, during this confrontation, the god of thunder remained a formidable adversary. Such an assessment left Goku perplexed. When had such a powerful being emerged in the universe? Perhaps the answer lay within that dark energy, which Goku had now identified as the source of his opponent's strength. From the moment Goku first laid eyes on those dark silk threads, an unsettling sensation washed over him. The aura of negative energy emanating from them was even more suffocating than that of the malevolent dragon. A profound sense of crisis inexplicably arose within him. And although Goku could not pinpoint its origin, his instincts urged him to swiftly vanquish his adversary, lest the situation deteriorate further. Resolute in his decision, Goku ceased to procrastinate. As he moved at high speed, he tapped into an even greater reservoir of power, executing a violent spatial displacement to catch up with the Thunder God, launching a sidekick aimed at the deity's form. Clearly astonished by Goku's sudden surge of speed, the Thunder God made a last-ditch attempt to defend himself. However, the dark energy could not match Goku's assault velocity. The Thunder God twisted his body, raising his forearm to block Goku's powerful kick, yet was still sent hurtling away. His right hand rendered entirely numb as Goku's force shattered his defensive aura. The Thunder God glided through the air, white energy emanating from his feet, producing a sharp screech as it violently scraped against the atmosphere. With a jolt of energy, he managed to stabilize his retreating form. Yet the moment he lifted his gaze, Goku's figure reappeared directly above him. With a swift left-footed kick, he now faced Goku's right foot sweeping towards his face. A furious roar erupted within the Thunder God as he grasped Goku's right foot, but the tremendous impact caused him to momentarily lose his balance. Seizing this opportunity, Goku propelled himself, using his hands as leverage to pivot his body. The Thunder God, having relaxed his grip on Goku's foot, was launched away by the ensuing force. Observing the Thunder God being blasted away, Goku continued his assault. With a surge of energy, he traced a brilliant arc before pursuing the Thunder God's position. Accurately gauging his opponent's body, Goku delivered a powerful punch to the Thunder God's torso, sending him crashing to the ground. The impact stirred up a towering wave of dust, and the Earth itself buckled and warped, causing even the planet to slightly deviate from its trajectory. Chapter 8. The Enigmatic Dark Energy Beyond Super Saiyan, Part 4. Depart from this place. Goku floated 100 meters above, coldly surveying the gravely injured Thunder God below as the dust settled. He resumed the negotiations, but was met with the Thunder God's eerie smile, his face marred by numerous bloody gashes, rendering the expression both grotesque and terrifying. It was only then that Goku comprehended the extent of his opponent's power, unable to fathom how this stranger, whom he had only met briefly months prior, had evolved to such a formidable state. As Goku pondered the Thunder God's demeanor, he suddenly noticed that following the latter's declaration, a surge of black energy erupted from his body, manifesting once more between them in the form of a shadowy figure. However, this time, the pale silhouette beneath the dark aura resembled a human form, its overwhelming dark power intensifying. Just as it prepared to strike at Goku, the Dragon Ball within him finally stirred for the first time. As the Dragon Balls shifted, Goku's eyes radiated a golden light, and a phantom of a giant ape emerged, colliding with a dark shadow. After an earth-shattering explosion, both were obliterated, and even Goku was thrown back by the shockwave, tasting blood as it spilled from his lips. The God of Thunder, barely managing to sustain himself, was further devastated by the blast, his expression dimming, yet his smile growing more pronounced, sending a shiver down Goku's spine. Let it all be destroyed. It has come. The God of Thunder's eyes narrowed as he laughed maniacally, coughing up crimson blood due to his internal injuries. A sudden sense of life and death crisis gripped Goku's heart. Gazing into the God of Thunder's half-dead eyes, he instinctively glanced back, only to behold a swirling black hole materializing above the planet after a fleeting dark spot. The entire daylight was abruptly engulfed in darkness, as if the heavens were usurped by this ominous vortex. To Goku, this scene resembled the gates of hell, poised to consume all living beings in that instant. From a cosmic perspective, one would observe a black hole, colossal enough to encompass 3 or 4 star systems, rotating into the fringes of this galaxy, appearing as a mere speck before the planet. The immense gravitational pull began to shake the planet, drawing it ever closer to the black hole. Goku's complexion paled. The black hole exuded no signs of life, rendering him incapable of gauging the situation outside through his senses, and he realized the impending calamity. Yet, Such a transformation should not instill such fear within him. Goku was perplexed by the suffocating aura of death, as even in his Super Saiyan 3 form, he could potentially annihilate a galaxy, let alone a black hole of several galaxies' magnitude. Goku's golden aura surged as he aimed to unleash a powerful energy wave to obliterate the black hole, only to find it ravenously devouring his strength like an abyss. At that moment, he felt an unsettling inability to channel his entire power. Staring in astonishment at the encroaching black hole, Goku emitted ever greater energy, attempting to counteract the ravenous force while gathering his strength for a counterattack. Yet, he knew it was futile. This black hole could not be destroyed. The God of Thunder observed Goku's futile struggle, finding it as laughable as watching an ant challenge an elephant. The world was engulfed in darkness, and the inhabitants of the planet were finally consumed by the dread of death, running and screaming in terror. Some devout believers considered the apocalypse to be the ultimate judgment to purge the world of its sins. "What is happening?" cried one, having witnessed eclipses before yet bewildered by the sudden turn of events. "Was that an earthquake?" Another person shouted in fear. "No, look. A massive black vortex has appeared in the sky. Is it a black hole?" A third, after scrutinizing the scene, finally recognized the bizarre phenomenon above. "What? A black hole? Are we to be annihilated?" Panic spread among the crowd, their fear intensifying. "Your Majesty, this is dire. The black hole approaches." Wei gazed at the dark vortex above, his lips trembling. "Is this truly how our fate will be sealed?" The king reflected on the black hole, murmuring to himself. He had hoped to overcome the crisis, yet it had led to this moment of near despair. "No, I cannot allow the inhabitants of this planet to be consumed by the black hole." Goku clenched his fists, sensing the panic of the people below through his spiritual awareness. As he summoned energy, the black hole grew ever more formidable, its gravitational pull intensifying several-fold. "I require greater power," Goku roared, unwilling to accept such annihilation. He knew that if he used instant transmission to evade the black hole, he would emerge unscathed. However, he could not and would not abandon the people. As images of the terrified crowd flashed through his mind, a thunderous roar erupted from within him. Goku's eyes ignited with golden light, an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. His strength escalated rapidly, feeling the immense gravitational force and the burgeoning strength within. Goku resisted the pain and continued to amplify his power. Finally, at a critical juncture, his body radiated a brilliant golden light, and the pent-up energy exploded forth. With a resounding crash, Goku transformed once more, now embodying Super Saiyan 4. An unprecedented and formidable power erupted from him, as his body crackled with energy. Having severed the black hole's consuming force, Goku prepared to unleash his signature Kamehameha. Tenfold Kamehameha. His voice reverberated through the cosmos, as an extraordinary force emanated in a blinding brilliance, countering the black hole's advance. "What is this? Is this truly him?" The Thunder God, stunned and bleeding from the force of Goku's aura, gazed in awe at the towering figure before him. Goku unleashed his tremendous power, the crimson energy surging towards the heart of the black hole. Once again, he shattered the stalemate. The black hole spun violently as the red energy struck, vanishing into its depths. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no deafening roar echoing through space, only a profound silence. Everything fell into stillness. The black hole loomed in the void, where sound could not travel. Both Goku and the Thunder God fixated on the suddenly motionless black hole, awaiting the ultimate answer. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. For breaths, time trickled by. Suddenly, the still black hole stirred slightly before halting once more, and then, amidst a burst of crimson light, it rapidly expanded before ultimately erupting into nothingness. Goku, witnessing the spectacle, felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders as he descended, the golden light surrounding him gradually fading. What? Did he truly manage to annihilate the black hole? Who exactly is he? He claims to be from Earth, with a tail reminiscent of that colossal ape. Could he possibly be the legendary Super Saiyan? Ha, Saiyan. The Thunder God was left without the strength to speak at the moment of the black hole's annihilation. He was struck by an unimaginable backlash. As he clung to his final breath, he pondered, ultimately vanishing after a roar filled with resentment. Coughing heavily, Goku, now returned to his normal state, wearily sat upon the ground. Goku's companion, bearing the king, flew over with a smile. Goku reciprocated with a gesture of victory, smiling as he lay upon the earth. Chapter 9. Testing the waters in a secluded space. The earlier figure clad in black, with a gloomy expression, leaned back in his chair, coldly observing the subordinates kneeling below. His white pupils gleamed like sharp blades, instilling fear in those beneath him. Where did that fellow Meluo go? The figure in black, known as Xiaoro, inquired icily, his tone laced with hidden fury. Upon hearing this, all present felt a surge of trepidation, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, yet none dared to respond. Incompetent fools. Xiaoro has always operated independently, unyielding to anyone's whims, except for that one individual, for he viewed them as possessing unparalleled power. Hailed as the god of war in the demon realm, who had once single-handedly resisted all forces of righteousness. Now, time and again, he found himself directed by Meluo, and his simmering anger could no longer be concealed. If he could not obtain answers, then life held no meaning. Xiaoro's white pupils flickered, causing the dark chamber to plunge into frigid temperatures, nearly reaching absolute zero, encasing his dozen subordinates in ice. He then closed his eyes, watching as the frozen figures shattered into dust. What do you intend to do? Xiaoro's right hand struck down, unleashing a wave of cold that began to encase the entire chamber in ice. Initially believing that the demon lord had truly awakened, he was met with the disheartening news that there was no information regarding the demon lord upon his return to the long-forgotten demon realm. Observing the remarkably low combat strength of the demon elders before him ignited a fierce anger, leading him to eliminate them to avoid their resentful gazes. A sigh echoed softly. As Xiaoro furrowed his brow in contemplation, another figure cloaked in black appeared in the chamber, their azure eyes locking onto Xiaoro above. They spoke. You still possess that foul temper. After all, the current demon realm pales in comparison to its former glory. Seeing the glimmer of intention in Xiaoro's silver pupils, the black-clad figure sighed inwardly and continued, Since you have vented your frustration, do not let it consume you further. The demon lord has indeed awakened. Now focus on fulfilling your duties. Initially incited by the person before him, Xiaoro, upon hearing the news of the demon lord, swiftly suppressed his inner fury but still asked vehemently, Understood. But where exactly has that Meluo gone? Despite learning of the Dark Lord's awakening, Xiaolo found it difficult to forgive the incessant criticisms uttered by his newly arrived companion, Mero. The once unrestrained Xiaolo felt mocked by this newcomer on 2 occasions, and he could not find solace without engaging in combat. Upon hearing the hostile tone in Xiaolu's voice, Qinglu's expression shifted momentarily. Yet he quickly regained his composure and coldly replied, I hope you refrain from any rash actions. The Dark Lord has decreed that until the unsealing of Tianlu, Mero shall assume control over Tianlu's position. For now, your responsibilities are confined to the matters within the demon realm. Xiaolo's countenance changed upon receiving this news. He could not comprehend why, despite his superior strength over Mero, he was not regarded as the foremost being beneath the Dark Lord in the absence of Tianlu. Nevertheless, even in his discontent, he had no choice but to acquiesce to the Dark Lord's will, for he was acutely aware of the immense power possessed by the Dark Lord, which he would not dare to challenge. I understand. Then you may commence your actions, Xiaolo stated, a sinister smile gracing his lips. The world has enjoyed peace for far too long. Let us also involve Yans and Mingjia. Very well, I shall entrust that space to you, Qinglu responded. Already vanishing from sight, in a vibrant, multicolored nebula, there existed a relatively independent planet, a colossal celestial body that remained undisturbed by its star, floating motionless in the vastness of space. The inhabitants of this planet were in a state of panic, having experienced such turmoil since half a day prior. Simultaneously, the planet's magnetic field had been disrupted by an inexplicable energy field, rendering communications and satellites utterly inoperative. The cause of this phenomenon lay in a figure clad in black, hovering high above the planet. He unleashed a formidable force that stilled the planet's trajectory, biding his time for a specific individual. After what felt like an eternity, the black-clad figure opened his eyes, with only his eyes and lips visible. Sensing a familiar presence, he sneered, At last, you have arrived. Without waiting for the approaching figure, he struck out with a powerful palm, unleashing a tremendous gust of wind that tore through the planet's atmosphere, sweeping through space. At that moment, a figure clad in blue and yellow flickered with white radiance, instantaneously traversing the void and nearing the planet's edge. However, his brow furrowed in concentration as he retaliated with a forceful gust of wind, dissipating the opposing assault, before slightly slowing his approach and entering the planet's upper atmosphere. Who goes there? A familiar voice inquired coldly, the figure remaining still while using his spiritual awareness to pinpoint the other's precise location. This newcomer was none other than Wukong, who was utilizing instant transmission to catch up with Gohan. Yet, due to the distance, Wukong had to employ multiple instantaneous movements to close the gap. However, at this moment of arrival, he was unexpectedly ambushed by a mysterious assailant. Chapter 9, The Test, An Isolated Space, Part 2. As soon as Wukong's voice fell, a sudden fluctuation in space occurred 100 meters away, and a twisted black line abruptly split open, from which emerged the cloaked figure that had previously attacked him. "Are you from the demon realm?" Wukong inquired cautiously, observing the enigmatic figure's concealed movements. The aura felt somewhat familiar, yet the power possessed by this individual vastly surpassed that of the Beast King Goku and the Demon King Dabura. "To think you still hold the demon realm in such regard. How rare indeed, son Wukong," the cloaked figure remarked coldly, his tone measured and unhurried. His immediate identification of Wukong elicited little surprise from the latter, affirming the stranger's allegiance to the demon realm. Wukong fell into a brief silence. When he first learned of the terrifying nature of the demon realm from the dragon, he had been skeptical. After all, during their initial encounter over 20 years ago, the Demon King Dabura was merely comparable to a fully formed cell. However, the dragon's words lingered in Wukong's mind. Now, feeling the formidable energy pressure emanating from his adversary, he truly understood why the dragon had urged him to regard the denizens of the demon realm with caution. The strength of this opponent surpassed even his own maximum combat power as a Super Saiyan 4 from 6 months prior, and that was not even his peak capability. "I am Melro. Here, I harbor no lethal intent. Rather, I wish to observe the extent of your legendary Super Saiyan prowess. Should you choose to leave this planet, I shall cease this game of pursuit," the figure claiming to be Melro said with a tone of disdain, his hands occasionally gathering and dissipating energy blasts, as if teasing Wukong's instinct to fight, yet showing no intention to engage. The legendary Super Saiyan? Wukong felt a surge of astonishment. Years ago, he had learned of this legendary figure from Vegeta. Since then, Vegeta, Gohan, and even Trunks and Goten had all achieved Super Saiyan forms. Over the years, not only had Vegeta come to regard the legendary Super Saiyan as inconsequential, but Wukong, once simple-minded, had also deemed further inquiry unnecessary. Yet now, he found himself confronted with the mention of the legendary Super Saiyan by a denizen of the demon realm. Strangely, both Goku and Dabura had not recognized his Saiyan identity. Thus, by that logic, there should have been no intersection between Saiyans and the demon realm. Yet this prominent figure had directly referenced the legendary Super Saiyan, and more perplexingly, had pointedly addressed Wukong. Before Wukong could seek clarification, the cloaked figure transformed into a shadow, mysteriously manifesting over 100 illusions within a 100-meter radius. Each illusion gathered a cerulean energy blast, and just as Wukong believed it to be mere trickery, he realized that over 100 energy blasts were hurtling toward him. Damn it! Wukong had long sensed the opponent's strength and had been secretly amplifying his own power during their conversation. At the moment of confrontation, he gathered tremendous energy, and with a resounding explosion, a torrent of golden light obliterated the multitude of energy blasts as he transformed into Super Saiyan 3 in an instant. As Goku, newly transformed into a Super Saiyan 3, had yet to respond to the sudden onslaught, he abruptly sensed an ominous presence approaching. Raising his gaze, he was taken aback to behold a colossal fireball hurtling towards him from above. In a state of shock, Goku realized that his only option was to employ instant transmission to escape the confined space. Just as he materialized 1,000 meters away, a shadowy figure surged after him, launching a fist that sliced through the air like a blade. In his haste, Goku found himself on the receiving end of the assault, crossing his arms defensively across his chest. Despite his efforts, the opponent's formidable strike sent him sliding over 100 meters, his feet screeching against the atmosphere as he struggled to regain his footing. "Transform into Super Saiyan 4, for at this moment, you are no match for me. I shall grant you the time you need," declared the enigmatic assailant, retracting his fist as he gazed at Goku from 100 meters away. While he regarded his adversary's weakness with disdain, he could not help but admire Goku's remarkable defense. Goku maintained his stance but felt a lingering sting in his hands, leading him to gauge his opponent's immense power, filled with both awe and apprehension regarding the identity of this formidable entity from the demon realm. Having heard the promise of time to transform, Goku, a warrior of honor, resolved to accept the challenge. After all, his opponent sought a grand battle, and Goku was more than willing to engage in a spirited clash. As his strength surged, Goku amassed enough energy to once again ascend to the 4th stage of Super Saiyan. with his body radiating a brilliant golden light. His eyes shifted from a pale blue to a dazzling gold, while his waist-length golden hair gradually receded, darkening to black. The overwhelming force he emanated caused his clothing to tear apart, crimson fibers erupting forth. As he reopened his fierce, crimson eyes, two beams of concealed golden light burst forth from beneath the aura, causing his power to skyrocket. In that moment, not only did the very planet tremble under the influence of his energy, but the entire star system and galaxy also felt the tumultuous shift. If one were to gaze upon this nebula from light years away, they would witness Goku's power transforming its hue from pale blue to resplendent gold. Observing the world around him change under the brilliance of Goku's golden aura, the assailant was taken aback, never anticipating such rapid growth in his adversary's power after a mere 6 months of absence. In that instant, he furrowed his brow, seemingly regretting his earlier miscalculation. As Sharo had previously articulated, the demon forces once showcased in the cosmos were but a mere fraction of their true strength. Even a drop in an ocean would be a more fitting comparison. The so-called elders of the demon realm appeared to him as inconsequential remnants, while the so-called Supreme Demon King was merely a puppet in their hands, a small figure, serving as a mere distraction to the world. For over the years, the demon realm had been biding its time, shrouded in obscurity, to beings like Sharo, who had existed for over 10 million years. Witnessing the former glory of the demon realm was but a memory. Ultimately, the demon realm faced a devastating siege from the realms of gods and mortals. Following that cataclysmic battle, the demon lord was sealed away in slumber, leaving the remaining strength of the demon realm diminished to less than a mere 20%. Excluding the demon lord, the Saiyans are heralded as the mightiest race in the cosmos. This is not merely a recognition within the universe and the human realm, but even the denizens of the demon realm tremble at the mere mention of their name. This legendary strength, deemed the pinnacle of power, has been acknowledged by the demon realm itself. In this present time, as foretold in the grand prophecy from 4 centuries past, a new era has dawned. This prophecy was not solely glimpsed by the Namekians through their divination techniques. Similar prophecies existed within the ancient times of the demon realm, as the Saiyans strive to reclaim their supremacy in the universe, and with the anticipated return of the demon lord, a titanic clash is poised to usher in an entirely new epoch. Thus, after countless years of silence, the demon realm has finally stirred once more, with the Saiyans emerging as a crucial variable, particularly the legendary Super Saiyan in their midst. Chapter 9, Probing the Isolated Space, Part 3. A tempest raged as Goku, having ascended to Super Saiyan 4, unleashed a staggering surge of power, igniting the very air around him with a cacophony of crackling energy. At this juncture, Goku's emotions shifted subtly. His tone, though authoritative, held a tinge of aloofness. What is it to be? Do you wish to continue this battle? A smirk, tinged with mischief, danced upon his lips as he stepped forward, channeling his formidable energy to disrupt his adversary's energy field. While Goku relished combat, his thoughts remained fixated on Gohan, leading him to prefer brevity in this confrontation. His opponent had previously indicated that should they possess the means to depart this planet, there would be no need for further pursuit. Thus, as Goku found himself in a position of overwhelming power, he instinctively concluded that this playful skirmish ought to come to an end. Stung by Goku's taunts, Melro chuckled softly, shaking his shoulders. Yet he refrained from a verbal reply, instead opting to amplify his own strength in a silent retort. "Oh," Goku observed with mild surprise. Yet having resolved to transform into Super Saiyan 4, he was disinclined to squander any more time. Witnessing his opponent's continued combativeness ignited his own warrior spirit. Abruptly, Melro unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, extending his hands. His left hand radiated a dim, shadowy glow, while his right hand blazed with a fierce golden flame. In a moment of bewilderment for Goku, Melro conjured a tempestuous wind dragon and a blazing fire dragon from the energies of heaven and earth before him. With a slight twitch of his brow, Wukong revealed a faint smile as he observed the 2 dragon-shaped energy blasts hurtling toward him. In an instant, he dispersed into a cascade of light, reappearing beside the wind dragon's head. With a powerful punch, he struck its jaw, shattering it, and causing the massive creature to lose its balance. As it collided with the fire dragon, a spectacular explosion of wind and fire erupted, creating a dazzling display of colors. Although this surge of energy was formidable, it had no effect on the Super Saiyan Wukong, who, after tearing through the dense aura, extended his hand, aiming to deliver a devastating blow to his opponent. Mero struggled to discern Wukong's figure, but was able to sense his presence and anticipate his movements. The moment Wukong appeared in front of him, Mero retaliated with a punch of his own. Their fists collided with a resounding force, unleashing an even more intense shockwave, resulting in a mutual repulsion. However, Wukong merely staggered back a few steps, while Mero was sent sliding 10 paces before gradually coming to a halt, his right hand throbbing in pain from the impact. Seeing no intention of ceasing hostilities from his adversary, Wukong resolved to overpower him with sheer force. After recalibrating his stance, Wukong lunged forward, leaving a trail of shimmering light in the air. Just as Mero steadied himself, he sensed Wukong's renewed offensive and hastily uttered a single word before retreating at high speed. Thunder. As Wukong closed the distance between them, a sudden sense of danger enveloped him. Just as he was about to register the change, a bolt of golden lightning surged toward him from his left. Yet, Wukong remained unfazed, swiftly launching an energy blast that obliterated the pursuing lightning. In that instant, his speed surged, and he vanished from sight. Wind, fire, and lightning. As Wukong moved rapidly, he contemplated the opponent's shifting techniques, astonished by Mero's ability to harness such vast elemental energy. This was a skill not possessed by ordinary geniuses, but rather by the elite of the world. After the battle with Frisia years ago, Wukong had ventured to another planet, where he encountered numerous beings with extraordinary abilities, a select few of whom could wield elemental energy in combat. However, compared to this enigmatic figure before him, those past extraordinary techniques seemed but child's play. Throughout the years, Wukong had also grasped the application of elemental energy. It was in this manner that General Ledon failed to detect the essence of Wukong's power when he attempted to assess it. When he unleashed a devastating attack against Super 17, his manipulation of elemental energy was merely a shade less potent than self-destruction. As Wukong easily dismantled the 3 types of energy, Mero's expression darkened. Just as he contemplated a way to avert disaster, a life-threatening crisis loomed over him. Suddenly, a colossal hand emerged from the void, seizing his face, followed by a powerful shockwave radiating from the palm. Before he could react, he was violently thrown back, spitting blood and succumbing to dizziness. With a severe bombardment to the head, blood continuously coughed from his mouth. A chilling glint flashed in Melua's eyes as he gradually augmented his power, finally managing to keep pace with Wukong's speed. Upon discerning Wukong's trajectory, his right hand unleashed a swift azure energy blast, piercing towards his approaching adversary with remarkable speed. However, Wukong showed no intention of slowing down. He seized the energy blast, condensing his own energy in the palm of his hand. As he obliterated his opponent's assault, his figure reappeared beside Meluo, delivering a powerful uppercut that sent Meluo soaring 1,000 feet into the sky. Once again struck with such intensity, Melua's injuries worsened. He fiercely wiped the blood from his mouth, surging with energy to stabilize his ascending body. Upon spotting Wukong in pursuit, he bellowed, "Fire disc," with his palm directed downwards. A radiant crimson gold light erupted from his hand at the moment his voice fell. Almost simultaneously, a massive crimson gold fire disc, spanning 100 feet, materialized below him, fiercely igniting the air as it rotated, heavily pressing down on Wukong's position. A profound sense of peril enveloped Wukong as he realized the overwhelming nature of this strike. Without a moment's hesitation, he gathered his right fist, emanating a faint golden glow, preparing to unleash his power while still in motion. Just as he approached within 10 feet of the colossal fire disc, he let out a mighty roar. Dragon Fist, with a resounding eruption that shook the heavens. An intense aura radiated from Wukong's hand, accompanied by a resonating dragon's roar. A golden dragon, a foot wide, erupted forth, shattering the fire disc before it, its vast, sinuous body soaring upwards in pursuit of Meluo. How infuriating! Meluo gasped, having expended considerable energy to unleash the fire disc. Upon witnessing the complete destruction of his technique, he seethed, then swiftly traced a downward gesture with his fingertip, encapsulating Wukong within a 300-foot sealed space. In that moment, the roaring golden dragon was momentarily halted by the confinement, yet its colossal force effortlessly shattered the spatial barrier. However, as the space disintegrated, a formidable destructive force collided with the golden dragon, surprisingly counteracting Wukong's dragon fist. Wukong furrowed his brow upon realizing the formation of the sealed space. The retaliatory power was not to be underestimated. Most regrettably, As Wukong obliterated the confinement, a dark fissure near the cloaked figure swiftly sealed shut, causing the opponent's presence to vanish entirely. It became clear that the adversary, upon enacting the spatial seal, had immediately torn open a spatial passage, escaping to a location billions of light years away. After searching for a moment, Wukong confirmed that the figure had completely vanished. Feeling the transformation of the planet, he was compelled to exert immense power, gradually realigning the planet's trajectory. Once everything was restored, Wukong returned to his normal state, utilizing instant transmission once more to seek out Gohan's energy signature. To his astonishment, he found that Gohan and Vegeta's energies had also vanished. Wukong released his fingers. Gazing intently in that direction, his brow furrowed. After a moment of silence, his figure vanished once more, employing instant transmission. Chapter 9. Testing the Waters in a Secluded Space, Part 4. During Wukong's battle with Meluo, Gohan and the others concluded their lengthy journey through the cosmos over the past few months. They arrived in an unfamiliar realm where Gohan, Trunks, Goten, Master Roshi, and Mr. Satan leaned against the spaceship's viewing window, marveling at this paradise, so different from their previous world. Countless vibrant nebulae streaked past like meteors. Yet what truly captivated Gohan and his companions was the overwhelming presence of powerful auras within this new world. Even Vegeta, usually indifferent to such matters, paused his training to gaze at the starry sky outside, sensing the unique energy of this space. In that moment, his combative spirit rekindled, a faint smile gracing his lips as he envisioned the exhilarating battles that lay ahead. "How beautiful this place is," Brahm murmured to herself, only to notice the typically stern-faced Jack nearby. Just as she was about to turn away, she unexpectedly heard Jack's response. "Indeed, but beneath the surface, no one can discern the truth." Jack seemed momentarily affected by Bra's abrupt movement, his eyes narrowing slightly before he offered a self-deprecating smile and turned away in silence. Bra was taken aback. Her hasty reaction stemmed from the brief exchanges with Jack over the past 3 months, which had been few and far between. She doubted her own charm could elicit a response from him, and thus chose to ignore his aloof demeanor. Now, however, she found herself puzzled by his unexpected reply, glancing back at his solitary figure with curiosity. Xiaofang, witnessing this exchange, refrained from provoking Jack after learning of his formidable strength from Trunks. Jack, who preferred solitude, seemed all the more out of place. Meanwhile, Beulah and Chi-Chi observed the enchanting world outside with intrigue. Though Beulah had traveled to outer space before, the sight of this realm revealed to her what true vision entailed. Bulma marveled at this celestial expanse, while the ever-animated Master Roshi and Mr. Satan exhaled heavily. For they had learned from Gunilai that upon entering this space, they would reach their destination by the following day, which promised encounters with beautiful women. The King of Earth and his guards were taken aback by the spectacle, as the recent events were unprecedented for them, let alone having witnessed them. It became clear that this space was not part of the original universe. As the spaceship approached a pitch-black starry void, the group was puzzled by Gunilai's sudden halt, and the following actions would soon provide clarity to their lingering questions. Upon receiving the command from the spacecraft, a sudden rift tore through the pitch-black expanse of the cosmos ahead. It was only upon entering this chasm that the vessel discovered the extraordinary realms hidden within this universe. "Is this where you reside?" Gohan inquired first, his curiosity piqued by the legendary cosmic fighting tournament. He had previously been aware of this space's existence, yet he had never anticipated that the strength of this universe would far surpass that of his own. Gonari, well acquainted with Gohan's character, noted that during their days of interaction, there were subtle discrepancies between the information he possessed and Gohan's current demeanor. This shift was, of course, a reflection of Gohan's subconscious transformation. In the absence of Goku, he bore the weight of his father's legacy, tasked with safeguarding the Earth and protecting his loved ones. Thus, he smiled gently and replied, "To be precise, we inhabit the inner universe, while your realm constitutes the outer universe." In ancient times, these two spaces were indeed one, but a cataclysmic event in the primordial era split our universe in twain. There are also certain distinctions between them, which my father will elucidate for you. The revelation left everyone astounded. Apart from Gohan and Vegeta, even OOB, Trunks, and Goten were taken aback by these words, observing the subtle shift in their expressions. Gonari understood the dread associated with such a cosmic upheaval. After all, when he first learned of this truth, he too was astonished by the sheer force capable of distorting a portion of the starry expanse, a power akin to that of true deities. Well, You should take some time to organize your thoughts and rest, Gonnery said courteously, casting his gaze over the group to remind them that their journey was nearing its conclusion. At this unexpected pronouncement, Xiaofang felt an inexplicable wave of sadness wash over her. She silently departed first, as memories of a towering figure, half a head shorter than her, yet immensely grand, flooded her mind. Only Byler, as a mother, sensed the emotional undercurrents, while Chi-Chi also recalled Goku's past. Yet, they both chose to refrain from speaking to Xiaofang, understanding that such feelings were best endured in solitude. However, just as the group began to disperse, a hurried figure rushed in, coming to a halt upon seeing Gonnery standing at attention. Gonnery appeared to sense something amiss. After a slight nod, the individual approached and whispered something reverently into Gonnery's ear. Upon hearing this report, Gonnery's expression shifted momentarily before returning to composure as he replied, "Prepare the data. I'll be there shortly." After a brief silence, Gonnery exhaled softly and made his way toward the reconnaissance room. When did this information come to light? In which star system is it specifically? Gonnery no longer wore an easy expression. After a moment of confusion, his eyes sparkled with clarity as he entered the room. "Master." The reconnaissance indicated that the event occurred just as we were about to enter this realm. The location is approximately 60 billion light-years away in a galaxy referred to as such, and the energy signature detected bears a striking resemblance to that of an individual observed a week prior. Both parties this time are of the instant elevation type. The respondent seemed shaken by the findings, his voice quivering as he spoke. "Instant elevation type? What is their combat value?" Gonnery swiftly grasped the pertinent information, and upon recognizing the connection to the previous week's reconnaissance, his brow furrowed as he had begun to suspect something. On the surface, both parties exhibit an instant data value of 5 units. Noting Gonnery's pallid complexion, the speaker steeled himself to continue. However, after calculating remotely, it is estimated that their strength exceeds 300 units. Yet, in the fleeting moment of their final confrontation, both sides experienced a significant surge in power. But the brevity of the moment prevented us from collecting data. With the confirmation of instant elevation types reaching 300 units or more, Gonnery was finally provided with a somewhat detailed answer, yet he remained alarmed by the implications, resting his chin in contemplation. Reflecting on the energy fluctuations detected a week prior, he surmised some connections based on the similarity of the signatures, recalling that the opponent's displayed strength had only been around 200 units at that time. He was aware, of course, that their power had also increased considerably in the final moments. Weaving these overlapping pieces of information together, Gonnery offered a resigned smile as he exited the reconnaissance room, his mind wandering. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? Such a growth rate is astonishing. "Father, how will you greet this friend?" Suddenly, Gonnery's eyes snapped open, his alluring gaze re-emerging, a golden light flashing within his pupils, his smile widening further. Chapter 10. The Bold Assault on the Great Formation. The Return of Goku, Part 1. Within the darkened palace, the 5 elemental powers swirled. The energies of heaven and earth deftly manipulated. A heavy, labored breath echoed, accompanied by the sound of dripping water. After a low, growling groan, a fierce aura surged forth from the cloaked figure, obliterating the elemental forces within the palace. Yet, following that tumultuous outburst, the figure regained his usual composure. Once he had healed his injuries, an uninvited presence materialized in his hall, those white eyes seemingly mocking him. "What brings you here?" The cloaked figure appeared unimpressed by the sudden arrival, coldly inquiring. "Moreau, you have finally returned, but seeing you so disheveled suggests you have encountered formidable resistance," the newcomer responded, disregarding Moreau's menacing tone, grinning with satisfaction. "Sorrow, this does not seem to concern you. Simply manage the affairs of the demon realm as required." Mei Luo's eyes narrowed, a surge of anger igniting within him as he realized that the adversary, who had always been at odds with him, had once again chosen to mock him. "Is that so? Do not presume that winning the trust of the Dark Lord grants you the liberty to act recklessly, Mei Luo. Are you still oblivious to your own standing? Even by strength alone, you cannot contend with me." Shero, provoked by such taunts, could no longer suppress the bitterness within. His tone icy as he spoke, simultaneously releasing a bone-chilling aura intended to attack and vent his frustration. "I beg to differ." Feeling the palace enveloped in the frigid atmosphere emanating from Shero, Mei Luo's eyes glinted with a cold light. In the wake of the extreme cold, he unleashed a searing heat, a power rivaling the chilling force approaching absolute zero, causing Shero's expression to shift dramatically. "Have you concealed your strength?" Shiro gazed at Mei Luo. Disbelief etched on his face, shaken by the sudden outburst of power. Initially intending to deliver a minor reprimand to his presumptuous companion, he now found himself astonished at how easily the injured Mei Luo could withstand him. Although you have lived far longer than I hope you understand that strength and talent are not measured by the passage of time. Mei Luo gently waved his hand, the fiery energy he released obliterating the cold, responding coolly to Shiro. Yet, he was acutely aware that Shiro remained gravely wounded, following their great battle years ago. Shiro's restored power amounted to no more than 10 to 12% of his former peak. In a confrontation with Shiro at his full strength, Mei Luo would still find himself at a disadvantage. Shiro was left speechless, his silence punctuated by a fierce glare directed at Mei Luo. As if recalling something significant, Mei Luo continued, "Let me make myself clear. In the absence of the Dark Lord's command, I strongly advise you to withdraw the plan for the demon realm to attack Earth during this vulnerable time. I must remind you that I just met with that monkey." Upon hearing this, Shiro immediately sensed the underlying implications, his eyes widening in shock as he tentatively inquired, "Could it be that your injury is from?" Before Shiro could finish his question, Mei Luo nodded, then interrupted him to elaborate, "Though we were merely probing each other, my assessment leads me to conclude that I would not be his match. Even you, at your prime, would struggle against him now." The weight of Mei Luo's words rendered Shiro pale. Since his return to the demon realm in recent days, he had become acutely aware of the cosmic changes over the past 4 centuries. What astounded him most was the resurgence of the Saiyans, who, after nearly facing extinction, had once again risen to prominence, with Sun Wukong's rate of growth defying belief. Now, hearing that Mei Luo's injury was inflicted by a mere monkey, it became all too clear that the only contender capable of such a feat was that individual who had achieved the 4th stage of Super Saiyan. After all, at this moment, the power Mei Luo wielded was sufficient to dominate in the ancient era. When Mero returned, he had already learned from his subordinates about Xiaoyuo's reckless actions. However, being someone who always considers the bigger picture, he would not permit Xiaoyuo to act so rashly. After all, he was acutely aware of the matters indicated by the prophecy, and the Dark Lord had taken a particular interest in this newly emerged Saiyan, which compelled him to issue a warning. Did he not vanish alongside the dragon? Our prophecies in the demon realm do not mention such a thing. Xiaoyuo found it hard to believe, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he raised his head to stare at Mero, posing his question. "Is it not absurd? Has my existence ever been part of the prophecy? Just remember one thing. Until the Dark Lord makes a decision, do not act impulsively, or you shall bear the consequences." Mero seemed to mock Xiaoyuo's stubbornness, letting out a cold laugh before vanishing, leaving Xiaoyuo in a daze. At that moment, Xiaoyuo recalled that indeed there was no mention of Mero in the prophecies he possessed, and the Dark Lord was not expected to awaken in this era. However, since that battle, the trajectory of the prophecy had altered. The emergence of Mero and the awakening of the Dark Lord also heralded the glorious return of the Saiyans, and this intricate relationship seemed to contradict the formerly established prophecy. It was precisely for this reason that Xiaoyuo harbored such animosity towards Mero, for the latter was a figure who should not exist, yet had appeared in the demon realm and gained the Dark Lord's acknowledgement. Was the battle of yesteryear mistaken? Xiaoyuo trembled with rage, ultimately erupting in a furious roar, unleashing a powerful cyclone that stirred the very winds and clouds of the demon realm. Chapter 10. The Bold Invasion of the Great Formation. The Return of Goku. Part 2. A streak of rainbow light, akin to a meteor racing through the moonlit sky, cut through the vast expanse of numerous nebulae. Despite the rapid movement, it remained unheard amidst the cosmic vastness. After an extended passage of time, the paused figure once again traversed 1 billion light years. At this moment, Goku, having contemplated deeply, transformed into his Super Saiyan form to utilize instant transmission in pursuit of Gohan and the others, who had vanished from sight. This speed not only accelerated his movement, but also conserved energy, preventing any anomalies that might hinder his timely response. What puzzled Goku further was that at the location he reached, only faint traces of Gohan and Vegeta's auras remained, alongside several powerful yet familiar presences he had already detected. However, without any signs of battle, their auras abruptly ceased, as if they had vanished into thin air within this universe. Goku once again focused his energy, pinpointing the next destination, and before pausing even for a moment, his figure disappeared once more. A day had swiftly elapsed, and Granner's spaceship began to decelerate. gradually passing over a colossal planet of indescribable green-brown hues. Is this the planet for the tournament? Goten and Trunks pressed against the viewing window, gazing at the immense planet, which was thousands of times larger than Earth, in disbelief at the reality before their eyes. Indeed, this celestial body stands as the most colossal planet within our inner universe, and its resilience in battle is arguably unparalleled throughout the cosmos, for the grand conflicts of the universe have consistently unfolded upon its surface. Neri responded candidly. Meanwhile, Gohan raised a query. The reaction we just witnessed must be attributed to the gravitational forces of this planet, as it appears its density and gravity vastly exceed those of Earth. The fissures on the planet's surface are likely remnants of past battles. I surmise that aside from competitions, many of you frequent this place for training, do you not? Vegeta also took note of this detail and, hands on hips, inquired. Neri smiled without offering a reply, seemingly acquiescing to this assertion. As Zack gazed upon this planet, lost in thought, he heaved a sigh, adopting a demeanor of aloof indifference. Meanwhile, Rake had fully recovered but bore a certain resentment towards Gohan. Throughout this journey, he had spoken little, yet upon witnessing the arena for the competition, a faint smile finally graced his lips. What planet do you reside on? Is it far from the seaside? Master Roshi eagerly pressed, his shiny sunglasses glinting. Beside him, Satan draped an arm over Master Roshi's shoulder, and the two exchanged mischievous grins as they queried. Well, it's not too far from this planet. We shall arrive in 3 minutes, and the seaside is quite nearby, Neri replied somewhat awkwardly. Having spent considerable time together, he was well aware of the peculiarities of these two, yet he responded courteously nonetheless. The king appeared momentarily taken aback by the uncharacteristically juvenile behavior of Mr. Satan, while the guard behind him regarded the scene with haughty disdain. There was no need for the group to engage with the pretentious guard. Openly, he looked down upon them. Yet covertly, they all shared a mutual disdain for him. Xiaofang noticed his arrogant demeanor and, in her youthful impulsiveness, felt a strong urge to deliver a sound thrashing. But she ultimately restrained her anger, choosing instead to maintain her composure as a lady while casting a cold glare at the arrogant fellow. Ra was also aware of their scheming intentions and could only let out a resigned sigh, shrugging her shoulders in exasperation. Byler, on the other hand, felt a flush of embarrassment, silently chastising her father for his lecherous ways. Chi-Chi and Bulma refrained from commenting, having long since seen through Master Roshi's antics. They had no desire to disdain them further, recognizing that those two were unlikely to change their nature, thus rendering any display of emotional waste. Against the backdrop of the pitch-black starry sky, a faint golden light flickered. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a figure. It was none other than Goku. Gazing into the impenetrable darkness of the cosmos, Goku, utilizing a protective shield to sustain his oxygen, found himself momentarily suspended in space. Yet he was perplexed by the scene before him. Having tracked the energies of Gohan and Vegeta, he found himself bewildered by the emptiness of this expanse. Even as he employed instantaneous transfer to probe the boundless starry expanse ahead, it was only after traversing 1 billion light-years that he detected a trace of life. In other words, Gohan and his companions were indeed lingering here until the very last moment. With a furrowed brow lost in contemplation, Goku failed to perceive any anomalies. Under duress, he tentatively unleashed a ki blast from his right hand, intending to disrupt the enigmatic space before him. However, at that very moment, a startling phenomenon unfolded. As Goku's energy surged across countless miles, the cosmos itself began to tremble. Countless meteors and small celestial bodies erupted into chaos. Within the inky blackness of the universe, a colossal array resembling a mystical circle materialized, and Goku's exploratory attack proved utterly ineffective against the formation. What is this? Goku's expression darkened. Throughout his recent experiences over the past 6 months, he had ventured into other dimensional universes and was well aware of certain entities absent from this one. He recalled his past encounters with sealing demonic beings and recognized that this energy circle was indeed a seal. Could it be that Gohan and the others had entered a realm within this formation? Goku scrutinized the seemingly slow-spinning yet swiftly operating massive seal, his eyes gleaming with determination as he relaxed his grip. It seemed he had no choice but to force his way through, abandoning his serious demeanor. Goku broke into a hearty laugh, the carefree expression on his face reflecting the newfound knowledge that Gohan and his companions were not in peril, thus alleviating the weight on his heart. Chapter 10. A Bold Assault on the Great Formation. The Returning Goku, Part 3, in the Starry Night Sky. As Goku bombarded the formation time and again, it merely flickered into existence upon contact with his ki blasts. All of Goku's attacks were as futile as a meat bun thrown to a dog, achieving nothing. In the vacuum of space, despite the immense explosions, no sound traveled. Yet, Goku found it disheartening that the dozens of ki blasts he fired were absorbed by the faint golden seal before they even had the chance to explode, the latter accelerating in power as it did so. Goku, having torn through the newly formed ki blast in the palm of his right hand, realized his efforts were yielding no results, and a flicker of wariness crept into his mind. If that was the case, he had no choice but to amplify his strength. Observing the seal that appeared and vanished in an instant, Goku resolved to stop wasting effort and instead harness a more formidable power to breach the formation. With each transformation into Super Saiyan 4 stage, the time it took Goku to change form diminished, and the energy expended gradually decreased. In the span of a single breath, Goku unleashed all his might, breaking through one barrier after another. Lightning crackled around him, the golden radiance intensifying, and finally, after a violent tremor in the fabric of space, he ascended once more to Super Saiyan 4. Upon completing his transformation, Goku instinctively sensed a subtle shift within himself. Originally, he was a battle-hungry warrior. However, after ascending to Super Saiyan 4 on numerous occasions, he began to perceive a heightened bloodlust brewing within. Had it not been for the earlier battle with Thor, where he felt a slight suppression from the Dragon Balls, he might have succumbed to becoming a bloodthirsty fiend by now. This realization left Goku in a state of perplexity, as if searching for an answer that eluded him. Casting a cold gaze into the void, Goku smirked mischievously, and a surge of energy erupted from within him. At the critical juncture of the formation's activation point amid the chaos, Goku seized the moment and unleashed the power he had meticulously gathered. The tenfold Kamehameha surged forth. In the earlier onslaught, Goku had discerned a flaw in the formation. As the spell's circle absorbed external energy, its rotation slowed with the increase of that power. In that fleeting instant, a slender golden fissure appeared at the center of the formation, revealing the presence of countless life forces within. A crimson beam shot forth from Goku's palm, the tremendous recoil causing his body to tremble slightly. The rapid Kamehameha struck the now-slowing spell circle, causing the golden thread to re-emerge and expand from the size of a hair to a gaping fissure over 100 meters long and wide. Yet the scene within remained shrouded in darkness. Simultaneously, as the formation was forcibly breached, a powerful golden energy beam erupted from the dark fissure, aimed directly at Goku, the breaker of the formation. At that very moment, Gohan and the others disembarked from their spaceship. Since arriving in this strange realm, Abed felt a bit dizzy. The instant his foot touched the ground, an invisible force surged from deep within him, a violent energy that abruptly heightened and then vanished. This change went unnoticed by anyone, including Ab himself, who merely experienced a fleeting moment of darkness, dismissing it as mere discomfort from the unfamiliar environment. As Gohan and Vegeta stood on solid ground, they suddenly felt a tremor beneath them. Realizing that something was amiss, they turned their gaze toward the starry sky, only to witness numerous planets vibrating. Is the sky changing? Gohan and the others were struck with shock, while Neri's expression shifted dramatically before he smiled in understanding. Meanwhile, Jack and Rake gazed at the heavens in astonishment, as they too sensed the tremors enveloping this space. Gradually, it became apparent that the realization of the upheaval extended beyond just Neri and Gohan. Many fighters within this realm felt the ground quaking, channeling their energy into awareness to uncover the cause behind this phenomenon. Gohan and Vegeta's expressions darkened, but upon observing Jack and Rake's reactions, they concluded that such an occurrence was unexpected, thus dismissing the notion of any underhanded tactics. However, they acknowledged that the individual capable of instigating such a change was no ordinary foe. As the crowd speculated about the identity of the perpetrator, an enormous seal manifested at the edge of the cosmic realm. This astonishing spectacle was visible even from the considerable distance where Gohan stood, who beheld the disc-like crimson seal. A formidable aura, powerful enough to render most fighters breathless, emanated from it. Upon sensing this overwhelming presence, Jine's expression shifted dramatically, while Shaq's sharp gaze remained fixed ahead, and Rake found himself momentarily stunned by the sudden surge of might. However, amidst the astonishment of those present, Gohan and his companions were struck by an even greater shock, one that stirred their very souls with exhilaration. They recognized that familiar aura. It was undeniably their grandfather. After a prolonged silence filled with disbelief, it was Xiaofang who first erupted in joyous exclamation, her shoulders trembling as she covered her mouth with her hand. Tears, no longer restrained, cascaded down her rosy cheeks, leaving trails upon the ground. Hearing such words, Shaq's eyes shifted again, and Rake's complexion turned pale with disbelief. He was acutely aware of the identity of the person Xiaofang referred to as grandfather, but he could scarcely fathom that the one who had been missing for over 6 months would return so dominantly. Initially startled, Chi-Chi, Bulma, and Satan finally grasped that the catalyst behind this transformation was none other than Goku. Yet, they still struggled to accept the reality of such a miraculous change and turned their astonished gazes towards Gohan. Noticing their attention, Gohan's eyes glistened with moisture as he affirmed, "It truly is Dad." With this confirmation, Chi-Chi could no longer contain her tears, choking back sobs. After all those years alongside Goku, she had prepared herself for the worst, especially during his prolonged absence, while Gohan and Goten often masked their sorrow with forced smiles. Yet now, she was told that Goku had returned. "Kakarot, have you finally come back to us?" Vegeta, having sensed the terrifyingly potent aura belonged to Goku, felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, upon realizing that this power surpassed even that of the Super Saiyan Dragon, he became somewhat disheartened. After laboring for months to surpass the initial transformation into Super Saiyan 4, he found his confidence shattered by Goku's remarkable evolution. Nevertheless, Vegeta had shifted his aspirations. He no longer sought to surpass Goku, but aimed to be the foremost warrior in the wake of Goku's return. Such ambitions, though daunting, were rooted in his inherent pride and determination. Outside the formation, Goku had already discerned the secret behind the rift, refraining from probing directly as it tore open. Now, witnessing the oncoming torrent of golden light, he awaited the opportune moment to dismantle the formation. With a sudden, forceful swing of his right fist, he unleashed a colossal golden dragon, striking forth in a dragon fist technique to obliterate the final barrier of the seal. The astonishing explosion sent tremors through the very fabric of the universe within, not due to Goku's immense power being capable of shaking the entire inner cosmos, but rather because his strength struck against the formation, causing it to quiver and, in turn, compress the stars within. As the dragon fist shattered the retaliatory golden energy wave, Goku sensed the presence of Gohan and the others from the vast rift. Retaining his Super Saiyan 4 form, a mischievous grin graced Goku's face, and in an instant, he transported himself into that peculiar space. Upon realizing that the formation had been forcefully breached, the fighters within that cosmic realm changed countenance. In a flash akin to a golden meteor traversing millions of light years, Goku's figure materialized steadily on the planet where Gohan and the others resided. The familiar silhouette, adorned with crimson hair and flowing black locks, unfurled a comforting smile under the gaze of his companions. That person joyfully exclaimed, "I have returned." Chapter 10. A bold intrusion into the Great Formation. The Return of Goku, Part 4, as they beheld the figure that was so familiar yet surreal. Everyone experienced a sense of disillusionment, as if fearing it were a beautiful nightmare. Many shook their heads vigorously, suppressing tears that threatened to spill. Yet they could not overlook the unmistakable smile of the person before them. For a moment, silence enveloped the gathering. In the brief absence of less than a year, it felt as though they had endured a lifetime of waiting. Just when they believed they had lost Goku, he stood before them in the flesh. Goku seemed to sense the peculiar atmosphere, yet he first winked at Vegeta, signaling his presence with a smile. "What's wrong? Is my return unwelcome?" "Welcome back, Goku." Master Roshi greeted. His excited form, despite the sunglasses, betrayed the moisture welling in his eyes, his voice slightly choked. Following Master Roshi's heartfelt welcome, the younger warriors gently wiped away their glistening tears, nodding in unison, "Welcome back." "Haha, thank you." Goku responded with his characteristic hearty laugh. At that moment, he relinquished his power, his body transforming back to its usual state, that same familiar yet robust physique. "Grandpa, is it really you? You have truly returned. I'm so happy." Little Pan exclaimed, rushing forward, her eyes shimmering with tears of joy. She blinked in disbelief. Yet the imposing figure before her undeniably mirrored the familiar silhouette from years past, his essence unchanged. Chi-Chi, too, eagerly stepped forward, enveloping Goku in a gentle embrace. Tears streaming down her cheeks as she choked out, "Goku, you are finally back. Do you know how worried I was? I feared you might never return. I promise, I will never bully you again." Taken aback by her words, Goku chuckled softly and rubbed his nose, recalling how Chi-Chi had often expressed such sentiments. Yet even now, she retained her fierce demeanor, a habit cultivated since Goten was born. Wukong, with a slight seriousness, turned his head and, casting a sidelong glance at Chi-Chi beside him, asked once more, "Is that true?" Yes, Chi-Chi nodded in affirmation. At that moment, the others were all gathered around Wukong. Even Vegeta, who despite his aloof demeanor, merely acknowledged Wukong with a nod, signaling his understanding of the situation. Wukong, in return, smiled knowingly and nodded. "Indeed, I have returned." His gentle gaze fell upon the two standing beside him, Xiaofang and Chi-Chi, as his large hands caressed their flowing hair. "Grandfather, how could you come back? Wasn't it said that you had?" Xiaofang, gazing up at the towering figure of Wukong, finally noticed that he had regained his adult stature, and a hint of sulkiness crept into her demeanor. "Well, I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but the dragon said it would be better for me to return to my original form. I had been quite a nuisance to the dragon for quite some time before he agreed to send me back," Wukong remarked, playfully pinching Xiaofang's slightly pouting cheek. However, he was aware that the matter the dragon had conveyed was of great significance, and he refrained from divulging the details, especially since he had caught sight of Jenny and the others nearby. Those who were somewhat privy to the situation understood that Wukong was withholding the truth, yet they had no grounds to pressure him for answers. "So, grandfather won't leave us again, right? Will you, grandpa?" Xiaofang broke free from Wukong's hand, wrapping her arms tightly around him, her eager gaze imploring him for reassurance. "No, I will not leave everyone again," Wukong replied after a moment of silence, gently patting her head with his other hand. "Then why didn't you return sooner?" The warm atmosphere abruptly shifted. The once timid Chi-Chi tightly clenched her trembling hands, producing a sound of cracking bones, and unexpectedly struck Wukong's head with force, producing a resounding thud. Caught off guard, Wukong grimaced in pain, looking at his capricious wife with a hint of grievance. Everyone was momentarily stunned, and Wukong immediately cradled his head in his hands, tears glistening in his eyes as he complained, "What was that for, Chi-Chi?" His eyes reflected a mixture of fear and surprise as he regarded his tempestuous spouse. "What do you think?" Chi-Chi turned her head away, deliberately avoiding Wukong's gaze as she boldly interrogated, "If the dragon made it so easy for you to return, why didn't you come back sooner? You left me worrying for so long." "I'm telling the truth. I had to plead for quite a while before the dragon made his decision." Wukong defended himself, rubbing his head in a show of grievance. Chi-Chi remained obstinately unyielding, fully aware of Wukong's fib, but reveling in the role she was playing. Her fierce display left the onlookers in awe, especially Vegeta, who widened his eyes in disbelief at the sight of the universe's strongest warrior being so intimidated by his wife. Yet, Wukong could only smile wryly, as if resigned to the inevitable outcome, knowing full well that Chi-Chi's sweet words were not to be trusted. Just moments after his earlier promise, it had already taken a turn. The others exchanged knowing smiles, their amusement palpable. Unbeknownst to them, in a corner, Jenny silently observed Wukong. "Uncle Wukong, have the Dragon Balls and Shenron returned with you?" Trunks inquired, stepping forward. "No, I'm the only one who has returned. Before coming back, Shenron restored my original body," Wukong replied honestly, wishing to keep the fact that the Dragon Balls had merged with him a secret. "Well, that's a commendable action. Shenron has done well. Now Wukong is the same age as me, and I no longer worry about you seeking out other women," Chi-Chi teasingly remarked. "Ha ha ha." Laughter erupted among the group, while Chi-Chi's face flushed crimson. Wukong, still puzzled, scratched his head and chuckled. "But why does he look so familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before." The king, observing the jovial Wukong, fell into contemplation, muttering to himself, "Your Majesty, how could you possibly know this commoner?" The guard questioned. "That's not right. He truly seems familiar. Who could it be? Let me think. Yes, it must be him. He resembles the boy who defeated Demon King Piccolo all those years ago." The king exclaimed after deep reflection, adjusting his glasses to scrutinize the robust Wukong, gradually merging the image of Wukong as he is now with that of the youthful hero from his memories. Could it be? Is he truly the savior from back then? Doesn't he appear very formidable? The guard queried, gazing skeptically at the king. The king remained fixated on Wukong, striving to recall the events of that time, saying, "He does bear an uncanny resemblance. Indeed. Let us take the time to confirm this. Young master, is it really him? Is he the legendary Super Saiyan?" Rake's body trembled slightly, still awestruck by Wukong's earlier aura. Zack remained silent, shifting his gaze to Jennery, also awaiting an answer. "It truly is him. I am not mistaken. I vividly remember Wukong in his Super 4 state, Jinri asserted with conviction. Yet, ISNT it said that the king was a cold-hearted battle maniac. But this man before us. Rake struggled to articulate, as the disparity between the current figure and the legendary description was stark. No, you must have seen it too, Rake. Saiyans can transform. Their power surges instantaneously, and their emotions shift as well. You should understand this well from your battle with Gohan. Moreover, you cannot deny the state he just exhibited, Jinri countered, disregarding Rake's troubled expression, his own eyes gleaming with fervor, concealing a profound emotion that no one seemed to notice. Chapter 11. Convergence of Forces, a Storm Rising. Wukong's return finally alleviated Gohan and the others of their prior guilt over past missteps. However, they naturally remained skeptical of Wukong's fabrications. Living in a foreign land, many secrets must remain hidden from outsiders, ever wary of eavesdroppers. Vegeta contemplated even more than Gohan and Trunks, as the implications of Wukong's departure from Earth were not easily undone by Shenron. Years of battle experience had instilled a sense of vigilance in Vegeta. As time gently flowed, the crowd remained stationed at the landing control site of the spaceship, drawn by the familiar figure that brought joy to others, while also instilling a sense of calm assurance. After a lively exchange filled with laughter, Goku playfully received a few light taps on the head from Chi-Chi, who, though slightly breathless from excitement, was filled with delight. Since Goku had reverted to a childlike state, Chi-Chi seemed to reminisce about their childhood together, becoming somewhat bashful and embodying the essence of a devoted wife for a time. However, with Goku now restored to his adult form, she felt liberated from any awkwardness in interacting with her husband and returned to her true nature. Goku, towering nearly 2 meters tall, easily rewarded her with playful taps, bringing her joy while inadvertently causing some discomfort for himself. Simultaneously, Goku had gleaned information from Master Roshi about Krillin, Launch, and Tien, and had gained a general understanding of the reasons behind this cosmic journey from Gohan. Yet, a serious expression crossed Goku's face. The events of the past few days, particularly the affairs concerning the Thunder God, left him in a state of bewilderment. And yesterday, he had encountered a formidable figure from the demon realm. This mysterious individual had completely upended Goku's assessment of the demon realm's power, and now, upon hearing about the upcoming intergalactic tournament, he felt a sense of unease. Nevertheless, Goku was adept at concealing his secrets, having noticed that Neri often cast glances in his direction. Thus, he engaged in conversation with ease, revealing no signs of discomfort. Meanwhile, Master Roshi and Satan, in light of Goku's return, had temporarily set aside their leisurely pursuits, the former as a mentor and the latter as a family member. Both understood Goku's esteemed position in the hearts of many, and they rejoiced in his presence. At that very moment, those who had previously sensed Goku's overwhelming aura felt a trickle of cold sweat beneath their FAAs. Yet, before they could fully recover from their astonishment, that formidable power capable of shaking the very fabric of the inner universe vanished in an instant. This spectacle reignited their curiosity from light years away. Other figures reached out with their senses, only to discover an unusually mundane presence on the main planet. Is it him? Each person pondered the answer, with many of those probing being denizens of the inner universe, while others were invited cosmic contenders for the tournament. Consequently, they remained particularly vigilant regarding the arrival of external competitors each day. As soon as Vegeta and his companions had arrived, they had already been classified among the participants. However, now noticing the reappearance of a seemingly unremarkable fighter among that group, doubts about Goku's true identity began to arise. This situation was exacerbated by the fact that whenever Goku ascended to Super Saiyan 4, his aura underwent considerable transformation. Thus, for those unfamiliar with him, it was nearly impossible to recognize that both states belonged to the same individual. Furthermore, the reason lies in the fact that those who dare to pursue the essence of the air are all equipped with the prowess to claim dominion over mountains. They are acutely aware that certain extraordinary individuals possess the ability to manipulate their physical strength at will, often elevating their capabilities in an instant. Wukong, too, sensed the multitude of scrutinizing gazes converging upon him, yet he refrained from responding, feeling somewhat awkward and embarrassed. He chuckled softly as he touched the tip of his nose, recalling that his earlier actions had been rather excessive, stirring up a storm upon his initial arrival, which left him feeling rather sheepish. Naturally, those capable of sensing the aura were also cognizant of the chain reaction triggered by this celestial upheaval. Genelai wore a wry smile, having never anticipated that the other party would so audaciously breach the defenses of the formation. If such a scene failed to capture the attention of the onlookers, then those individuals would hardly be worthy of the title battle-crazed lunatics. As Jack regained his composure, he shifted his gaze from Wukong to Gohan, and upon witnessing the profound bond between the father and son, he seemed to ponder deeply as he lifted his eyes to the heavens, subsequently closing them in contemplation. Although Reich was not adept at discerning the existence of an opponent through aura, he was neither blind nor foolish. Upon perceiving that the entirety of the inner universe was being stirred by the opposing force, he understood that such power was beyond his simple imagination. Nevertheless, with a rudimentary understanding, he noticed a significant concentration of aura gathering on the main planet, with his mental focus locking onto Wukong. This scenario instilled a sense of trepidation in Reich. Chapter 11. The Gathering of Forces, Storms Rising. Similarly, under the influence of the celestial shift, some individuals harbored their own thoughts. They did not intrusively probe with their auras, but instead retreated into solitary meditation. The force was immense. Yet, was it truly beneficial? An elder, upon hearing the report, finally comprehended the cause of the recent upheaval. He raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to withdraw, his deep-set eyes obscuring his true intentions as he sighed and shook his head. Elder Ba, should the situation change? Moreover, what transpired yesterday? Suddenly, a figure appeared silently in the elder's study, respectfully inquiring about the elder's thoughts. No need, although this force belongs to him, for the sake of prudence. We must be prepared to make sacrifices. There's been no leak regarding yesterday's events, has there? The elder's eyes sparkled with intensity as his frail hands softly struck the table, indicating a resolution. Understood. According to Elder Ba's orders, I have eliminated those in the know. The burly man, while speaking of the extermination, briefly revealed a flicker of anguish in his resolute eyes, yet he swiftly concealed his emotions, unwilling to be discovered. If you must harbor resentment towards me, it is justifiable, as it involves your brother, is it not? Fuzz? The elder, with keen perception, discerned the fleeting glimmer in the middle-aged man's eyes, understanding his thoughts. After a long sigh, he continued, I understand, for the matter concerning my brother troubles you. The middle-aged man responded with a hint of trepidation, not fearing that the elder would command his execution, for the elder lacked such power. Eager to elucidate, he felt compelled to prevent the elderly man before him from harboring any sense of estrangement toward him henceforth. A warrior would lay down his life for a true confidant. To have his sovereign doubt his words would render him utterly humiliated. The middle-aged man articulated the crux of the matter, fully aware that had it not been for his brother's betrayal so many years ago, he would not be facing the peril of his own life today. Yet, blood is thicker than water. The individual in question was, after all, his own flesh and blood. To take the life of one's brother would be an immeasurable tragedy. Nevertheless, he chose to follow the elder's course of action, for he understood that the greater good must prevail. Observing the middle-aged man's demeanor, the elder discerned his genuine sentiments and nodded in satisfaction. This time, he refrained from issuing a lethal command. However, the middle-aged man executed it flawlessly, earning the utmost trust of the one known as Fuzz. Now, you may withdraw to prepare. For the next few days, keep your presence concealed. Once everything is ready, I shall contact you. Is that clear? The elder inhaled deeply, articulating each word with solemnity. Understood, replied the subordinate, and in an instant, he vanished as though he had never existed in the room, departing as quietly as he had arrived. In the spacious studio, a solitary figure remained, embodying the frailty of old age, occasionally releasing a sigh. At that moment, in another part of the same planet, a delicate silhouette quietly reveled in the breathtaking spectacle of the sunrise over the sea. She was attuned to the subtle shifts in the atmosphere, yet she refrained from probing too deeply. Given her unique status, upon sensing the auras of Jenny and Jack, she instinctively recognized that the figures nearby were Saiyans, and the overwhelming power they exuded could only belong to one of their kind. With a visage of exquisite beauty, she appeared to be in her early 20s, though her pallor suggested a hint of illness. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, unruffled and reaching her waist. Clad in a loose-fitting robe, the garment did little to conceal her graceful form. Her arms, bearing a more vibrant hue, were elegantly positioned before her, accentuating her lithe beauty. Gazing contentedly at the picturesque view, a gentle sea breeze caressed her face, tousling her hair, which she deftly tucked behind her ear. Her melancholic eyes were filled with sorrowful emotions, She wished to remain oblivious to what was to come, yet she found herself ensnared by thoughts of him and his presence. A shift that brought her profound anguish, particularly regarding that specific individual. Have you still not come to a resolution? You're not at fault. The young and beautiful woman was stirred by memories of the past, tears streaming down her cheeks, her voice quivering yet resolute in its silence. You are not to blame. It is solely their error. Her sobs grew more intense as she bent down, embracing her knees, her body trembling with emotion. Chapter 11. Gathering of Forces. Tempest Afoot, Part 3. In a particular maritime expanse, several figures cloaked in black were drawn to the earlier tremors that had disrupted the tranquility of their surroundings. However, they refrained from any rash actions, deliberately diminishing their own powers to evade detection by their adversaries. The leader among them gazed intently in the direction where Wukong was situated, having sensed an intrusion into the grand formation since the initial wave of attacks. What left him incredulous was the realization that the opposing force possessed the might to tear open a breach in the formation itself. That earth-shattering power not only shook the array, but also reverberated throughout the entire inner cosmos, an exaggeration that sent a jolt through his very being. What was most astonishing to him, however, was the familiarity of that presence, almost akin to a bitter rivalry. Yet, Wukong remained oblivious to his identity. It was undoubtedly him. To the lower right of the leader, another figure trembled, not from fear, but rather from a seething rage directed toward the long-standing enemy. Beneath that fury, however, lay a deep-seated trepidation, for he understood all too well the sheer magnitude of the power they had just witnessed. Do not be overly anxious. That presence may not solely belong to him. After all, when the formation was breached, a tremendous force could have emanated from it, suggesting that the power we felt could merely be a manifestation of the array's own strength, conjectured another figure, equally attired in black, who was aware of a fragment of the array's secrets and thus maintained a relatively optimistic perspective amidst the unfolding chaos. Yet, he failed to notice the particularly grim countenance of his leader, who remained convinced of his assumptions and chose not to dwell on the potential threat posed by such formidable strength. The leader cast a disdainful glance at him, unwilling to interrupt his fanciful dreams. Since returning, he had witnessed the audacity of this reckless individual multiple times, and it irked him that this pretender, devoid of true power, could claim to be on par with the formation, which had already been compromised in 6 of its 7 points. Your reasoning is flawed, the agitated individual mused, reflecting on the cataclysmic events that had transpired, each moment etched indelibly in his memory. As fear of Wukong's power gripped him, he simultaneously yearned for the possession of such unparalleled strength. The rebuttal to his conclusions ignited a flicker of anger within him. Having always occupied the upper echelons of authority, he was unaccustomed to being questioned or doubted. If he truly wielded such immense power, he would not have fared so poorly during the incident with the malevolent dragon. Do you truly believe he could have amassed such strength in just over half a year? Yet, if his power were not so formidable, the formation could not have been disturbed. I implore you to regard his true capabilities with the seriousness they deserve. The earlier speaker remained unconvinced by his counterpart's assertions, incensed further by the latter's abrasive demeanor. The tension in the air became palpable, as the latter's eyes seemed to blaze with indignation. Upon hearing the words of the former, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in the leader's eyes. He nodded, seemingly in praise of the man's wisdom. However, upon encountering that still arrogant individual, he was beset by a torrent of frustration, barely suppressing the urge to eliminate him. To have slain countless worthless beings only serves to prove that one is merely a notch above the detritus. The leader, unlike that short-sighted man, possessed a depth of vision and judgment that was far from rash, and his understanding of the situation was undoubtedly superior to that of the 2 younger individuals. Indeed, he had articulated a certain aspect, yet was it not true that the counterforce generated by the formation had been effortlessly obliterated moments earlier? This comparison alone was sufficient to attest to the opponent's terrifying strength. However, amidst the shock, what truly unsettled him was the reappearance of this formidable figure. In the extensive records he had amassed over the years, he understood that this prominent individual had departed Earth 9 months prior, vanishing without a trace. At that time, the opponent's power was but a fraction of what it was now. Yet within less than a year, everything had undergone radical transformation, and the rate of the adversary's growth was alarmingly prodigious. Could this continue unabated? In that instant, the cloaked man suddenly perceived a hint of danger. Cast aside were his feelings of melancholy. With a swift motion of his tattered sleeve, he tore through the void, enveloping several others in his wake as they leapt into the breach. Just as the rift sealed behind them, a deafening energy blast surged forth, only to miss its target and arc away from the planet. Chapter 11. Convergence of Forces. A Storm is Brewing, Part 4. Wukong and his companions had already been invited into the guest chamber by the youthful host, Jirai, who held the status of a noble. Presently, they found themselves within the technological bastion of the planet, where Jirai, as royalty, did not reside. Furthermore, the king he frequently mentioned, yet had not yet revealed, dwelled in a palace miles away. It is a pleasure to meet you. Your name is Sun Wukong, correct? I am Jirai. Jirai was already well aware of Wukong's identity, and he patiently awaited Gohan's introduction before extending a courteous greeting, a gentle smile adorning his face as he offered his right hand in a gesture of handshake. Ah, Ilu. Wukong replied with a smile. Upon grasping Jinai's hand, he instinctively sensed the immense power within the young noble, causing a subtle shift in his expression, though he continued to regard Jinai with admiration. As Wukong probed Jinai's strength, the latter was likewise testing Wukong's depth. In that fleeting moment of contact, he was astonished to discover that Wukong's power was remarkably well concealed, with not a trace of fluctuation to be found, his expression momentarily shifting to one of bewilderment. Revered as the strongest warrior in the outer cosmos, Mr. Wukong truly lives up to the title, Jinai remarked with a soft smile as Wukong withdrew his hand. In truth, I am merely a warrior revealed to the world beyond. Whether I am the strongest is difficult to ascertain, as there are indeed many rising talents, and numerous formidable figures remain hidden within and beyond the cosmos. Wukong expressed with a hint of nostalgia, reflecting on the countless battles from which he had clawed his way back from the precipice of death. In this present moment, I have come to realize that as my own strength has ascended, the world I encounter has expanded significantly. Those who boast of being the greatest in the universe often turn out to be mere local tyrants. How vast is the realm of the cosmos! Moreover, when compared to my esteemed juniors, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and Ub, whose talents surpass mine, their starting point was considerably higher than my own, and their current prowess is undeniably far superior to that of my contemporaries. Such a statement, uttered without intent, caught the attention of those who heard it. Neri's expression shifted slightly. After all, he was a figure from the inner universe, a prince of a ruling lineage, well aware of the profound depths of the outer universe. Goku's words sparked memories within him, for the passage of time was not so distant, and remnants of that history should still exist. However, amidst the information he had meticulously gathered over the past year, Neri stumbled upon something enigmatic. With a wry smile, he nodded, his subtle change in demeanor unnoticed by others. He merely echoed Goku's humble words before instructing his attendants to assist Gohan and Vegeta in organizing their belongings, resuming his conversation with Goku. Who exactly was he? It seemed he was concealing much. Yet, where was the fluctuation in his aura? Being personally escorted and hosted by Prince Neri indicated that these individuals were undoubtedly remarkable. Was the Saiyan who had just spoken also a Saiyan? In an instant, many powerful minds withdrew their focus inward, and the influential figures who had been observing Goku and his companions were astonished at the presence of Neri, though they possessed the capability to participate in the grand tournament. Those who had resided in the inner universe for a while, or were its original inhabitants, were acutely aware of Neri's identity and formidable strength. Witnessing Neri personally await these individuals caused them to retract their focus, each pondering the implications. In such circumstances, some, unaware of Jack's temperament, deliberately lingered their auras on him. Jack, however, emanated a chillingly potent energy wave, intimidating those who were oblivious to his might. This remarkable event quickly reverberated throughout half of the inner universe before the tournament commenced. Within a resplendent palace, a robust middle-aged man chuckled, saying, "My friend, your actions are rather exaggerated. You have startled quite a number of people." His furrowed brow and deep-set eyes beneath sharp, blade-like eyebrows gave him an air of authority, while his youthful visage belied his age, exuding the commanding presence of a ruler. He rose to his feet, having already anticipated the arrival of the Saiyans when Neri's spaceship signaled its entry into the inner universe. Initially intending to personally greet the Saiyans, he ultimately refrained from such action, considering his unique status. After all, he was the king of the entire inner universe, a deity in his own right. He was none other than Neri's father, Grit. It was time to meet the Saiyans. Grit smiled to himself, and then strode forward with steady steps. Chapter 12. The Battle Royale, the Chosen Ones of the Universe. What has transpired? As the group of black-clad assailants reappeared at a particular location, one among them, trembling with trepidation, inquired about the earlier incident. This individual was the one who had speculated about Goku's true power. The arrogant figure felt a shiver of fear coursing through him, although he had not sensed the impending ki attack. He had been ensnared by the leader and had come to realize that the previous strike could have obliterated him. "Is it them?" he asked, casting a wary glance at his commander, his voice laced with profound uncertainty. Upon witnessing the foolish demeanor of his subordinate, the high-ranking individual felt utterly disheartened, yet he responded, "It is not their aura, but the energy is indeed peculiar. My lord, are you unable to sense the origin of that aura?" The leader, devoid of fury, increasingly appreciated the strategic insight of his perceptive aide. Observing the same bewilderment reflected in his companion's eyes, he recognized that the assistant had discerned something. Unlike the arrogant fool who was now in a state of panic. "Ah, it seems you too have sensed the oddity of that key." The black-clad man offered a vague response, for he himself found such circumstances hard to believe. Nevertheless, the scene had unfolded so vividly before them. With the leader's tacit acknowledgement, the individual's eyes narrowed in realization, affirming his earlier conjecture, though he struggled to accept that such phenomena could exist in the world. Noticing their cryptic exchange, the one labeled as a fool, seizing the moment when neither was paying attention, allowed a flicker of brilliance to illuminate his previously languid gaze. He suppressed his tremors, ensuring that no one detected the subtle curve hidden beneath his dark hood. The commanding figure turned around to regard a few unremarkable subordinates behind him and, with a flourish of his sleeve, issued an order. "You may withdraw for now. I will contact you again once the competition begins. There is no need for any further actions at this moment. Depart." The 5 or 6 shadowy figures bowed in response, and then vanished one by one. "I have received new instructions to amend our strategy in preparation for battle. Thus, I must leave this space, and 2 others will come to oversee the competition in my stead. Do you understand?" The leader articulated this crucial information only after the lackluster subordinates had retreated, harboring a similar disdain for them, while feeling compelled to disclose the revised plan. "Understood." Both replied in unison, but by the time their words fell, their leader's presence had already dissipated from within 100 miles. An extended silence ensued, punctuated only by the sound of the rustling wind. "What is your perspective on this matter?" The one feigning foolishness finally spoke, having sensed the formation's dynamics. Determining that his leader had indeed departed the inner universe and felt no further need to conceal his true nature. "Let us temporarily disregard the matters concerning the Saiyans, for they serve as mere cannon fodder. It is the other 2 individuals that warrant our attention." The remaining one responded, asserting that only the figures before them were privy to their decisions. In the presence of their leader, they both feigned diverse personas, their sole intent being to deceive all observers. "Given our esteemed identities, it is inconceivable for us to submit beneath them. Even Xing Luo lacks the requisite authority." The individual spoke with palpable resentment, lamenting that to secure his own survival, he must conceal his ambitions. Yet, he is acutely aware of the power he possesses, a power that even Xing Luo regards with trepidation, refraining from brazenly eliminating him. Indeed, the individual who departed earlier was none other than Xing Luo of the Demon Realm. And this group of cloaked figures represents the burgeoning strength of a new generation within that realm. However, all of this must ultimately be measured by power, which we currently lack. It seems he comprehended the sentiments of his companion, sighing deeply. In this brutal world, where the strong prey upon the weak, identity and status do not necessarily correlate. They appear to regard us merely as pawns. This is acceptable, for once they take that decisive step, I would not hesitate to claim their lives. Expressing his frustrations, he clenched his fists tightly. Once proud, he had recently lost dominion over the demon realm and must now don a mask of arrogance to secure a semblance of survival. "Indeed, I share your sentiments." His companion concurred, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. Chapter 12. The Martial Arts Tournament. The Chosen Ones of the Universe, Part 2. A solitary figure strode back and forth, met with reverent bows from those who dared to approach, yet he never once opened his eyes to meet theirs, seemingly wandering aimlessly in search of answers he desired. This aloof and solitary individual, apart from Jeek, would know no other. He anticipated that Grit would soon confront the Saiyans, prompting his departure from the reception room. This was not due to a lack of desire to see the one who had forever altered his life, but rather because he seldom focused on anything save for matters concerning her. Everyone possesses their own narrative, and Jeek is no exception. However, apart from one, all who knew of his past have been slain, their very souls extinguished a second time. That incident once reverberated throughout the entire inner universe, instilling a profound fear of Jeek in the hearts of nearly all. Yet, Jeek himself understood that beneath their fearful gazes lay a foundation of disdain and seething hatred. He paid no heed to their perceptions, dismissing them entirely. However, should anyone dare to provoke his ire, they would swiftly vanish from this world. Do you harbor no interest in the tournament? A familiar voice suddenly pierced the air, and Jeek recognized the presence of a newcomer through his aura. He opened his eyes to behold Lake, who stood in the passageway before him, and replied in a nonchalant tone, "I have no interest." For many years, it seemed unbearable for Lake to endure Siaku's indifference. Lake, too, was filled with a cold fury. He understood that his identity, though unique, paled in comparison to Siaku's lineage. Yet, he could not tolerate the dismissive gaze Siaku cast upon him, just as he was about to erupt once more. A cautionary remark from Jenny Lee echoed in his mind. Never provoke Siaku. Suppressing the raging fire within, Lake's eyes still gleamed with cold light. Yet Siaku had already closed his eyes, his steps unceasing as he brushed past Lake. "This is no longer Earth, so I assume you will not question my intentions?" Lake inquired, gazing at the proud silhouette, repressing his anger once again. "Do as you wish, but do not say I did not warn you. If those matters arise again, I shall render you a mere figurehead," Siaku replied, momentarily pausing his stride, his tone turning chilling. However, just as Lake's expression shifted dramatically, Siaku's subsequent words struck a painful chord within him, leaving him gritting his teeth in silence. "This time, remember your lesson. I will personally dispose of those worthless fools." Siaku's declaration reverberated in Lake's mind, and as fury surged within him, Siaku had already distanced himself. "Siaku, one day I shall kill you." Lake silently roared in his inner world, his eyes bloodshot, a fierce aura emanating from him as a second mark subtly manifested upon his forehead. In less than 5 minutes, in a desolate expanse 1,000 miles away, Siaku stood amidst the rubble, coldly observing the 4 bodies on the ground, their faces etched with the terror and regret of their impending demise. Yet Siaku offered them no opportunity for remorse, swiftly executing them one by one. Gazing at the blood-stained forearm of his right hand, he summoned a faint golden flame, which dissipated the thick blood. A small explosive energy orb then descended upon the corpses, and after a resounding explosion, the 4 bodies dissolved into nothingness, leaving only charred remnants upon ground. "Your strength was commendable. Yet knowing full well the boundaries you dared to cross, death is the most fitting outcome for you," Siaku lamented, closing his eyes, remaining motionless. During the ensuing silence, the wilderness returned to its natural rhythm. At that moment, a small creature alighted upon Siaku's left shoulder, its tiny orange limbs fluttering, adorned with golden-edged brownish wings, occasionally rubbing its beak against his attire. Siaku's consciousness stirred as he slightly turned his head to regard the adorable creature, which, in turn, gazed back at him with wide eyes, both remaining still. Observing the little bird's fearless demeanor, he felt an unexpected softening within himself, and for the first time, a smile graced his lips. Gently, his right hand caressed the smooth little head of the bird, but the creature, unperturbed, displayed its fluffy belly, evading the villain's fingers before retaliating with a peck, then glaring fiercely at Siaku as it took flight. Amused by the playful antics of the little bird, Jack found the gentle assault on his fingers rather inconsequential. He tenderly caressed them for a moment, seemingly reminiscing about delightful fragments of a cherished past. And for the rare 3rd time, a smile graced his face. Chapter 12, The Tournament of Combat, The Pride of the Cosmos, Part 3. With a robust and austere visage, the young middle-aged man seated before them exuded an air of dominance that the women could subtly perceive. They dared not engage in excessive conversation, yet Bulma and Bra remained unfazed, as they were quite familiar with a version of this character, Vegeta, from their home. Under Jine's introduction, everyone discerned that this middle-aged gentleman was the king he had referred to, Grit. Likewise, due to the necessity of discussing some clandestine matters, the king of Earth was ushered away to a separate resting area. "You must be the proud Saiyans of the cosmos," Grit remarked with a smile directed at those present. He did not adopt a regal demeanor. Instead, his gaze lingered mostly on Goku and Vegeta. Vegeta, as ever, stood as the steadfast defender of Saiyan pride, a stark contrast to Grit. The latter, however, was unperturbed. He possessed knowledge surpassing that of Jine and was well aware of Vegeta's temperament. He also understood that in ancient times, the Saiyans indeed held a certain prestige, and, as the prince of this lineage, It seemed he was the heir apparent to future dominance. Even though the Saiyans no longer held their former glory, the inherent pride they possessed was indelible, eternally etched in their spirits alongside their combat prowess. Indeed, we are among the last surviving Saiyans. Vegeta and I are purebred Saiyans. These individuals are our hybrid descendants with Earthlings, Goku replied amicably. Though usually unskilled in guile, Goku felt an inexplicable unease in this moment, though he could not comprehend its source. That makes sense. After all, the information must be accurate. Grit exhaled, somewhat puzzled by the sudden reappearance of Goku, who had never revealed his true inner world. What is so special about this? What does it matter if one is a Saiyan? Vegeta inquired impatiently, his haughty demeanor betraying his agitation, particularly at the thought that Grit was probing into their past. The knowledge of the tribulations he had faced on Earth being grasped from a distance left Vegeta feeling controlled and belittled, igniting a simmering frustration within him. Quite simply, the identity of a Saiyan cannot be feigned, Grit replied with a smile directed at Vegeta. Upon hearing this ambiguous response, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. While Goku and Gohan exchanged surprised glances, though they refrained from voicing their inquiries. There is no need for excessive discourse. Please elucidate the meaning of this so-called Universal Combat Tournament for us. I believe you can fully address our questions regarding what exactly this tournament entails. Vegeta immediately pressed on. All eyes turned toward the somewhat bewildered Grit, awaiting his response. After a moment of silence, Grit finally smiled and spoke. Allow me to elucidate the matter regarding the Cosmic Fighting Tournament. He paused for a while, gazing upwards in contemplation, then slowly turned back to continue. This tournament is the grandest of its kind in the universe, held once every 10 million years, a grand spectacle of combat that transcends history. It has existed for ages, and we are now witnessing its 138th iteration. The specifics of its origins elude me. Yet I know it is a legacy passed down through generations of our ancestors, with the historical pendulum bearing witness to its significance. The objective of this tournament is to select the reigning champion of the universe, the sovereign of the world. As Grit reminisced about the past, a collective gasp escaped the crowd. Perhaps they had never encountered such a monumental event, leaving them momentarily speechless. A sovereign? Does this mean one must wield dominion over the universe? Gohan, who yearned for freedom and peace, was the first to inquire. Since Goku's return, he seemed to have eased the burdens on his heart, his tone gradually returning to its former gentleness. No, it merely determines which warrior from our race is the mightiest. Though they will certainly enjoy certain privileges befitting a king, commanding the fighters of the universe. Upon learning of Gohan's subtle change in demeanor, Grit was momentarily puzzled. Yet the warmth in his words left Grit unable to discern the depths of Gohan's inner world. Nearby, Gurney's expression shifted slightly at Gohan's transformation. A warrior race? Trunks inquired, astonished. In the past, Vegeta seldom spoke of matters concerning extraterrestrials, leaving Goten, Trunks, and Ub, three young men of relatively naive disposition, largely unaware of the universe's affairs. However, upon hearing this term again, Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta listen in silence. Indeed, in a sense, it also determines the ruler of the cosmic warriors, Grit remarked, casting a glance at the silently contemplative Ub, a subtle smile gracing his features. Is that so? Goten responded, bewildered, scratching his head. Though I still don't fully comprehend. Does this mean we are to battle for the strongest ruler of the universe? Chapter 12. The Tournament of Champions. The Chosen Ones of the Universe, Part 4. One cannot entirely assert this. It is not solely about tangible power. What matters most is the supreme honor, Grit replied, observing Goten's childlike naivety regarding cosmic affairs. Then, are you the one who will wield the true power in this tournament? Goku narrowed his gaze, scrutinizing Grit, who was conversing lightly. No, that is not the case. We will also invite the supreme ruler of our realm, the Supreme Kai, to witness this cosmic fighting tournament. What? The Supreme Kai will also attend? Gohan up Goten, and Trunks were once again struck with astonishment. Is this true? Their memories conjured images of the timid Supreme Kai and the lecherous old Kai. Indeed, for the Supreme Kai is the highest authority in our universe, and only he can bestow upon us the most exalted honor. By the way, how do you possess knowledge of all external matters? What method allows you this insight? Vegeta finally unmasked his inquiry, his tone stern and unyielding. He wished to extricate himself from this line of questioning, since he had come to comprehend the true prowess of the Supreme Kai and others years ago. It had become evident that at this cosmic assembly, They were merely symbolic figures. Indeed, as you are aware, we are the kin who orchestrate this assembly. Thus, we possess the capability to detect fluctuations of power from all corners of the universe. While we survey, we can ascertain who possesses the ability to partake in the assembly, as they hold both the obligation and the right to know of external affairs, replied Grit. Is it all matters? Does this include the history of the cosmos? Gohan queried, astonished. To a degree, but our primary focus remains on monitoring the combat situations in the external realm, for that is the crux of the matter, Grit elucidated, raising a finger to distinguish between the two aspects. Why do you concern yourselves with the state of battles? Goten inquired, perplexed. This is a matter I cannot elucidate well, for it is a task inherited from ancient times. We merely fulfill this duty, Grit responded. How come there is nothing to detect here in this isolated space? Goku questioned, particularly intrigued by the existence of the formation he faced. However, he felt it unwise to directly inquire about its origins. Yet he believed that this formation was not of the inner universe, having gleaned the words of Jinyu through Gohan. In ancient times, there was a celestial event that delineated the inner and outer universes. This formation appears to be a remnant from that epoch, Goku mused, struck by the enormity of the power required for such a formation to endure through the ages. What level must the practitioner have attained? Indeed, this is a privilege of our kin. Furthermore, this space cannot be traversed. I trust you have learned from Nairi about the celestial event that separated the inner and outer universes. Because this is the venue for our assembly, the destruction caused by battle would affect a vast area. Thus, we must reside here to prevent any repercussions on other parts of the universe. What distinctions exist between this space and our world? Gohan asked after a brief silence. Here, time is not aligned with that of the outer universe. 1 month in this realm equates to 1 year outside, establishing a 12-fold temporal discrepancy between the inner and outer universes, Grit replied, observing the bewildered expressions on Goku and the others, smiling quietly without further comment. A 12-fold time differential? Aroused from his reverie, his sudden question drawing attention to his earlier peculiarity. Indeed, Grit responded with a subtle smile. Is there anything else remarkable about this place? For instance, regarding the competition? Vegeta inquired, regaining his curiosity. Ah, yes, the defensive capabilities of this space are formidable. Traversing it is no simple task, as evidenced by the fact that previous tournaments have not entirely obliterated it. Everyone is well aware of this matter. After all, despite possessing immense power, Wukong was unable to easily break through the enchantments enveloping the entire inner universe. Furthermore, one must question whether there are any rules governing the participants of this grand assembly. For instance, do individuals of malevolent nature possess the right to compete? Wukong pondered this query as he pursued Gohan, aware that the emergent beings from the demon realm would not easily bypass such a grand melee. Indeed, there are no stringent regulations. Any formidable warrior is entitled to partake. Naturally, one cannot unleash indiscriminate slaughter. Once an opponent surrenders, they must not be harmed further. This is a fundamental rule. Is that so? Trunks, Goten, and Ub exchanged silent glances, fully cognizant that in a contest among the powerful, there exists a window of opportunity for a decisive strike before the surrender is uttered. Truly? Such events are rare. Wukong exclaimed with nonchalance, his excitement palpable, while a faint smile graced Vegeta's lips. Indeed, this implies we shall have the opportunity to engage in a thrilling battle. Grit gazed at Wukong, his eyes alight with anticipation. Wukong, returning Grit's gaze, instinctively responded. Chapter 13, Saiyans and the Sai Crown. Ancient Legends, Part 2. Demons not demons. Gods not gods. The path to immortality is stained with blood, culminating in solitary transcendence. The divine conflict reignites, chaos ensues, heroes rise, and the celestial and demonic realms converge once more. How shall the protagonist embark upon the path of ultimate strength? With my life, I shall defy fate. With my battle's blood, I shall alter the heavens. The new novel Soul War by Mulluo promises to deliver a breathtaking tale of cultivation. Your support is appreciated. Perhaps sensing something, Wukong felt uncomfortable under Grit's fervent gaze, yet having weathered many storms, he responded resolutely. More importantly, Wukong's thirst for battle was profound, though he did not rush to eliminate his adversaries. A grand battle? It is inevitable. Wukong seemed to perceive the underlying nuances and responded with a double entendre. However, he remained oblivious to the inexplicable anger and hatred that surged within him upon seeing Grit, attributing these negative emotions merely to the Dragon Balls within him. Nonetheless, This sentiment was mirrored by Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, as well as Bra and Xiao Fong, each harboring emotions akin to Wukong's. Yet, since none voiced their feelings, they believed it to be a personal affliction. The participants in this battle are not solely those present. Such a grand event naturally encompasses the entirety of the inner and outer universe. Grit noticed the fleeting glimmer in Wukong's eyes, seemingly realizing something, and deliberately turned his head to continue speaking. Indeed, such events truly ignite one's passion. I feel invigorated with boundless energy. Wukong suppressed his thoughts, eagerly sharpening his focus for the impending spectacle of combat. It seems that you Saiyans remain, as ever, fiercely combative, Grit remarked with a chuckle, observing the gleeful expressions of those with Saiyan blood. According to the passage of time, the competitors should soon be gathered. You are destined to engage in a much-anticipated battle. When does the competition commence? I wish for clarity, Vegeta articulated impatiently. Since encountering the enigmatic queen, he felt an undercurrent of disdain simmering within him. His indifference towards Jinyu had only intensified upon witnessing the grandeur of this distinguished figure, igniting a clash with his inherent princely pride. The competition will take place in 5 days, commencing with the elimination rounds. Grit was not one to overlook the subtleties of human emotions. His royal demeanor was accompanied by an astute understanding of the imperial psyche. He readily sensed Vegeta's aversion, causing a slight furrow to form on his brow. Bulma, perceptive of her partner's unusual demeanor, shared her confusion. Vegeta, typically cold and dismissive of strangers, revealed a harsher side during this exchange. Goku, too, was taken aback by Vegeta's unexpected behavior, momentarily reflecting on whether he too was unwittingly harboring feelings of anger. Indeed, Vegeta himself was bewildered, though he maintained his icy exterior. A sense of distaste was brewing within him. Chapter 13, The Saiyans and the Saiyan Crown, Timeless Legends, Part 3. As Grit's words settled, each individual present formed their own opinions. Naturally, Goku and Vegeta were eager to engage in combat, while Goten and Trunks childishly lamented the scarcity of playful days. Trunks, in particular, felt a wave of unease wash over him, casting a hesitant glance at his father. In the next moment, as if to affirm his fears, Trunks appeared despondent. "Where is the gravity chamber?" Vegeta's voice rang out again. Although he relished battle, he acknowledged his second place in the relentless pursuit of strength, asserting that no one dared to call themselves the elder brother. Upon hearing this, the others regarded Vegeta with knowing looks, while Goten, upon receiving Vegeta's answer, paled considerably. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead as he slowly turned to face Trunks, only to be startled as Trunks lunged to embrace him. Exclaiming in a mix of indignation and passion, "I support this. Goten, let's train together." Caught off guard by Trunks' fervent proposal, Goten glared at him with a mixture of frustration and disbelief, mentally cursing his companion for his selfishness. Goten felt as though he were on the precipice of tears, for Goku's next statement felt like a death sentence. Then Goten, Gohan, and OOB should join as well. OOB, who had remained silent, merely responded with a stunned, while Gohan nodded in agreement. As Satan and Master Roshi's eyes sparkled with intensity, Xiaofang and Bra looked disdainfully at the unwavering friendship of those two. You needn't rush into your training just yet. After all, you Saiyans and our kin can directly advance to the finals, and Mr. OOB shares this privilege as well." Grit responded with a smile. This statement resonated like a melodious, celestial hymn, captivating Goten and Trunks, who instinctively nodded in acceptance, only to later grasp the significant implications, leaving them and the others utterly astounded. "What is happening?" Xiaofang and Bra inquired, while Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Beulah also grew curious. Could it be related to the earlier events? Gohan shifted his gaze to Nur and posed a question. Indeed, Nur nodded in affirmation, fully aware that the moment for revelations had arrived. "This is a privilege." Nur scanned the expressions of the crowd, ultimately perplexed by the unwavering calm of Goku and Vegeta. How could we possess such a privilege? Trunks was the first to ask, and a bewildered OOB leaned in nervously, eager to uncover the truth, especially since it pertained to him as well. "Because you are Saiyans, the monarchs of this universe." Grit's words thundered through the hearts of all present, and what followed startled even Goku and Vegeta. "And we are the sovereigns of another lineage within the universe. Our two races possess this supreme right." Everyone was left speechless in astonishment. At this moment, Nur interjected, "The ancient texts referenced by the Lisan people pertain to this very privilege, and the challenge posed by alike is indeed a test for you." Gohan was not entirely convinced by Nur's response. yet found no apparent flaws in it. Meanwhile, Goku began to ponder deeply from Xiaofang's endless discourse. He quickly learned of the events that had transpired over the past 6 months, piquing his interest in the ancient texts mentioned by the Lisan. You say you're the Saiyan kings. What does that mean? We are the monarchs of the universe. Vegeta, too, was left in disbelief. Feeling as if he had swallowed a fly, his mind clouded with confusion. Saiyan kings? What does that entail? Gohan directly inquired, acutely aware of the shifts in Goku and Vegeta's expressions. This is the essence of a legend. Each time your Saiyan lineage endures a period of time, a legendary Super Saiyan emerges. This period coincides with the Universal Martial Arts Tournament, which is why you consistently reach the finals and often emerge victorious, establishing dominance. Though our kin may not possess the legendary Super Saiyan's formidable prowess like yours, we are nonetheless capable of standing against your race. Thus, by the decree of the cosmic beings, we are designated as seed competitors with the right to advance directly to the finals, Grit asserted, raising his voice. His words were astonishing, leaving everyone once again in a state of shock. However, I have never heard of such a thing, especially after the astonished reaction of your kin. Vegeta, who incisively inquired. Chapter 13, The Saiyans and the Saiyan Crown, The Eternal Legend, Part 4. Indeed, this is a reality. As you have mentioned, there are only a few of your kind left. This is due to Frisia's actions, which have obliterated the ancient civilization of the Saiyans, leaving you unaware of these matters. How does he know about the enmity between Frisia and us? Vegeta, Goku, and Gohan maintained their composure, yet each secretly pondered, is this truly the case? Trunks, unaware of the circumstances, inquired with excitement, as if he had glimpsed the dawn of a means to avert calamity. Indeed, I have not spoken falsely. This is the truth. As the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta should be acutely aware of why legends persist throughout the cosmos, proclaiming your kind as the rulers of the universe. This is also due to the fact that we Saiyans are known throughout the cosmos, thus solidifying your status as the supreme race. Grit did not respond to Trunks' query, but instead turned to observe the contemplative Vegeta. Vegeta did not deny this, nodding gravely. It is indeed so. We possess such privileges. You claim that we Saiyans have triumphed multiple times in the Universal Fighting Tournament? Goku grasped the crux of the matter and faintly sensed the legendary status of the Super Saiyan that Vegeta had spoken of in the past, prompting him to ask. Yes, and the victors of the previous 2 tournaments were your ancestors, the Saiyans. Thus, in the modern universe, all beings fear your might. The grand legend of the strongest race is further augmented by the tales of the previous generation, wherein the Super Saiyan was an unparalleled tyrant. What? It seems Vegeta has caught a deeper meaning, his mind swirling with thoughts of Frisia's annihilation of planet Vegeta, trembling with fury. In this moment, Goku and Gohan recalled something, suddenly looking towards Grit. I too surmise that Frisia's intent to eradicate your race stems from his fear of your power. Perhaps he learned from their ancestral records that the 10 million year mark is approaching, and among you Saiyans, a formidable Super Saiyan is soon to emerge. Fearing that this could threaten his dominion, he hastily sought to extinguish your kind. Infuriating. So it is true. The legend states that every 1,000 years a Super Saiyan is born, but it seems it should be every 10 million years, correct? Goku mused, lowering his gaze. Indeed, Grit replied candidly, also sighing in lament over the capriciousness of fate. Vegeta, lost in thought, asked while keeping his head down in silence. May I inquire where the gravity chamber is located? Oh, I shall summon K to guide you there. Following these words, K approached with a gesture. Vegeta, Goku said, observing the already departing Vegeta. I am fine. I merely wish to train a bit more. Vegeta's heart surged with tumult, having finally uncovered the truth behind his race's annihilation. In this moment of revelation, how could he not feel anguish? Yet, he forced a smile and walked away. Indeed, Mr. Grit, why do I possess such a privilege? Is it not solely reserved for the Saiyans and the Saiyan royalty? Asked OOB, intrigued by the matter. This privilege was established through negotiations by the elders of our clan. I cannot provide a clear answer at this moment, but in due time, all will be revealed to you. Grit evaded, suggesting they rest and prepare for the upcoming rematch. Yet, Goku cast a glance at Vegeta, whose solitary figure exuded a sense of desolation, stirring a twinge of unease within him. Chapter 14, The Legends of the Race, The Mightiest Warrior in History, Part 1. A solitary silhouette, equally marked by melancholy, delineated the profound sorrow within this powerful figure. Learning from Grit about the peril facing his kin, even the usually composed Vegeta could not suppress his grief. Although he remained skeptical of Grit's words, Any discerning individual would recognize the unlikelihood of Frisia allowing the legendary Super Saiyan to awaken. In light of this, after millennia of legend, perhaps this was indeed the era of the legendary Super Saiyan's birth. Nothing could be mere coincidence. Vegeta reminisced about the harrowing years of his past, his body trembling with the sting of bygone humiliation, unable to forget the minutiae of those days. The Saiyans, heralded as the most formidable in the universe, had cast aside their pride to submit to Frisia, only to face the ruthless annihilation of their race. It was infuriating to realize that the legends were indeed true. Yet Frisia, fearing the resurgence of the legend, had obliterated their entire lineage. Even after surrendering their dignity and living according to his murderous dictates, they were still seen as expendable. That detestable fiend, that scoundrel. Vegeta clenched his fists, a surge of power igniting within him as his emotions swelled. With the advent of peaceful days, Vegeta had grown fond of Earth's tranquility. Over the years, he had encountered numerous individuals and stories, leading him to relinquish his rigid adherence to the notion of the legendary Super Saiyan's unmatched strength. Yet now, upon discovering the history within the universe, he acknowledged that the legend of the strongest Super Saiyan had indeed existed, and the Saiyans had once basked in the glory of their supremacy over the cosmos. It was precisely because of their former brilliance that the pain of their decline was all the more profound. Why, my father, were we so weak back then? It is loathsome. I too was powerless, kneeling before Frisia, while the one avenging our race was not me, the Saiyan prince, but a warrior deemed the lowest of the low, Kakarot. Now, as the 10,000-year mark approaches once more, the glory of the Saiyans shall rise again. I shall not be defeated by anyone, for I am the prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta roared within, his heart ablaze with fury. Though passers-by could not discern Vegeta's formidable aura, they trembled at the murderous intent that enveloped him. Those seasoned in battle understood the iron-willed methods of this individual, and as Vegeta strode past, they felt a palpable chill of trepidation. Bulma yearned to call out to Vegeta, but upon witnessing the profound sadness in her beloved's silhouette, her heart faltered. Caught in hesitation, she ultimately chose silence. Over the years, I have acquired considerable knowledge regarding the secrets of the past. For Vegeta, as the prince of his people, the annihilation of his clan casts a long shadow over his life. His solitary departure elicited various thoughts among the onlookers, all of whom were aware of the underlying narrative and could faintly sense the silent anguish of familial destruction. Goku, observing Vegeta's figure, pondered, was he reminded of Frisia's malevolence and his own powerlessness back then? For a brief moment, a solemn silence enveloped the group. Mr. Goku, would you be interested in examining our historical records? Grit sighed, though he had pressing matters to address, thus interrupting the collective sorrow. Goku hesitated. What is it? Grit's eyes flickered, not quite grasping Goku's implication. I'm hungry again, haha. Goku replied cheerfully, patting his rumbling stomach to mask the impolite sounds. In the past few days, in a bid to catch up with Gohan and others, Goku had been eating quite sparingly, and having just exerted considerable energy to break through a formation, he was undeniably famished. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted from melancholy to light-heartedness, followed by gentle laughter. Is that so? Saiyans are truly amusing. Though we Saiyans have quite the appetite too, Grit remarked, initially taken aback by Goku's antics, but quickly responding with a smile. Chapter 14. The Legend of the Race. The Strongest Warrior in History, Part 2. After a ravenous feast, amidst the chaos of plates and cups, Goku patted his satisfied belly. Despite Chi-Chi's persistent reminders to eat only until he was 7/10 full, Goku consumed nearly 30 times the portion of an average person. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, no one would believe such a small stomach could accommodate so much. Surprisingly, the usually reserved Jinyu, under his father's nod of approval, also displayed extraordinary capacity, as both he and Goku devoured meals meant for 20 individuals. With Goku's return, the shadows of the past months lifted, and laughter filled the air as they shared a meal. Xiaofang intended to converse with Goku, yet her grandfather succumbed to the allure of food, responding to her with half-hearted remarks, which left her, concerned about her figure, feeling frustrated. Nevertheless, Goku continued to gather dishes, frequently piling delectable treats in front of Xiaofang, cheerfully insisting that eating more would grant her the strength to lose weight. His words sparked hearty laughter among many. After the joviality subsided, Grit invited Goku to view the ancient historical documents. As they walked, Grit deliberately slowed his pace, positioning himself beside Goku and saying, "Mr. Goku, I would like to invite you to our archives of historical tournaments. I believe you'll find the information there quite intriguing. Goku, intrigued by Grit's approach, remained momentarily silent. But upon hearing that these ancient texts pertain to the history of the universe fighting tournaments, a strong yearning for battle surged within him. Indeed, I wish to discuss another matter with you, Grit said earnestly upon noticing Wukong's interest in this topic. Wukong, observing Grit's serious demeanor, instinctively hesitated before responding, "No problem." Then there is nothing more to say. Grit smiled at Wukong, who reciprocated the smile in kind. Within just 3 or 4 minutes, the two distanced themselves from the technological base, following Grit's lead into a vast chamber measuring over 10,000 square feet and soaring 10 meters high. Countless crystal orbs, each the size of a fist, floated within this space, their brilliance rendering the chamber a realm without day or night. Numerous frameworks displayed ancient manuscripts, their weathered scrolls hinting at forgotten histories. "What is this?" Wukong inquired, his curiosity piqued by the floating orbs, yearning to touch them, only to find that they eluded him. Shimmering with a pale blue luminescence, he noted that these crystal spheres bore a resemblance to those in the realm of the King of Worlds. Yet he could not discern the differences between them. These orbs served as repositories of information, chronicling the past much like the ancient texts. Among them lies the history of our Saiyan ancestors, records of past cosmic martial tournaments, and various significant events in the universe. Grit replied with a smile. "Oh, what information are we examining now?" Wukong, somewhat disheartened by his aversion to books, glanced at the distant ancient manuscripts with a hint of trepidation. "It pertains to the significant events concerning our two races, the Saiyans and the Saiyan crown," Grit stated gravely, halting to look back at Wukong. "Is it the history of the Saiyans and the Saiyan crown?" Wukong furrowed his brow, also pausing in his steps. "Indeed," Grit replied succinctly. He pointed towards a distant crystal orb, beckoning with his finger, and a deep blue orb flew towards them, halting a foot away. As Wukong pondered, Grit summoned a golden light at his fingertips and touched the floating crystal orb, which began to spin vigorously, releasing a torrent of white mist, revealing inscriptions upon its surface. "What is this?" Wukong gasped, captivated by the emerging text. Desperately trying to grasp the vital information, first tournament champion, Saiyan runner-up, Tenkai third place. Volleying second tournament champion, Saiyan runner-up, Tenkai third place. Frisia clan 134th tournament champion, Saiyan crown runner-up, Saiyan third place. Tenkai 135th tournament champion, Saiyan crown runner-up, Saiyan third place. Frisia 136th tournament champion, Saiyan runner-up, Saiyan crown third place. Namekian 137th tournament champion, Saiyan runner-up, Saiyan crown third place. Namekian, as the data transformed continuously. Wukong fell silent. "What have you discerned?" Grit retracted his finger, and the crystal orb condensed the surrounding mist, returning to its original state before drifting away. "If I am not mistaken, among the top contenders, many of the clansmen are from the outer cosmos. However, how is it that Goku has heard of certain cosmic races and thus possesses some understanding of their regional distributions? The information currently at hand, however, deviates significantly from contemporary assessments. Millennia ago, the combat prowess of the outer cosmos was undeniably superior to that of the inner cosmos. Yet upon Goku's sudden arrival in the inner cosmos, he discovers numerous beings that surpass the warriors of the outer cosmos, revealing a vast disparity in strength. Even the Frisia race and the Namekians seem to pale in comparison to the races of the present inner cosmos." Goku's thoughts grew deeper. He pondered. "I am uncertain about this. Perhaps the situation resembles that of your Saiyans." Grit understood Goku's current state of mind and sighed at the unpredictability of the world. Furthermore, why have the once dominant Cybermen seemingly vanished in recent decades? Given their might, they should have remained among the elite. Goku emphasized the significance of this inquiry, which far exceeded prior concerns. "Yes, this is indeed crucial, and is the reason I summoned you," Grit replied, slowly closing his eyes and pausing in contemplation before responding. "What matter is this?" Goku's expression grew serious, tinged with urgency. "Ah, this is a secret between the Saiyans, the Sai Crown, and the Cybermen." After a moment of silence, Grit met Goku's gaze directly. "A secret? Our secret? What is it?" Goku furrowed his brow, attempting to discern the truth. "Perhaps you may not fully believe it, but ancient records reveal that our two races are of the same lineage. We share a common ancestor, both descended from the mightiest warrior race, the Cybermen." Grit continued without faltering, despite Goku's increasingly astonished expression. "In essence, we are all Cybermen. Our Sai Crown lineage is of pure descent, while your Saiyan lineage is of mixed descent. In an indirect sense, we are brothers among races. Goku's countenance shifted dramatically, a blend of gravity and incredulity. Chapter 14. Racial Legends of the Most Powerful Warriors. Are we Saiyans, and you Sai Crown people descendants of the same race? Is this true? How can this be? Goku was taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his back, and after a moment of astonishment, he managed a light laugh. Surely, you must be mistaken or jesting. No, we are not so absurd, Grit asserted, shaking his head to dismiss Goku's doubts. It is precisely because we are of pure descent that we are known as Sai Crown, while you are of mixed descent, hence the name Saiyan. This is an undeniable truth. But this is incredibly hard to believe. You claiming to be Sai Crown is already astonishing enough. Ah, it seems you still doubt. Perhaps this will convince you, Grit said, retrieving a distinctive object from behind him. Goku stood in stunned silence, for the object was none other than the emblematic symbol of the Saiyans. It is the tail. A silvery white tail emerged from Grit's back, moving gracefully in his hand. What? You also possess a tail? Goku exclaimed, astonished. You must believe this now. The tail is our most distinctive feature, the emblem of our Saiyan lineage. It serves as a testament to our identity as cosmic warriors. The only difference is that your tails are brown, while ours are a lustrous silver. Grit, sensing Goku's lingering skepticism, transformed into his Super Saiyan form with a flash of golden light. This transformation mirrored that of Goku and his companions, further astonished Goku's mind. Is this all truly real? But why do you not inform Vegeta? After all, he is the prince of the Saiyans, and you are the king of the Saiyans. He is your closest kin. Goku furrowed his brows, raising a point of contention. I believe you are aware of Mr. Vegeta's temperament. If I were to reveal the truth to him, would his proud demeanor allow him to accept it? Grit chuckled softly, reverting to his usual form, though the regal aura surrounding him remained palpable. Goku comprehended the underlying meaning, feeling somewhat conflicted. Yes, well, what else is there? Goku asked, unable to bear the weight of this secret, subtly inquiring. Look at this battle power. Grit summoned another crystal ball, pointing to it as it displayed data for Goku to examine. What? It has reached an astonishing 50 trillion, nearly half of Super Vegeta's power. This is unbelievable. Could he be? Goku's eyes widened, filled with guilt and shimmering with light. Indeed, this battle power is the highest recorded to date, established by the previous Super Saiyan. So, the last Super Saiyan was the strongest of them all, correct? After a moment of shock, Goku was overwhelmed with excitement. Yes, he was indeed the mightiest warrior in history. Is that so? Goku smiled, clenching his fists, secretly elated. That's wonderful. To think someone could be that powerful. I must surpass him, I must. His eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. Indeed, Grit observed Goku, a knowing smile gracing his lips, a smile rich with meaning. Chapter 15. The Assault on Vegeta, Part 1. He has actually broken through the seal. This wretched monkey, a pair of silver-white eyes gazed ahead. A mix of familiarity and strangeness in their hardened expression, the spoken words tinged with astonishment. Sauro sensed the disturbance caused by a powerful attack on the inner universe. Racing to the center of the demon realm, from the colossal wheel, he clearly witnessed Goku forcefully breach the inner universe, his wide eyes unable to fathom such a reality. It seems his true strength remains difficult to ascertain. Mello's figure had also appeared, accompanied by 3 others. The 5 present were left stunned by Goku's formidable feat. While others may not be aware of the truth behind the celestial changes of years past, these 5 understood the origins of the formation. The ability to forcibly break through such a seal indicated a power level of at least 1,000 units above. Meiluo, what is truly going on? It has come to my attention that this monkey has reached its current stature largely due to your contributions. Sha Luo's eyes gleamed with a chilling light, his suppressed fury betraying an overwhelming murderous intent as he vociferously interrogated Mei Luo, who stood not far from him. Since yesterday, Sha Luo had been closely monitoring the growth of Wukong, the monkey. In less than 60 years, Wukong had amassed 100 units of power, which, while impressive, did not necessarily mark him as an unparalleled genius. However, what instilled genuine dread in Sha Luo was the extraordinary acceleration of Wukong's strength over the past year, a surge that could only be described as miraculous. In the years since his defeat of Baby, the opponent's power had escalated by a staggering 1,000-fold. Throughout this remarkable ascent, Mei Luo had remained active within the demon realm, not once attempting to eliminate or even restrain Wukong's development. This perplexed Sha Luo and fueled his current fury, especially since Wukong's strength had surpassed Sha Luo's own peak. I have no obligation to explain myself to you, Mei Luo retorted, unwavering in his stance. In the face of Sha Luo's violent aura, he dismissed the confrontation with disdain, unleashing a fiery energy that effortlessly evaporated Sha Luo's icy powers before turning to depart. Infuriating. Sha Luo bellowed, astonished by Mei Luo's might, his anger boiling over. Yet, it was Mei Luo's subsequent words that truly drove him to madness. Mind your own affairs. My authority is not to be interfered with, or you will learn the consequences. With those words, Mei Luo vanished entirely, leaving Sha Luo's ice dragon to strike empty air. Suddenly, a fireball the size of a basketball materialized, spinning rapidly and emanating an aura of terrifying, boundless flames. Amidst the astonishment of onlookers, it descended upon the ice dragon's head, shattering its attack with a deafening roar of anguish. The secret space trembled as the power of fire once again triumphed over ice. Mei Luo! Sha Luo screamed in rage. He had intended to launch a surprise attack to demonstrate his dominance. Yet Mei Luo had countered with an even more formidable blow. In the clash, Sha Luo found himself at a distinct disadvantage, the impact reigniting ancient wounds from millennia past, causing blood to spill from his lips. The three observers remained silent, their exalted status rendered insignificant in the face of the titanic clash between Sha Luo and Mei Luo. They could only endure the inevitable collision between the two adversaries, yet they too were shaken by the final strike. Their hands shielding their eyes from the violent whirlwind that left them with numerous lacerations, blood intermingling in a grotesque display. Witnessing Sha Luo's inability to contend with Mei Luo, they could not help but gasp in astonishment. For centuries prior, when Mei Luo had forcibly awakened Sha Luo, the latter had wielded overwhelming advantage. Yet now, even if Sha Luo were to regain his full strength, he might still falter against Mei Luo. The enigmatic nature of Mei Luo's identity, coupled with the astonishing speed of his growth, was a source of profound concern. Chapter 15, The Assault on Vegeta, Part 2. A day had swiftly passed, and Wukong's demeanor grew somber upon uncovering the secrets of the Saiyans and Sai Crowners. Though still forcing a smile while conversing with Gohan, Xiaofeng, and others, those familiar with Goku subtly sensed his underlying melancholy, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. In a similar vein, Bulma was increasingly anxious, as Vegeta had not returned home all night. Had it not been for Trunks reassuring her that Vegeta's energy remained on this planet, Bulma might have boldly demanded Goku and the others to search for him. Furrowing her brow, Bulma, well acquainted with Vegeta's temperament, had never before witnessed such a vulnerable side of him. She had never contemplated that his innate pride concealed the shadows of his race's annihilation, and now, with this wound reopened, it became evident that Vegeta had endured a dark chapter in his life. Typically, Vegeta would come to terms with such matters. Chi-Chi approached, taking Bulma's hands in hers and gently patting them, signaling her to ease her worries. Bra echoed her sentiments, having only ever observed Vegeta's formidable nature. She naturally harbored no fears for her father's safety. Bulma, momentarily lost in thought, snapped back to reality as she noticed everyone's gaze upon her, feeling a bit embarrassed. She nodded and slightly released Chi-Chi's hands, raising a cup of coffee to her lips, pretending to savor it to mask her unease. Goten, Trunks, and Ub remained oblivious to the underlying issues, while Gohan, having learned of the Saiyan genocide during their time on Namek, felt a pang of sorrow, resonating with Vegeta's plight. Goku, too, was aware of Vegeta's absence, his heart growing increasingly anxious. Strolling along the desolate beach, the nearly 6-foot figure walked with heavy steps, leaving behind fleeting footprints in the sand. The waves occasionally crashed against the shore, creating small ripples. The cool ocean water harbored immense natural power, solidifying the fine sand beneath. The slightly brownish beach reflected the scorching sun above, shimmering with a faint golden hue. This figure was none other than Vegeta. Having spent the night away, he too had not slept, wandering aimlessly by the seaside, his mind swirling with memories of the past. A sudden glare from a shell reflecting sunlight caught Vegeta off guard, and as he regained his focus, he looked up at the sun, realizing it was already the following morning. After a night of contemplation, Vegeta's eyes, devoid of vitality, mirrored his profound fatigue. Beneath the dim light, his gaze appeared somewhat clouded, and his beard had grown unruly, nearly 2 millimeters in length, transforming him into a middle-aged man with an unkempt appearance. Blinded by the dazzling sunlight, Vegeta instinctively blinked, his body succumbing to weariness. Rubbing his temples, he shook his head to rouse himself further. Letting out a heavy sigh, he took a deep breath to calm his racing thoughts. gradually beginning to emerge from the shadows of his past. A faint smile, tinged with self-mockery, graced his lips as he muttered to himself, for even his stomach had begun to protest against the oppressive silence of the night. Having gone nearly a day without sustenance, Vegeta could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment. The grumbling of his stomach was hardly befitting of his princely status. After all, the proud warrior was not one to indulge like certain gluttons, and thus he deemed it necessary to maintain a more refined demeanor. With a sigh of resignation, Vegeta prepared to take flight, when suddenly a crucial piece of information brushed against his consciousness, shattering the tranquility of his mind. A familiar aura sent a tremor through his entire being, causing his pupils to widen in astonishment as he gazed toward the distant shores across the ocean. It was him. Thoughts bombarded Vegeta's mind, and after a momentary lapse, he arrived at this singular conclusion. The tremors within him intensified, distorting his features as an overwhelming wave of murderous intent enveloped him. Chapter 15. The Assault on Vegeta, Part 3. It was him. No, it could not possibly be him. Vegeta's body quaked even more violently. That familiar aura summoned memories long buried, dark recollections of humiliation. Yet, as the presence before him continued to grow, he fought against the impulse, rationally dismissing his tenuous speculation. He sensed a distinct difference between them, and the power of this entity far surpassed that of the individual he feared. Infuriatingly, even if it were not that person, the connection was undeniable. Vegeta shook his head vehemently, but the rekindled hatred for his race's annihilation could not be suppressed, nor could the desire for vengeance. The pain he had concealed for years found a moment of release. With a low growl, he let out a primal roar, unable to contain the seething rage within him. The once restrained brutality surged forth with unprecedented ferocity. Launching himself forward across the expanse of 100 meters, he harnessed the rebound from the water's surface to amplify his power, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that rippled through the air. Vegeta ascended into the heights of the sky, his figure vanishing in an instant. Simultaneously, Goku, Gohan, and the others sensed the malevolent energy erupting into the atmosphere. Goten, Trunks, and Ub were unaware of the identity behind this power, yet Goku and Gohan's expressions darkened. Affected by the aura, Goku turned towards the distant source, but as he sought the origin, he noticed Vegeta's unusual behavior, causing his countenance to grow even graver. In the blink of an eye, Gohan also recognized Vegeta's anomaly. Just as he was about to speak, Goku interjected, "Gohan, you and the others stay here to guard against any unexpected developments. I'll check it out." No sooner had he spoken than Goku swiftly exited, transforming into a streak of pale gold, soaring into the distance. Gohan understood the gravity of the situation, sensing the burgeoning power that surpassed even the mightiest form of Broly. What on earth was this aura? Gohan furrowed his brow, repeatedly attempting to pinpoint the source of this energy, only to find himself increasingly perplexed. Xiaofang, Beulah, and Bayer sensed the overwhelming surge of dark energy, which, despite being thousands of miles away, loomed over their hearts like a dreadful nightmare, signaling an impending crisis. In a distant coastal area, where the vastness of the planet rendered its sunset at that moment while they were far away, a deep crimson sun cast its glow upon the azure waves. The seaside was flanked by desolate cliffs, and 4 figures cloaked in black hovered in the air. Among them, one radiated a purplish-red aura. As his power surged, a vortex of negative energy coalesced in the sky above, spanning 1,000 miles and drawing in dark purple clouds. Dark red lightning danced amidst the turbulent clouds, fierce winds howled, and thunder roared. "Ah, both of them have arrived," remarked one cloaked figure, enveloped in dark energy. Upon sensing the presence of Goku and Vegeta, he stepped forward and turned to the last figure at the back, saying, "Yans, this place is entrusted to you. I will handle that monkey for the time being." The speaker's voice was unfamiliar, and upon hearing his audacious words, the figure exuding a purplish-red aura chuckled mildly, while the one beside him with pale blue eyes mockingly laughed at the exchange. "Oh," Yans replied, but the other had already vanished 100 miles away. The 2 preceding figures, akin to spectators observing a foolish jester, dismissed the arrogant individual before them. However, their roles were merely as subordinates to these 2 arrogant leaders, and their vast ambitions allowed them to remain indifferent to the possibility of their master's demise. Indeed, the unfolding events were quite ironic. Yans and Mingjia had pursued their journey into the inner cosmos before Meilu returned to the demon realm, yet they had not witnessed Goku's defiance of the formation. Leaving their perception of him frozen in time, from over half a year ago. A slight miscalculation had led to this clash, a futile endeavor against insurmountable odds. Chapter 15, Assault on Vegeta, Part 4. After Mingjiao vanished, Yans began to unleash the latent power within him. Pale blue flames ignited from his surface, causing the black cloak to crackle under the intensity of the heat. Wisps of dark energy writhed around him, and a vortex appeared at his chest. As the blue, eye-like vortex suddenly opened, an endless torrent of flames surged forth, rapidly escalating in power. Suddenly looking up, beneath the swirling hood, a blue visage emerged, revealing a peculiar face that bore an eerie and sinister smile. He then extended his hand forward, unleashing a blue energy blast that tore through the purplish-red negative energy of the realm, striking towards the void. Fool! Just as the blue energy was about to breach 100 feet, a fleeting shadow appeared ahead. This shadow showed no signs of pause. Sensing the impending danger of the attack, it swiftly altered its course and vanished once again. With a mocking sneer, Yans vanished from sight, ascending to an altitude of 1,000 meters. A flicker of blue light emanated from his right hand as a fire beam, the size of a bowl, erupted forth, hurtling toward the figure just a few paces below. The figure, taken aback once more, chose not to evade this time. Instead, a resplendent golden radiance enveloped him, and he unleashed a tempest of energy that extinguished Yan's fiery assault, simultaneously retaliating with a streak of azure energy. Oh! Yans felt a momentary surprise and furrowed his brow, preparing to reassess his adversary. Yet, he did not regard the counterattack with the respect it deserved. His purplish-red lips parted slightly, revealing a bluish-purple tongue that coalesced into a point of light. As the azure energy approached within 10 feet, a violet-blue beam erupted, obliterating the incoming attack and violently bombarding his opponent. In response, the figure let out a fierce roar, his golden light intensifying. He raised both palms forward, conjuring an even more formidable golden tempest that obliterated the daunting strike ahead. In that instant of collision, the surrounding space was rendered a vacuum. As if torn apart by a rift, flames erupting in a cataclysmic frenzy. Damn it, the figure exclaimed, leaping out a massive fireball. Golden light enveloping him to shield against injury, though he still muttered a curse. This figure was none other than the pursuing Vegeta. In a flash, he appeared atop a steep cliff below, and as he landed, the sound of mocking laughter reached his ears. Vegeta's brow furrowed. It was evident that his opponent approached the battle with a playful demeanor. The harsh laughter ignited Vegeta's fury, yet he disregarded the arrogant taunts, directing his gaze towards the figure cloaked in purple-red light, aware that he was the most perilous of the trio present. It was not merely strength that dictated danger. Rather, it was an instinctual response shaped by years of combat experience. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Vegeta's gaze, the figure radiating the purplish-red aura ceased to play the role of bait, responding with a cold smirk. "Welcome, Prince Vegeta." Vegeta's expression darkened further, though he did not display exaggerated surprise. The moment he heard his identity uttered, he felt his suspicions confirmed, and his agitation grew. Meanwhile, far in the distance, Goku sensed the changes in battle occurring thousands of miles away, his power surging in response. As he flew, a flash of golden light enveloped him, and under the scattered golden flames, faint blue lightning danced around him, propelling his speed to 100-fold in Super Saiyan form. However, in that fleeting moment, Goku abruptly halted his movement. Scanning the surroundings, he executed a swift hand strike, cleaving through the vast emptiness before him. As the golden energy blade sliced through the air, it tore open a rift in space, and with the emergence of a dark light, the sky above shattered like a broken mirror. Observing this scene, Wukong did not immediately depart, but instead took a moment to attune his senses to the surrounding elements. Truly, he is the illustrious son Wukong. A foreign voice resonated, and once again a vertical rift emerged in the void, from which a figure encircled by countless purple lightnings stepped forth. As the dark aura behind him dissipated entirely, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy ascended from the figure clad in black robes. The demon realm. Wukong attentively watched the appearance of this individual, recalling the myriad encounters of recent days, ultimately categorizing the figure before him as a denizen of the demon realm. Upon discerning the identity of his opponent, a glint of cold light flickered in Wukong's eyes, and the power of his Super Saiyan form continued to escalate rapidly. Chapter 16, The Enchanted Fist, Part 1. Since the battle 2 days prior, Wukong had been vigilant of the opponent's mastery over spatial confinement techniques. Thus, in that brief moment, He detected the stifled energy within the space and unhesitatingly shattered the opponent's blockade with a decisive strike. However, what Wukong did not anticipate was that this skirmish would once again intertwine with the Demon Realm. After all, the typically discreet Demon Realm had launched a second assault in such a short span of time, indicating that this was no mere clash between two factions. With a single slash, Wukong obliterated the spatial confinement, and upon recognizing the familiar figure in black robes, he immediately launched an offensive. Countless afterimages coalesced within 100 jong distance, transforming into a golden arc that flashed before the black-robed figure, as his eagle-like right hand struck directly. Truly a battle enthusiast. This remark from the black-robed figure was initially uttered when Wukong shattered the spatial barrier, but before he could finish, he was astounded to find Wukong reinitiating his attack. Now a mere feet away, the black-robed figure was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure, a cold smile spreading across his face as he unleashed a torrent of lightning. A formidable purple bolt aimed at Wukong's position. Wukong's eyes narrowed, having encountered a mysterious individual capable of wielding various celestial energies. He was not overly astonished that this adversary commanded the power of lightning. A halo of golden energy enveloped Wukong's right hand, revealing no intention of retreat. He resolutely blocked the thunderbolt that pierced the void with his energy and, as he grasped, shattered the purple lightning energy with his own force. Ming Zhao was already acutely aware of Wukong's true strength. Subconsciously, he attempted to impede Wukong, believing he could buy himself some time. When Wukong effortlessly dismantled the spatial blockade for the first time, Ming Zhao had assumed his opponent expended considerable energy, thus he did not fully trust the formidable nature of Wukong. Yet, the second wave of attack made it abundantly clear just how powerful his adversary truly was. Releasing the most potent lightning energy throughout his being, he sought to avoid being annihilated in an instant. However, it was then that he realized how utterly arrogant he had been. Through the lock of energy, he sensed Wukong had already appeared behind him. With a look of terror, he scarcely registered Wukong's attack before being overwhelmed by a colossal gust of energy, propelling him directly beneath the surface of the sea. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, unleashing towering waves that soared 100 feet high, as a colossal handprint forcibly compressed the point of impact to a depth of -100 meters. Eager to conclude the battle, Wukong did not fully gauge the power necessary to annihilate his opponent. He merely delivered a formidable strike to dispel the obstructing figure. After all, based on years of combat experience, it was evident that the adversary's arrival was merely a tactic to buy time. Once freed from this entanglement, Wukong pressed 2 fingers against his forehead, his immense aura and divine sense swiftly enveloping the entire planet. In a moment of concentration, he rapidly condensed his awareness to pursue the target he sought. However, a troubling realization struck him. His opponent had also employed spatial barriers to sever Vegeta's energy signature. Releasing his fingers, Wukong's hawk-like gaze fixated on the location he had previously detected, his eyes glimmering with a frigid light as a chilling murderous intent emanated from him. The golden flames surrounding his body surged with vigor, and his fists clenched tightly. Regardless of your intentions, I shall defeat you. With narrowed eyes, Wukong's intense, killing aura surged forth, creating a tempest that swept outward, causing the temperature around him to plummet. This subtle shift even went unnoticed by Wukong, as his eyes sparkled with golden light, subtly tinged with hints of crimson, his previously suppressed negative emotions now surging forth with lethal intent. Refocusing on Vegeta's original position, Wukong's entire being radiated energy, transforming into a golden streak of light that traversed the heavens and earth, instantaneously covering miles in an instant. Yet, to Wukong's astonishment, his opponent enacted a third spatial blockade. In a flash of icy brilliance, Wukong unleashed the full force of his body, channeling the surrounding energies to create a tempest of power that collided with the void ahead, producing a sound reminiscent of shattering glass as he effortlessly dismantled the barrier once more. Though Wukong intended to maintain his speed, he was caught off guard by the dazzling light emitted from the fragmented space he had just breached as jagged shards spiraled towards him from all directions. Sensing the tenacity of his foe, Wukong's fury intensified. He slightly decelerated and unleashed an even greater force. A golden tempest erupted from his form, expanding to a 1,000-foot radius, engulfing all the shards and obliterating them with a resounding crack. In that instant of obstruction, a bolt of purple lightning, as wide as a well, descended from the firmament. its thunderous roar resonating across the expanse, as if tearing the void itself. The tattered figure of the dark-cloaked Mingjia manifested amidst the dissipating lightning. Chapter 16. The Enchanted Fist, Part 2. Wukong turned to gaze at Mingjia, and upon noticing the ominous black aura surrounding him, his heart fell silent. Familiar scenes from his memory replayed, revealing subtle connections he had not previously grasped. I truly underestimated you, merely in the Super Saiyan 2 state. His words trailed off, and Mingjia smirked at Wukong's renewed onslaught, his pale, bluish visage emerging from the tattered fabric. Extending his right hand to the same hue, he traced the air, unleashing a surge of azure energy. As this energy pursued Goku, it continuously absorbed the surrounding power, enveloped in a shroud of cerulean lightning. With a crackle, the energy penetrated Goku's afterimage, and as the golden flames flickered, Goku significantly narrowed the distance between them. His left hand radiated a sphere of golden light, which gently touched the lightning energy, shattering the thunder of Mingjia, and then, with a swift motion, he launched a white energy sphere. Following a circular arc, it deftly evaded the opponent's protective barrier and struck directly at Mingjia, situated 10 zhong away. Witnessing Goku sever his lightning, Mingjia, though astonished, swiftly prepared to defend himself, summoning a barrier of lightning with his left hand to withstand Goku's oncoming assault. The power of the lightning coalesced and compressed, extinguishing Goku's energy sphere. However, in that fleeting moment, Goku once again traversed the space between them, his cold gaze locked onto Mingjia's, and with a disdainful smile amidst the latter's terror, he prepared to unleash another energy sphere. Sensing the impending threat, Goku first retracted the energy sphere before sweeping his palm, shattering the afterimage. Glancing upwards, he beheld the true form of his opponent towering at a height of 100 zhong, one finger raised skyward. The heavens shifted as Mingjia's outstretched finger emitted numerous violet electric serpents, culminating in a football-sized orb of lightning energy. Undeterred by his injuries, Mingjia seized the moment to concentrate the majority of his energy, launching a ferocious strike aimed at his unprepared foe. The swirling lightning coalesced like a thunderous dragon around the lightning orb, and as Mingjia unleashed his energy attack towards Goku, the orb spiraled rapidly, drawing the released thunder into a vortex that swiftly descended upon Goku below. Goku was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his adversary had simultaneously employed a spatial confinement technique to restrict his movement, while the energy assault approached with astonishing velocity. Yet, all of this underestimated Goku's strength. Upon perceiving the opponent's afterimage, the energy he had absorbed did not dissipate entirely. Instead, it coalesced within the palm of his hand, forming a more potent strike. Observing the lightning orb hurtling towards the enemy from a mere 10 meters away, Goku smirked coldly, his right hand flashing with golden light as he unleashed a golden energy sphere, colliding with the incoming attack at an even swifter pace. With a resounding boom that echoed through the heavens, Goku's spinning golden orb merged with the lightning orb, showcasing its unparalleled might. Upon releasing a blinding burst of golden light, it unleashed a formidable force that annihilated all traces of the thunderous power in a mere instant. Seizing the moment of victory, Goku charged forward. As the explosion erupted violently, he soared above, and upon noticing the lightning dragon lunging towards him, he pointed decisively. In a surge of golden light forming a radiant arc, he unleashed a powerful energy blaze that cleaved the 100-meter-long lightning dragon in two. It was over. Wukong's voice resonated coldly, and the moment Mingjia's two attacks were thwarted, a profound terror gripped his heart. His pallid visage drained of all color. He stood in a daze, fixated on Wukong and the golden energy ball hovering before him. With a cataclysmic explosion, Wukong propelled Mingjia 100 meters away. Observing the surging flames, Wukong hesitated little. His right hand, enveloped in golden light, slashed upward, aiming to deliver a decisive blow that could either severely injure or even slay his opponent. An insatiable thirst for blood surged within Wukong's soul. Strangely, one would expect his emotions to be subdued after transforming into the golden great ape. Yet, upon witnessing the familiar ominous black energy for the third time, a primal, hostile fury began to stir within him, causing his murderous intent to swell and rendering him somewhat irritable. Believing he could conclude the battle in one fell swoop, circumstances shifted once more. Just as Wukong's strike was about to land, a slightly recovered Mingjia instinctively initiated a defensive maneuver. The black energy he released contracted intensely, warping the space behind him, allowing Mingjia to evade into its depths. The remaining dark energy countered Wukong's assault, and, as the rift sealed itself, the shockwave restored everything to its former state, while Wukong's golden strike dissipated into the void after breaching the flames. Wukong registered this abrupt turn of events in his mind, sensing an unsettling aura as the black energy spread. It was only upon realizing that his opponent's presence had entirely vanished that he confirmed Mingjia's disappearance. With a surge of power, he transformed into a streak of light, darting through the void. In the 16th chapter, Magical Fist, Part 3, during the first week of signing, support for the votes was apparent. At this moment, Vegeta had regained his composure. Upon entering this realm, he felt his energy distinctly severed. Aware of his own recklessness, he, however, would not retreat. His pride compelled him to confront the challenge head-on. A colossal fireball rained down from above. Now, in his Super Saiyan 2 form, Vegeta immediately summoned his strength, bringing his hands together to unleash a cerulean energy beam that detonated the fireball several meters away. Damn it, Vegeta spat, cursing under his breath as he sensed the looming threat. He abandoned the crumbling cliff beneath him, his raging energy obliterating the rocks below. In a flash of light, he appeared before Ensi, launching an energy blast with his left hand. The sweeping motion of his left hand failed to connect with Ensi's form, and Vegeta's energy blast harmlessly collided with the barrier of space, causing minimal damage. It merely trembled before reverting to its original state. A fiery whip danced before Vegeta's eyes, prompting him to duck instinctively, the serpent-like flame slicing through the air above him. The scorching heat not only vaporized the atmosphere, but also instilled a sense of trepidation in Vegeta, for he had witnessed the whip cleave through a massive mountain, leaving an unfathomable trail of destruction in its wake. Continuously evading the pursuing flames of his fiery whip, Bei expanded his aura to encompass the entire confined space, ultimately pinpointing the exact locations of his three adversaries. In an instant, he accelerated, striking down the flames before him with one hand and reappearing in front of Yan's, delivering a powerful punch. Yan's, though slightly taken aback by his opponent's tenacity, could only just manage to defend against the incoming assault. His left hand intercepted Bei's furious right fist, absorbing the explosive force before countering with a formidable punch of his own. Bei was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the realization that his nearly full-strength strike had the effect of striking cotton, lacking any real impact. Simultaneously, the counterattack from his opponent instilled a profound sense of danger within him. Swiftly, he raised his left elbow to shield himself, the immense shockwave reverberating through the air, creating a storm of pressure that pushed outward. However, the sharp pain radiating from his hand revealed to Bei that his left arm's bones had been shattered by the force of the blow. He barely managed to quell his backward momentum with his body's energy, yet the intensity of his power began to wane. With one blow, Bei was left severely injured. While the former marveled at his adversary's formidable physique and keen reflexes, the latter found himself subdued by the overwhelming strength of his foe, and both maintained a silent demeanor. Ignoring the severe injury to his left hand, Bei's expression remained unfazed. A continuous stream of golden light emanated from within him, the minuscule gathering of energy coalescing around his nearly incapacitated left forearm, leading Bei to unexpectedly discover that this energy possessed the ability to heal his wounds. Though his heart was stirred, Bei betrayed no outward sign of his inner astonishment. Since the incident with the evil dragon, he had realized that both his energy and that of Gohan bore similarities to Goku's at that time. With the lack of intense battles over the past 6 months, Bei remained unaware that this divergent energy could indeed mend his injuries. This ability had puzzled him in the past. As a member of the universe's premier race, the Saiyans, he could ascend in power but could not heal the injuries sustained prior. Over the years of combat, he observed that numerous enemies could rapidly recover from their past wounds while enhancing their combat capabilities. In comparison, the Saiyans' advantages in battle seemed to pale against those of other warrior races. It was only today that he discovered the awakening of his self-healing ability was contingent upon the emergence of that mysterious golden aura from his body. Realizing this secret, Bei could not afford to express the joy that accompanied his shock. After all, this was no time for sentimentality. The pain in his hand served as a harsh reminder of the formidable power his opponent possessed. Yan sneered at the slightly grave expression on Bei's face, slowly extending his right fist, and then, with a flick of his finger, conjured a crystalline flame from the tip of his index finger, simultaneously launching hundreds of fireballs, each the size of a fist. As the multitude of attacks descended like a tempest, Vegeta's expression turned icy. He raised his left hand to mount a counterattack, while his right hand, poised before him, unleashed a colossal beam of radioactive light that obliterated the rapidly approaching fireball from 100 paces away. The resultant explosions generated a tremendous backlash, and Vegeta adeptly retreated 100 meters, leveraging the force to evade further danger. However, sensing an impending threat, his right hand continued to emanate azure energy, sweeping across the sky and swiftly targeting his rear, intent on striking the ambushing ensign. Indeed, Enz conveyed his thoughts through a mental connection, yet Vegeta's energy wave could not match his opponent's speed. With a deft step into the void, Enz traversed 10 paces in an instant. In retaliation for Vegeta's formidable display, he seized Vegeta by the neck, plunging downward with great force, slamming him into the ground and shattering the towering mountain beneath them. Dust and debris ascended into the air, the cacophony of destruction ringing in their ears. A crimson flash erupted as Enz broke free from the enveloping dust, his immense force dispersing the surroundings. Yet he did not linger to relish the torment of the weaker fighter. Raising his right hand high, he stirred the fire elements of the space, conjuring a towering inferno that coalesced into a small, inverted pyramid, reaching skyward towards the heavens. Though injured, Vegeta retained his ability to move. The golden light soaring into the sky illuminated the entire confined space, and the previously subdued energy surged dramatically. The shattered terrain was repelled outward by the energy field. Larger stones suspended in midair, revealing Vegeta, bloodied and bruised, his torn attire stained with crimson. However, just as Vegeta prepared to retaliate, he found himself ensnared by a sea of flames. Following the ascent of the golden light, a sea of crimson gold fire coalesced around the ground, towering 10 paces high, exuding a devastating aura that left Vegeta aghast. Within this inferno, fire dragons materialized, relentlessly pursuing him. With his left hand still not fully recovered, Vegeta found that even a spinning kick could not fend off the onslaught of dozens of fire dragons, forcing him into a defensive stance as he repeatedly dissipated the flames with his energy. Cursed be this situation. How can the energies of the universe be wielded so? Vegeta pondered, aware that certain beings in this cosmos could harness the elemental forces as their own strength. Yet he had never encountered someone capable of commanding such vast reserves of energy. As Vegeta marveled at this, Enz completed his lethal strike, a triumphant smile gracing his features. With a gesture of his left hand, the boundless sea of flames below swiftly converged, forming a vortex in mere moments. Amit Vegeta este visage. It coalesced into a basketball-sized orb of crimson gold energy, its fiery, might-reaching temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees. The ground glowed red from the searing heat, and even the air ignited, causing the void to tremble slightly. Vegeta inwardly lamented, realizing it was too late to retreat. With wide-open eyes, he beheld the cataclysmic explosion of the fiery orb before him, an overwhelming force of destruction enveloping his being. The ferocious flames tore through his body, hurling him away as he coughed up blood, resembling a bloodied specter amidst the chaos. His spirit dimmed, the breath of life within him dissipating entirely. Let be obliteration. Yans, observing the weakened Vegeta, prepared to deliver his final blow. His right hand, raised high, hovered above the heart of the inferno, flames wrapping around his arm, radiating a brilliant golden hue. The surging power trembled the very confines of the space around them. In the next moment, just as Yans savored the victory within his grasp, the entire space quaked, the frequency of the disturbance far surpassing the impact of his strike. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he witnessed a scene that left his countenance pale with horror. An unforeseen force of annihilation surged through the entire realm, an overpowering strength emanating from the outside, shattering the barriers of their enclosure. The overwhelming aura seemed to rend the very fabric of space, instilling dread in the hearts of the four within. Only Vegeta managed a bittersweet smile of resignation, while the others were engulfed in terror. The entire space trembled as the incoming power, akin to a cannonball, effortlessly shattered the glass-like barriers, manifesting a colossal palm imprint that left countless afterimages in its wake. It struck the towering column of flames, dispersing them in a breathtaking moment. The explosive aftermath pushed back for miles before it fully erupted. Two figures hastily fled, their retreat marred by the shock waves of the palm's power, while Yan suffered grievous injuries. When the immense palm imprint descended, he became the prime target of the assault. Though not flung 100 miles away, the cataclysmic force bore down upon him, shattering his bones and leaving him a bloodied wretch. He could hardly believe the scene unfolding before him. With his breath caught in his throat, he saw a beam of golden light racing toward him from hundreds of miles away. His pupils constricted in sheer terror as he recognized the figure of Goku, now ascended to Super Saiyan 3, appearing like a golden comet. In that instant, he grasped the vast chasm of power separating them, realizing that to Goku, he was but an insignificant insect to be crushed. Acknowledging the futility of his assassination plan, Yan succumbed to a frenzy of rage, disregarding the insurmountable disparity as he recklessly advanced toward Vegeta's position, drawing upon his advantage of being just 3 miles away. He believed he could eliminate his foe before Goku arrived. His fist transformed into a torrent of malevolent energy, coalescing into a disheveled skull. It surged forward with intent to strike. Goku, recognizing the imminent counterattack, flashed a cold glare and instantly teleported to Vegeta's side, unleashing a powerful energy blast to thwart the assault. Yet, it eerily penetrated the skull, bombarding the malevolent Ensi in the rear with an ominous grin, causing a deafening explosion that shattered the latter like a severed kite. Ultimately, as that eerie black mist flickered, it enveloped the mangled body, vanishing into the void. Wukong's expression shifted dramatically, utterly astonished that the bizarre skull could disregard the fierce assault. In a moment of vulnerability, it struck directly into Vegeta's head, sending a tremor through the latter's body. Wukong, aghast, could only watch as Vegeta, seemingly possessed, let out a harrowing scream. An overwhelming surge of dark energy erupted from within him, and with a roar from the manifesting black mist, an endless torrent of malevolent force spread across the planet. In the distance, a figure floated in midair, halting his rapid movements, startled by the sudden turn of events. In the early moments of the conflict, Glit had already sensed the shift in the atmosphere. As the tide of dark energy surged, his countenance darkened, filled with astonishment. Chapter 17, A Dreamlike Reality, Part 1. A potent surge of dark energy surged from Vegeta's head into his body, while outsiders remained oblivious to the transformation. Vegeta keenly sensed an unparalleled force of darkness flooding into his consciousness. Amidst immense suffering, he perceived his own body beginning to metamorphose. The once diminutive golden aura flickering in his spiritual sea, hinting at a burgeoning strength. Simultaneously, an overwhelming dark energy erupted from within, shaking the very fabric of the universe. As his body continued to disintegrate, Wukong instinctively recognized the anomaly. The torrents of black energy pouring from Vegeta's orifices filled him with trepidation, and the sinister black mist enveloping him bore a striking resemblance to the 3 entities he had encountered from the demon realm. However, upon closer inspection, Wukong discerned that Vegeta's dark essence was far more akin to that of the foremost individual, purer and far more terrifying than the previous adversaries. In that moment, Vegeta, as if under a spell, roared with fury, his essence being devoured by the dark energy, his consciousness beginning to blur. His eyes radiated 2 brilliant beams of darkness. And as the power of darkness surged, the earth trembled violently, affecting several nearby star systems. Initially oblivious to the impending crisis, Wukong distanced himself several meters from Vegeta for self-preservation. Noticing that Vegeta exhibited no strange resistance and that his aura was growing weaker, Wukong felt compelled to strike. The released energy immediately tore apart the black mist enveloping Vegeta, followed by a powerful punch to his abdomen, rendering the latter unconscious. Wukong then secured the unconscious Vegeta at his waist. Simultaneously, Wukong's body began to emit a golden glow. He had discovered the significance of this gathering golden aura 6 months prior. At that moment, as he leaped away, he relentlessly used his energy to dissipate the dark mist, all while attending to Vegeta's recovery. In truth, it was not that Wukong was reluctant to utilize instantaneous movement to gain time. Rather, he realized that if he did not eliminate the enigmatic dark energy, Vegeta's injuries would only worsen. Ordinary machines could not counteract such forces, thus on the journey back, he was compelled to continuously use his golden aura to dissipate the dark energy. The battle here had long attracted the attention of numerous fighters from the vast inner universe, many of whom wore ashen expressions, shaking their heads in bitter amusement upon recognizing that their strength paled in comparison to that of their opponent. Conversely, a significant number of formidable warriors licked their lips, seemingly anticipating the imminent cosmic combat. They all focused their energies on the recent confrontation, and even those fighters from other galaxies who had yet to arrive were aware of the friction taking place. However, some astute individuals were puzzled by the sudden spatial blockade, while others, privy to certain details, regarded the practitioner of this combat technique with trepidation. Ultimately, the overwhelming dark energy unleashed by Vegeta instilled fear in many, as distant senses appeared unable to evade the encroaching darkness. Those situated thousands of light years away found themselves affected by the assault, tethered by their own energies. This dark energy possessed a devouring capacity, abruptly drawing in the essences of those who had gathered from distant corners of the universe, thereby inflicting harm upon those slow to react out of curiosity. What truly terrified them was the realization that their adversary, ensnared in a realm of magic, was experiencing a formidable amplification of power, which, in turn, rendered their own position increasingly precarious. Glit, Gnirli, Xi Kiskiviko, and Lai Ku were naturally attuned to the changes occurring in this locale. However, even Sieku, who typically maintained a stoic demeanor, furrowed his brow in concern at this unforeseen event, departing the command center without a hint of respect for Gnirli. Gnirli bore no resentment towards Sieku's actions, well aware of the temperament of this solitary and proud individual. Nonetheless, he was taken aback by his own apprehension towards the dark energy. Lai Ku, too, found his expression darkening as Vegeta's power surged uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Grit, who was near the battlefield, halted his movements upon learning that a figure from the demon realm had employed a magical punch. Startled by Wukong's assertive maneuvers, he smiled and shook his head, recognizing that this approach was indeed the best course of action. With that, he vanished without a trace. Chapter 17, Dreams of Reality, Part 1-2. In the wake of the earlier upheaval, Gohan and the others had been closely monitoring the situation, and now they all found themselves in the treatment room of the palace. After listening to Wukong's account, a somber silence enveloped them, their faces etched with concern. Xiao Fong, Bra, Biddy, and even Master Roshi sensed the ominous undertones, having been previously unsettled by Vegeta's overwhelming surge of dark flames, and now they were filled with trepidation over the potential volatility of Vegeta. As Bulma wept nearby, she anxiously glanced at the door of the treatment room. Upon learning from Goku that Vegeta's injuries were severe, her heart was filled with uncertainty. Had it not been for the news that Vegeta was not in mortal danger, she might have fainted from the overwhelming distress. Goku, too, found himself perplexed. He had not shared with Gohan and the others the events of the past few days, yet upon reflecting on those occurrences in conjunction with today's battle, he sensed a troubling pattern. The demon realm had abruptly shifted from its previous discretion to openly target the Saiyans. Unbeknownst to Goku, however, the demon realm had issued a command to temporarily cease hostilities against the Saiyans long before Muro's devastating defeat at his hands. Yet, the two enigmatic figures had failed to inform the oblivious Mingjia and Yans, leading the arrogant pair to recklessly engage in a futile assault. On his journey back, Goku persistently wielded his energy to dispel the sinister black aura, but he discovered that a portion of the essence remained entrenched within Vegeta's heart. As his golden radiance purified the dark energy, there were subtle yet discernible shifts within the Dragon Balls inside him, changes that even Goku himself was unaware of. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, the dragon trembled, its gaze filled with hesitant depth akin to an endless ocean. Was it truly as he feared? Yet where exactly was he? Cursed be that wretched being. Why has the void consumed this world, leaving me with only fragmented memories? What schemes are you plotting? With a profound sigh, the great dragon exhaled an ethereal breath, its colossal form shifting as unease enveloped its consciousness. In the shadowy expanse, 8 figures emerged in this desolate space, 4 of whom radiated an ominous black aura, their malevolent energy continuously mending their injured forms. Judging by their essence, it was evident that they included Mingjia and Yans. Damn it, that monkey arrived too swiftly. One of the injured murmured in frustration, the very individual who feigned arrogance among the demon realm's ranks, now conversing telepathically with another. He is truly terrifying. Regrettably, we could not utilize his strength to eliminate either of them. The other exhaled a cloud of murky energy, having suffered grievously under Goku's powerful onslaught, which had nearly obliterated his internal organs. Were it not for the presence of the dark aura, he would have been left with scarcely a fragment of his life. What was initially a well-laid plan had unraveled. As the 2 arrogant figures had managed to survive against the odds, it seemed they would have to take matters into their own hands to dispose of them. Frustration simmered within him. He had never anticipated that these 2 inept superiors would emerge unscathed. In their earlier scheme, it was less about eliminating Vegeta and more about leveraging Goku to eradicate Saiyans and Mingjia simultaneously. Let us watch and wait. The demon realm appears to have severed its ties here, but I fear the situation may not be so straightforward. Only in the final moments shall we strike back decisively. Otherwise, Shalu and Qinglu will not spare us. The remaining individual responded, though he too felt disheartened by the deteriorating situation. He found solace in the knowledge that the injuries sustained by Mingjia and Yinsi were far more severe than his own. Relying on his sense of breath, he was confident that in the forthcoming fortnight, the two adversaries would be unable to regain their peak strength, while he and his companion would fully recover in 3 days. When the time came to take decisive action, their chances of success would exceed 90%. That detestable fellow, Shero, would inevitably witness my true power one day. After living for so long, it was time for him to face the end of his life. The humiliation he inflicted upon me will be repaid 1,000-fold in the future. Upon hearing Shero's words, the man could no longer conceal his rising anger, and the energy within him surged, hastening his healing process without alerting Mingjia and the others. He remained silent, having endured Shero's scorn himself, feeling an equal measure of hatred towards him as his companion. Yet, he was more capable of restraint, aiming to annihilate the enemy in a future counterattack. At that moment, Yinsi abruptly opened his eyes, the fury within them unmistakable, his aura swelling dramatically. He shouted in anger, "Mingjia, you better explain to me why you did not inform me of the sudden change in circumstances." His eyes blazed with intensity. He had initially believed that the enemy could be delayed for a while, which is why he had focused on mocking Vegeta during their earlier skirmish. However, he had never anticipated that Sun Wukong would arrive on the scene within half a minute, delivering a devastating blow that left him severely injured. Had it not been for the life-saving black energy surrounding him, he would have surely perished by now. This miscalculation fueled his resentment and despair. Had Mingjia informed him sooner, he would have obliterated the opponent and retreated with ease. Mingjia did not rush to respond, letting out a cold laugh before saying, "I too was struck down and rendered unconscious. How could I have warned you in advance? It is you who brought this calamity upon yourself, unable to eliminate your foe in half a minute. It seems you detest failure so much that you wish to shift the blame onto me." Unyielding, Mingjia retaliated with a powerful aura that countered Yinsi's oppressive force, though his venomous words stung Yinsi deeply. Realizing he was in the wrong, Yinsi could only suppress his desire to unleash his fury, glaring fiercely at Mingjia, a chilling atmosphere enveloping him. Although devoid of murderous intent, it still exuded an overwhelming dominance. The other 4 individuals were rendered speechless. Feeling the oppressive surge of energy, they stumbled backward, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Meanwhile, the 2 figures exchanged knowing smiles, finding the spectacle of mutual animosity utterly ridiculous. Chapter 17, A Dreamlike Reality, Part 1. 3 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye, yet Vegeta remained unresponsive. His external and internal injuries had healed, but his breath fluctuated erratically, causing concern among those present. Wukong grew increasingly silent, discerning through subtle shifts in energy that the chaotic black energy within Vegeta had ceased its previous turmoil, both energies gradually returning to a state of calm. Yet, for reasons unknown, he found himself unable to attain tranquility. In a bid to ensure the safety of Vegeta, Goku eradicated over 90% of the dark energy. He was acutely aware that such an action effectively severed Vegeta's opportunity for a significant power surge. Nevertheless, Goku firmly believed that if Vegeta were in his right mind, he would unhesitatingly relinquish such an opportunity. After all, the proud Saiyan prince would never resort to such means to enhance his strength. This was a humiliation for Vegeta, an immense disgrace for one of royal Saiyan lineage. During this time, Glitter and his companions visited to inquire about the situation, maintaining a respectful silence after Goku shared his insights. They departed after extending their well wishes. Though Glitter's brow remained furrowed, the emergence of powerful beings does not imply that strength is confined to a singular identity. While it is often said that Saiyans and Saiyan hybrids are the pride of the cosmos, this notion is specific to their lineage. The origins of the demon realm remain shrouded in mystery. However, some former peak warriors suspect that the inhabitants of this realm are merely one of many races in the universe. The demon realm could be viewed as a dark world composed of fallen races, or perhaps their paradise. The mystic fist, once a formidable technique from ancient times, serve as a means of deterring the universe. This, however, is merely the lore that has been passed down through the cosmos. During the zenith of the demon realm's existence, Its power was sufficient to withstand the entirety of the universe and other dimensions, with the so-called forbidden techniques widely circulated among its denizens. The terror of these techniques lies in their ability to awaken the negative emotions of the injured, thus inciting their inherent demonic nature. As this dark energy swells, it simultaneously strengthens the afflicted while corroding their body and mind. Ultimately, the consequences could range from mere death to becoming a demon, turning against one's own companions and living by the sword. This affliction is not determined merely by the quantity of dark energy. Even a slight disturbance from the mystic fist's energy necessitates enduring harrowing tribulations and overcoming the potential descent into madness. This represents a calamity for Vegeta, yet it simultaneously offers him a chance to transform into a formidable warrior. While the external world continued its course, Vegeta's spirit was also engaged in a tumultuous struggle. The moment the dark energy completely enveloped his mind, he felt a jolt of intense white light that stimulated his soul, causing a momentary dizziness that plunged him back into unconsciousness. After what felt like an eternity, or perhaps merely a fleeting instant, Vegeta awoke, astonished by the peculiar scene before him as he surveyed his surroundings. Walking through a strangely familiar, yet unfamiliar place, Vegeta was unaware of how far he had traveled or how much time had elapsed. His brow furrowed deeper as the scenery around him tugged at his heart, evoking an indescribable emotion. Where am I? How did I end up here? Vegeta struck his head, pausing to reflect. I remember being wounded by that individual. In the final moments, Kakarot had arrived, and I was struck by a surge of dark energy. Fragments of memory coalesced in his mind, stirring a profound sense of resentment. Curse it all! Bequita seethed silently with indignation. Yet just as she contemplated soaring away from this land, a familiar voice suddenly reached her ears. In that instant, her entire being trembled as if struck by lightning. Reflexively, her eyes widened, and her consciousness, momentarily dazed, slowly turned to seek the source of the sound. For she distinctly heard someone calling her name, a voice that had lingered in her memory for decades. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of emotion surged within Bequita, and upon discerning the figures before her, her pupils dilated in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape in disbelief. From a distance of 100 paces, 3 silhouettes approached, 2 adults and a child. As they drew closer, the details of their appearances became unmistakably clear. Bequita began to tremble, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. For the 3 figures before her were none other than her father, her mother, and her younger self. Chapter 17, A Dream Realized, Part 4. This scene rendered Bequita incredulous, her pale visage fixated on the figures ahead. Overwhelmed with astonishment, she could not conceal her elation and cried out, "Father, Mother!" Yet, her voice seemed to fall on deaf ears. They did not respond in any way. Undeterred, Bequita instantaneously dashed towards them, attempting to embrace them. But she could not grasp their presence, stumbling forward instead. In that fleeting moment, Bequita regained her composure, fully aware that the spectacle before her was but a figment of her imagination, an illusion beyond her reach. Yet the scene felt hauntingly familiar, stirring a sense of unease within her, for it reminded her of the last time she beheld her father and mother. This place was none other than the long-destroyed Bequita Star. "Father, why have you brought me here? Don't you have affairs of Bequita Star to attend to? I must train," the once diminutive Bequita inquired, a hint of defiance in her voice, turning as if to leave. "Ah, Bequita, dear, why not play with your father for a while today?" Her mother gently caressed the child's head, though her eyes betrayed a deep sorrow. "No, I must grow stronger," young Bequita replied earnestly, her gaze naïve as she looked up at her mother, unaware of the underlying gravity of the situation. "Not today, dear. Take some time to relax and play," her mother persisted, her voice tinged with melancholy. "For tonight, your father and I must embark on a significant mission, one that pertains to our future." Her voice faltered slightly, and she stifled a sob, forcing a smile as she added, "Moreover, you too will have your own tasks tonight, and it may be a long while before we meet again." "Oh, is that so?" young Bequita replied innocently, oblivious to the shift in her mother's expression. Meanwhile, the true Bequita clenched her teeth, fists tightened, tears welling in her eyes, thinking, "How cruel it is that I would never have another chance to see my father and mother after this. Bequita, from this day forth, you must become independent and even stronger. I hope that one day you will recall this moment to fulfill our shared destiny." King Vegeta finally spoke, exhaling slowly. "Of course, I must grow stronger and become the universe's mightiest, surpassing King Frieza, the young Vegeta, innocent yet eager, declared. Yes, such determination is commendable. This is the pride of me. King Vegeta, he replied, suppressing his sorrowful laughter, his heart stirred by his child's words, finding solace within them. What shall we play today, mother? Little Vegeta turned to his exquisite mother, a childlike innocence adorning his face. Let us go hunting and revel in the wild. King Vegeta responded with hearty laughter. But be cautious. Beware of the ferocious beasts that roam the wilderness, the queen cautioned with concern. Ha, fear not. I am formidable now, little Vegeta boasted, but father, you must not be unreasonable this time. And mother, please ensure fairness. Me, unreasonable? King Vegeta questioned, pointing to himself in disbelief. However, upon witnessing the mischievous grin from little Vegeta and his wife's laughter, he could only grumpily concede, very well, I shall not be unreasonable. The three shared a laugh as they began to retrace their steps. Vegeta, captivated by the scene, was lost in memories of the past. When he regained his senses, they had already walked far away. He hurriedly chased after them, but was too late. They had gradually vanished from sight, and he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. Where are father and mother? Little Vegeta asked, looking around before inquiring of guard. Why have they not come? The unaware guard replied, truthfully, Your Highness, the king and queen are currently preparing to embark on a mission and cannot come at this moment. Why did they not leave later to see me? Little Vegeta clenched his fists in anger. Was it not established that if a child is to undertake a mission, their parents must come to send them off? The guard could only respond in silence. Ah, is that not our beloved little Prince Vegeta? Why do you sound so sorrowful? A voice broke the silence as a figure approached. Observing Vegeta's teary demeanor, they teased. Are you afraid? How absurd. I would never fear. Little Vegeta shot an angry glance at Cher. However, I heard that your father and mother no longer desire you. They seem to be planning to send you to another planet, never to return a planet Vegeta. Did they not say this to you? Cher just did, casting a sidelong glance at young Vegeta. What nonsense are you spouting? Little Vegeta recalled the day's events, but was still ignited with fury, shouting indignantly. Nonsense? As the Saiyan king, there is no reason to violate the ancestral edicts. If they do not personally come to see their child off, what does that signify? You must understand this. Upon hearing this, young Vegeta felt as though struck by lightning. He understood the implications of this agreement. Saiyans are indeed tempestuous, capable of declaring life-and-death battles against their kin. Yet, to a certain extent, they deeply care for their offspring, and such battles must never transpire before family. However, within the ancient pact of his ancestors, it was stipulated that when a child was to be appointed outside, their parents must be present. Otherwise, their lineage would be deemed void, and the battle of life and death would ensue. No, it cannot be. It cannot be so, little Vegeta repeatedly thought to himself, harboring the painful notion that his father and mother had forsaken him, disregarding the covenant of bloodline. He felt an overwhelming hatred. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Nappa interjected. Prince Vegeta, rest assured, the king would never act in such a manner. He holds you dear to his heart. Besides, we are merely embarking on a mission to another planet. We shall return swiftly, and you will come to understand everything. Vegeta dismissed Nappa's reassurances, for his tender heart had been deceived too easily before, and in his fury, he strode into the space pod. Nappa sighed in resignation and followed suit into another pod. Meanwhile, Kaiatsu watched with a bittersweet smile as Vegeta departed. In the distance, King Vegeta and Queen were observing everything from the command room of the palace, both on the verge of tears, whispering, Forgive us, Vegeta. In time, you will comprehend everything. You must grow strong and become a true Super Saiyan. As the countdown for launch commenced, the space pod ascended into the cosmos, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 18, Dreamlike Reality, Part 1. While Vegeta was ensnared in memories of the past, the real world erupted outside. Goku and the others learned of the magical fist from Greed, and they anxiously sensed Vegeta's faint aura, which seemed almost non-existent. Bulma, tearful and choked with emotion, sat by the bedside of the now-recovered Beulah, clasping her large hand tightly and murmuring softly. Trunks and Bra also encircled her in sorrow. Trunks remained silent, while Bra placed her hands on Bulma's shoulders, expressing words of encouragement with fervor. Goku gazed at the tranquil Vegeta as he slept, his brow furrowed with concern, for among them, he alone understood the terror of that dark energy. The magical fist, as mentioned by Greed, did not linger in the pathways of his heart, indicating that Vegeta's condition was far worse than that of previous victims. Goten and Ub stood vigil at the side, while Gohan pondered deeply. Though he had not received the full account from his father, the familiar energy and his prior experiences allowed him to surmise part of the situation. Xiaofang held the hands of Beulah and Chi-Chi, their feminine sensibilities rendering them more susceptible to sorrow, their brows furrowed and lips pressed tight. Meanwhile, Master Rashi and Satan, clad in swimwear, had dashed to the nearby shoreline for leisure. Yet, upon learning of the sudden turn of events, they returned with a sense of humanity, overshadowed by the gravity of Vegeta's injuries, concern for his safety. Once again, we delve into the inner world of Vegeta. Scenes from the past replayed before Vegeta's eyes. The moment he first touched the void, he realized the surreal truth of his dream. Witnessing the destruction of planet Vegeta and the demise of his parents was imminent. Yet an inexplicable weariness arose from deep within him. It was simply because he had been too weak in those days. Indeed, this was the very essence of all that transpired, marking planet Vegeta as a relic of history. The somber expression on his face stirred memories long buried. He had once sought to forget that painful past through violence. Yet, now confronted with it once more, he understood the folly of his youthful aspirations to become a heartless being, believing that only such indifference could awaken the true nature of a Saiyan, enabling him to become the legendary Super Saiyan. However, after his experiences on Earth, he gradually became acquainted with the warmth of human emotion, recalling the sentiments he once possessed, and began to lean on a life of peace. Yet, no one could truly comprehend the depths of his heart. As the prince of the Saiyans, he harbored a deep-seated hatred and resentment for the annihilation of his race, coupled with an everlasting enigma that he could never unravel. No matter how many times he searched for the truth of that fateful day. Suddenly struck by this realization, Vegeta's heart quivered, and the only remaining thought within him was to pursue his parents, to unveil the truth of the past. Thus, he resolved to follow his father and witness this so-called mission to alter history. Chapter 18. Dreams as Reality, Part 2. As his thought emerged, the scene before Vegeta shifted abruptly, placing him within the command center, where familiar figures darted before his eyes, their expressions resolute and unwavering. "Report, my lord. Everything has been prepared according to plan. Please issue your command." A Saiyan clad in old-style battle armor approached, hastening to relay the situation. Upon hearing this, the sorrowful expression from little Vegeta's departure faded, replaced by a grave demeanor etched upon his face. He exhaled deeply, gently patting his wife's shoulder, who understood the progression of events and sought to soothe her wounded heart. "Have we truly prepared everything? Then let us depart," Vegeta declared with unyielding conviction, requesting the king. "Shall we wait for Barak and the others to return? After all, we need their strength," the previously mentioned Saiyan inquired respectfully, as if recalling something. "No, Vegeta disaibili. Then slowly elaborated. "Although they are our elite forces, and this mission indeed requires their power, I hope even more for their survival. Living is our hope for the future." Hearing his father's emphasis on the imperative of survival pierced Vegeta's heart with a profound ache. Yet, as thoughts of Goku's father crossed his mind, he silently wrestled with conflicting emotions, finding his father's words and actions to be peculiarly enigmatic. Yet, amidst the unresolved matters, King Vegeta had already issued the command: prepare everything and set forth immediately to the headquarters to confront the tyrant Frieza. Upon hearing this resounding proclamation, the hearts of the Saiyans ignited with fervor, and they collectively raised their voices in a spirited cheer, with Chi-Li also clenching her fists tightly in solidarity. They fought for survival, for freedom, for a brighter future, and for glory. Observing the impassioned warriors around him, King Vegeta felt a deep sorrow. He mourned the impending sacrifice, the fervor of their undertaking, and the weight of their commitment. During the swift journey aboard the spaceship, an elderly sage inquired, his once clouded eyes now gleaming with a glimmer of insight, as if peering into a future of grandeur. "Your Majesty, should we charge directly into battle, or wait until we are close enough to Frieza to launch a surprise attack? I have heard whispers that Frieza has long harbored intentions to annihilate our Saiyan race. His unwarranted summons to headquarters must indicate he is preparing for action. Rather than await our demise, it would be prudent to strike first." King Vegeta, with a sense of wisdom and dignity, declared, "Moreover, a surprise attack would be a disgrace to us Saiyans." Meanwhile, the queen stood silently at the cabin's entrance, her tear-brimmed eyes sorrowfully watching the receding planet Vegeta, her expression a tapestry of compassion, indignation, lament, and resilience. Vegeta maintained a respectful distance from his mother, his ingrained pride making it difficult for him to approach, and instinctively sensing an imperceptible disturbance in the air. Half an hour passed, and the spacecraft landed steadily at a launch base. Greetings, esteemed King Vegeta. A smirking individual feigned servility. The response was a devastating energy beam, swiftly extinguishing the pretender amidst a cloud of smoke. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, the assembled crowd was oblivious to the underlying truths, erupting into chaos and calling for help. With an air of solemn authority, King Vegeta commanded a decisive strike, and the Saiyans launched an immediate offensive. Storming into the control room. Chapter 18. Dreams Made Real, Part 3. Outside, a massacre unfolded, yet within, an eerie silence prevailed. King Vegeta was acutely aware of the lurking dangers. He understood that Frieza was likely well informed of their movements, and the enemy's silence instilled an overwhelming sense of dread, as if he were toying with their plans. Suppressing his rising anxiety, King Vegeta steadied his trembling hand and pressed the button to open the door. With a resounding click, the door slid open, and the Saiyans surged inside, their eyes absorbing the scene before them. There, seated directly before them, was the diminutive Frieza, flanked on the left by Champa and on the right by Dodoria. At this moment, the two individuals exchanged sinister smiles, with Dodo mocking in a sardonic tone. Ah, it is the illustrious King Vegeta, drenched in blood as if emerging from a fierce battle. What on earth has transpired? Upon hearing that jarring remark, King Vegeta felt a surge of anger, further aggravated by the audacious demeanor of his so-called brother. Enough of your prattle. You have long desired to eliminate us Saiyans. Spare us your pretense. I am aware that you fear the emergence of the most formidable warrior among us, the Super Saiyan, for such a being would shatter your dominion. Oh, Dodo was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how his adversary had acquired such knowledge. Yet, he soon erupted into uproarious laughter. Huh, you pitiful wretches speak of birthing a Super Saiyan? Do not make me laugh. Your combat power barely reaches 10,000, he scoffed, adjusting the miniature scanner by his eye. Curse you, fat fool. You shall meet your end. Came a thunderous shout from behind King Vegeta. It was Chio, unleashing a blue energy wave towards Dodo. Unfazed, Dodo regarded the oncoming attack with disdain, extending his hand to effortlessly counter it, a pink glow illuminating before him as he dissolved the assault with ease. Chio spat in frustration, his energy flaring as he darted towards Dodo, aiming to cleave the latter's neck with a sweeping strike from behind. However, Dodo merely smirked, executing a swift turn that severed Chio in two. Blood rained down, pooling on the ground, the metallic scent overwhelming, yet Dodo grinned grotesquely, reveling in the gruesome spectacle. The onlookers were left in shock. Even King Vegeta stood momentarily stunned, his brother's demise rendering him numb. Meanwhile, the true Vegeta slowly closed his eyes, yearning to intervene and alter the unfolding horror, yet reality dictated that he could not reach out to change a thing. Dodo paid no heed to the bisected Chio, coldly remarking, "How reckless to be the first to attack me, and to dare call me fat. After this, I shall slaughter you all." Suddenly, the scene shifted. As all scanners shattered and exploded, the remaining Saiyans regained their composure, preparing for defense. Yet, to Dodo, their reactions were sluggish. He approached one Saiyan, delivering a single punch that pierced through their abdomen. With his right forearm, he struck another Saiyan's cervical spine, shattering their nerves and ending their life. Then, he spun his body, using his left hand to slice through a third individual's throat. In the span of a heartbeat, the scene transformed into a horrifying tableau of carnage. The gruesome sight leaving the remaining 5 Saiyans in a state of shock. Vegeta, the observer, was filled with fury, his body trembling with suppressed power, yet unable to affect the world around him. He felt helpless, for all of this was merely a recollection. A moment of self-reproach for having once dispatched Dodoria with such ease. "What is it, dear King Vegeta? Why does your countenance appear so grim?" Shambo inquired with a smile, arms crossed over his chest. "Is this the true strength of Dodoria?" King Vegeta gasped, his body quaking in fear. "Huh, I have already stated that before us. You are but a swarm of ants," Dodoria sneered, licking the blood from his hands, only to suddenly spit it out, exclaiming, "How foul." King Vegeta was thoroughly enraged. He leapt towards Frieza, attempting to strike him down in one swift motion. Yet Frieza merely wore a sinister smile, slowly raising a finger to gently flick Vegeta's forehead, infusing him with an overwhelming force that caused blood to erupt from his brow. No, the previously dazed queen, upon regaining her senses, was struck anew with grief, her anguished cries echoing in the air. Vegeta collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, convulsing yet still alive, coughing up blood, unable to bear the sight. Vegeta shut his eyes, turned his head aside, and clenched his fists in escalating fury. Chapter 18, Dreamlike Reality, Part 4. Truly ungrateful, Dodoria mocked, proceeding to attack once more, dispatching 3 additional Saiyans, leaving only the queen in a state of despair. The queen trembled, her exquisite face as pale as parchment. Momentarily regaining her composure, she frantically flew to Vegeta's side, sobbing as she cradled him. "Oh, how delightful! What a beautiful creature," Shambo said with a hint of disgust, observing the tear-streaked queen. "Oh, do you wish to use her as your skincare remedy?" Dodoria, who had been approaching the distraught pair, inquired with a peculiar expression after hearing Shambo's words. "Indeed, utilizing her lifeblood would be the finest choice. I am, after all, so beautiful," Shambo replied wistfully. However, those words ignited an insatiable thirst for vengeance within Vegeta, causing his body to tremble, his palm bloodied from his own grip. What? King Vegeta roared in fury, struggling to uphold his body as he bellowed. "I will kill you." A potent aura surged around him, rendering the queen momentarily speechless in awe. "Truly a waste," Shambo observed. Unfazed by Vegeta's explosive power, he swiftly approached the king, piercing through his back with a single hand, creating a gaping wound the size of a bowl. As the brilliance faded, silence enveloped the scene for a brief moment, only to be shattered by a heart-wrenching scream. Following that dreadful cry that echoed throughout the area, King Vegeta could no longer speak, gazing distantly at his wife, who was utterly broken, before finally smiling and closing his eyes for eternity. Witnessing the death of her beloved, the queen was driven to madness, shrieking in despair, "I would rather die than allow you to torment him." Then, he unleashed a powerful ki attack directed at his own heart, utterly shattering his vital essence. A torrent of blood gushed forth, staining his white garment in a shocking crimson. As he collapsed beside King Vegeta, clutching his hand tightly and succumbing to eternal slumber with a smile. "What happened, Shambo?" Frieza asked nonchalantly. Little did he expect her to take her own life, thus wasting my resources. The blood of the deceased lacks any beauty-enhancing properties. Shambo spoke with a tone laced with disdain and a hint of frustration. Frieza and Dodoria fell into silence, rendered speechless by this aberration. "My lord, what shall we do now?" Dodoria broke the stalemate, bowing respectfully. "You shall go and eradicate the Saiyans on planet Cereal. Remember, be swift and efficient," Frieza commanded. Dodoria nodded in agreement and hurried toward the launch site, boarding a spaceship bound for Cereal. "What about the remains?" Shambo inquired anxiously, watching the simple-minded Dodoria depart. "Let their corpses remain here for now. Soon, I shall take them to planet Vegeta to witness a grand spectacle." Frieza licked his lips with a sinister grin. King Vegeta, aware of the impending events, could only await his grim fate as Frieza prepared to annihilate planet Vegeta. Thus, only Goku managed to escape Dodoria's onslaught, standing alone against Frieza and his minions. Yet, the course of history remained unchanged. Frieza exited the chamber, conjuring a massive energy sphere with a mere flick of his fingers, seemingly disdainful of the multitude of insignificant beings before him. With a gentle shake of his fingertip, he hurled the colossal fireball towards planet Vegeta. Following the tremendous explosion, blinding golden light shone throughout the cosmos, as planet Vegeta was irrevocably reduced to cosmic dust, along with the charred remains of several Saiyans, one of whom was Vegeta, who painfully closed his eyes. Frieza cackled madly, exclaiming, "Ah, what a splendid display!" Vegeta's gaze was filled with despair as he witnessed the events unfold before him. He felt utterly powerless to assist his kin, trapped in a mere illusion. With his eyes tightly shut, he was consumed by an escalating fury, yet also succumbed to a profound despondency. At that moment, he loathed his former weakness. Ultimately, it was undeniable that in a world governed by the survival of the fittest, it was his own ineptitude that allowed Frieza to dominate and obliterate his race. He felt hatred, regret, and self-reproach. In the depths of this anguish, Vegeta's once bright eyes dimmed and vanished, adrift in the vast emptiness of space. Wandering aimlessly, he reminisced about the past, weighed down by an overwhelming burden that made even breathing a challenge, until he finally collapsed in a desolate spot, awaiting the outcome. Chapter 19. The Shattered Illusion of Dreams. The Transformation of Vegeta, Part 1. In the dim glow of the nebulous star clusters, a solitary shadow lingered, its presence accentuating the desolate atmosphere with a tinge of melancholy. At this moment, the solitary figure of Vegeta squats in the void of space, motionless, unaware of how many years have slipped away in his desolation. His spirit, weighed down by despair, remains shackled to the truth he has encountered. His weakness stems from the frailty of his former self. Embracing his knees with both arms, he obscures half of his face, his downcast, eyes devoid of any glimmer of light. In the emptiness of his gaze, it seems as though he is trapped in a cycle, endlessly replaying past scenes, with only self-reproach echoing in the depths of his mind. Without power, he feels utterly powerless. After an indeterminate silence, Vegeta finally reveals the remaining half of his head, his weary expression and lifeless eyes murmuring incoherently. My father and mother seem truly gone before me. Perhaps I am destined to be a failure. I cannot defeat Frieza. I am no match for Cell, and Majin Buu toys with me at will. Baby regards me merely as a vessel, while Super 17 overlooks me. The formidable evil dragons have left me in despair. As he speaks, a rare self-deprecating smile flickers upon Vegeta's lips, amplifying the sorrow within his heart. I remain so weak. I'm truly exhausted. I long for eternal rest. Yet, just as Vegeta contemplates surrendering to despair, a profound shift occurs within him, a resonating surge erupting from his once dim body. In that instant, his lifeless eyes blaze with an inky radiance, tendrils of dark energy seeping from every pore, a tumultuous power reverberating within. This transformation astonishes Vegeta, stirring his spirit, but he finds himself struggling to control his body as an overwhelming dark force swells within him. With disbelief, he widens his eyes, the abrupt change momentarily restoring his senses, igniting a will to resist the dark energy surging from his core. However, he discovers that he cannot fully exert control, the intensity of his aura inexplicably restrained, while the dark essence dances with fervor. What is happening? In this moment, Vegeta truly awakens, relentlessly augmenting his golden power to combat the encroaching darkness, memories of his earlier despair churning rapidly in his mind, causing his expression to darken. A surge of terror grips him as he channels all his energy to suppress the relentless tide of darkness, his heart pounding with increasing ferocity. The thudding reverberates painfully in his ears, his chest heaving as more dark energy flows from his core, threatening to envelop him entirely. Damn you, who are you? Vegeta roars, his entire being erupting with astonishing energy, a tempest of power brewing within him. The golden flames disperse the dark mist surrounding him, yet it fails to affect the external world in the slightest. Get out of my body at once. Vegeta finally recognized the dissonance within his body, vividly recalling Baby's past actions. Upon sensing that dark power, which did not belong to him, he instinctively deduced the existence of this terrifying threat. Chapter 19. The Shattering of Illusions. The Transformation of Vegeta, Part 2. At this moment, confronted with a life-threatening crisis, Vegeta not only cast aside his previous shadows, but also, regaining his senses, utilized his considerable cunning to realize that this situation was far too bizarre to comprehend. He had been passively manipulated while ensnared in this perplexing predicament. Whoever you are, leave my body at once. No one shall ever control me, Vegeta bellowed, recalling the humiliation of having his body once taken from him, an affront that stood as one of the most degrading moments of his life. Now, facing a similar circumstance, the overwhelming shame and the resurgence of old emotions pushed him to the brink of fury as the dormant power within him surged violently. Hi, I am you. A mocking voice echoed within Vegeta's mind, confirming his suspicions that the dark energy within him was indeed another's presence. However, this revelation left Vegeta momentarily stunned. He could not fathom why this entity would reveal itself, given that he had already unraveled its secret. There seemed to be no reason left to lie. Yet the response was profoundly shocking. Who are you, and why do you lurk within that dark energy? Vegeta soon found his composure, continuously elevating his power in a desperate attempt to resist the encroaching darkness that assailed his consciousness. Yet, he could not bring himself to believe such a ludicrous notion. As I have stated, I am you, for I have merely split from your very essence. The sinister voice persisted, dripping with disdain, as if it were utterly unconcerned with Vegeta's feeble resistance. The insistent dark energy surged toward every part of his body, seeking to usurp the true Vegeta. Upon hearing this response, Vegeta's spirit trembled anew as he finally recognized the familiar voice. It was unmistakably his own. Do you not perceive your own impotence? I can help you realize your dreams and make you immensely powerful. The taunting voice resumed, shattering the silence that enveloped Vegeta's mind, enticing him with promises of strength and dominance. With an audacious laugh, the voice continued, "I can grant you ultimate power, allowing you to stand atop the world, crushing all beneath your feet. Of course, your body shall henceforth be under my control. Together, we shall become unparalleled forces in this realm." Vegeta remained silent, yet his will was gradually being swayed by this entity. As he absorbed those words, his resistance against the dark energy began to wane, and his own power diminished. How splendid! Such a transaction seems quite remarkable. From this moment forth, you shall no longer feel helpless due to your weaknesses, nor shall you tremble in fear at the might of your adversaries, nor shall you relinquish your oath in bitterness for failing to surpass Kakarot. I can elevate you above all others, transforming your physique into the most formidable existence on this planet, granting you unparalleled power and every possession the world has to offer. As those boastful words echoed, Vegeta's demeanor abruptly shifted, his sinister smile leaving his interlocutor in astonishment. Upon ceasing his speech, he sensed the violent severing of the connection with his own body, leading him to roar in furious defiance. "You wretched being! How dare you attempt to entirely sever our shared existence?" Yet, Vegeta chose not to reply, allowing his opponent to bellow like a harpy. The once dormant golden aura surged fiercely, relentlessly expelling the encroaching darkness from within, severing their connection with sheer willpower. "No, you insignificant creature. You cannot do this, for I am the true Vegeta. I have always harbored the ambition to attain the ultimate power, while you are but a counterfeit, for your heart has changed, becoming subservient and timid. And thus you are no longer Vegeta." The mental dialogue reverberated within Vegeta's mind, and as he retaliated with ferocity, his opponent was gradually forced out, losing the previous deep composure and devolving into a frenzy of curses. Chapter 19. The Illusion Shatters. The Transformation of Vegeta, Part 3. Vegeta remained silent, his escalating power seemingly cracking open the bottleneck of his latent potential, continually igniting an energy that surpassed all limits. The mysterious golden glow surrounding him intensified, and within mere moments, his aura had nearly doubled, his battle prowess soaring to 7 units. "You cannot do this. I am also Vegeta, and this body belongs to me. You have no right to expel me." The hidden Vegeta sensed his determination as the adversary's strength escalated, reclaiming the advantage that had once belonged to him, rendering him entirely passive and suppressed, instilling a profound sense of fear within. In this moment, he vehemently cursed Goku for his actions, as he represented the embodiment of Vegeta's negative emotions, with his own wieldable power dictated by the quantity of dark energy residing in his heart. As Goku dissipated the black aura enveloping Vegeta, he inadvertently diminished the dark force within his heart, leaving him with barely a fraction of the strength that should have awakened. In this reciprocal diminishment, Vegeta's power had already eclipsed his own, resulting in a loss of bodily dominion, rendering him, as an intruder, to struggle in the face of absolute strength. What truly terrified him was the thought that if expelled, his power would diminish yet again. "Are you me? Am I not Vegeta?" Vegeta, feeling the burgeoning strength within him, responded with a bemused tone, for this was the greatest jest he had ever encountered. The adversary remained entirely unaware of the imminent transformation that awaited Vegeta, who was already engulfed in profound fear. However, as Vegeta seized absolute dominion over his physical form, he began to establish a connection with the consciousness of his opponent, astonishingly realizing that their assertions were not mere fabrications. Indeed, this being was a manifestation of his own consciousness. "You must remember me. I am Vegeta, the true prince of the Saiyans." With a closed fist, he pointed towards himself with his thumb, employing a provocative tone to mock his opponent's futile words. Yet, the immense mental exertion required to purify his adversary left him utterly exhausted, breathing heavily, though his expression radiated unwavering resolve, and the light in his eyes shimmered with boundless affirmation. "How wretched you are, a feeble entity. With your current strength, you are utterly incapable of confronting the foes that lie ahead. Only through my existence can you survive and attain absolute power." The voice roared in defiance, simultaneously hurling curses at the opponent while attempting to deliver a devastating counterstrike against their consciousness. In a reckless bid for greater strength, it unleashed a torrent of dark energy to seize control of the body. The immense recoil from this assault caused Vegeta to cough up blood, the explosion of dark energy inflicting substantial harm upon him. His consciousness dimmed, and his own power ceased its frenzied ascent, even exhibiting signs of stagnation and regression. Your power? Prey, donotist. You are merely a remnant born from the influence of that dark energy. You are not me. And the strength you speak of is nothing more than that of the shadows. Beketa, suppressing a second cough of blood, astutely revealed the true essence of this magical force. Do not think for a moment that I am oblivious. I have comprehended everything. This dark energy is capable of manipulating the mind, while I am unaware of its origins. I am astounded that it can replicate the memories of its victims, ensnaring them in the echoes of their past. It fabricates a semblance of a genuine history to deceive me, aiming to lead me into despair, thus allowing your emergence. Perhaps merely to facilitate the growth of that dark energy itself. You are in essence a phantom, merely a figment endowed with a fragment of consciousness by that dark energy to disrupt my mind. Beketa articulated the entire truth in one breath. Then, with a sorrowful yet furious laugh, he acknowledged that he had failed to resist the encroachment of memory when he first sensed something amiss, ultimately ensnaring himself in a labyrinth of confusion. However, now that he had awakened to the truth, he vowed never to fall victim a second time, but to retaliate with unyielding ferocity to obliterate his foe. Chapter 19. The Shattered Illusion of Dreams. Beketa's Transformation, Part 4. As the sixth update unfolded, the day was drawing to a close. For those with votes to spare, please lend your support. It would bring me immense joy. Upon hearing Beketa unveil the entire truth, the phantom, a remnant of his former self, could no longer withstand Beketa's fierce onslaught. Following a violent internal explosion, it was expelled entirely from his being through a reckless yet determined act of self-sacrifice. He stood 10 paces away from the shadowy entity, where a fierce black flame coalesced into a form resembling a human. After a fleeting transformation, the dark aura unveiled a visage identical to that of Vegeta. In this moment, he too felt his spirit dimmed, gravely wounded by the adversary's overwhelming strike. What truly unsettled him, however, was the revelation that this being claimed to be merely a remnant of himself, exploited and diminished. This notion caused his expression to shift dramatically. Yet he adamantly refused to concede to it. You lie. I am the true Vegeta. For years, I have strived towards the dream of becoming a legendary Super Saiyan. I have fought tirelessly to be the strongest warrior in existence. You, on the other hand, have forsaken your former ambition, languishing on Earth in a life of peace, reduced to the level of an ordinary mortal. Thus, you are the one who has betrayed the essence of my being. I am the authentic Vegeta. The remnant, unconvinced by Vegeta's declarations, roared in defiance, justifying its existence. Strength is not something I have relinquished in my pursuit. However, I will never allow myself to be subjugated by another. I, Vegeta, no longer require any external power. I once erred, yet I have since awakened to the truth. I indeed need greater strength, but I will never abandon my identity as the Prince of the Saiyans. I, Vegeta, will never forsake myself. As the remnant continued to berate him for his perceived weakness, Vegeta felt an unusual surge of anger, unleashing the truths he had long concealed. Acknowledging his past deceit of Babidi to gain additional power, he firmly declared his resolve to no longer submit. Seemingly shaken by his words, the remnant trembled, for it was born from Vegeta's negative emotions and naturally shared his pride as the mightiest in the universe. It became acutely aware of Vegeta's unwavering determination. Hesitantly, it took a few steps back, fear creeping in as it recognized the resolute essence of the true Vegeta, knowing full well the depth of his pursuit of ultimate strength. As a fragment of himself, it could not help but fear its totality. No, that cannot be right. I do not need the strength of others. I am Vegeta. My father, mother, and kin have perished, which is why I sought to grow stronger. I remain weak, which is why I believed I needed external power. No, I never desired to acquire any other power. The remnant spiraled into confusion, shaking its head in denial, as images from past memories flooded its mind, attempting to refute its own missteps, only to discover it bore no fault. Thus, it spiraled in this cycle of denial. No, you are the one who lies. You are evading your weakness. You have simply lost the heart to pursue strength. I have remained unchanged. I have merely utilized the power of others temporarily for vengeance. I will surpass them. I, Vegeta, am the true master, and I am the genuine Vegeta. In a sudden fit of madness, the remnant howled in fury, its eyes bloodshot, radiating a fierce pressure beneath a crimson glare, erupting with formidable strength in its frenzy. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Vegeta unleashed his formidable power. As he repelled his opponent, his strength surged rapidly, instilling him with absolute confidence that surpassed his previous combat prowess by more than tenfold. With a powerful strike, he unleashed a wave of pressure that shattered his adversary's dark energy attack. The colossal hand that materialized subsequently sent the opponent flying, leaving him gravely injured and spitting blood. Yet, the latter seemed impervious to pain, howling in anguish as he expelled copious amounts of blood, driven by a frenzied desire to unleash his full potential in a desperate bid to annihilate the boastful figure before him. Vegeta, aware of his own severe injuries, found it difficult to mount a more vigorous offensive. Instead, he unleashed a series of over 10 palm strikes, each succeeding in inflicting wounds and causing his opponent to cough up blood, gradually dimming the latter's aura. Nevertheless, Vegeta felt a twinge of sorrow himself. Perhaps, you were indeed once a reflection of me, but I am the true Vegeta. In a hushed tone, he acknowledged the indomitable spirit of his opponent as a part of his own identity. With furrowed brows, he summoned his immense power, unleashing a fierce energy wave from his hands. This radiant force carved a brilliant arc through the void, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated the dark presence. At the moment the black mist dissipated completely, Vegeta realized something profound and closed his eyes while the cosmos around him began to fade, transforming into a blinding white light that enveloped his being in an infinite brilliance. Awakening from this state, the world of blinding white resonated with Vegeta's newfound confidence, marking the success of his transformation. Chapter 20: The Demon Lord. A Farewell After 3 Days, Part 1. As the dazzling light enveloped Vegeta, his true form underwent a remarkable change. His previously closed eyes slowly opened, revealing a glimmer of golden light within. His body shimmered with a faint, ethereal glow, and a once weak aura surged into a formidable force. It was during Vegeta's confrontation with the inner self, the true moment when a magical fist began to corrupt his essence, that Goku and others observed the black mist seeping from Vegeta's body. Bulma and the others, unaware of the ominous turn of events, failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, but those who sensed the malevolent power emanating from the black mist were horrified, including Goku, who harbored a deep apprehension towards that dark force. However, this mysterious spectacle lasted less than half a minute. As Vegeta blinked for the first time amidst the transformation, a second surge of power emerged from him as radiant golden light clashed against the black mist. Ultimately, to the relief of Goku and the others, Vegeta managed to eradicate the malevolent darkness from within through sheer determination. As they witnessed Vegeta awaken, the tension among the onlookers finally eased, and joy blossomed within their hearts. As the former had succumbed to slumber for most of the day, it was now well into the evening. However, the dazzling lights were still blinding to Vegeta, causing him to squint and blink before he fully regained his composure. He quickly surveyed those present, a faint blush of embarrassment crossing his face as he let out a soft hum. Yet, having unraveled the knots in his heart, he now felt a wave of emotional warmth. Even his once frigid heart began to thaw ever so slightly. Nonetheless, the typically assertive Vegeta was averse to his current disheveled state, promptly sitting upright and pretentiously closing his eyes, attempting to mask the emotional shifts in his gaze. Bulma playfully chided him with a gentle nudge on his arm, her tear-filled eyes amplifying Vegeta's sense of embarrassment as he kept his eyes half open. Goku chuckled, remarking, "It seems you have recovered quite swiftly." Upon hearing Goku's pointed observation, Vegeta realized the pretense was unnecessary. As he assessed his own strength, he discovered that he had significantly ascended to a new level of power, estimating his current might to be around 13 units. Gohan, perceptive as ever, sensed this subtle change. Aside from Goku, he was the only one capable of discerning the true extent of Vegeta's strength, and he was momentarily startled, aware that Vegeta's power now surpassed that of Super Android 17, while he himself, having awakened a portion of his latent energy in the previous battle, hovered around 6 units. Reflecting on the harrowing experience he had just endured, Vegeta felt a shudder of fear, fully aware that had it not been for the arrogant negative presence awakening his true nature, he would have been entirely overtaken, reduced to a mere vessel for another's combat. The grim vision of the future lingered in his mind, yet he found solace in the knowledge that it was merely a distortion of his subconscious, conjured by the magical fist. Still, the loss of his parents weighed heavily on him, an unspoken anguish. Amidst the laughter and chatter, an embarrassing rumble silenced the group. and several individuals blushed as they rubbed their bellies, while Goku, with a cheerful smile, scratched the back of his head, his brows arched and eyes crescent-shaped, using laughter to mask his own embarrassment. In a distant, isolated realm, unbeknownst to outsiders, a palpable sense of dread would engulf any fighter capable of sensing the atmosphere. For within this enigmatic dark space, an overwhelming and malevolent aura surged, instilling fear and despair in all who existed there. A figure, shrouded in black flames, extended a gnarled right hand, and as the black orb in its palm suddenly flickered and shattered, it dissipated into a wisp of dark vapor. An aged voice exhaled a sigh of astonishment, seemingly taken aback by the recent turn of events. Unimaginably, he was able to break through the enchanted fist. You do not require the powers of darkness, it seems. Thus, this plan has faltered. The voice continued to mutter to itself, its gaze icy. Two piercing crimson lights igniting from its eyes as it summoned the energy of this realm. Vegeta, oh Vegeta, you too are variable. However, perhaps the decision made years ago was not in vain. Your potential for growth remains vast, and Nald, eagerly anticipated. Nald? This name may not yet be known and has left little trace in the present era, but in the ancient times, this individual was renowned across all cosmic dimensions. For he bore a title that could astonish the world. He is the creator of the demon realm, hailed as the Demon Lord, the God of War. Chapter 20. The Demon Lord, Part 2. Within a chamber, a figure sat. It was Grit. A half-filled glass of red wine swayed in his right hand, while his left supported his chin, gazing contemplatively at the vast screen before him. He sensed Vegeta's transformation, and what truly astonished him was that even without embracing the dark energy of the enchanted fist, Vegeta achieved such heights, leaving him astounded at the rapid advancement of the Saiyans. Beside him, Neri observed his silent father, feeling the moment was not opportune, yet he voiced a question. Father, they have gone to that gravity chamber, but, oh, Neri, there is nothing amiss here. You are well aware of the Saiyan nature. Do you have further inquiries? Grit halted his hand's motion and sat up, speaking with a profound undertone. I understand, but is this situation truly acceptable? Neri pressed on. It matters not. Since they wish to train, we, as their hosts, must oblige their request, especially considering they are Saiyans, he replied nonchalantly, a trace of a smile gracing his lips. Neri fell silent, at a loss for words. Are you apprehensive, my son? Grit inquired, rising to his feet. I shall have my own methods, will I not? He answered with a smile. Well then, it is of no consequence, my father. I shall take my leave. Neri nodded, but as he turned to depart, he suddenly recalled something and inquired earnestly. Father, regarding the actions of Zack. Though he spoke, Neri still lacked the courage to clarify everything, awaiting his father's decision. Let us allow Zack to calm down. After all, you are all aware of the situation. I hope they do not instigate further conflict, Grit remarked, his gaze shifting slightly at the mention of Zack, revealing a hint of trepidation towards this formidable entity. I understand, Neri acknowledged, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Very well. Prepare for the upcoming tournament. Grit anticipated the impending combat event, his warrior spirit ignited with joy. Yet, as Neri turned away, his expression darkened, lost in thought. Father, must we truly engage in such perilous endeavors upon our arrival? Trunks' countenance bore a resemblance to a bitter melon, as he sensed a newfound lightness in his father's demeanor. Enduring the immense pressure, he managed to smile with a peculiar sense of amusement, realizing that he now moved like an ordinary person. However, he understood that Vegeta was well aware that his sudden surge in power could not be easily tempered. Thus, he contemplated using the gravity chamber for training over the next 3 days. Likewise, under Vegeta's fierce gaze, Trunks and Goten, the two indolent ones, could not escape their fate and were forcibly drawn into the gravity chamber. What was even more absurd was that Vegeta, who had ordered them not to transform, pressed the button for 100,000 times the normal gravity. The gravitational pull of this planet was akin to that of Earth, allowing Bulma, Chi-Chi, and others to move about with ease. Goten shot a resentful glance at Trunks, who had dragged him into this predicament, but Trunks adopted an indifferent attitude, embodying the principle that brothers should share both adversity and triumph. How can you still think of being at ease at a time like this? The tournament is fast approaching, and we have no time to waste, Vegeta declared, forcing a laugh while issuing a threat. Of course, if you can defeat me in your normal state. That would be a different story. You may leave. Challenging you one-on-one would be a masochistic endeavor. I am no masochist, Trunks retorted, pouting in rare defiance. Upon hearing this, Goten seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations, exclaiming loudly, "Uncle Vegeta, Trunks is asking if it's true. He claims he wishes to try. He says he is determined to one day show you." This scene of betrayal caused Trunks' expression to shift dramatically. He was about to unleash a tirade against Goten for his lack of loyalty when the latter interrupted. "Besides, I am not Trunks. Surely I should receive some leniency." Goten, do you wish to be as lazy as Trunks?" Vegeta asked, clenching his fist with a crackling sound, yet smiling gently. "You two youngsters wish to inquire about my opinion regarding my fist?" No. Is there such a thing?" Goten stammered. The two, sensing danger, quickly huddled together, retreating to the wall and simultaneously feigning ignorance. Chapter 20. The Demon Lord. A Separation of 3 Days, Part 3. "Ha ha! I never expected you, Vegeta, to have a sense of humor." Goku chimed in, stepping forward and tightening his belt with a grin. "What? You despicable cockroach." "Dedoi," Vegeta stammered, awkwardly attempting to explain, his face flushed with rare embarrassment. "Well then, let us assign our training partners. Time is of the essence," Gohan interjected, smiling to ease the atmosphere. Yes, OOB, deeply influenced by Goku, was already prepared for rigorous training, nodding fervently like a chick pecking at grain. "Then I shall be paired with Vegeta, Goten with Trunks, and Gohan. You will team with OOB. Gohan, you may transform to fight, but refrain from using your full strength while OOB. It would be beneficial for you to suppress your power during training." Goku outlined the plan after assessing the group. "Train diligently, and remember, those who lose in each pair shall go hungry," he said with a smile, pointing at the 4 of them. "What?" The crowd erupted in astonished exclamations, fully aware that their powers were evenly matched, igniting a fierce rivalry that could only culminate in a battle to the death. As animosity brewed, Goten and Trunks, who had previously clasped hands in camaraderie, quickly released their grip, their gazes now locked in hostility, transforming from allies into sworn enemies. "Mom, Dad, and Grandpa, will their powers grow even stronger?" Little Pan innocently inquired, tilting her head toward Bulla. With a gentle smile, Bulla stroked her daughter's hair and replied, "Indeed, they certainly will. Your father and grandfather are both formidable warriors. But to what extent will they grow?" Pan pondered aloud, a hint of frustration in her tone. "Yes, your grandfather is indeed a battle fanatic, though the rest are rather simple-minded," Bulla retorted playfully. "You're right. Your grandfather is a true fighter, but the others are just one-dimensional." Chi-Chi chimed in, teasing Goku. He even dragged Gohan and Goten into this fray. "The children are not nearly as resilient as he is." Bulma nodded in agreement, chuckling. "They're simply born to fight. Goku is adorably foolish." The group shared a knowing laugh at the absurdity of it all. "Oh wait, am I coming down with a cold?" Goku mused, wiping his nose in confusion. Suddenly a thought struck him, and he exclaimed, "Oh, I've got it. For the sake of comprehensive development, I propose we employ sneak attacks." Goku leaned on his chin, deep in contemplation. "Is that even permissible?" "That seems rather underhanded," Goten questioned, fully aware that Trunks' cunning tactics far surpassed his own, putting him at a distinct disadvantage. Just as he was about to voice his objections, Trunks enthusiastically declared his support, causing Goten's eyebrows to twitch in irritation at Trunks' petty behavior. "Well, that actually sounds like a good idea. What is wrong with that? It could enhance our alertness and aid us in this life-or-death struggle." Vegeta responded thoughtfully. "Uncle Vegeta, you can't possibly mean that," Goten lamented. "Enough already. You should focus on being vigilant against your opponent," Vegeta provocatively remarked, eyeing the eager Trunks. Goten, startled, quickly turned to see Trunks' mischievous intentions, feeling overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Ub mused to himself, "Can I truly defeat Mr. Gohan? I recall he possesses an immense hidden strength. My own energy levels are not nearly as formidable, but I refuse to lose. Although my patience pales in comparison to that of Saiyans, I cannot endure a day of hunger. What should I do?" Then it dawned on him, with Bu's assistance, my chances of victory increase significantly. Ub felt a surge of joy within. He was acutely aware that 3 months prior, following Gohan's battle with Broly, Gohan's strength had ascended considerably. Although he himself had enhanced his abilities through the continuous refinement of his fused form with Bu, he remained uncertain if he possessed any advantage. Thus Ub, lost in thought, persistently called out, Hey Bu, can you hear me? Bu? Gohan gazed at the motionless Obu, pondering how he could remain so tranquil. Had he truly mastered the art of sensing energy? Caution was warranted. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Bu, who inquired with curiosity, "Why did you wake me?" "Ah, at last you are awake. How splendid!" Gohan exclaimed. Bu, you must remember, I have a task for you. Unable to conceal his inner joy, Obu conveyed the recent events to Bu, repeatedly emphasizing, remember, you are responsible for gauging the fluctuations of energy. If danger arises, promptly take control of my body and react accordingly. Ah, so that is the case. How delightful. Bu, still maintaining a childlike demeanor, pondered briefly before hesitantly asking, but is that really possible? I fear. Do not be afraid. You and I are intrinsically linked. Your abilities are my abilities. What could possibly go amiss? Obu proclaimed confidently, a distinct smile illuminating his face. Very well, I shall comply, Bu responded. Thus, Gohan silently observed for a few moments while Obu deftly organized their strategy. If Gohan were to uncover the truth, even if he did not pursue Obu relentlessly, he would undoubtedly chastise him for his cunning. Let the battle commence. Goku's sudden roar shattered the previous silence. The others, startled by Goku's voice, swiftly returned to their fighting stances. After a period of acclimatization, they had gradually adapted to the gravity of their surroundings and could move with relative freedom, albeit not entirely unencumbered. Trunks initiated the assault, sprinting forward and leaping into the air, executing a horizontal slice with his left hand. However, Ten had already braced himself, blocking the strike with his right hand and swiftly grasping Trunks' left wrist. Yet, this was merely a feint. Trunks quickly bent his right knee, aiming a kick towards Ten's abdomen. Ten, noticing this, intercepted with his left hand, chuckling, "Ha, not bad." However, Goten was caught off guard, as Trunks' true intention was to deliver a powerful punch directly to Ten's nose. What? Goten exclaimed as he was sent sprawling back, crashing onto the floor. Realizing his predicament, he sprang to his feet, but blood flowed from his nose, causing him to shake his head in pain. Ouch, that hurts. It really hurts, he muttered, wiping away the crimson streaks. Seizing the opportunity to counterattack, Trunks unleashed a ki blast at Goten. Unfortunately, due to the overwhelming gravity, the energy attack lacked sufficient force and descended slowly. Trunks' eyes widened in shock. By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. The ki blast detonated upon impact with the ground, sending him flying backward amid a flurry of energy and flames. Goten chuckled at the unexpected turn of events, quickly closing the distance to Trunks and delivering a swift punch to his face, causing Trunks to stagger back, blood trickling from his mouth. What? He shouted in anger. You little brat, you dare to get serious? Just watch me unleash my full power. Trunks charged forward, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows with Goten. At the very moment Trunks unleashed his energy wave, Gohan and Ub commenced their battle as well. A gust of energy swept through, marking the initiation of the conflict. Ub struck first, and due to the earnestness of both fighters, their speed was markedly swifter than that of Goten and his companions. Ub's stance shifted, and he suddenly accelerated, vanishing from sight within the confines of the house. Gohan, scanning his surroundings and discerning Ub's strategy, closed his eyes, centering himself, and began to attune to the fluctuations of energy around him, shaking his head in contemplation. Suddenly, Gohan's eyes flew open as he gazed upward, simultaneously unleashing an energy blast toward the source of the attack. Indeed, Ub had reappeared in that very spot, but upon sensing the impending danger, he swiftly evaded the strike. You won't escape, Gohan declared, vanishing in pursuit of Ub, matching his speed. He quickly positioned himself behind Ub, hands clasped and raised, preparing to strike. However, just as he was about to make contact, Ub dexterously sidestepped the attack and pivoted, delivering a powerful punch toward Gohan. Startled, Gohan swiftly slapped away the incoming fist, yet the recoil sent him soaring upward. In that instant, Ub seized the opportunity, having shifted to Gohan's lower position, aiming for another punch. Gohan, realizing the imminent threat, retaliated with a punch of his own while simultaneously using his energy to stabilize his descent. Ub, noticing Gohan's maneuver, panicked and halted abruptly, gradually lowering himself to the ground. Gohan, maintaining his silence, followed suit, descending with caution. He pondered, what is happening here? Ub's ability to gauge energy has remarkably improved. This is truly astonishing. I must engage in this battle earnestly and not underestimate him. Meanwhile, Ub reflected inwardly. That was close. Had it not been for Buu's assistance, I surely would not have evaded Gohan's attack. I must remain vigilant. Bu, stay alert and coordinate with my movements. Bu playfully acknowledged this. Thus, both fighters entered a state of genuine combat, moving and attacking with astounding speed. Their punches and kicks were executed with remarkable quickness, each equally matched in skill and determination. Well then, it's time for us to fight as well, right, Kakarot? Vegeta remarked, turning his gaze toward Goku. Indeed, it has been a considerable time since we last battled. Goku replied with a grin, his focus unwavering. Then I shall attack, Vegeta declared. Yet before he could finish his sentence, he had already vanished from sight. Goku stood still, a calm presence amidst the gathering intensity. Time ticked by 1, 2, 3. Suddenly, Goku raised his right hand, unleashing an energy wave that surged forward in a straight line. At that moment, a shadowy figure materialized before him. Reacting swiftly, Goku swung his hand, halting the figure, Vegeta. However, as Vegeta halted, a cold sweat broke out upon his brow as he slowly turned his head. Indeed, Goku had positioned himself behind him and pressed down with his hand, releasing another energy wave that astonishingly passed through Vegeta's form. What? Is that a mirage technique? Wukong was secretly astonished, and at that moment, Vegeta appeared before him. With his palms together, he unleashed a cerulean energy blast, declaring, "Receive this, Kakarot." As the energy blast approached perilously close, merely a foot away, Wukong hastily reacted, pressing downward with both hands to harness gravity, forcing the energy downwards before swiftly ascending. The explosion erupted, gas and energy swirling violently. Ah, that was truly perilous, Wukong said, wiping the sweat from his brow, a hint of trepidation in his voice. But it was not over yet. Suddenly, a voice echoed, and another energy blast erupted from below Wukong. Alarmed, he quickly turned his head, narrowly evading the blast once again. However, another figure, Vegeta, advanced, striking towards Wukong's chest with a powerful punch. What? Realizing the imminent danger, Wukong crossed his arms to shield himself from the blow, yet he was still pushed back, the distance between them stretching to about 10 meters. Indeed, Kakarot, your strength has increased significantly, Vegeta remarked, releasing his fist, which tingled from the impact. Yes, of course. You have improved quite a bit as well, Wukong replied slowly, lowering his arms. Is the warm-up battle over? Now the true fight begins, Vegeta said with a smile as he stepped forward. Indeed, so you must remain vigilant, Wukong responded with a grin. Chapter 21, The Divine Foreboding, Tien's Worry, Part 1. The scene shifts to a familiar planet, our Earth. Beneath the blue sky, wisps of white clouds drift. Verdant mountains stretch across the landscape, and clear waters flow gently, brimming with life. Humanity continues its tranquil existence. However, ever since the catastrophic events of the evil dragon incident, people have grown more reserved, diligently working to gradually restore their previous environment. Yet, just as light coexists with darkness, even in these peaceful days, the seeds of unrest are beginning to stir. In the realm of the gods, a figure with green skin, Tien, stood silently at the edge of the divine domain. His accustomed right hand gripped the divine staff, held erect before him as he quietly observed the people below. Despite his seemingly content expression, a subtle anxiety lingered. His brows were knitted tightly, and a deep furrow formed on his forehead. Can such days continue? Tien sighed softly, raising his gaze to the pale blue sky. Perhaps. I am still unable to fulfill my responsibilities as a deity, he mused with a bitter smile, self-deprecatingly reflecting on his situation. However, a hurried voice abruptly shattered his introspection, causing his expression to darken as if shrouded in gloom. This is not good, this is not good, a familiar voice called out, followed by a figure clad in ancient Sudanese attire, rushing towards him, clutching a piece of paper. It was Mr. Bobo. Tien's expression changed dramatically as he beheld the document in Mr. Bobo's hands. His eyes widened in panic, for he understood the implications. This is dire, Lord God. The analysis report has come in, and the situation aligns with your predictions. Their target is indeed Earth. Mr. Bobo, also shaken, spoke with a tone steeped in fear, the weight of the alarming information evident in his demeanor. The celestial flute finally shattered the last vestige of hope within, as the intensely contracted pupils revealed an abyss of fear. Trembling, he inquired, "Is this truly real? Mr. Bobo, are you certain there are no errors in the data?" At that moment, he still recoiled from confronting such a dire reality. Even a nightmare would be preferable to this ironclad truth, for dreams can fade, yet reality persists with an undeniable weight, embodying the essence of all that is to come. No, the divine data is infallible. I have verified it multiple times, and the outcomes remain unchanged. They truly intend to descend upon Earth, Mr. Bobo answered, his voice gradually diminishing with trepidation. Upon hearing this unequivocal truth, the celestial flute did not succumb to despair. Rather, it seemed that from the depths of overwhelming fear emerged a flicker of defiance. He slowly closed his eyes and exhaled deeply, uttering weakly, "The calamity has indeed arrived. I remain as powerless as ever as the deity of earth, unable to offer even a modicum of assistance." A bitter smile graced his youthful visage. Mr. Bobo discerned the gravity of the situation, silently observing the despondent celestial flute, calling out the divine title in a voice unheard by others, yet lacking the words to inspire him. "Can we abandon hope?" The celestial flute opened his sorrowful eyes, and after a brief silence, a resolute light ignited within them. With unwavering conviction, he declared, "Even if Gohan and the others depart from here, I shall endure. As the deity of Earth, I will surely safeguard our planet." He clenched his hands tightly, the pale, translucent nails piercing his palms, causing the blue blood to seep forth and drip down. But can I truly alter this fate? As the reality of the situation dawned upon him, the flame of belief within the celestial flute was once again extinguished, leaving him adrift in confusion and uncertainty. Mr. Bobo, recalling something vital, called out to the dazed celestial flute. When there was still no response, he gently approached, placing a robust hand on the bewildered celestial flute's shoulder, and pointed towards the temple behind them, saying, "Divine One, we still possess a chance. Over there." After regaining his senses, the celestial flute weakly turned to look at Mr. Bobo, then followed his gesture, contemplating for a moment before his eyes sparkled with hope. He murmured, "A chance. Yes, we still have this hope. How wonderful, Mr. Bobo. We have the time chamber. We still have hope." Mr. Bobo nodded in agreement, and within the hopeful glow emanating from the celestial flute, he too perceived the dawn of victory. Chapter 21. The Deity's Foreboding, the Celestial Flute's Dismay, Part 2, in a vast expanse of yellow sands. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, rendering the earth a tableau of blue and white. Amidst this sparsely populated wasteland, gentle breezes occasionally swept through, stirring waves of heat tinged with a hint of coolness. Not far off, a small hill rose to a height of 5 or 6 meters, with an entrance at both its summit and base, beside which stood the formidable inscription, "Forged through trials." At this moment, a solitary figure was seen repairing a vehicle. Strands of braided hair cascaded down their back, while sweat soaked their shirt, revealing a robust physique from behind. At this moment, young Master Lepin let out an urgent call, and a fluffy creature resembling a raccoon darted out from a burrow, its blue fur fading to a pale gray on its belly. Indeed, it was Wooer. Upon hearing the call, a figure turned around, wiping the fine beads of sweat from his forehead with his right forearm, revealing a prominent cross-shaped scar on his face. It was the long-absent Lepin, who lazily inquired, "What is it, Wooer?" "Ah, yes, young Master Lepin. I just witnessed that the bandits who have repeatedly robbed major banks over the past fortnight are currently in that direction, approximately 3 kilometers from here," Wooer exclaimed, pointing southeast with an old-fashioned telescope that seemed disproportionate to his petite frame, barely containing his excitement. "Oh, really? What a bunch of fools to throw themselves into a trap," Lepin remarked, wiping the grime from his hands with a handkerchief, a brilliant smile illuminating his face. "Then let us proceed." "Yes, young Master Lepin. Wow. Those police are truly dim-witted. They so easily handed me a fortune of $1 billion. We shall never have to worry again. Ha ha ha." A burly man guffawed, casting aside the bottle he had been holding. "Of course, big brother, you are a master. Even Mr. Satan would not stand a chance against you." A middle-aged man with a diminutive stature flattered. "Indeed, that old fool is past his prime. Ha ha ha." Laughter erupted among the gathered crowd of 13. However, tragedy often unfolds in the midst of revelry. As they laughed heartily, a chilling voice suddenly pierced the air, causing the group of outlaws to tense, their faces paling as they swiftly reached for their firearms. "What are you laughing at?" The unexpected utterance startled them, and more astonishingly, they beheld a figure floating before their eyes. Due to the sun shining behind him, his features were obscured, but a small object floated beside him. After a brief silence, someone suddenly screamed, "A ghost!" A timid individual cried out, collapsing in fear. "Are you an idiot? Can't you see he is a man with a shadow and feet?" The burly man, referred to as Big Brother, suppressed a shock and attempted to assert dominance, saying, "Who are you, kid? Are you tired of living? Leave?" "I have come to deal with you," the figure replied calmly, and another voice chimed in, "Indeed." It was none other than Lepin and Wooer. "Deal with us? You overestimate yourself." The big man scoffed in anger, shaking his shoulders and glancing at his companions, as if mocking the fool before him. The others joined in his laughter. "Well then, I shall play with you." With that, the self-proclaimed Big Brother lunged forward, attempting to strike Lepin with a punch. Yet, such a chance was elusive. Lepin vanished in an instant, only to reappear behind the hulking figure. With a mere fingertip, he struck, sending the big man hurtling several yards away. Big brother, this guy's infuriating. The remaining 12 individuals roared as they charged towards Lepin, intent on surrounding him. As Cola skillfully tilted his head, swiftly evading all assaults, he wore a calm smile. With clenched fists, he dispatched his attackers one by one, rendering them unconscious with singular blows. "Who are you truly?" inquired the hulking man, slowly rising from the ground, trembling as he spoke. "Oh, you haven't been knocked out yet? You're quite formidable," Cola remarked, somewhat surprised. Seizing the moment of the opponent's bewilderment, the giant produced a capsule from his person, swiftly pressing it to transform into a rocket launcher. He aimed it at Cola and bellowed, "Prepare to meet your end," as he activated the device, sending a homing missile hurtling towards him. "Is that so?" Cola chuckled, choosing not to evade but to confront the attack head-on. With a thunderous explosion, a dazzling fireball erupted, sending shockwaves that propelled the giant several dozen meters away, while others were similarly thrown back, though they remained unharmed, save for the intense heat that engulfed the area. "Master Cola, quittez-vous en panic?" "Huh, at last, I've taken you down, brat," the giant boasted, reveling in the flames before him. "Is this truly your means to defeat me?" A voice emerged from the fireball. It was Cola's own. In an instant, he amplified his energy, extinguishing the flames with a mere surge of force. The giant, incredulous at the sight before him, retreated in terror, exclaiming, "Not even a rocket can harm you? Go on. Even the power to annihilate the earth may not suffice to vanquish me," Cola mused inwardly. Approaching the giant, he gently struck his neck with a palm, inducing unconsciousness. "Well, that's settled. Wu Air, please notify the police to come here. They can take the ill-gotten gains," Cola stated, binding the assailants together with rope. He leaned closer, adding, "However, their money should rightfully belong to me." With an enigmatic smile, his demeanor shifted to one of playful mischief. "For I am the righteous bandit." Cola's background transformed into a bold proclamation, the banner reading "The Just and Soul Bandit." A gentle breeze added a touch of atmosphere, and he chuckled softly to himself, basking in his own triumph. "All right, let us depart," Cola said, regaining his composure. As he prepared to turn away, he was suddenly startled and spun around, frozen in astonishment as a familiar figure appeared before him. "Hello, Cola. It has been a while," the person greeted with a subtle smile. "Ah, Lord Tianshi. It has indeed been some time," Cola replied respectfully, recognizing the figure as Tianshi. After a moment of surprise, he inquired, "Might I ask what brings you to me, Tianshi?" Noticing the uncertainty in Tianshi's expression, Cola felt a sense of foreboding. "Indeed, I require your assistance," Tianshi confessed, looking troubled. "I need you to fight once more to protect our Earth." "Is there trouble afoot on Earth?" Cola asked, furrowing his brow in concern. "Yes, the calamity we face is immense. You must have sensed it. Gohan and the others have already left the planet, and only a handful of us remain. I am not a warrior by nature. Therefore, I implore you to engage in battle." Tian Di, with a hint of hesitation, inquired. Leping nodded in acknowledgement. Yet he did not respond immediately. Beside him, Wu Er observed Lu Ping's silence, clearly wishing to shield him from the perils of combat. With eyes brimming with hope, he silently prayed that Lu Ping would decline. Lu Ping glanced at the vacant expression on Wu Er's face, and after a moment of contemplation, he exhaled heavily, declaring, "Yes, I shall fight, for I am a Dragon Ball warrior, destined to defend the Earth." He masked his inner turmoil with a smile, bowing his head as he silently apologized to Wu Er. "Forgive me, but I must battle to protect you, everyone, and our beloved planet." "Is that so, Master Leping? You truly intend to fight?" Wu Er stammered. I will accompany you, Master Leping." Tears welled in his eyes as he flew forward. Leping embrassed Wu Er. Smiling, Tian Di watched the scene, filled with sorrow and self-reproach, lamenting his own inadequacies that had disrupted their peaceful lives and failed to safeguard this beautiful planet. He gazed at the azure sky adorned with drifting white clouds, breathing in the fresh air, lost in contemplation. God of heaven, Leping approached, shaking Tian Di's shoulder. "What about everyone else?" "Ah, yes," Tian Di snapped back to reality. "Indeed, I shall inform everyone. For now, I would like to entrust you with the task of locating Infinite and Android 18 at Kame House, and then proceed to the temple together. Meanwhile, I shall seek out Tianjin Fan and the others. Once at the temple, I will explain everything to everyone." "Very well, I shall depart at once," Leping replied. Turning to Wu Er, please wait for me at the temple. I will arrive shortly." Understood, Master Looping. Then I shall take my leave. With that, Looping activated his flight technique, soaring towards the familiar yet humble Came house. As Wu Er watched him vanish into the distance, a myriad of emotions swirled within him, accompanied by a swift breeze. Wu Er, go on to the temple. There, Mr. Bobo will clarify everything for you. I must now seek out Tianjin Fan. Tiandi said, turning to Wu Er. Yes, Lord God, Wu Er responded. I shall take my leave. Please be cautious. A hint of regret tinged Tiandi's voice as he too activated his flight technique, heading towards his destination. Father, Mother, are you not weary? You have been fighting here for such an extended period, Marlin remarked while observing the battle between Krillin and Android 18. Old Turtle had long since curled up, hiding in a corner, trembling with fear. Is that so? Krillin and Android 18 abruptly halted their swift movements. Krillin smiled, suggesting, let's take a brief respite. I shall fetch you some refreshments, Marlin said knowingly, entering Came house. And bring an extra bottle, Krillin called inside, chuckling. Is that so? Very well, Marlin replied, still questioning. As he continued inside. This child is so concerned for us. She must want something, Krillin said with a wry smile. She's been spoiled by you. Indulged in everything. Android 18 retorted with a playful reprimand. Just like you. I sense that someone is approaching us. Is it him? It has been a long time since we last met. Klin, with a smile that belies the sorrowful weight of time, remarked. It has indeed been a while since I last saw him. Chapter 21, The Divine Intuition, The Concerns of Tiandi, Part 4. Yes, number 18 nodded with a smile. No sooner had the words left his lips than a voice resonated. Whoosh! A figure swiftly traversed the sky, stirring up 2 rows of towering waves upon the sea, ultimately landing on Turtle Island. Hello, everyone, Looping greeted with a smile. I hope you are all in good health. Oh, it truly is you, Looping. Greetings. It has been far too long, Clint exclaimed with excitement. At that moment, Marlin also stepped forward, slightly taken aback upon seeing Looping, yet politely said, hello, Uncle Looping. He then handed over the drinks he was holding, realizing the meaning behind his parents' earlier words. Old Turtle, hearing the familiar yet strange voice, poked his head out and felt a surge of joy upon seeing Looping. Looping, your arrival surely signifies a matter of importance? Clint inquired. Looping's expression turned serious as he replied, Indeed, I have come at the behest of the celestial deity, tasked with finding you all, so we may journey to the temple together. Is it Tiandi? What business could he have with us? Number 18 asked with keen interest. Yes, though I am not privy to the specifics. He mentioned that our Earth is facing another calamity and wishes for us warriors to unite in its defense. Tianjin Fan and the others will also be joining us, Looping stated, directly addressing the matter at hand. Another event is upon us? Old Turtle, who had been quietly observing, stepped forward to inquire. Yes, it is said to be a significant disaster, Looping replied, somewhat troubled. Is that so? Another calamity awaits? Then let us set forth, Clint declared, glancing at his daughter. Marlin, you should accompany us to the temple. Really? But it sounds rather dull there, Marlin pouted, feigning a frown. Do not be like that. This is for your safety, number 18, well aware of her daughter's thoughts, interjected in the temple. Your safety will be better assured. Trust me, you should come along. Very well, I understand. Marlin, hearing her mother's words, reluctantly nodded in agreement. Then let us depart at once, Clint announced, but suddenly recalled something and added, by the way, Old Turtle, what do you plan to do? I shall remain here, as I have for so many years, to look after Master Wu Tian, Old Turtle replied. Is that so? We shall see you later. Take care of yourself. Clint responded with a nod. Then we are off. Farewell, Clint said as he soared into the sky, cutting through a ray of light, clearly visible against the clear blue. Number 18, Looping, and Marlin followed suit, ascending towards the celestial temple above. Upon reaching the temple, the sky was perpetually a deep azure, adorned only by a few scattered clouds. Oh, everyone is almost here. Tiandi, having just returned to the temple, turned with a smile, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Indeed, moments later, 4 figures came to a halt at the temple. Tianjin Rice and Dumplings turned their heads, sensing the arrival of everyone, their faces radiating joy as they collectively inquired. How is everyone? Krillin, Looping, number 18, Marin? It was indeed Tianjin Rice and Dumplings. Krillin recognized their voices, gazing at the imposing figure before him, a man with 3 eyes, alongside a floating child of pale complexion, his long-lost comrades. Upon seeing each other, the familiarity was instantaneous. A reunion that had been years in the making. Tears of excitement shimmered in the eyes of Luping, dumplings, Krillin, and Tianjin rice. The warriors had finally come together again. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Tianyi felt a wave of emotion, initially smiling, but his expression soon darkened when Mr. Bobo shouted, "Indeed." The celestial being. The group was thus halted, turning to see Mr. Bobo approaching, a sheet of white paper in his hand that gleamed with significance. Tianyi observed the paper handed to him, and his demeanor quickly shifted to one of gravity, prompting everyone to sense the seriousness of the matter. They inquired with concern, "What is it, celestial being?" After scanning their faces, Tianyi fell silent for a moment before finally articulating, according to this analysis. A spacecraft will land on Earth in approximately 15 days. I have a foreboding feeling that these beings possess immense power, with at least 3 of them having combat abilities exceeding 50 billion. Whether they are foes or allies remains uncertain. But one thing is clear. They appeared at the very moment Gohan and the others vanished into the cosmos. This implies that they intentionally intercepted Gohan's intent to arrive on Earth, indicating that their arrival is not benevolent. What? Could it be those individuals? Krillin asked. This is still unclear, but I have an unsettling premonition. Earth is about to be engulfed in conflict. Tianyi trembled as he spoke. And this will be our greatest challenge to date. Anxiety filled the group, their brows furrowed and eyes focused, acutely aware of their own insignificance. Was this the despair of fear? They all closed their eyes, only the beautiful sky starkly contrasting the impending darkness of the future. Chapter 22. The Calm Before the Storm, Part 1. As the door to the gravity room swung open, 2 figures surged through the long corridor like the wind, startling the patrolling personnel. Although they could not discern each other's faces, the aura they exuded instilled fear in the onlookers. If only they knew that Goku and Vegeta were moving at such a slow pace due to their hunger, their expressions would surely have been more entertaining. Goku and Vegeta exchanged a knowing smile, while Gohan and OOB felt a rare moment of awkwardness. Yet, as their stomachs protested with hunger, they affirmed the decisions made by Goten and Trunks, for the 2 shadowy figures were unmistakably them. Perhaps to inspire Goten and Trunks, Goku and Vegeta decreed that they would not be allowed breakfast that morning, insisting that they must battle under normal conditions and determine a victor before they could leave the gravity room. This round of rigorous training would leave a lasting impression on Goten and Trunks, with Vegeta even elevating the gravity to an astounding 50,000 times that of Earth. In a frenzied dash, Goten and Trunks traversed several kilometers in mere seconds, forcefully flinging open the doors ahead and lunging towards the banquet table, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light as they voraciously devoured the food before them. The sudden entrance of the 2 disheveled youths startled the onlookers, who, despite their high standards of decorum, could not help but express their astonishment. However, upon recognizing that the ragged figures were indeed Goten and Trunks, relief washed over the crowd, though curiosity about their recent exploits lingered. Those adept at sensing energy were particularly astonished by the rapid growth in the boys' powers. "Is that really Goten?" Kiki exclaimed in disbelief, struggling to reconcile the disheveled, foul-smelling figure before her with her son, momentarily dizzy from the shock. Bulma, too, was taken aback by Trunks' disheveled appearance, yet she remained silent, her brow furrowed in concern, well aware that Vegeta often found himself in similar predicaments. Meanwhile, Xiaofang and Bibi paused mid-air with their chopsticks, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the boys devouring their meal like ravenous beasts. Goten paid no heed to Kiki's presence or her queries. Instead, he seized a chicken leg, gnawing on it while nodding appreciatively, his other hand lifting a bottle of red wine, which he downed as if it were mere water. Witnessing Goten's response left Kiki utterly flabbergasted, while Master Roshi and Den shared equally stunned expressions. Even the King of Earth was taken aback by the sight of Trunks and Goten, though a short-sighted guard took a defensive stance, prepared for any sudden upheaval. "Huh! Slow down and savor your meal, then take a moment to rest," a familiar voice echoed from outside the dining hall, instantly recognized by all present. After a brief pause, Goku strolled in, his tattered shirt a testament to his recent exertions, his signature smile adorning his face as he greeted those inside with a nod. However, he was taken aback by the presence of one particular individual, King Kai. Vegeta entered alongside Goku, followed by Gohan and Ub, all of whom acknowledged King Kai with smiles and nods, an action that eased the tension for the somewhat perturbed deity, given that he had been disregarded by Goten and Trunks, even if they were oblivious to it. At Goku's prompting, the 2 boys finally recognized their lapse in decorum, yet the mischievous spirits they possessed led them to simply grin and continue their feast. while Goku and the others felt a twinge of embarrassment. Goten and Trunks were engulfed in frustration, having been unable to articulate their plight. It was only after they recounted their experiences that the awkward atmosphere transformed into a chorus of laughter. It turned out that Goten and Trunks were evenly matched in strength and were acutely aware of each other's capabilities. Thus, during their 3.5 days of rigorous training, their victories and defeats were perfectly balanced. Consequently, they had approached the battlefield on empty stomachs, embodying the tragic heroism of warriors who face the unknown with unwavering resolve. Amidst laughter and banter, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Unveil voraciously devoured the bounty before them, consuming the equivalent of 100 meals in mere moments. Remarkably, the pace at which the 6 of them feasted showed no signs of abating. The Supreme Kai, after exchanging a few words with Goku telepathically, fell silent, seemingly lost in reverie, tried to recall fragments of the past. Chapter 22, A Moment of Stillness Before Battle, Part 2. A burst of laughter echoed, followed by a resounding splash as a figure leapt gracefully into the sea, creating a towering wave that sparkled like crystal under the radiant sun, a fleeting rainbow appearing in its wake. I have arrived, dear ocean. Following this jubilant proclamation, another voice joined in, plunging into the water, sending a torrent that engulfed the first, drawing a startled gasp from him. Thus commenced a playful skirmish. Trunks, is that not enough? Goten refrained from unleashing any power, simply using his palms to propel the waves, unexpectedly launching Trunks off balance. Yet he swiftly adjusted, darting through the water like a fish, retaliating with a surge that caught Goten off guard. Kid, have you grown weary of life, daring to ambush me? Trunks retorted with a laugh, and soon the two engaged in a spirited tussle in the shallow waters, their antics leaving onlookers bemused, questioning whether this was indeed the fabled back-to-back mountain. Bulma, clad in a striking swimsuit, swam nearby, observing her older brother's childlike behavior with a resigned shake of her head. As she pondered the spectacle of Goten and Trunks, another shout rang out. Ocean, Ocean, I adore you. His skin a deep tan and dressed in swim trunks, vaulted several meters into the air, arms outstretched in a star-like pose as he crashed onto the surface, generating even larger waves that surged towards Goten and Trunks. This prompted a swift cessation of hostilities between the two, who now turned their ire towards Ub. Unaware of the brewing hostility, Ub approached with a carefree spirit, simply wishing to unwind. He reclined, hands behind his head, feet planted against the waves, blissfully soaking in the warm morning sun, oblivious to the impending chaos. Goten and Trunks exchanged knowing glances, a silent agreement passing between them. In an instant, Trunks vanished, and Goten leapt, positioning himself behind Ub and suddenly clamping his arms around him. Ub, startled into wakefulness, opened his eyes to find Trunks grinning mischievously, clutching a palm-sized crab in one hand while grasping his waistband with the other. Obi was taken aback, struggling to break free but unable to summon his strength in that fleeting moment. As he stared wide-eyed at the impending calamity, his complexion turned pale. However, at that moment, Brawlah's melodious exclamation resonated like a celestial melody, stirring deep emotions within him. Was there a more disgraceful act than this? Trunks halted mid-motion, turning to glance at his sister a few meters away, his face flushing with an uncharacteristic embarrassment as he quickly released his grip on Obu's waistband, simultaneously tossing the crab he held in his other hand behind him, where it vanished after leaving a glimmering point in the distant sky. Goten, his face also flushed with embarrassment, loosened his hold on Obu's arms and submerged himself beneath the water, disappearing from Brawlah's sight in a manner akin to a thief in the night. Upon witnessing Goten's clever escape, Trunks too chose to descend into the depths. No, this is not my affair, Obu thought, suspended on the surface of the sea, his dark complexion tinged with a hint of red. He dared not meet Brawlah's captivating gaze, and, after a brief flutter of his eyes, resorted to submerging himself to evade the awkwardness. Brawlah, indeed incensed, crossed her arms over her chest, glaring at the trio who had retreated 100 meters away. She could not deny that among them was her elder brother. Meanwhile, Xiaofang and Beer, who had followed closely, exchanged sly smiles, with Xiaofang, clad in a mini swimsuit, dramatically cradling her abdomen. At that moment, a pair of infatuated eyes nearby fixated on the scene, with a diving mask glimmering exaggeratedly under the sunlight. Beneath his bald head, a rather lascivious expression of drooling anticipation adorned the face of Master Roshi. Observing the 3 live figures before him, he mused that there should only be 2, for Xiaofang was still too young. He nodded in agreement with his own judgment. Yet in that instant, a chilling sensation pierced through to his very core, causing him to break into a cold sweat, unable to utter a sound, instinctively turning to gaze toward the source of that icy glare. In the next moment, the old turtle fled across the surface of the sea in a wild dash, his speed rivaling the art of flight as he raced over the water. In a sprint that covered 100 meters, he kicked up waves on either side, swiftly distancing himself. For he had identified the owner of that penetrating gaze, none other than Vegeta. Cursing himself, the old turtle muttered prayers for divine protection, recalling that Vegeta typically paid no heed to others. The possibility of being suddenly struck by a powerful energy blast loomed large in his mind, compelling him to employ the highest stratagems of the 36 tactics. However, it soon became apparent that the old turtle's assumptions were misguided, though he remained thoroughly frightened, panting heavily as he recited fervent invocations for divine safeguarding. Chapter 22, The Calm Before the Battle, Part 3. Familiar with Master Roshi's character, the others merely chuckled, well aware that this lecherous old man never shied away from his usual predilections. Meanwhile, Mr. Satan had already distanced himself from the main group and was now exuberantly showcasing his muscles on a makeshift stage, striking poses like a true muscle man to elicit cheers from adoring young maidens, all the while casting deep, aloof glances as he pretended to boast. Gohan, with a wry smile, silently admired his father-in-law's remarkable ability to disguise himself, having even used strong adhesive to secure a wig while exaggeratingly embellishing his chest with a tuft of hair. The King of Earth did not come here to unwind. Adhering to principles of safety, he remained resting in the palace. Vegeta, having intimidated Master Roshi, reveled in the sun, reclining on the beach and quietly channeling his energy to better adapt to his newfound strength. Nearby, Chi-Chi and Bulma, seated under a sunshade, had long since lost the playful spirit of youth, engaging instead in light-hearted conversation, punctuated by laughter, seemingly enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. Gohan was free from scholarly duties and the constant tension of impending threats. After waving to Bu and Xiao Fong, he nodded to his current companions, rising gracefully to stroll along the shallows. Amidst the joy of the crowd, Gohan, yearning for peace, felt a profound sense of comfort in the warmth of the day. Goku, observing the trio of Goten, chuckled while touching his nose, but then turned serious, addressing the Supreme Kai beside him. Lord Supreme Kai, how much do you know about the Saiyans and the Saiyans? Upon hearing Goku's inquiry, the Supreme Kai forced a smile, his brow furrowed in contemplation. I recall various events from the past, yet I cannot find pertinent information. My tenure as Supreme Kai has only spanned a little over 5 million years, which is significantly shorter compared to that of the Grand Supreme Kai. Therefore, my knowledge regarding this cosmic martial arts tournament is rather limited. I have only glimpsed a few references in ancient texts. Is there truly a cosmic martial arts tournament held every 10 million years? Although Goku may have seemed simple-minded, he was far from foolish. Having weathered numerous trials, he was acutely aware of certain matters. The whispers of Shenron led him to speculate whether this cosmic calamity might unfold during the tournament, and the origins of the Saiyans perplexed him. Even without discussions between Vegeta and Gohan, Goku understood their shared concern over the decline of their race. As Grit had advised, it was best for Vegeta to remain unaware of the secrets between the Saiyans and the Saiyans for the time being. Goku, being cognizant of Buu's disposition, refrained from discussing the matter with others. Before my arrival here, I inquired with our ancestors about the tournament, but unfortunately, they mentioned being sealed at that time and thus lacked clarity on the situation. The Supreme Kai's expression turned somber, given his relatively young age for the role. He found himself at a disadvantage, especially since the former Grand Supreme Kai had passed away, leaving uncertainties regarding the events at hand. As Goku grappled with the perplexing answer, the King of Worlds appeared to recall something, his face adorned with a look of astonishment. He remarked long ago, I ventured to the Grand Kai's planet and stumbled upon a revelation. Over 4 million years ago, a group from beyond the cosmos suddenly invaded the netherworld, wreaking havoc and destroying 1/5 of it in less than a day. However, in their attempt to assault the divine realm, they were met with a formidable force that severely crippled them, leading to their disappearance from the universe. Upon hearing this shocking revelation, Goku immediately recalled a figure from recent days, his expression turning grave as he inquired, was it the demon realm? What could have transpired to cause such a decline? Your Excellency, is there truly no evidence to support this? Goku's question was not a doubt of the King of Worlds' capabilities. After all, their conversation the previous night had already touched upon ancient texts. The universe had witnessed several cataclysms, and most historical records had been obliterated, with even the realm of the King of Worlds not escaping this fate. Presently, none in positions of divine authority had surpassed 10 million years in existence, rendering them incapable of grasping the underlying mysteries. Goku's initial thoughts of the demon realm were merely connections drawn from recent events. After all, despite indications that the demon realm may have once experienced a period of decline, it seemed to have been relatively brief. Now, the demon realm had shed its previous silence, adopting a brazen demeanor, making it the prime suspect. Chapter 22, The Respite Before Battle, Part 4. The Demon Realm? The King of Worlds was momentarily taken aback. As the highest authority in the cosmos, he was indeed aware of the recent activities of the demon realm. Yet he had not anticipated Goku's direct encounter with a prominent figure from it, leaving him looking at Goku with a hint of peculiarity. Goku, sensing the confusion in the King of Worlds' gaze, proceeded to summarize the enigmatic individuals he had encountered in recent days. Upon hearing Goku's account, the King's expression darkened, and he fell into deep contemplation. The information Goku provided was far more dire than what the king had in his possession. The demon realm had commenced a campaign against the universe. Could it be the legendary Seven Killers? But had their power truly been as formidable as depicted in those ancient texts? There seemed to be discrepancies, and he was left pondering the true nature of the situation. When Goku mentioned the demon realm figures capable of manipulating celestial energies and sealing spaces, the King of Worlds quickly recalled a page from ancient literature he had once perused, his complexion turning pale as fear enveloped him. Thus, the King of Worlds shared the knowledge he had acquired with Goku. As their identities intertwined, Goku discerned discrepancies regarding the existence of marrow in the ancient records. Nevertheless, this information indelibly etched the seven killers of the demon realm into his memory. The seven killers of the demon realm? Who were they? Was the demon realm ruled by a demon king, and shouldn't Dabura have been the reigning monarch? Wukong reminisced about the formidable Dabura from years past. It was his presence that led Wukong and his companions to believe that the demon realm posed no significant threat. However, the present situation revealed a mere glimpse of the demon realm's power, enough to evoke apprehension in Wukong, an unsettling realization. He was well aware that since the dragon had restored his body and unleashed his previously concealed might, merging with the Dragon Balls, his own strength was sufficient to vanquish the Super One-Star Dragon. The notion of the demon realm's king had merely been a belief over the past million years. Ancient texts recorded that the supreme ruler of the demon realm was the demon lord, beneath whom lay various overlords, including the terrifying Seven Killers. Yet this too seemed implausible. If the Seven Killers truly existed, how could they have survived from ancient times to the present? Wukong interrupted the Kaioshin, pointing directly to the crux of the matter. For he understood that even the Kaioshin could only endure for approximately 1 billion years, and the current Kaioshin was likely one who began wielding power in the antiquity. Yet now, it was suggested that the Seven Killers might be ancient or primordial demons. Sensing Wukong's skepticism, the Kaioshin's brows twitched, and after a glance at Wukong, he shook his head and elaborated. The characters of the demon realm, if they do not leave their domain, are not subject to the dominion of the underworld within the universe. This implies that their lifespan cannot be compared to ours. Moreover, certain demons, upon attaining a certain level of power, can manifest their souls independently. Thus, as long as they seize another body, they can continue to be reborn. And the Seven Killers are such entities. The revelation left Wukong, despite his capacity for handling pressure, profoundly shaken. He had been entirely unaware of such truths. Had it not been for the Kaioshin's insights into ancient texts, he would never have fathomed the secrets harbored by the demon realm. Nonetheless, too many questions lingered in his mind. Just as Wukong was about to inquire further, the Kaioshin seemed to grasp his thoughts and provided the answer directly. The demon star you once encountered is indeed a planet within the demon realm, and if the records are accurate, it is the home world of one of the Seven Killers. The demons residing there possess powers far surpassing that of Dabura from years ago, and their existence could potentially bring about a cataclysm for the universe. Upon hearing this, Wukong inhaled sharply, recalling that had the demon star truly descended upon Earth, its then weak defenses could have been annihilated by even a single demon. From the change in Wukong's expression, the Kaioshin discerned his thoughts and, in a tone tinged with jest, remarked, however, "The records indicate that the demon star is bound by formidable seals. Since its departure from the demon realm, the demons within cannot escape the planet nor unleash their full powers. Thus, they have not brought about any calamity for the universe, which is of little concern. Wukong remained unconvinced, quickly retracing the events of the past few days in an attempt to uncover more secrets within the minutiae of his experiences. However, when a mysterious black mist flickered in his mind, his expression shifted dramatically, a visage of profound shock etched upon his face. Could it be? Wukong furrowed his brow in deep concentration, his oceanic eyes radiating a profound brilliance, while his heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Chapter 23. The Mysterious Woman, Drolfin, Part 1. In the distance, upon a celestial body, it appeared as though a cataclysmic slaughter had recently transpired. The crimson sky was as translucent as blood, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. The dark brown earth lay pockmarked and desolate after the battle, the very air infused with a faint metallic scent of blood. Sharp and nauseating, a series of figures emerged like phantoms, one of whom, a robust man, manifested in midair, his face resembling that of a bloodthirsty beast. A savage grin plastered across his visage as he languidly licked the blood from his lips, reveling in the visceral thrill of carnage. He was acutely aware that the blood staining his body was merely the residue from slaying his foes. Perhaps not 1,000, but certainly 800, he mused. Another figure, a middle-aged man of immaculate appearance, was devoid of any blemish. His sharp eyebrows framed piercing eagle-like eyes that crinkled at the faintest whiff of blood. His well-defined nose wrinkling in distaste, revealing a deep-seated aversion. Yet those present knew that this seemingly composed individual harbored the most lethal of intentions. Among the trio was a youth, his battle attire similarly drenched in blood, his expression a serene fa-ade that belied an overwhelming bloodlust. At this moment, he held aloft a still-dripping head, the dark tresses disheveled beneath his claw-like fingers, revealing that of a girl of exquisite beauty. Yet in her lifeless state, her wide, terror-stricken eyes and contorted facial muscles suggested that the youth had methodically tortured her psyche before delivering her slow demise. Here you go. The youth coldly regarded the monstrous man, tossing the severed head towards him without a flicker of emotion. The moment the man recognized the head belonged to a lovely young woman, a perverse thrill ignited within him, and he eagerly embraced the bloody trophy, unable to contain his delight as he admired her delicate features. This man was afflicted by a twisted obsession, collecting the heads of beautiful men and women as morbid trophies. The middle-aged man scoffed in disdain, his fastidious nature repulsed by such grotesque behavior. He intended to inquire of a nearby, burly man about the urgency of their summons, but upon witnessing the latter's grave expression, tinged with a simmering rage, he wisely chose silence. The youth and the monstrous man, sensing the tension in the air, exchanged knowing glances, awaiting their leader's command. Brother Air, what has transpired? After a prolonged silence, the three companions had gleaned nothing from the middle-aged brute, prompting him to inquire directly, for his typically coarse nature abhorred circumlocution. The stillness was shattered by his inquiry, and the man known as Brother Air took a deep breath, masking the fury in his gaze with a veil of sorrow, before slowly reopening his previously shut eyes. He then delivered a devastating revelation. 4th brother, 6th brother, 7th brother, and 9th brother have all perished, slain by the accursed Jack. The shocking news struck the remaining trio like a thunderclap, particularly inciting the youth's wrath, who, after a moment of stunned silence, was consumed by rage and yearned to storm away. This was due to the fact that his own elder brother was the so-called 4th brother, and among their sworn 12 brothers, he was the youngest, holding the title of the 12th. They were collectively known as the 12 Assassins, designated from January to December, each commanding a legion of 10,000 assassins. Presently, the 4 of them were February, June, October, the Brute, and December. Stop! Anticipating the youth's impending outburst, Brother February bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder across the land, startling the youth from a distance of several dozen miles, compelling him to halt with an irresistible force. In the ensuing moment, February and the others rushed to catch up, urging him to regain his composure, their fierce gazes rendering the youth compliant, albeit trembling with discontent. Must we remain silent, Brother Air? Not only has my elder brother fallen, but so too will 3rd brother, 7th brother, and 9th brother die with unclosed eyes. I refuse to accept this. The youth's indignation surged, transforming his previously serene expression into a mask of torment. As he uttered these defiant words, an overwhelming aura radiated from him, signaling his vow of vengeance. In a sudden bid, he broke free from Brother February's restraint, attempting to escape, only to be met with a powerful gust of wind emanating from a swift palm that ensnared him once more. Brother October then shouted, This is brother's command. He has decreed that we must not provoke Jack, nor her. The interruption quelled the youth's fiery anger momentarily. Yet his visage remained etched with anguish at the thought of his elder brother's obstructive orders. In the brief silence that followed, the handsome middle-aged Jun had grasped the essence of the situation. Though he mourned the loss of his comrades, his steadfast demeanor allowed him to maintain clarity. In the face of overwhelming power, he too chose to adhere to his brother's course of action, acknowledging that their strength was insufficient to confront the monstrous Jack. However, the brash October disagreed vehemently with such cowardice. Sharing the closest bond with December, he empathized deeply, his own feelings of discontent echoing as he inquired, "Why must brother act in such a manner? We, the 12 brothers, should stand united in both triumph and adversity. Are we to simply bow to Jack's whims? Above us are Lord Lake and His Highness Neri, and we, the killers, possess the right to eliminate traitors. Now, the audacity of Jack to offend our authority demands our resistance. Yet, you are entirely unaware of the terror that Jack embodies. As outsiders, you lack comprehension of the profound impact of past events. The power Jack wields is overwhelmingly fearsome, instilling dread in all who experience that fateful battle. My elder brother's actions are justified." February shook his head in denial of their words, haunted by memories of the Great War, still trembling in fear. For those of our generation, the terrifying strength exhibited by Jack remains etched in our minds. Among the 12 killers, several do not belong to the Saiyan lineage, including October, December, and their elder brother, who, through hearsay, harbor doubts regarding Jack's immense power. Jun remained silent, though not of Saiyan descent. His meticulous nature allowed him to believe in the terrifying prowess Jack had displayed in the past. He understood that by amplifying the strength of one's foes, one could avoid being intimidated by their hidden trump cards. However, witnessing February tremble involuntarily while reminiscing sent a shiver through the astute Jun, prompting him to ponder whether his previous data was lacking, thus elevating Jack's formidable status in his mind. "I urge you to exercise patience. My brother will report this matter to His Highness Neri and perhaps even to King Grit, should the time for revenge arrive. The remaining 8 brothers will ensure Jack regrets his actions, even at the cost of our lives." February sought to temper the fervor of the two, employing a procedural tone to deter their immediate thirst for vengeance. Yet he alone understood the improbability of the situation. After all, 2 days had passed, and no orders had been issued to confront Jack, indicating that none dared to challenge him. Imagination often paints an idealistic picture, yet reality is starkly harsh. February thought he could deceive the two, but they were not so easily fooled. December concealed his true feelings, reverting to a calm demeanor in response. The formidable October, recognizing the shift in February's heart, chose silence over direct confrontation, patiently waiting. Seeing his 2 companions momentarily calm, February felt a weight lift and declared, "My brother has commanded us to leave this place immediately, delegating the remaining tasks to our subordinates. You have no objections, I trust?" They all nodded in agreement. Yet each harbored their own thoughts, leading to a brief resurgence of silence. During this moment of contemplation, a smile unexpectedly graced the young man's face, the curve of his lips symbolizing imminent victory. For in a prior instant, October had conveyed a message to him telepathically. Upon returning, "I shall assist you in dealing with her, transforming her head into my most exquisite piece of art, allowing chaos to consume the malevolent dragon." Chapter 23, The Mysterious Woman. Drolfin, Part 3. A solitary shadow flitted along the coastline, the cliff steep to its left. Under the relentless forces of nature, gentle waters have eroded the hard rock, resulting in the accumulation of delicate white sands along the shore, interspersed with mottled, colorful shells that glisten under the sun's radiant touch. A light sea breeze caressed Gohan's face, as he relished the subtle coolness of summer. In this tranquil solitude, he savored the serenity, having cherished peace since childhood. In moments of solitude, the world became a haven of perfect tranquility. As Gohan pondered this realization, a faint smile of bitterness crept upon his lips. Reflecting on the events of the past year, he found himself engulfed in a myriad of emotions: complexity, confusion, liberation, or perhaps deception. Prior to the incident with the evil dragon, Gohan had diligently honed his abilities with the intent of safeguarding Earth. Yet, he alone understood that in the 2 decades since the Buu affair, his prowess had been vastly overshadowed by his father. This predicament was not born from a desire to claim the title of the world's strongest. He was acutely aware he had never entertained such aspirations. However, On the day of baby's sudden assault, the tranquility that had long enveloped him ignited once more, accompanied by a profound sense of guilt. There was a time when his strength far surpassed that of his father, yet during the 7 years preceding Yu, through relentless training, his father had surpassed him in his Super Saiyan form. Yet, from that very year onward, Gohan had relinquished the primary responsibility of protecting Earth. Despite having made significant progress over 20 years, the moment he faced baby, he realized his father had left him in the dust, with even Vegeta now surpassing him. Perhaps it was ironic. He possessed extraordinary talent, but harbored a deep yearning for peace that repelled the notion of war. Caught in this internal conflict, he found it impossible to commit to rigorous training, shunning the approach of battle, thus rendering himself uninterested in pursuing strength. Nevertheless, this mindset was thoroughly shaken by the events surrounding the evil dragon, revealing a harsh truth. Even a desire for peace is deemed selfish in this world. He remained vulnerable and fragile, with virtually all battles being shouldered by his father. Unbeknownst to him, Gohan had lost his sole faith in Goku. This was not due to a reluctance for his father to attain the title of the universe's strongest, but rather an inability to accept his perpetual role as the one in need of protection. Yet, it was too late. The evil dragon had vanished. But the Dragon Balls were destined to disappear from existence, and with them, his father departed alongside the azure silhouette of the dragon. In silent agony, Gohan bore the heaviest burden, for it was his fault that his father had met his ultimate demise. Had it not been for the elder Kaioshin sacrificing his life to revive Goku, this guilt would have eternally haunted him. In this present moment, although it is said that only Goku possesses the strength to combat the evil dragon, who among us is unaware that if Gohan were truly mature, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable ally. Even if he did not surpass Goku, it is plausible to suggest that Goku might not necessarily perish as a result. No one has ever cast blame upon Gohan. However, unlike Goten and Trunks, who frolic carefree, Gohan bears a deeper understanding. Goten and Trunks possess astonishing talents, yet they cannot rival Gohan's sense of responsibility. Despite their prolonged periods of idleness, does not Gohan's duty weigh the heaviest? With a smile, Gohan affirms this notion, acknowledging the inescapable burden that rests upon him. Over the past 6 months, unbeknownst to anyone, he has exerted himself tirelessly, training more rigorously than Vegeta. Yet, due to the prolonged weakness of his physique, the growth he has achieved, while significant, remains modest. Between the baby incident and the Evil Dragon saga, his power has ascended 2 tiers through relentless battles, and during the preceding half-year of fervent training, he has elevated his strength by another tier, approaching the threshold of Super Saiyan 4. It is the weight of responsibility that compels Gohan to conceal his innermost feelings. Beneath a facade of forced laughter, he even strives to console Dent. Yet, in solitude, he relentlessly chastises himself, ever in pursuit of greater strength to defend the Earth in place of his father. Throughout this period, Gohan has recognized a transformation within himself, most notably a fracture and wavering in his steadfast dedication to peace. However, he could never have anticipated the sudden return of his father. Instinctively, in that moment, Gohan's mindset shifted once more, subconsciously relinquishing the heavy mantle of guardianship over the Earth, transferring that responsibility back to his father in a manner almost imperceptible. At that instant, Gohan found himself wavering, grappling not only with his faith in peace, but also with a burgeoning disdain for his own perceived weakness. Yet, paradoxically, he loathes the relentless pursuit of power, yearning only to safeguard those dear to him. He does not aspire to be a savior, as such a role is neither desired nor deemed necessary. He is acutely aware that assuming such a mantle could invite calamity, and being inherently selfish, Gohan recognizes himself as one among many. With a heart in turmoil, Gohan's internal landscape becomes increasingly conflicted. Nevertheless, he continues to mask his true feelings, allowing a semblance of joy to grace his features. However, while Gohan is lost in reflection, a melodious voice, akin to a celestial melody, stirs his senses. "May I sit beside you?" Startled, Gohan snaps back to reality, his gaze drawn to a breathtaking beauty before him. Her skin, radiant and pure as jade, her slender silhouette adorned in a delicate azure gown. Her raven hair, tousled by the sea breeze, and a sweet smile that captivates the hearts of all who behold her. Chapter 23, The Mysterious Woman, Dorofin, Part 4. In this moment, even Gohan found himself momentarily entranced. However, true to Goku's heritage, he harbored no romantic inclinations. He was simply captivated by the ethereal beauty of the woman before him. for it was truly his first encounter with such exquisite femininity. Gohan stood spellbound. His ability to sense the surrounding atmosphere momentarily halted. Had he been ambushed by an adversary at that instant, it could have been one of his most perilous moments. The breathtaking smile remained as she delicately brushed aside her flowing hair with one hand, while the other gently adjusted her elegantly swaying lace gown. The porcelain-like visage of her face blushed with a hint of modesty, accentuating the glistening quality of her skin. Her slender, arched eyebrows lifted slightly, below which resided eyes that sparkled like stars. Her finely sculpted nose and slightly parted cherry-red lips completed the portrait of beauty. She was none other than the mysterious woman who had appeared earlier, the one who had wept in anguish while reminiscing about the past at dawn. Well then, Gohan finally responded, feeling a rush of embarrassment that colored his cheeks. He stammered as he spoke. Upon hearing his words, the enigmatic woman smiled once more, then gracefully settled herself beside him, a mere half a meter away, her luminous eyes fixed intently upon the azure sea. Gohan quickly regained his composure. Although he detected a faint, orchid-like fragrance, it did not stir any ripples in his heart. Instead, he sensed a sacred aura emanating from her, which alleviated any apprehension regarding her uncertain origins. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Gohan broke into a cold sweat, realizing that had she been an enemy, he could have been struck down in an instant. Fortunately, she bore no trace of hostility. Although not an enemy, they could hardly be considered friends, and Gohan found no reason to pose direct inquiries. Yet, he was aware that her intentional visit must carry some significant message. Mr. Gohan, is it? The mysterious woman shifted her autumn-like gaze toward him, her voice light and cheerful. Although taken aback, Gohan recalled her sudden appearance and embraced the unexpected nature of the encounter. Nodding in affirmation, my name is Drofine, a member of the Saiyan race. Welcome to the inner universe. The woman, who identified herself as Drofine, smiled with a grace that seemed to dance upon the air. She relished the coolness of the sea breeze, inhaling deeply with a look of bliss. Gohan felt no surprise. He could sense a formidable energy emanating from her, and since this was a planet inhabited by Saiyans, encountering one was hardly unusual. His curiosity piqued, he inquired directly, "What brings you here, Miss Drofine?" "Well, it's nothing particularly special. I merely wish to see you, as you bear a striking resemblance to him," Drofine said, her tone suddenly tinged with melancholy, her delicate brows knitting together in a subtle wave. Him? Gohan's interest was piqued, having noticed the shift in her expression. However, Drofine did not fully elaborate, instead diverting the conversation. "I hope that you can become friends." Observing Gohan's somewhat helpless expression, she chuckled softly. "You must have noticed the barrier that separates the inner and outer universes. I am unaware of the reasons for its existence, though I have been curious about it since childhood, yet have found no information. I wonder how your world perceives it." In a moment of revelation, although Gohan's expression remained unchanged, the depths of his heart surged like a tumultuous ocean, stirred by the unsettling implications of Drolfin's words. Grit did not elaborate on the intricacies of the ceiling formation, and yet this enigmatic woman voluntarily confessed her ignorance regarding its origins. From this indirect information, it was evident that even the inner universe was unaware of the formation's provenance, a fact that hinted at numerous possibilities. Gohan discerned the true intentions behind Drolfin's gaze. With a smile, Drolfin continued, expressing a yearning to explore the outer world. Regrettably, opportunities had eluded him until now. "Might you enlighten me about the world beyond?" he inquired, adding with a chuckle, "Do not fault me for my curiosity. Our two races are heralded as the mightiest warrior nations of the inner and outer universes. I wonder which side shall emerge victorious in this impending conflict, and I am curious whether a victor has ever been determined between our peoples." Before Gohan could respond to the first question, the subsequent inquiries landed like heavy bombs, causing his heart to race. Yet his demeanor remained as tranquil as a still pond, and he replied with a smile, "I only recently learned of the existence of the inner universe. I too am unaware of the formation's details, for my home, Earth, is rather distant from here. Earth is a beautiful realm, with gravity akin to that of this place, though its size is considerably smaller, boasting the same blue skies and white clouds. History has already provided an answer. We are each the first race of our respective universes. Have we truly never ventured into the outer universe? And why, despite the outer universe only discovering the inner universe within the past year, did the inhabitants of the inner universe not make an appearance a year prior? The mutual recognition of our races as the strongest warriors raises questions about which side truly reigns supreme. Surely, There are hidden complexities at play. Oh, I had anticipated a greater disparity. Drolfin feigned disappointment, yet the authenticity of his expression tightened Gohan's gaze, prompting him to seek deeper insights. Not entirely. For instance, there exists a planet where the sky is green, the clouds tinged with cyan, and the flora is a striking blue. There is another planet devoid of sunlight. Its surface composed solely of rugged rocks, yet it shimmers like a myriad of stars, making the entire planet breathtakingly magnificent. Gohan engaged Drolfin in conversation, and for a fleeting moment, their camaraderie blossomed, laughter and banter flowing freely. Yet, both were acutely aware of the unspoken truths lingering between them. Chapter 24. The battle commences, the struggle for supremacy, Part 1. On the surface, they exchanged pleasantries, but Gohan had gleaned much from Drolfin's subtle hints. He was not completely swayed by Drolfin's assertions. Rather, he was intrigued by the reasons behind the woman's cryptic manner of communication. This sudden appearance of a mysterious woman warranted a degree of caution. While he harbored doubts about her identity, he felt no compulsion to pursue the matter further. For some truths are not as easily discerned as they may appear. The melodious laughter, though not as resonant as the crashing waves against the shore, possesses a tranquility that soothes the soul. As Gohan reminisced about his extraordinary journey into outer space, the vivid images of amusing, thrilling, and even awkward moments evoked an inexplicable smile from his companion, leaving Gohan with a hint of melancholy. Meanwhile, during their conversation, Drolfin found himself haunted by the fleeting image of another, a figure strikingly familiar, yet seemingly worlds apart. Although their personalities and paths diverged, their origins bore a striking resemblance. However, the disparate environments they inhabited had led them to vastly different present circumstances. Sensing the unspoken sorrow enveloping them, Gohan wisely chose to maintain a respectful silence. Yet, in that very instant, chaos erupted. Subconsciously attuned to the shift in atmosphere, Gohan unleashed a fierce aura, swiftly lifting the seated Drolfin into his arms as he soared into the sky, halting at an elevation of 1,000 meters. Reality soon affirmed Gohan's acute perception of danger. The once tranquil sea surged unnaturally, a torrent of water coalescing toward a colossal dragon. As a brilliant blue light pierced the surface, a water dragon erupted with a roar, crashing toward the position where Gohan and Drolfin sat in stillness. Realizing that the ordeal was far from over, Gohan released Drolfin and swiftly pivoted, delivering a powerful blow that sent forth a formidable wave of energy, shattering the stone dragon that had materialized from the cliff below. Only then did Drolfin grasp the impending crisis. Despite her considerable strength, she felt woefully inadequate compared to the level of combat unfolding before her. Understanding Gohan's unspoken signals, she hovered beside him, yet the sudden turn of events sent a jolt of fear and regret through her. The pallor drained from her porcelain skin, and a flicker of panic flashed in her beautiful eyes. She realized that the imminent attack was already upon her, and the companions tasked with her protection had undoubtedly perished. Their adversaries were intent on her annihilation. Gohan's gaze narrowed as he focused on the two unfamiliar figures before him. Following his battle with Kreek, he had become aware that certain individuals possessed the ability to harness elemental forces or other attributes of cosmic energy. However, encountering two such opponents today made him acutely aware that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Without exchanging further words, Gohan advanced slightly, allowing electric currents to cascade over his body, golden light swirling around him, his hair standing on end beneath the intense golden flames. While his emerald green eyes radiated a chilling resolve, he ascended into the first level of Super Saiyan transformation. Saiyan? No matter who you are, get out of here immediately. The towering figure among the assailants, known as October, shouted, suppressing a flicker of fear upon witnessing Gohan's transformation. The other, a young man, did not exhibit the same recklessness. Upon noticing the disturbance in the surrounding energy following Gohan's metamorphosis, he recognized that their opponent was extraordinary, even without the ability to sense Gohan's power through his aura. His keen instincts warned him that this prey possessed the capacity for counterattack. Suddenly hearing the other party speak, Gohan furrowed his brow, finally confirming that they were not targeting him. However, such an action piqued his interest in the identity of this mysterious woman, while simultaneously heightening his apprehension regarding the truth lurking behind this matter. Mr. Gohan, Drolfin said, pressing her thin red lips together. She sensed the terrifying consequences of this situation and wished to clarify it immediately, but Gohan interrupted her, I understand. It's nothing. As soon as he spoke, everyone realized that a battle was inevitable. October could no longer contain her fiery temper. Her right arm shimmered with a brown light, shattering the cliffs of the mountains below. Subsequently, countless rocks converged towards her right arm, and in less than half a breath, a colossal stone fist, measuring 10 zhang, hurtled towards Gohan's vicinity. Gohan had indeed chosen an appropriate battleground. Being at a high altitude significantly diminished the opponent's ability to wield water power. As he observed the impending strike, an astonishing aura erupted from his entire being. His right hand thrust forward, releasing a beam of golden light that collided with the opponent's fist, shattering it upon impact. Yet, October sneered coldly, and at the same moment, December unleashed a ki blast. As Gohan extinguished the energy with his left hand, October's shattered right hand reformed, striking Gohan with even greater speed, catching him off guard. During the explosive confrontation with December, October capitalized on the obscured visibility to launch her attack. Gohan was taken aback. Given that the opponent wielded earth power, the faint energy was almost imperceptible. Suddenly, a massive stone fist broke through the flames and barreled towards him. With a thunderous crash, Gohan crossed his arms in defense, but the overwhelming force still propelled him backward. Although Dorofin was also affected by the shockwave, she remained largely unharmed due to Gohan absorbing most of the impact. After retreating 100 zhang, Gohan utilized his energy to dissipate the surrounding residual waves, suddenly unleashing several ki blasts that carved arcs through the void, pursuing his adversary's positions. Taken aback by Gohan's counterattack, October and December hastily defended themselves. Yet they were still forced back 1,000 meters by 3 ki blasts, with the young man spitting blood but his eyes burning with even greater madness. October was equally alarmed. Her right arm had become the primary target of the onslaught, and in that moment, it was utterly shattered. Had it not been for her body's extraordinary resilience surpassing that of her peers, she would have been reduced to a mangled mess by now. Chapter 24. The Battle Begins. The Feudal Lord's Struggle, Part 2. The force of a single strike was sufficient to subdue the enemy. Gohan's overwhelming display of power eclipsed the combined might of the two. Nevertheless, they showed no signs of immediate surrender. Determined to eliminate Dorofin, they were prepared to risk everything, having already stirred the hornet's nest and compelled themselves to fight to the bitter end. Damn it! Both shouted in unison. As the young man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his entire being radiating a deep blue light. In that moment, he summoned the energy of the surrounding world, and a torrent of water power surged forth, coalescing in several hundred zhang-long blue dragons that ferociously lunged towards Gohan's position. As October enveloped itself in a resplendent hue of brown, a colossal entity drew in fragments of rock, which, under immense pressure, coalesced upon its outer layer. In a fleeting moment, it had absorbed the grandeur of a precipice towering thousands of feet. Concurrently, as the water dragons surged forth, a mighty warrior assimilated massive boulders, his form reaching 100 feet in stature. With a single stride across the void, he pursued, their combined might launching a formidable assault against the frail Gohan. Faced with such a relentless onslaught, Gohan merely scoffed, first erecting a protective barrier to safeguard Dorofin, then stepping beyond its confines. He collided with the giant's fist, unleashing a brilliant golden light that shattered October's seemingly invincible defense. The latter was sent reeling like a kite severed from its string, its body fracturing with gaping wounds. Crimson torrents spilling forth, its countenance etched with terror. Ignoring the pursuit of the 6 blue dragons, Gohan's radiant golden light surged with overwhelming force, obliterating the tyrannical water dragon and unleashing a torrential downpour. Seizing the moment, Gohan traced a beam of light toward the heavens, intent on striking down his adversary. In this overwhelming clash, the youth had become numb. Drained of color, he instinctively sought to evade, but his speed paled in comparison to the slicing wind. Ultimately, with a harrowing scream, his left arm was severed at the root by Gohan's strike. Crimson blood gushed forth, the excruciating pain jolting the youth back to awareness. Yet, the agonizing torment caused his body to tremble uncontrollably, his face contorted in a spasm of agony, gasping for breath as he retreated frantically. Gohan bore no intentions of holding back. He discerned from the aura that his foe was a murderous savage, the pungent scent of blood confirming their violent past. Confronted with such a bloodthirsty adversary, he knew he could only respond with lethal force. Just as Gohan advanced to extinguish his opponent, the very fabric of the surrounding space began to crumble, a formidable presence descending upon the battlefield. A colossal gust of power surged from behind Gohan. Alarmed, he swiftly turned, condensing his own energy into a massive golden palm imprint, colliding with the incoming force. The ensuing explosion unleashed a cataclysmic wave of destruction, scattering the mists across 100 miles. The resulting tempest uprooted flora within a 10-mile radius, and even the vast ocean below erupted into towering waves. Inhabitants of the planet beheld the celestial bodies above them tremble, the ground quaking beneath their feet. Caught off guard, Gohan emerged unscathed, but momentarily lost the sense of his previous adversaries, who had seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. In that instant of shattered void, Goku and Vegeta felt the shift in Gohan's aura, their expressions shifting dramatically. However, upon sensing Gohan's departure from his Super Saiyan state, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Goku and Vegeta exchanged nods with Goten before swiftly pursuing the location of the battle. Gohan, realizing that his opponent had truly vanished, began to relax, his golden aura dissipating to reveal his dark hair once more. Yet, he found himself perplexed as to why the adversary chose to attack him instead of directly eliminating Drafane. Consequently, Gohan subconsciously began to guard against the enigmatic woman before him. When she politely requested to leave, he made no attempt to retain her, watching as her exquisite, pale blue silhouette faded into the distance. In less than 3 seconds after Drafane's departure, Goku and Vegeta traversed the vast distance, feeling a sense of relief wash over them upon seeing that Gohan had sustained no injuries. However, as they engaged in conversation, they too became puzzled by the mysterious identity of Drafane. Each of their hearts was laden with questions. Who exactly was she? Chapter 24. The Battle Begins. The War of the Lords, Part 3. The escalating crisis cast a chilling atmosphere around them, leaving everyone in the realm of the gods speechless. Even the fearless android, 18, came to grips with the sensation of fear. Do we truly have no hope at all? Tien first broke the silence, his seemingly calm inquiry betraying an underlying despair. Yet after a moment of struggle, he declared with indignation, "We cannot simply sit idly by. We must take action," his hands clenched to signify his resolve. "We have no reason to evade. We are Dragon Ball warriors, and we cannot rely solely on Goku." Yamcha echoed his sentiment, though he hesitated at the mention of Goku, quietly questioning himself. Can we still depend on Goku? His voice dwindled. The group fell into deep contemplation, acutely aware that Goku was no longer a viable pillar of support. No, sensing the forced bravado of his companions, Tien rallied his friends with renewed vigor, declaring, "We still have a chance." This assertion alleviated the oppressive atmosphere, restoring a semblance of normalcy. However, Tien's unwavering confidence piqued the curiosity of everyone present, save for Mr. Popo, as they pondered the source of his assurance. "We still possess hope, albeit faint. We must endeavor to grasp it." "Indeed, we still have a chance," Mr. Popo chimed in. The group was taken aback by these words, their excitement tinged with a hint of pessimism. "Is that true? Tien, what options do we have?" Krillin inquired, his eyes reflecting a blend of yearning and hope. "Yes, we do have a potential solution. The hyperbolic time chamber," Tien responded, gesturing towards the temple behind them, his words resonating with certainty. "The hyperbolic time chamber?" The others, excluding Mr. Popo, were once again astonished, their expressions revealing a flicker of hope. Yet, skepticism lingered. But is that truly feasible? Android 18, maintaining her rationality, finally dared to question, can we, utilizing the hyperbolic time chamber, elevate our strength to another level in such a short span of time? Though reluctant to dampen the spirits of those around him, the 18th nonetheless posed a candid inquiry, his eyes gradually closing as he pondered. Indeed, could we significantly enhance our combat prowess within a mere 2 days? After all, time was limited, and the cold splash of reality from his wife had brought Krillin back to reason, leaving him troubled and questioning. However, it was not entirely beyond the realm of possibility, for this time each of us was granted 5 days. The words of the divine, akin to a celestial melody, invigorated the listeners. Yet, as he recalled past events, he continued, due to the previous destruction of the hyperbolic time chamber by Majin Buu and Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, along with Mr. Piccolo's obliteration of the entrance, I have made adjustments. I have negotiated with the deity of that dimension, securing our right to remain there for 5 years, and he has acquiesced to my request. Thus, we each have 5 days within the hyperbolic time chamber, allowing for a substantial increase in our strength. The revelation of this monumental opportunity sent the gathering into a frenzy. With Dend levitating midair, performing somersaults of joy. Really? Haha, this is wonderful. Thank you, Lord Kami. The excitement was palpable as they glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Yearning to see the sun rise in 16 days, the very sun now shining even more brilliantly. At this moment, on the planet of the Saiyans, a towering figure stood on the balcony, gazing at the moonlit sky, lost in contemplation, until he was roused from his thoughts. Father, may I inquire about your orders? Gurney dared not meet the gaze of his formidable father, instinctively feeling a twinge of fear towards his father's iron-fisted methods. Noticing the somber expression on his father's face, he instinctively understood that the events of the day had not gone unnoticed. Gurney, I expect you to keep a close watch on Kakarot. He is loyal to you, and while I do not wish to directly interfere in your affairs, I do not want to witness a recurrence of past incidents. The unspoken authority emanating from Grit weighed heavily upon Gurney, causing beads of sweat to form. He could only respond instinctively, yes, my lord. I am aware of the situation regarding Kakarot and the threat he poses. Since you have not received my orders, you should not be so wary of him. Have you forgotten the chaos he unleashed in the past? Hearing his father's mention of the tumultuous events involving Kakarot stirred a wave of apprehension within him. If Kakarot truly intends to provoke him, I advise you to steer clear of this conflict. Kakarot is one of my most trusted subordinates, and I do not wish to see him harmed in any way. Even if you were to engage him, you might not even inflict a scratch. Moreover, I urge you to keep the matter regarding the assassination squad discreet, lest the Saiyans harbor any ill feelings towards us. Our true adversaries do not reside among them. Recognizing the thunderous wrath in Grit's words, Gurney understood the significant repercussions of this ambush and was taken aback to witness such fury from his father. Yes, my lord, he replied respectfully, but after reflecting on something, he added, Father, our scans indicate that Goku and Vegeta's powers have increased considerably. Indeed, I too am aware of their remarkable progress within merely 3 days. They truly embody the essence of Saiyans. Grit, having regained his composure, expressed his sentiments. Yet could such words suffice? Especially considering Goku, whose strength remains an enigma. It matters not. Everything remains within my contemplation, so do not dwell excessively on such matters. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the tournament. We must remain vigilant against them. The assailants who targeted Vegeta? Grit inquired. Indeed, they warrant our utmost caution. Let's hope they do not disrupt the proceedings of the tournament. By the way, what has become of the others? Grit shifted the conversation, posing a rather peculiar question. There has been no notable activity. The Elder Council remains unchanged, though Jinri refrained from elaborating further, for he too had sensed an unsettling undercurrent. Is there still no news of Shadow? Has Kill Y found no trace of them? Jinri questioned. It cannot be confirmed, but various signs suggest that Shadow may have departed from the inner universe. Really? Could it be that they have ventured to Earth? Grit's eyes sparkled with profound insight as he chuckled. Earth? What shall we do then? Jinri pressed anxiously. Nothing of great concern. It is already night. You should retire and rest, Grit advised. Very well, I shall take my leave. Jinri bowed respectfully before striding out with purposeful steps. Grit then turned his gaze back to the desolate, solitary moon. Chapter 24. The battle begins. The Feudal Lords Contest, Part 4. Time flowed unceasingly, and suddenly the sky brightened as the crimson sun supplanted the pale moon, casting a ruby glow upon the east. Goku and the others had completed their preparations, eagerly awaiting their departure. Today marked the day of the grand tournament, and most of the participants residing here had gathered to embark towards the magnificent celestial body where an extraordinary battle would unfold. Goku, we cannot be there in person, so you must take care of yourself. Goten and Gohan will be in your charge, Chi-Chi gently admonished as she grasped Goku's hand. However, those present discerned the underlying truth in Chi-Chi's fierce gaze. She was genuinely concerned for the safety of Goten and Gohan. Her affectionate, yet piercing eyes silently warned Goku, should anything befall our sons, you know how to address it, do you not? A starkly protective threat was the general consensus regarding Chi-Chi's intentions. It is nothing of great consequence. We shall only be there for 8 days. After that, we will reunite, Goku reassured with a light chuckle, ruffling his hair. Although you cannot be there, you can still watch our matches through the tournament's live broadcast. That may be so, but do exercise caution, Bulma interjected, exchanging glances with Vegeta and Trunks, echoing the same sentiment. It is merely a competition. What could possibly be the matter? Vegeta responded coolly, crossing his arms and turning away dismissively. Indeed, Mom, it's just a tournament. It might even be quite enjoyable, Trunks chimed in. Dad and brother will be just fine. You needn't worry, Mom, Bra assured. Dear grandfather, You must seize that championship and become the foremost champion of both inner and outer universes, Xiaofeng said. Gazing at Wukong, with eyes full of hope and expectation, her delicate hands clasped in a gesture of reverence. Very well, I shall strive with all my might, Wukong replied, clenching his fist and smiling with determination. Now, let us embark on our journey. The turtle hermit spoke in an unusually serious tone. I wish everyone a triumphant return. Indeed, the group responded with high spirits as they boarded the spacecraft, the door slowly closing behind them. The ship surged forward, its destination set for the hallowed grounds of the Universe Fighting Tournament. What kind of battles await them? Wukong's combative nature resurfaced, excitement causing him to tremble. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. I truly look forward to the competition and formidable opponents. Who could these powerful beings be, Father? We are Saiyans, the universally acknowledged rulers. Few can surpass us in this cosmos, Goten proclaimed confidently, seemingly pleased with the fruits of their recent training. No, Goten, you must remain vigilant. Was there not someone who could easily defeat me before? I dare say such individuals still exist, perhaps even Vegeta, Gohan cautioned, tightly clenching his hands. I will not be bested by them again, Vegeta asserted. Yet he too was eager to discover what other powerful warriors the universe held. Yes, Uncle Vegeta, Goten replied, sensing he had touched a sensitive subject, his voice dropping to a whisper. In any case, we must be cautious, right, Mr. Gohan? Weary from the teasing of Goten and Trunks, exhibited signs of evasion, his maturity contrasting with his peers. He preferred conversing with Gohan. Indeed, we should exercise caution. Gohan replied calmly, though he refrained from mentioning the presence of Drolfin to Wukong and Vegeta, wishing to avoid drawing undue attention at such a critical moment. Just then, the entire spacecraft shook violently as it approached the planet, the immense gravity causing it to tremble. Ultimately, it landed safely, restoring calm. Is the gravity truly this intense? Trunks remarked, his expression darkening as he assessed the situation. It feels similar to our training. Gohan, already aware of the circumstances, displayed little surprise. Wukong and Vegeta, appearing unfazed, opened the door to reveal the rocky planet before them, adorned with lush landscapes, azure skies, and fluffy clouds, albeit devoid of the charming little birds. They disembarked, observing the individuals before them, each moving with swift grace, their demeanor steady, yet exuding an unnerving aura. Goten and Trunks stood speechless, finally grasping the vastness of the universe and the multitude of hidden talents within it. Inspired by Wukong's teachings, felt a surge of excitement. But as he yearned for the impending battle, a sudden shift occurred within him. At that moment, a voice pierced the silence. All participants, please enter the arena. The competition begins in 10 minutes. Please take note. The crowd gazed with reverence at the colossal structure ahead, their warrior spirits ignited. Within this edifice, a grand competition is set to unfold, destined to elect the singular champion of the cosmos, one who shall guide the future for the next 10 million years. In this epic, who shall rise above all others? Chapter 25. The battle commences. The War of Warlords, Part 5. The resounding chimes of the bell echo vibrantly. After the passage of 10 million years, the clarion call of battle reverberates anew. All eyes are fixated upon the immense pendulum clock above. As the wheel of history converges once more at this moment, igniting a fervor for combat within the hearts of those present. A millennium of time has slipped away, and countless truths have been sealed and buried in the relentless current of history. What remains of those once deemed the mightiest? Nothing at all. Though a ruler may reign for 10 million years, no being can endure eternally. One may attain the title of the universe's greatest. Yet time will indiscriminately cast aside one's future. This presents a poignant irony, for no matter how formidable one may become, they remain mere puppets of fate and history. The demon realm, distinct from other dimensions of the universe, is an extraordinary world where the beasts of magic are not governed by the realms of the underworld. Curiously, throughout history, the Cosmos Martial Tournaments have rarely featured the true champions from the demon realm, who have yet to achieve a place among the top 3. This remains an enigma, with the so-called truth similarly obscured in the passage of time. Now, the echoing chimes grow louder and more distant, seemingly celebrating the triumph of justice while lamenting the victory of evil. At this moment, the future of the universe hangs in uncertainty. Who shall be its sovereign? Let us proceed, Goku declared, his body trembling with exhilaration as he felt the surge of blood within him. With a faint smile, he turned to his companions and began to stride towards the grand entrance. Indeed, came the unanimous reply from all, as they followed closely behind him. As they advanced, a palpable pressure emanated from ahead, as if testing the mettle of the strong. Only those truly worthy would ascend to the arena of contest. Stepping forward, Goku and his companions remained unfazed by the sudden surge of repulsion, though Goten and Trunks recognized they had reached the critical threshold of their abilities. Secretly awed by the caliber of combat anticipated in this tournament, before them lay an astonishing sight, an arena extending 100 meters, surrounded by multiple tiers of spectator seating. From an aerial vantage point, this grand structure resembles the ancient Roman Colosseum, instilling within the participants a primal urge for battle, while simultaneously conveying a solemn sense of gravity. The erudite Trunks was the first to notice the transparent arena, instinctively leaning closer as he attempted to strike it. A wave of excitement washed over his face, accompanied by a tone of wonder as he exclaimed, "Indeed, it truly is the hardest diamond in the universe." Upon hearing the term diamond, Wuqian instinctively recalled the gem's illustrious reputation and hurriedly rushed over, lost in a reverie as he mused to himself, "If only I could possess such a magnificent piece." As he entertained this thought, a glimmering light shone in his eyes, resembling that of a thief contemplating a heist. Gohan, somewhat taken aback, was acutely aware of the remarkable hardness of diamonds. Furthermore, based on his understanding of gravity, he did not perceive the colossal arena before him as being akin to the ordinary diamonds found on Earth. In contrast, Goku, Vegeta, and Up stood bewildered, lacking any knowledge on the subject, each silently questioning what was so extraordinary about a mere stone. Goku himself had once settled a meal with a hefty diamond, dismissing its value as insignificant. Haha, as expected of Trunks, he instantly recognized it as a diamond. However, this is not the same as those found on Earth, given that they originate from a different celestial body. Suddenly, a hearty laughter resonated from behind, prompting everyone to turn and see Jinri approaching with an enchanting smile, to which they all nodded in acknowledgement. During the ambush 2 days prior, Drawfin was unaware that their assailant was a member of the Kill Guard, leaving Gohan equally uninformed of their true nature. However, since their conversation with Drawfin, Gohan instinctively distanced himself from Jinri, a sentiment mirrored by Vegeta and Goku, though they still managed polite smiles and nods. Understanding the unspoken thoughts of those present, Jinri offered a faint smile before continuing, due to the immense gravity of this planet. It is arguably the densest celestial body in the cosmos. Thus, the hardness of materials here far surpasses that of other planets. In other words, this diamond possesses the greatest hardness of any substance in the universe. Oh, really? Goku, now somewhat enlightened about the nature of diamonds, could not resist pursuing his usual line of inquiry. So, how much damage has it sustained in previous tournaments? As you can see, this is a new arena, as the old one has been completely destroyed. To date, only the last tournament has managed to obliterate it, Jinri elucidated, gesturing towards the vast arena ahead. Chapter 25. The Battle Commences. The War of the Lords, Part 7. Ah, I see, Trunks replied thoughtfully, while the others gradually grasped the details of the observation room through Jinri's explanations. Just then, a figure, presumably the steward, approached Jinri, stating, "Young master, all preparations have been completed, and the king has arrived at the command platform. The tournament is about to begin." Jinri turned to the robust young man before him. "Is that so? Everything is ready, Dick. Allow me to introduce you to these esteemed Saiyans. Please ensure they are well informed about the proceedings of this grand event. I will now seek out my father, so I leave the matter in your capable hands." "Yes, your highness," the young man, referred to as Dick, bowed respectfully as he bid Jinri farewell. He then turned to Goku and the others. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I will share everything I know." "You're also a fighter, I presume?" Trunks initiated the conversation, harboring a similar fondness for the amiable youth before him. "Well, I must admit that I am not particularly skilled in combat. I lack the striking prowess of you Saiyans," Dick replied with a smile. "Haha, the distinction between strength and weakness is not so clear-cut," Goku remarked, albeit with a hint of intention behind his words. However, upon noticing the awkward demeanor of his interlocutor, he shifted to a more serious tone and inquired about the crux of the matter. "You must have the information regarding the participants of this tournament, right?" "Yes, but we cannot disclose specific details about the contestants to the outside world. All we can do is provide a brief introduction to the competitors before the match," Dick elucidated. "Indeed, such a necessity exists." Gohan nodded in agreement, resting his chin on his hand. "How many participants are there in this tournament?" Vegeta, with a wry smile at Goku's bluntness, sought to inquire in a more tactful manner. "Well, there are 896 participants, 332 from within the universe, and 564 from outside. However, thousands have gathered at the venue. The preliminary rounds aim to select 56 warriors for the semifinals, among whom you few, along with the king and the young master, will advance directly to the next stage. Gohan fell silent upon hearing this, as he was unexpectedly unacquainted with any mention of Syaku, and he was well aware of the formidable pressure that Syaku exerted, surpassing even Jenny. So, does each galaxy have 141 warriors? Goten asked after a brief calculation. No, it is not quite that simple. We select them based on their combat abilities. The Eastern Galaxy has 176 participants. The Western Galaxy has 192. The Southern Galaxy boasts 180. While the Northern Galaxy has only 84, and the Demon Realm has 12. Only 84 from the Northern Galaxy, while the Demon Realm has 12? Trunks and Goten questioned in unison. Indeed, the situation is as such. The combat standards there are not particularly high. However, your strength is quite different. Saiyans are indeed extraordinary. Dick did not underestimate the familiar figures before him, as the data he possessed indicated their considerable combat prowess. The recent celestial upheaval was widely attributed to Goku, and Dick had a shrewd suspicion regarding the truth. Are individuals from the Demon Realm also coming to fight? This does not bode well, Goku mused, recalling the repeated provocations from the Demon Realm, igniting a flicker of anger within him. Gohan and his companions had also gleaned some concerning information regarding the Demon Realm from Goku, thus harboring apprehension about the 12 mentioned. Vegeta, filled with genuine ire, recalled his past defeat at the hands of an opponent. Now, with his significantly enhanced strength, he felt capable of standing against them, particularly after having been deceived by that magical punch. Yes, that is the situation. After all, the Demon Realm has historically participated in this tournament, but they do not dare to act recklessly. It seems we are headed for chaos across the cosmos, Vegeta remarked, arms crossed and voice icy. Meanwhile, OOB remained silent, standing there in contemplation. What is wrong, you? What troubles you? You seem unusually out of sorts. OOB questioned himself regarding Fat Bu. I do not know. Ever since I arrived here, it feels as though I've been here before, and that it was a long, long time ago. Now, I sense an invisible weight pressing down upon me. Is that so? What should we do? After all, you and I are one entity. The anxious Ubu, with his mind momentarily paralyzed, asked in a contemplative manner, will this affect the competition? I am not certain, came the silent response. After a brief period of arrangements, all preparations were complete, and the competitors, along with some spectators, took their seats in the resting area. The match was about to commence. Chapter 25. The Battle Begins. The Lord's Contest, Part 8. A resounding voice echoed throughout the venue. The speaker was none other than the Supreme Kai. Instantly, the entire arena erupted in cheers, only to fall silent moments later. All warriors swiftly occupied their places in the audience, their speed rivaling that of Goten. At that moment, the colossal screen in the northern section flickered to life, revealing a sophisticated, intelligent computer. The numbers and images within whirled incessantly, eagerly anticipating the arrival of all present. Finally, it settled, displaying two figures, the deity of the North Galaxy, Starn, and the warrior from the South Galaxy, Sutton. As the subtitles appeared, two individuals manifested on the stage. One donned in divine attire, tall and imposing, while the other stood bare-chested, with yellow hair and a robust physique. And so it began. In an instant, both figures vanished, yet the attendees remained unfazed. Observing the unfolding battle, Goku exclaimed with exhilaration, incredible. Despite the immense gravity, their speed remains astonishing. The warriors of the universe are truly unfathomable. Ubu, momentarily lost in thought, was jolted back to reality, approaching the scene of combat. The arena was alive with shockwaves of air, the invisible sounds resonating rapidly. Suddenly, the two warriors reappeared, their speeds having diminished. Sutton was in pursuit of Starn, accelerating past him in a split second, aiming to deliver a heavy blow. Starn, unfazed, swiftly conjured a ki blast with his hand, intent on preemptively striking Sutton. With no other option, Sutton retaliated with his own ki blast, which soared out of the arena. Due to the overwhelming gravity, the ki exploded upon impact with the ground, emitting a blinding light and a swift gust of wind, yet only singed the earth slightly, showing minimal destructive capability. Both warriors halted, standing firm in the arena. The warm-up match concluded. It was time for battle. You have yet to unleash the full potential of the World Tree, Sutton remarked. Indeed, I never anticipated your speed would be so formidable, Starn replied. But I will not be defeated by you. Is that so? We shall see, Sutton retorted, disappearing once again, his speed now several times greater than before. Starn merely smiled, then leaped backward, just as a key attack struck the spot he had occupied moments prior. Upon landing, Starn utilized the recoil to propel himself forward, delivering a kick. In the face of urgency, Sutton raised his left hand to block Starn's right leg, while retaliating with a punch from his right hand. Sans signe impending danger. Starn swiftly raised both hands to shield himself from the attack, yet the force still propelled both combatants apart. Sutton immediately reacted, swiftly pursuing Starr. Upon turning around, Starr was startled to see Sutton before him. Clenching his fists tightly, he concentrated his energy to augment his strength and activate his protective shield. The force of the impact caught Sutton off guard, sending him reeling. "Is this truly your power?" Sutton questioned, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "Indeed, this is my strength. Come now. I believe you have yet to exert your full potential." "Did you notice that?" Starr replied, "Initially, I thought I wouldn't need to unleash my full power in the first match, but it appears that is not the case." Sutton also surged forth, enhancing his own strength. Yet confusion lingered in his heart. The outcome was already determined. Bikita focused intently on the match ahead. Discerning the truth through the energy signatures of both combatants, he declared, "That deity is assured victory. His power has yet to be fully unleashed, and he is already stronger than his opponent." Others nodded in agreement with Bikita's assertion, yet Dick, observing them, wore a furrowed brow of silence. Starr was the first to strike, rapidly maneuvering behind Sutton and landing a punch to his back. Sutton, unwilling to concede, pivoted to retaliate with a punch of his own, only to be intercepted. He unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, but Starr heightened his aura, neutralizing them effortlessly. Sutton vanished momentarily, reappearing beneath Starr, leaping to strike at his chin, yet Starr had already evaded, crawling beneath Sutton and delivering a heavy blow to his abdomen. The explosive attack rendered Sutton unconscious. The victor was proclaimed as Starr, and the arena erupted with a cacophony of astonished cheers from the audience. "A remarkable battle, showcasing exceptional combat skill," Goku remarked, observing Starr, who still concealed his true power. Scanning the energy fields of those present, he noted the presence of several hidden talents. Goten and Trunks fell silent, taken aback by the intensity of the tournament, which far exceeded their expectations. Upon learning the result of the first match, those invested in the tournament erupted in exhilaration, igniting a fervor throughout the universe. At this moment, the Cosmic Martial Arts Tournament had officially commenced. Chapter 26, The Brave Guardian. Pakas. The narrative of Dragon Ball. The Legend of the Emperor emphasizes the intricacies of plot development and the depiction of fervent battles, which may not align entirely with traditional novel styles. However, Mullo envisions transforming this story into a comic in the future. Hence the writing of Dragon Ball. The Legend of the Emperor is formatted for convenience in future adaptation. Mullo believes that many Dragon Ball enthusiasts still relish the passionate battles. And certainly, the captivating narrative will satisfy all. Please support Mullo. Thank you. The victor, Starr, echoed a voice throughout the arena, resonating throughout the cosmos, provoking cheers from billions. Many chanting Starr's name. As the tempestuous waves of battle surge forth, the once-in-a-million-years martial tournament commences anew, gathering the pinnacle of strength from across the cosmos. This grand duel serves as a testament to the resplendent essence of our era. Indeed, it is no wonder that this is hailed as the foremost martial contest in the universe. The caliber of combat is astonishing, leaving even the King of Worlds in awe, fully aware of the terrifying gravitational forces of this arena. Drawing in a sharp breath, he muses, "It appears that the true prowess of the universe's warriors lies deeply concealed. My own understanding has proven rather limited." However, he continues with a chuckle, "This is merely the preliminary round, my Lord King of Worlds. I foresee that the finals will yield an unexpectedly fierce confrontation," replies Grit, seated beside him, with a smile. Indeed, the battles between the champions and the Saiyans will likely be even more exhilarating, the King of Worlds remarks, momentarily taken aback, yet equally anticipant. At that moment, all eyes fixate on a solitary figure standing proudly upon the tournament stage, radiating an overwhelming aura that leaves many warriors in silent astonishment, while others are captivated by his striking visage. This individual is Starr, his piercing gaze coldly surveying several figures clad in dark attire. Suddenly, he flashes to the position he had occupied moments earlier, then slowly closes his eyes. As the victor descends from the stage, the commentator, after a brief pause, resumes directing the unfolding battles. Now, let us proceed to the second match. Concurrently, the immense screen once again displays the identities of the contestants. After a few fleeting seconds, it confirms Warrior Carla from the Western Galaxy and Warrior Ted from the Western Galaxy. Following this tense moment, the crowd erupts into fervent cheers, with supporters on both sides vocally rallying for their champions. At this instant, both figures appear simultaneously upon the arena, locking eyes with one another. Carla, a handsome warrior with long blue hair clad in what appears to be combat attire, slightly bows, placing his right hand over his heart as he introduces himself. Permit me to present myself. I am Carla, hailing from the distant Western Galaxy. My aim here is to challenge and surpass all opponents in pursuit of the title of the universe's strongest. Oh haha, is that so? I too have come for that very reason. Ted, a robust fighter with brown, muscular physique and a strikingly handsome face, replies with a hearty laugh and polite demeanor. Let us give our all and truly relish the thrill of battle. Then, let the combat commence. The commentator declares with a light nod, signaling the beginning of the second match. As the announcement resonates, both warriors' expressions shift, and they assume their battle stances, hands poised in a ready position. Silence envelopes the arena. In a fleeting moment, Ted's left finger twitches slightly, prompting Carla to recognize it as an opportunity for attack. His energy surges, lifting him skyward with astonishing speed as he sweeps across the ground. Simultaneously, he clenches his right hand, directing it towards Ted. The latter's countenance changes in an instant as he senses the imminent danger, realizing he has no time to evade. In a desperate attempt, he leans backward, striving to create distance and sees an opportunity for counterattack. Ultimately, Ted evaded Kara's fist, yet the latter relentlessly pursued him. Just as Kara was about to close the gap, Ted seized the opportunity to counterattack. He swiftly flipped over, pressing his hands against the ground, and propelled his legs upward. Sensing the imminent danger, Kara attempted to decelerate, but was unable to overcome his own inertia. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed a ki blast from his right hand towards the ground. Although its power was limited, the resulting gust of wind lifted Kara just enough to narrowly evade Ted's impending kick. At that very moment, Ted had already soared above Kara, leveraging his downward momentum to launch an assault on Kara's back. Startled, Kara quickly turned his body, only to find his adversary nearly upon him. With time running short, he crossed his arms defensively in a cruciform shape to absorb the fierce blow. Nevertheless, the tremendous impact still sent him crashing to the ground, his hands bracing against the arena, causing the entire venue to tremble. Remarkably, the arena itself showed no signs of cracking. Its defensive capabilities were truly formidable. In this battle of wills, Ted offered Kara no respite, continuing his assault with the force of his descent. Kara sensed the peril and tightened his grip on the ground, executing a powerful 360-degree spin to evade Ted's attack. As he landed, he utilized the reaction force to launch a counteroffensive, driving his fist toward Ted's chest with lethal intent. Chapter 26. The Brave Guardian of Pacas, Part 2. No, this is not right. Ted suddenly recognized the threat and hastily brought his palms together to block Kara's punch. However, this attack was overwhelmingly powerful, sending ripples through the air and forcing Ted back several feet, while Kara gracefully rolled and landed smoothly. At this juncture, the two adversaries locked eyes, enveloped in a contemplative silence regarding the ensuing battle. It seems you possess considerable strength, young man. Your power is commendable, yet I believe you must exert yourself further. In my estimation, your strength and speed could potentially triple. Otherwise, you shall find yourself defeated by my hand. Ted remarked with a smile directed at Kara. Oh, is that so? We shall only discern the truth after we have fought, Kara replied with a knowing smile, his form suddenly becoming indistinct as he markedly increased his attack speed. Yet, Ted remained poised, his demeanor unchanged. In an instant, he leaped into the air, and the spot he had just vacated erupted in a cataclysmic explosion of ki energy and searing flames. Feudal, a voice echoed, belonging to the handsome Kara, who had instantaneously appeared at Ted's right side, intent on delivering a crushing blow. However, reality betrayed him, as he struck nothing but an illusion. In a flurry, he turned to look down, only to find Ted standing atop the arena, with a ki blast hurtling toward him. In a panic, Kara unleashed his own ki blast, and the two opposing forces collided midair, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of fiery brilliance. Amidst the energy shockwave, Kara shielded his eyes tightly, abandoning his observation. In that moment, Ted had already positioned himself above him, delivering a powerful elbow strike to his back. A formidable force enveloped Carla's body, causing even his battle suit to tear open, propelling him violently onto the arena. A thunderous crash resounded, As Carla regained consciousness, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glanced up at Ted, whose expression remained calm, yet silent. Oh, you truly are resilient, enduring such a severe blow without significant damage. Do you intend to conserve your strength? However, I assure you that next time, I will give my all, Ted exclaimed in surprise. Is that so? Yet I have no desire to be defeated by you. Carla muttered to himself, clenching his fists. Will you transform into that battle state again? Ted asked, astonished and curious. Indeed, Carla replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he suddenly concentrated his energy. The air erupted as the energy surged violently, transforming him drastically. His previously slender form became robust, his height increasing by over 30 centimeters, although his visage remained unchanged. What? Is this truly your battle form? Ted's expression shifted in horror as he sensed the immense energy rising. Yes, but I'm not fond of this muscular appearance. It is rather unappealing, Carla remarked, feeling his arms, which rivaled the strength of a formidable creature. Ted's countenance paled, an unsettling sense of pressure washing over him. Then let us engage in battle, Carla said with a smile. This is overwhelmingly powerful. I can only imagine that his strength has increased by several dozen times, Ted mused, acknowledging Carla's prowess. Indeed, he possesses extraordinary strength. His combat power must exceed trillions, and he likely has not yet unleashed his full potential, Vegeta speculated, arms crossed, regarding his opponent's capabilities with amusement. The universe is indeed vast, concealing many formidable beings, Gohan reflected thoughtfully. Dick observed the exchanges among the others, remaining silent. Suddenly, Carla vanished from the arena, reappearing before Ted with a natural offensive, delivering a powerful punch that struck Ted in the abdomen. The impact widened his eyes in pain, causing him to spit out bile as his body was sent reeling. In a fit of rage, Ted halted, lifted his head, and unexpectedly launched a ki blast at Carla, who deftly sidestepped the attack. What? Ted gasped, as he unleashed a barrage of ki blasts in a frenzied manner. Yet Carla remained unfazed, evading the relentless onslaught. The colliding ki blasts erupted, creating flames, smoke, and a sudden shift in atmospheric pressure that heightened the tension in the arena. As the ki attacks ceased, Ted panted, managing a smile. However, as the smoke cleared, panic set in when he realized Carla stood before him, unscathed, his protective shield intact, and even his battle suit remained undamaged. Too powerful, Ted exclaimed in astonishment, though his smile grew broader. But I shall not surrender. In an instant, Carla appeared behind him, delivering a shoulder charge before Ted could react, launching another assault. The air tore apart as he pursued the retreating Ted, driving his knee between Ted's shoulder and neck, then vanishing again, reappearing on the arena, where he raised his hand to catch the falling Ted, delivering a single blow that rendered him unconscious. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers, and the people in the space rejoiced once more. Chapter 26. The Brave, Pakas, the Guardian Deity, Part 3. While the cosmic fighting tournament unfolded with fervor, in another familiar realm, thick golden clouds loomed overhead, beneath which floated a diminutive palace. Within the hall, a colossal figure stood, resembling a formidable bull demon, adorned with a purple-blue hat emblazoned with a large character for Yama. Indeed, it was the Lord of Hell, King Yama. Suddenly, a blue-faced imp burst into the hall in a flurry, its shrill voice shattering the once serene atmosphere. Oh, what brings such urgency? King Yama inquired, his fierce gaze fixed upon the creature as he attempted to rise. The imp, trembling under Yama's piercing stare, respectfully relayed the news. Lord Yama, Frieza, Zero, Baby, and Super 17 wish to attend the cosmic fighting tournament. They are currently wreaking havoc in hell. We beseech you to issue a directive. Is that so? A troublesome bunch. Indeed, Yama mused, his anger dissipating as he stroked his beard. Well, I too am curious to witness the battles. Gather them here at once. Following his command, several radiant beams of light pierced the air, and a surge of energy descended at the entrance of Yama's palace, stirring a commotion outside. Hee, Lord Yama, you finally deigned to meet us. Frieza, with his grand lizard-like tail swishing, entered the palace with a smile upon his alabaster form. Indeed, it should be thus, Zero remarked, crossing his arms as he followed, accompanied by Baby and 17. Frieza, what was it you just said? Yama, upon hearing the sharp remarks, turned his face darkly. Yet with a feigned smile he replied, Do you wish to indulge in that place? I hear the hospitality there is quite commendable. And no, that's not it. We were merely jesting. Do you not enjoy a good joke, Lord Yama? Frieza quickly altered his tone, flattering the deity, while Zero regarded him with a puzzled gaze. So you genuinely wish to witness the cosmic fighting tournament? Yama, no longer inclined to jest, inquired with curiosity. Indeed, that is our sole purpose. We desire to behold the mightiest battles in the cosmos. 17 interjected. However, how did you learn of this tournament? Yama's eyes glimmered with a hint of caution as a realization dawned upon him. Oh, can my memory not encompass such matters? Baby chuckled, pointing at his own head. Yama chose not to elaborate further, well aware of Baby's origins. The Saiyans had once coexisted with the Zephyrians, making the existence of the tournament a plausible fact. Then come with me to the chamber where we may observe that world, Yama replied thoughtfully. Thank you, Lord Yama, Baby said with a smirk. Oh, such intriguing events. And yet you did not invite me? Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind, accompanied by a terrifying aura that enveloped the hearts of the onlookers. Startled, they turned to see the formidable Super One-Star Dragon. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, only to be replaced by a sense of relief as they smiled faintly and followed the King of Hell into the palace's basement. Once more, we return to the battlefield. After a series of fierce battles, Carla had triumphed over Ted and now returned to his previous seat, leisurely closing his eyes in a relaxed manner. At that moment, a figure clad in black, bearing a symbol of magic upon his chest, approached Stard. With a mocking tone, he remarked, "Is this truly your strength, Stard? It took considerable effort for you to defeat that insignificant pest. But I am different. Watch closely, for our demon realm shall claim victory in this grand contest, and the universe will be under our dominion." Stard, unfazed, did not even lift his head, his eyes remaining closed as he disregarded the taunts. "How dare you underestimate us?" The figure exclaimed in growing indignation, yet he maintained his composure, ultimately sneering as he departed. "Opposing our demon realm is your gravest error." Not far away, another observer, donned in divine attire, witnessed this exchange. Sensing something, Stard opened his eyes, but the man had already averted his gaze. Next, the third match commenced, featuring Palkas from the Southern Galaxy against the warrior Gory from the demon realm. Ah, has it finally begun? How swift. The speaker was none other than the earlier black-clad figure. So, another so-called deity, is it? Ha ha ha, prepare for my wrath. Gory, the warrior in black robes, laughed heartily as he materialized in the center of the arena. To everyone's surprise, the earlier divine figure also appeared, strikingly handsome yet resolute, with long black hair cascading behind him, reminiscent of Super 17. On the battlefield, Gory licked his lips and taunted, "You are indeed unfortunate, Palkas. Today, you shall meet your demise. Oh no, I cannot kill you just yet. It will be far more pleasurable to torment you first. Ha ha. I detest those self-righteous deities who oppose us at every turn. Is that so? However, I cherish peace, and inevitably, a battle must ensue," Palkas replied with a smile. His eyes closed as he nodded calmly in response to Gory's lengthy diatribe, a powerful aura emanating from him. "Ah, have you forgotten the past? Were it not for that incident, the universe would have been under our demon realm's dominion," Gory retorted, fury mingling with laughter. "Yet I disagree. The universe must always strive for peace, and I shall exert every effort to protect all that is dear to me," Palkas declared, gazing up at the blue sky and white clouds. Unbeknownst to him, Stard, who had been listening from afar, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Upon meeting Palkas's gaze, a faint smile appeared as they recognized their shared ideals. "Heh, a dreamer indeed. I shall shatter your illusions," Gory bellowed, launching into an assault with both hands, unleashing a powerful energy attack upon his adversary. However, Palkas showed no inclination to retreat. With a steady hand emerging from the divine vestments, he swept it forcefully, creating a wave of pressure that dispersed the two energy blasts. Those blasts hurtled outward, their destructive force significantly amplified, leaving a substantial dent in the ground, accompanied by a cloud of dust. In a single movement, he had shattered the energy attacks, yet Gory had already vanished along with Palkas, leaving only the resounding echoes of their clash on the arena. As the ground trembled with the impact of their confrontation, two figures materialized once more. Unexpectedly, "You possess such strength. I underestimated you," Gory growled. "Given this, I eagerly anticipate your resistance. I shall tear you apart piece by piece." "Oh, is that so? Are you about to transform?" Palkas inquired coolly, showing no sign of disturbance. "Haha, you are aware of my identity? Then you must be filled with despair. You should know that I am the third strongest among the new generation of the demon realm." Gory laughed maniacally, his visage contorting into a monstrous form, his skin shifting to a deep crimson. A horn sprouted from his forehead, his muscles bulking up veins protruding prominently, his physique rivaling that of Broly. "Is this your true form?" Hakaz remarked, his expression unperturbed. "Your power is indeed formidable, but I suspect your speed will be lacking." After a moment of silence, Gory grinned wickedly. "Then your attacks will have no effect on me. The one who evades will ultimately fall to me." "Oh, is that so? Then watch closely." Hakaz noticeably increased his speed, leaving the flustered Gory utterly unable to track his movements, causing an uproar in the arena. Goten and Trunks were equally astonished, unable to perceive his swift motion, while Gohan struggled to keep pace. "Fool, he's right in front of you," Vegeta remarked, disdain evident in his tone upon recognizing Gory as a denizen of the demon realm, unimpressed by the so-called third strongest. Indeed, in an instant, Hakaz appeared before Gory and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, the force so tremendous that it drove his fist halfway in. Gory was sent hurtling backward, spewing blue blood, his eyes wide with shock. Gory came to a halt, wiping the blood from his lips, and gasped, "You little brat." His eyes emitted beams of energy aimed at Hakaz, but he deftly dodged, leaving the arena scorched and the surrounding area in ruins. Gory continued to unleash energy blasts from his eyes, relentlessly targeting Hakaz, who evaded with apparent ease, yet causing panic among the spectators. Indeed, this must be resolved swiftly, Hakaz thought as he accelerated again, his opponent unable to catch his fleeting form, instilling a sense of dread in Gory. Soon, however, Hakaz smirked coldly, executing a rapid 360-degree spin attack, unleashing two beams of lethal light that spiraled destructively around him. "Ah, come fort." Gory laughed maniacally. "Fall." However, an irate voice abruptly interrupted Gore's maniacal laughter. Hakaz descended from above, delivering a powerful blow to Gore's head. The tremendous force reverberated throughout the venue, causing even the combat arena to suffer damage, with a noticeable dent of 2 centimeters. Taken by surprise from the sudden impact, Gore let out a piercing scream before his body trembled violently, and he ceased his previous assault, slowly collapsing into unconsciousness. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted into cheers, and soon the entire arena resonated with jubilant shouts. In this battle between gods and demons, the victor was Hakaz. Chapter 27, Conspiracies in Battle. The Spread of Evil, Part 1. At this moment, 4 figures clad in dark robes rose, gazing silently at the fallen Gore. Lost in contemplation. Foolish wretch, daring to boast of being the 3rd strongest in the demon realm. The familiar words echoed once more, spoken by the one whom Qing Lu regarded as a mere worthless pawn. His existence is indeed unnecessary. It seems we may eliminate him first, another voice conveyed through mental communication. Certainly, a dog so loyal to Shalu should not be allowed to live for long. Such a disgrace to the Gore lineage, he continued, recalling that in days of yore, Gore's ancestors were once prominent figures within the demon realm. As he listened to his companion deride this turncoat Gore, another individual chuckled quietly. Yet he felt a twinge of apprehension at the mention of Gore's ancestors. After all, in that era, he had been the foremost beneath the 7 killers, his strength and status far surpassing those of Yans and Mingjia. Perhaps Shalu merely seeks to consolidate power within the demon realm. Presently, Shalu and Lord Meilu are at odds. While Qing Lu observes from a neutral position, it appears the demon realm is not as tranquil as it seems. Another pondered, reaching this conclusion. I understand, otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to suppress me. Thankfully, my father is a true fool, which has dulled their perception of me, allowing me to survive under their disdain. He swore, but I vow, one day, he will regret his arrogance. With a furious expression, he gestured slightly to a 3rd figure beside him, signaling for the other to eliminate Gore, who promptly vanished at the command. So soon to act? Wouldn't that risk alarming the prey? Another inquired, his voice melodious yet distinctly masculine. No trouble at all. Yans and Mingjia are still severely injured, while we have fully recovered. If we eliminate that wretch now, it would incite our allies to confront them, thus providing us an opportunity to break free from Shala's control and grow our strength by taking down those 2. The first replied. Upon hearing the mention of allies, the other smiled knowingly, for indeed, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Just as the 2 reveled in their scheme, as the battle resumed below, another figure in black spoke up. My lord, how shall we proceed under these circumstances? He pressed his palm against his chest, bowing respectfully. Oh, is it Gisto? It is nothing, merely a tad unexpected, remarked the figure cloaked in black, his eyes closed and voice resonant. Indeed, what shall we do about Lord Marrow? Gister, addressed as such, lowered his head in response. Is inconsequential. This trivial matter need not be reported to Lord Marrow. By the way, how are the injuries of those two? The enigmatic man inquired once more, for he recognized Gister as his loyal follower. Their wounds have healed about 70 to 80%, yet in terms of power, my subordinates speculate they possess merely 30% of their original strength. Oh, they have recovered so swiftly? Another cloaked figure expressed surprise, his thoughts growing weighty. Yes, your majesty. Gister replied respectfully, his answer unveiling for the first time the identity of the man in black, the current Demon King. Upon hearing Gister's report, the resonant man paused, exchanging glances with the Demon King, and together they devised an optimal battle strategy, their eyes sparkling with intent. Very well, Gister, prepare for your match, and inform Tewa to refrain from eliminating Gory for the time being. The Demon King's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharp and imbued with a chilling intent. Understood. In an instant, Gister vanished, leaving behind an empty space. The resonant man turned his head toward the observation room, his gaze fixating on a familiar silhouette with a playful glint in his eyes. Sun Wukong. A sudden surge of icy, killing intent focused towards him, prompting Wukong to lift his head abruptly. His earlier excitement transformed into solemnity as he too recognized those indifferent eyes, eerily reminiscent of someone he had encountered before. Chapter 27. The Conspiracy in Battle. The Spread of Evil, Part 2. Similar eyes surfaced in his mind, yet this figure was Frisia from the depths of hell. I never expected the so-called cosmic fighting tournament to possess such a lackluster level of combat, Frisia remarked, habitually wiping his nose, then spreading his arms in mockery. Yet, none in attendance responded to him, as Saruba B, Super 17, and Super 1-Star Dragon gazed silently at the massive crystal sphere that revealed the world beyond. What on earth is happening? Laughter ceased abruptly, and Frisia sensed an odd atmosphere, perplexed by the expressions of those around him. Siryub, displaying impatience, coldly regarded Frisia and mockingly inquired, "Haven't you realized yet?" Frisia, enraged by this insulting jest, felt his anger rise, but simultaneously recalled the battle he had just witnessed. His eyes widening in realization as he stammered, "Could it be? Ah, so you have noticed? They're indeed fighting on a planet with immense gravity. In other words, their true strength far exceeds what we have observed," Baby disdainfully remarked, casting a glance at Frisia. Frisia was taken aback, rendered speechless. His eyes filled with terror. Super 1-Star Dragon's gaze lingered on Pakaz, his alluring crimson eyes shimmering with a hint of light, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. What? North Kai, are you truly claiming your Wukong is the best in the universe? Do you not know how to spell shy? A diminutive figure approached, his face flushed with indignation. Are your eyes blinded? He exclaimed. I, Goku, have defeated even a 1-Star Dragon. Do you know who that is? My adorable little companion, the North Kai, also moved closer, their faces nearly touching, each asserting their stance. What grandiose claims you make. If it weren't for the power of the entire universe, could Goku truly conquer a 1-Star Dragon? The West Kai retorted. Well, regardless, my Goku transforms into Super Saiyan 4, making him the strongest. The North Kai quickly countered, then turned with a haughty flourish, causing the West Kai to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. What the? The West Kai exclaimed, propping himself up as he shouted, That's mine. At that moment, a resounding voice cut through the air, commanding attention. Ladies and gentlemen, please focus on the tournament grounds. The Grand Kai has an important announcement to make. Please hurry. The sudden proclamation halted the battles of all corporeal souls on the planet, and the North and West Kais ceased their bickering, pondering before flying in the same direction. Within half a minute, everyone gathered at the fighting arena, bowing respectfully towards the grand stage. An elderly figure emerged from behind the curtain, leisurely settling into his throne, stroking his long white beard while donning stylish sunglasses. As the crowd beheld this fashionable elder, they instinctively voiced, We honor the arrival of the Grand Kai. Ah! Very well, everyone, please take your seats, he began with a smile. The purpose of this gathering is to showcase a magnificent event known as the Universe Fighting Tournament. The Grand Kai chuckled, and amidst the astonished expressions, he pressed a remote, causing the arena to unveil an opening, revealing a large crystal cube hovering above. The sight left the assembly in awe. What is the Universe Fighting Tournament? The West Kai inquired, bouncing forward in curiosity. You mean you don't know about the Universe Fighting Tournament? How naive you are, coming from the depths of the mountains. The North Kai chuckled behind his hand. What the? The West Kai fumed, jumping in frustration. Enough of the bickering, North and West Kais. The Grand Kai interjected, having sensed their discord. Allow me to explain this tournament. The Universe Fighting Tournament is a contest held in another dimension of the cosmos, uniting the mightiest warriors from across the universe. It determines the strongest fighter, whose status rivals my own, and grants dominion over the entire universe. This tournament occurs once every 10 million years and is the ultimate battle among the realms of the underworld, gods, and demons. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The West Kai, feeling incredulous, took a few cautious steps closer, asking, "Is this tournament truly a reality, Grand Kai?" "Indeed, this seems to be true. However, I have only held the esteemed position of the Great King for a mere 400 million years. The specifics of the situation remain unknown to me. I have heard from the previous Great King that the last martial arts tournament was so formidable that even the divine realm felt its impact. Regrettably, the archived records from that time have vanished without a trace for approximately 750 million years. In this moment, the North King turned to the West King, urging him to inquire, "What is the status from the Supreme Kai?" The response came, "Well, the two Supreme Kais are equally in the dark regarding the details. They have previously inquired about this tournament, but coincidentally, their archival records also disappeared around 750 million years ago, leaving only the ancient texts with scant documentation." As the Great King stroked his long white beard, he continued, "However, the tournament has commenced, and the Supreme Kai is presiding over the proceedings. I trust there are no uncertainties regarding that." "Indeed," the four kings replied in unison. At that moment, a large square crystal manifested a backdrop, revealing the arena of combat, where fierce battles continue to rage. For the formidable warriors, time in the arena feels interminable. Even a brief few minutes had witnessed 3 battles. Standing on a martial platform was the demon warrior recently referred to as Gist, facing off against his opponent, the warrior Puta from the Southern Galaxy. "Oh, you're quite tenacious, Puta, aren't you? I didn't expect you to withstand so many of my attacks without collapsing." Gist wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a twisted smile revealing his bloodthirsty madness. Meanwhile, Puta was gasping for breath, his expression growing dim as he pondered. "What should I do? My opponent is incredibly strong. I have exerted all my strength, yet it feels as though he is merely toying with me. This demon is too powerful." As blood flowed profusely from his wounds, Puta's eyes began to dull, and his consciousness started to fade. Trunks silently observed the unfolding battle. Cold sweat trickling down his brow as he thought, "Just is far too strong. He surpasses the previous Gory by a significant margin. Even I can only catch glimpses of his movements. His speed exceeds mine." Goten, whose strength was on par with Trunks, also felt a sense of trepidation towards Gist's prowess. "Gone again," Goten exclaimed, gazing down at the arena. Indeed, Gist had vanished from sight, and almost instantaneously, Puta was sent flying across the arena. Gist's attack had landed directly in front of him. Puta clutched his slightly concave face, struggling in agony, but soon he released his grip, his eyes widening in terror as Gist appeared like a specter. In a state of fear, he was unable to react as Gist unleashed a fierce punch, striking Puta in the abdomen and forcing him to the ground. Swiftly, Gist followed up with another blow from below, connecting with Puta's jaw, shattering bones and distorting his visage, sending his body soaring into the air. As Puta ascended, he repeatedly coughed up blood, for the heavy blows to his abdomen had severely damaged his internal organs. The speed of Gist's attacks was relentless. Before Puta could even finish spitting blood, he was struck again on the jaw, rendering him nearly unable to bear the onslaught. In Chapter 27, titled Conspiracy in Battle, The Spread of Evil, Part 4, Puta spread his arms wide, his defensive aura shattering in the air. Harnessing the stillness of the storm, he channeled energy into his hands and launched a series of downward strikes toward Gist. Yet, his opponent showed no inclination to evade. Gist, too, opened his arms and activated a protective shield. The dark purple barrier absorbed all of Puta's energy attacks, extinguishing them silently as if pebbles dropped into water. The immense impact shattered the arena within a 2-meter radius, sending shockwaves through the ground. After a minute of relentless bombardment, Puta finally exhausted his strength and ceased his assault, collapsing to the ground, his body limp and weary. "This is truly terrible," he gasped, feeling nearly drained of all power, even lacking the energy for his aerial technique. With his hands braced against the platform, blood mixed with sweat dripped down, and fatigue weighed heavily upon him, making it difficult to continue fighting. Seeing the attack had halted, Gist lowered his shield and coldly remarked, "You have failed." Gasping for breath, Puta attempted to utter words of surrender, but before he could, a flash of dark purple light signaled that it was already too late. A swift arc traversed the distance between them, and Jiste seized Pu Ta by the neck with his left hand, leaning close to whisper in a low voice. Are you ready to surrender? So soon? But I have not yet had my fill of fun, you know? As he spoke, a chilling aura of malice enveloped Pu Ta, his eyes widening in terror as he gazed helplessly at the figure before him, resembling a demon. With a brilliant flash, Jist's right fist struck Pu Ta's abdomen with tremendous force. Pu Ta coughed up a mouthful of blood but could not utter a single word. His eyes filled with despair born of fear. Is it painful? This is the consequence of your battle against our demon clan. Do not overestimate your own abilities. Jist's voice echoed in Pu Ta's mind. His right hand relentlessly pounded against Pu Ta's chest and abdomen, as if striking a mere puppet. Pu Ta, speaking brood, could only emit hoarse sounds, while Jiste laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Let me make you wish for death, ha ha ha." The spectators at the competition were astonished by the brutality displayed, while many watching the bloody scene through broadcasts turned away in tears. Others were incited to anger by Jist's actions, condemning such a monster. How cruel, the King of Worlds observed, trembling as he leaned forward. However, Grit, standing nearby, halted him, shaking his head and saying, "Lord King of Worlds, please do not be angered. According to the rules of the tournament, no one outside the arena can intervene to stop the match." The King of Worlds, witnessing such slaughter, helplessly closed his eyes. Goku and his companions could only watch in despair, bound by the tournament's guidelines, as the defeated had not spoken the words of surrender. You truly are dull. A mere existence as insignificant as an ant, Jiste sneered as he flung Pu Ta aside. The conference decreed that one must not recklessly eliminate adversaries. Thus, I shall grant you a reprieve, for I have already had my fill of this game. As he passed through Pu Ta, he elaborated, "However, you shall inevitably meet your demise. Our plans have commenced, and our era is swiftly approaching." With a sinister chuckle, he divulged the machinations of the infernal realms. At last, Gister unleashed his final assault, a colossal wave of mental energy that shattered Pu Ta's consciousness. Though the latter would not perish, he would be rendered no different from a vegetative state. Upon hearing such a fate, Pu Ta trembled in terror. And in the fleeting moment, before losing his wits entirely, he comprehended the encroaching malevolence. The hand of darkness had finally reached out to the cosmos. Chapter 28. Overwhelming Power. The Son of Frisia, Lily, Part 1. Time swiftly passed, and the tournament had progressed for 4 days. Tomorrow marked the final stage of the preliminaries, a day that would determine the contenders for the semifinals. To witness this momentous occasion, the number of attendees at the competition venue surged to unprecedented heights, with thousands of fighters captivated by the fervor of the event. After several days of observing the matches, Goten and Trunks came to realize the vastness of the universe, filled with an endless array of super warriors, many of whom surpassed their own strength, leaving them feeling rather disheartened. "Father, the level of combat has significantly escalated today. Our opponents possess overwhelming power," Goten remarked, his brow furrowed in concern. "Indeed, there are 46 formidable competitors, 34 of whom hail from the inner universe, while 3 are from the demon realm," Goku replied, sharing in his son's dismay at such a stark contrast in capabilities. He had not anticipated the outer universe's decline to be so pronounced. Trunks turned to his father, only to find Kita deep in thought, his eyes closed, leaning against the wall. The 12 participants with championship status clearly indicated that the inner universe's strength vastly overshadowed that of the outer universe. "It appears our world is still quite feeble," Trunks sighed. "Moreover, I sense that those championship contenders have not exerted themselves fully. Their auras remain consistently stable," Goku noted, echoing what Ub had observed. "Indeed, that is true. The competitors have yet to unleash their full potential. Perhaps the true battle will unfold in the semifinals," Goku contemplated, knowing more than those present. He hesitated, pondering whether to reveal the identities of the championship contenders. As a Saiyan, he understood that their abilities should be comparable to his own, thus making their ascension to Super Saiyan a natural occurrence. However, it was peculiar that although 12 participants from the demon realm had entered the fray, only 8 had taken the stage. "Father, is this related to the previous incident?" Gohan inquired. Indeed, Goku nodded, intrigued by the matter. He was well aware that even without medical machines, injuries of such nature could heal within 5 or 6 days. For individuals of their caliber, an extended period of convalescence was unnecessary. Indeed, the individual from the demon realm who assaulted me was not present. However, the other 2 observers are now 2/3 of the trio. Vegeta also spoke up, sharing the same perplexity as Goku. Are those two individuals referred to as the Demon King and the Sorcerer? As Goten reflected on the battles of recent days, a shiver coursed through him as he preliminarily assessed that their adversaries possessed strength akin to that of the Great Ape Baby. Vegeta nodded slightly, acknowledging that had his own power not ascended earlier, he would have been unable to match their might. With Vegeta's response, Goten and Trunks were filled with a myriad of emotions. Despite their arduous training over the past days, their strength now amounted to merely 50 trillion, rendering them utterly defenseless against such opponents. Goku also nodded, stating, "Throughout these battles, I have consistently felt that the Sorcerer is somehow connected to Frieza, yet I cannot ascertain his identity. But isn't Frieza's race not from the Demon Realm?" Gohan inquired. "Indeed, it's merely a feeling," Goku replied, leaning against the wall, his starry eyes lost in contemplation. Thus, the surroundings fell into silence once more. After a prolonged period, a sudden sound of a door opening startled those present, drawing their attention to the familiar figure that had unexpectedly arrived. Striding in with a graceful gait was Pakaz, a deity from another universe. He seemed to understand the confusion that lingered among the gathered individuals and smiled as he directly addressed them. "Perhaps I can shed some light on the matter concerning the Sorcerer and the Demon Realm." His revelation stunned Goku and the others, while Vegeta instinctively assumed a defensive stance, wary of the stranger. Ever since they learned of the Kaioshin's abilities, Goku and the others were acutely aware that some beings in the universe possessed the power of telepathy, enabling them to penetrate the thoughts of their adversaries. It seems I have been presumptuous. For that, I apologize. I have some urgent matters to discuss with you, so please pardon my intrusion into your thoughts," Pakaz said, recognizing his abruptness and earnestly adjusting his demeanor. "Do you truly comprehend these matters?" Goku questioned, observing Pakaz's composed demeanor without sensing any malevolent aura from him. "Yes, when it comes to the Demon Realm, I possess far greater insight than even Lord Kaioshin." Pakaz's words detonated like a cannonball. This time, no one responded. From his tone, it was evident that Pakaz was prepared to provide answers. While it is true that Frieza's race does not belong to the Demon Realm, we must understand that a person, once they have sold their soul to the devil, can indeed become a member of the Demon Realm. That individual in black is one such person. However, there is a slight complication. I cannot ascertain the identity of this figure, and above the Sorcerer and the Demon King, there exist two more individuals. Vegeta noted as he felt Pakaz's gaze fixed upon him, quickly grasping the inquiry and nodding in acknowledgement. "Indeed, the two individuals who previously attacked you are among the 12 esteemed lords of the Demon Realm, specifically the sorcerers known as Meija and Yancy. The individual from the Frieza clan that you encountered moments ago is merely a recently appointed sorcerer." Chapter 28. Overwhelming Power, Frieza's Son Lily, Part 2. The mention of the 12 sorcerers astonished the crowd. They had learned from Goku about the existence of the 7 deadly beasts of the Demon Realm. Yet now they were confronted with the notion of 12 sorcerers. What kind of hierarchical structure exists within the Demon Realm? Representing the 7 deadly beasts, was the first to inquire. Among those present, he was second only to Goku in sensing energy. On the day Goku returned, had detected an overwhelming surge of demonic energy not far from his position. However, that entity soon vanished, replaced by 2 slightly weaker beasts, who were now confirmed to be among the 12 sorcerers. This led to recall the existence of that formidable creature and mention the 7 deadly beasts. 7 deadly beasts? It seems that King Kai has shared some insights with you, Pakaz remarked, momentarily surprised but quickly regaining composure. He continued, "The 12 sorcerers occupy a rank beneath the 7 deadly beasts. In ancient times, the 7 deadly beasts were the rulers of the Demon Realm after the Demon Lord. However, following a series of fierce battles with the outside world, the Demon Realm suffered severe losses, prompting both the 7 deadly beasts and the 12 sorcerers to withdraw. Then, does that mean the current leadership lies with the Demon King?" Depura inquired. "Oh, so you are acquainted with Depura? He indeed once held the title of Demon King. However, that was a millennium ago. 1,000 years prior, he fell under the control of a sorcerer named Babidi, becoming his subordinate. It is said that over 20 years ago, he was slain by a being known as Bu." At the mention of the Demon Bu, the expressions of the gathered individuals shifted slightly, while Goten and Trunks exchanged knowing glances at the visibly restless sub. "The current Demon King is likely that individual clad in black. Do not underestimate him. His power far surpasses that of Depura." Pakaz solemnly introduced the existence of this Demon Lord, unaware of the underlying intricacies. We are all aware of this. For that event transpired on our Earth, and we managed to defeat Bu. Trunks remarked, unable to suppress a chuckle. The casual remark struck a chord with Pakka's, causing him to tremble in astonishment as he scrutinized the individuals before him with widened eyes. Earth? Could it be that you are the legendary Saiyans? Pakka's finally grasped the situation, his astonishment evident. Yes, we are Saiyans, Goten replied with a smile. Pakka's shifted his gaze, noting that Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan all nodded in affirmation. At this moment, Pakka's appeared somewhat dazed, measuring the individuals before him. Observing Goku's casually swaying tail, he took a deep breath and, after a moment of silence, remarked, "Hee hee, is that so? Then matters will be much easier. I could divulge everything to you." "And what exactly does everything entail?" Goku inquired. Pakka's gazed at Goku and began, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the deity of the Southern Galaxy, a fact well known to all. The domain I oversee encompasses 3 locations that serve as gateways to the demon realm. One of my fellow guardians is the deity Sta, and the other, the one defeated today by that cloaked figure, remains a mystery." This revelation sent a ripple of shock through the assembly. Even Vegeta widened his eyes, his keen gaze flickering with a glint of intensity. After a moment of contemplation, Pakka's continued, "Our mission is to oversee the activities of the demon realm and to diligently guard the entrances and exits, preventing any disturbances from emerging. We heed only the commands of the Supreme Kai. No other authority holds sway over us. During the battle against Bu, we were unable to obliterate him, as we had to protect our territory and could only rely on you to engage in the fight." Vegeta inquired, "Then why is it that the demon realm is permitted to participate in this martial tournament?" "Ah, the nature of this tournament is universal, granting even the denizens of the demon realm the right to partake. Moreover, there exists a peculiar phenomenon. As the tournament approaches, the defenses at the entrance to the demon realm weaken, allowing formidable entities from that realm the opportunity to escape and compete." "What do you mean by the weakening of the defenses?" Goku questioned with a furrowed brow. "Indeed, the defenses can be likened to a sealing barrier. This barrier has existed since ancient times and is said to have been sealed by the Super Saiyans. We merely need to channel our energy annually to maintain its integrity." "A barrier? Super Saiyans?" The crowd gasped anew. "Yes, however, the current situation is rather unique. The demonic powers of the demon realm have surged dramatically overnight. You must have sensed Jist's power. It was originally a mere 50 trillion, yet now it has escalated to. What? His power can increase so drastically in an instant? What on earth is happening?" Goten pressed eagerly. "I am uncertain, but I can feel an immensely potent dark force emanating from afar, growing exponentially. I suspect this dark power resonates with the demons, resulting in their heightened strength. What is this formidable dark power? Why have I not sensed it?" Goku, now aware of the gravity of the situation, inquired urgently. "The spread of that power is gradual, which is why you may not have perceived its expansion so swiftly. As guardians monitoring the demon realm, our sensitivity to such forces is unparalleled throughout the cosmos." A heavy silence enveloped the group as they contemplated this unknown adversary with trepidation. "The individual you refer to as the cloaked figure was the first to breach the demon realm after the barrier weakened, and we soon discovered he ascended to become the ruler of that realm, a formidable foe indeed." After a brief pause, Pakka's closed his eyes once more, exhaling deeply. "This is all I know. I hope that you Saiyans can lend us your strength to vanquish the demon realm." "Rest assured, we shall prevail," Trunks declared, clenching his fist. Yet Gohan remained contemplative, absorbed in deeper thoughts. Pakka's, noticing Gohan's expression, stepped closer and said, "Mr. Gohan, would you accompany me for a stroll outside?" The suddenness of his request caused everyone present to pause momentarily. All eyes turned toward them, and after a brief hesitation, Gohan responded, "Sure." Pakka's, leading the way, halted to gaze at the luminous full moon and remarked, "Ah, it is a full moon once again. By the way, I have heard that during the full moon, you Saiyans gain enhanced powers and can transform into giant apes. Is that correct?" Gohan, who followed closely behind, also stopped and observed the moon, replying, "Indeed, but only Saiyans with tails can undergo that transformation." "Oh, is that so? I have heard that your Saiyan nature is inherently combative and somewhat ruthless. Is that not true?" Gohan admitted it could be rather violent at times. Unaware of Pakka's intentions, he continued, "But I can see your heart is kind. Your aspiration is towards peace. In your world, you wish to avoid conflict, fearing that it may cost you something precious. Am I right?" Pakka's turned to Gohan with a smile. Caught off guard by the insight into his thoughts, Gohan's eyes sparkled with a newfound light. Pakaz, having grasped Gohan's sentiments, continued, "However, Gohan, you must understand that what is lost in battle is often less than what is gained. Why is this? Because if we do not fight, what we lose can never be reclaimed. Yet if you engage in battle and emerge victorious, the future can be one of peace, where everyone can attain true happiness. For the future must not fall into the hands of our enemies." Gohan was taken aback, staring at Pakaz in astonishment, as it was the first time he had heard someone proclaim that fighting could be the dawn of happiness. "Gohan, open your heart. You must awaken your dormant power. The peaceful future requires your strength." Pakaz inhaled deeply, placing his right hand on Gohan's shoulder, smiling warmly as he said, "You must do your utmost to protect all that is around you. Furthermore, the burden of the future does not rest solely on your shoulders. Others also need your strength. Do you understand?" In that moment, a ray of warm sunlight pierced through Gohan's heart, illuminating his mind and opening a pathway to a different world. Gohan, feeling a sense of relief, smiled in response. Chapter 28. Overwhelming Power. Frisia's son, Kiririn, 3. "My lord, what are your thoughts on tomorrow's battle?" The demon warrior, Gister, knelt with one hand pressed against the ground. "Oh, so you're already aware?" The cloaked figure relaxed his grip, allowing the paper in his hand to flutter to the ground as he took his seat. "Yes. However, my lord, this opponent is no ordinary foe. His power far exceeds that of the deity from today." Gister's expression changed slightly as he whispered, "Please allow me to face him first and defeat him." "No, there is no need for that. In my opinion, you cannot win against him. He is indeed a formidable adversary, and I would prefer not to see you jeopardize our plans through recklessness." "But my lord," Gister replied, clenching his fists in frustration, unwilling to accept defeat. "Gister, you must understand that the Master has commanded that there must be at least 2 individuals from our realm to advance to the finals. I believe that both the Demon King and I can seize this opportunity. However, you must also be vigilant regarding Mingjia and Yanxi, as they too wish to stir up chaos. Therefore, I cannot permit any errors on your part. Only then will our plan unfold as intended." The cloaked figure, aware of his subordinate's intentions, proceeded to analyze the situation accurately. "Indeed, I acknowledge my mistakes. I shall take my leave now, my lord," Gister replied, rising and exiting the chamber. In that moment, the room fell into silence once more, the atmosphere growing ominously heavy. The cloaked figure remaining inside finally removed his mask, though the moonlight obscured his features. Yet, it was evident that he wore a smile, his sharp gaze fixed upon the document strewn on the ground, which unmistakably contained information about Pakaz. Time swiftly passed, and now it was the final day of the preliminaries. The day's matches had already reached the halfway mark, with the advancing contestants being Star and Gister. At that moment, the battle on the stage was between the cloaked figure and Pakaz. After a swift and fierce exchange, the combat arena was considerably damaged, leaving 2 figures standing, separated by more than 20 meters, locked in a silent stare. Pakaz, feeling the overwhelming pressure of the impending confrontation, attempted to inquire, "Who are you truly, and why have you succumbed to the demon race to become the sorcerer king of the demon realm?" The cloaked figure chuckled, tapping the tip of his nose mockingly. He replied, "Is it truly necessary to divulge that to you?" Pakaz's expression tightened. The voice resonated with a sense of familiarity in his ears. However, both remained silent, their eyes fixed on one another, searching for an opportunity to strike. In an instant, both vanished from sight, leaving only the debris at their previous positions swirling towards the center of the arena. Suddenly, they reappeared in the middle, their elbows colliding with tremendous force. The impact generated an enormous shockwave, enough to compress the arena beneath them, forming a 2-meter-wide crater, causing tremors in the surrounding area. Witnessing this, they engaged in close combat, exchanging attacks and defenses, the air around them crackling with energy and sound. In a fleeting moment of negligence from the cloaked figure, Pakaz unleashed a ki blast towards him, but the cloaked figure swiftly increased his speed, evading the attack and simultaneously maneuvering away from Pakaz. Observing the cloaked figure's heightened pace, Pakaz responded by accelerating his own assaults, launching ki blasts with both hands. As the cloaked figure ceased his movement, he realized the 2 ki blasts were nearly upon him. In a hurried reaction, he clasped both blasts with his hands, crushing them to dissipate their energy, and then raised his gaze to Pakaz, a wicked grin spreading across his face. The onlookers were taken aback, yet he promptly became aware of the situation. He unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards the figure in black. "Who rather than evading, waved both hands to absorb each projectile, dissipating them instantly and raising a cloud of dust that enveloped him. Pakaz recognized that the moment had arrived. He swiftly approached the black-clad adversary, diving into the dust, his fist poised for an assault. However, he had underestimated his opponent. The figure in black delivered a powerful kick, catching Pakaz off guard and landing a heavy blow to his chest, sending him crashing onto the martial arts platform, which was left with a significant dent and numerous cracks. The impact reverberated through the venue, causing it to tremble as if shaken by an earthquake. Pakaz quickly leaped out of the crater, but as he regained his footing, he bent down to evade another attack, for the figure in black was already behind him, launching a right hook. In his attempt to dodge the blow, Pakaz countered with an elbow strike aimed at the adversary's abdomen. Yet, the black-clad figure skillfully intercepted the attack with his left palm. Though the force of the impact propelled him backward, his expression now grave. Chapter 28. Overwhelming Power, Frisia's Son, Lily, Part 4. Meanwhile, the figure in black extended a finger towards him, and in an instant, a beam of light shot forth at an astonishing speed, far surpassing Pakaz's energy blasts. Realizing the imminent danger, Pakaz hurriedly attempted to evade by flipping, yet the figure in black seized the opportunity to amplify his attacks, sending forth a relentless barrage of light-speed strikes as Pakaz continued to maneuver. Observing from the sidelines, Gohan, Goku, and Vegeta widened their eyes in astonishment, with Vegeta trembling in anger, stammering, "It's him, it's Frisia's technique." Indeed, the velocity of this energy was far superior to that of any other. Reminiscent of Frisia's assaults on Namek, Gohan discerned the situation, his brow furrowed in confusion. Goten, glancing at Vegeta and Gohan, felt a sense of helplessness, but soon turned his attention to the martial platform, loudly urging them to observe. Undoubtedly, the battle upon the platform had intensified. Their speeds had escalated to such a degree that even Goten and Trunks could only catch fleeting glimpses of their attacks. Pakaz leapt high into the air, completely evading the black figure's energy blasts. The figure halted his assault, only to vanish and reappear beside Pakaz, initiating a close-quarters combat. However, Pakaz had augmented his strength, which rendered him noticeably faster than his opponent. His punch connected forcefully with the figure's mask, shattering it and sending the figure tumbling off the platform. Now, facing away from Pakaz, seizing the opportunity presented by the lapse in defense, Pakaz dove toward the figure. Yet the black-clad adversary did not make any significant movements. Instead, he aligned his right hand's index and middle fingers, emitting a yellow glow from their tips, and then subtly rotated his left foot to the right. Goku, having discerned the figure's silhouette, sensed trouble brewing. Pakaz, momentarily stunned, recognized the impending danger and tried to react, but was a beat too slow. At that moment, the figure in black spun violently, swiftly slicing upward with his right hand. A golden radiance delineated a semicircular blade, ricocheting towards the direction of Pakaz, only to vanish in an instant. What was that? Pakaz widened his eyes in panic, turning to glance behind him. In his frantic attempt to evade, he merely grazed his face, yet the scene behind him was vastly different. Several planets erupted simultaneously in a cataclysmic explosion. The blinding light that followed eclipsed even the sun, leaving the venue in disarray as the audience section was torn apart. The diamond arena itself suffered a grievous fracture, slender and smooth fissures instilling a sense of dread. Boom! After a brief moment of stillness, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the competition grounds, as debris fell from the torn earth, sending plumes of dust swirling around. The very ground trembled, stirring a sense of alarm. "Haha, what a beautiful display of smoke, isn't it? Are you frightened yet?" The figure in black gazed at the dazed Pakaz with a sadistic grin. What kind of technique was that? The power may be minimal, yet the destructive speed was astonishing. Even Gohan felt a tremor of fear. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, while Goten, Trunks, and OOB's hearts raced in trepidation. It must be, undoubtedly, Frisia's technique. Goku discerned the anomaly. Again, Frisia? Vegeta's fury intensified. Indeed, during my battle with him, he employed this very technique, effortlessly cleaving Namek in twain. Goku admitted, overcome by dread. "Curse you, demon. Your wanton destruction shall not go unpunished." Pakaz clenched his fists in rage, his nails breaking the skin and crimson droplets cascading onto the arena, seemingly heralding an ominous portent. "Is that so? But you must possess the strength to defeat me," the figure in black taunted, slowly shedding his dark garb to reveal a body adorned in hues of purple and blue, while he discarded the damaged half of his mask, which clattered onto the arena floor. At the moment the mask struck the ground, Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta gasped in horror, drenched in cold sweat. For before them stood none other than Frieza himself, albeit a form even more imposing and powerful than the original. The being chuckled ominously, his laughter resonating with a chilling essence. Indeed, I am Frieza's son, and my name is Lily. The beautiful cosmos, we have returned. His maniacal laughter echoed, summoning the forces of the universe as he turned to face Goku, exclaiming with fervor, "Our era is upon us once more, son Goku." Chapter 29, The Revenge Plan, The Puppet Master, Part 1. In the somber underworld, a familiar, nauseating laughter echoed, unmistakably belonging to Frieza. He beamed with pride, witnessing his son effortlessly vanquish some of the most formidable deities in the universe, a testament to the supremacy of the Frieza lineage within the cosmic hierarchy. With a chuckle, Frieza exclaimed, "I never expected it to truly be Lily. With your remarkable combat prowess, you have decisively vanquished those detestable Saiyan monkeys." His excitement was palpable, as he clenched his fists and narrowed his eyes with ferocity. Beside him, Siru observed Frieza's indiscretion in silence, turning away in exasperation at his ignorance, diligently focusing on the flickering screen above. Yet his mind wandered, pondering whether this was indeed the son Frieza spoke of. Could his strength truly be that formidable? It surpassed Frieza's claims by 100-fold, if not more. What could be the reason for such an extraordinary power? The azure-skinned baby watched the recent battle, his body trembling slightly as he recognized that Lily's strength now eclipsed his own, and it seemed there was still more to uncover. The long-haired Super 17, with arms crossed over his chest, remained motionless before the screen. Upon hearing Frieza's self-satisfied remarks, he furrowed his brow, his frostbitten visage turning to deliver a pointed comment. Indeed, like father, like son, Mr. Frieza. Though Frieza was naive, he was not a fool. He sensed the mockery in Super 17's words and felt a surge of anger. Yet he could only sputter in rage, expressing his discontent. He was acutely aware that he was no match for 17, and despite his frustration causing veins to throb, he clenched his hands in a tremor, glaring with gritted teeth. 17, initially disinterested in engaging him, calmly replied, "Certainly, your son possesses immense strength. However, you must also recognize that the monkey's power is far from ordinary." He gestured toward the nearby Super Shenron, subtly hinting at Goku's formidable abilities. In light of Goku's formidable resurgence, word of the legendary warrior's return had spread, and many were aware, especially past adversaries like those present, who remained vigilant for any news regarding Goku. In that moment, Frieza grasped 17's implication, his fury gradually subsiding, though he still turned away in indignation. Fixated on the screen, his eyes betraying confusion. Could this truly be the current Lily? It seemed impossible to be mistaken. Yet, what had transpired to elevate his power so dramatically? What events had unfolded in the outside world? Cursed be this wretched hell. As Frieza contemplated his thoughts, he cast a sideways glance at the imposing figure of King Yama, who, despite lacking power, held dominion over life and death. King Yama, listening to their conversation, leaned slightly, resting his chin on his hand, and sighed in resignation, thinking, "These fellows are truly bothersome. They incessantly discuss battle scenarios. Why can't they be still like Super Shenron?" How troublesome indeed. Was that display of strength merely an illusion? Indeed, few paid heed to Super Shenron, who at that moment remained as still as a statue, replaying the scenes of Lily's earlier combat in his mind, contemplating deeply. As I gazed upon the fervent battle that had just transpired, the atmosphere around was electrified, with the onlookers erupting in enthusiastic cheers. Even the Grand Kai could be heard shouting encouragement for Pakas. However, upon sensing the skeptical gazes directed towards him, he felt a flush of embarrassment and straightened his posture, clearing his throat deliberately to mask his discomfort. Yet, amidst this fervor, another individual harbored a different sentiment. He trembled slightly, for he had overheard Lily's words. This individual was none other than the North Kai. At this moment, the North Kai's body quivered instinctively, his countenance darkening with grave concern as he recalled various events from the past. Could this truly be Lily? How is it that he has returned? I distinctly remember him vanishing from the North Galaxy after the West Ru game. Moreover, his power has escalated tremendously. How could this be? What on earth has transpired? A soft exclamation escaped him. Seated beside him, the South Kai, noticing the North Kai's trembling form, wore a sly grin and inquired, "North Kai, what troubles you? Do you happen to recognize this fellow named Lily? You appear rather frightened." How dramatic. The North Kai, momentarily disrupted from his thoughts by this inquiry. Caught the mocking tone, but refrained from retorting as he would have in the past. Instead, he lowered his gaze slightly and murmured, "Yes, I am acquainted with Lily. He is of the Frisia lineage, the very son of the demon king Frisia." Having expected a figure of great significance, the South Kai's disdain deepened upon learning that Lily was merely a descendant of Frisia. Nevertheless, he feigned interest, saying, "Oh, is that so? A descendant of Frisia? I see. No wonder he possesses such strength." The South Kai ostentatiously uttered the word strength while pretending to ponder, resting his chin on his hand and glancing over at Ribrice. He continued, "However, his power pales in comparison to Ribrice. After all, that speed-ah?" Before the South Kai could continue his self-praise, Ribrice, startled by the conversation between the North and South Kai, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "No, my lords, that is not accurate. The two combatants in the match possess powers that far exceed mine. South Kai, you must understand that the gravitational force of their arena is 1,000 times that of this place," he insisted, seemingly shaken by Lily's prowess, as a cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. "Oh, just 1,000 times?" The South Kai exclaimed, his mouth agape in shock, gesturing animatedly as he nearly lost his balance in his seat.